Chapter 1 The Gift Cannot Be Reduced by Even a Cent. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau of Yuanqing District, Shangqing City. Luo Feng, why are you so cowardly? I only need 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, but you gave me 250,000 yuan. Isn't this embarrassing for me? You can borrow another 50,000 yuan, or even a loan of 50,000 yuan, otherwise, what will happen to my brother's wedding? I'll give you 1 more hour. If you pay even a penny less, the marriage will be cancelled. Lily wore high heels, tight leather pants, a white sweater, and a black jacket. She was a little over 1.6 meters tall and had a slim figure without any prominent features. At this moment, she looked at her boyfriend who she had been dating for 5 years and could not even come up with a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, so she mocked him mercilessly in front of everyone. This is all my savings, and I borrowed 60,000 yuan. Luo Feng stopped the transfer operation, exited the banking software interface, quietly put away the household registration book on the table, and stood up. Whether you want to get married or not, I won't get married now. We are now officially separated. Luo Feng said this in a calm tone, and walked out without paying attention to the looks of the other people in the Civil Affairs Bureau who were watching the show. As for his girlfriend of 5 years, he just felt that he was too stupid at that time. 5 years ago, I was successful in my career, earning $1 million a year, and was full of energy. Lily was an employee of a supplier. After we got to know each other, Lily began to pursue me actively. At a dinner party, when they were slightly tipsy, Lily kissed and confessed her love to Luo Feng. She had a good appearance and figure, and Luo Feng agreed under the influence of hormones. The next day after confirming their relationship, Lily moved to the house that Luo Feng bought in the city center. I wouldn't dare say they party every night, but a conservative estimate is they work 6 days a week and have 1 day off. With both his career and his wife having a successful marriage, Luo Feng was naturally ambitious and applied for a loan from the bank to expand his business and become stronger. But in the following years, due to various factors, he lost everything. I sold all my assets, including houses, cars, and stocks, and just enough to pay off the bank loan. Luo Feng, who is already in his 30s, has to start looking for a job to make money in order to make a living. With only an ordinary undergraduate degree, you can't get into a big company. I found a job as a manager in a hot pot restaurant, with only 1 day off a week and a salary of less than 10,000 yuan a month. In the past, when I was a boss and came home tired from work, I would be served a sumptuous dinner in gentle service. Later, when I returned home late at night as a corporate slave, Lily was still playing outside. A year ago, Lily found a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan thanks to her good image and the fact that she was less than 30 years old. Although the monthly salary is not high, most of the people I come into contact with seem to be successful people. Lily, who was originally gentle and considerate in Luo Feng's eyes, started to speak in a sarcastic tone, and the relationship between the two became increasingly distant. 3 days ago, Lily unexpectedly proposed to get married, but asked for a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. Luo Feng thought that Lily really wanted to live a life together, and since he was old and his parents were urging him to do so, he agreed. After taking out the household registration book from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lily asked for an additional 100,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. In desperation, he borrowed money from friends and managed to gather 250,000 yuan, but was still mercilessly ridiculed by Lily. Luo Feng was originally very opposed to the bride price, but when he heard Lily say that the 300,000 yuan would be used for her brother, he instantly came to his senses. So he proposed to break up. Bite. The perfect life system has been bound. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Wealth, 190,000. Constitution, 61. Sub-healthy state, below 60 means weak and sickly, please improve it as soon as possible. Bite. You have a new mission. Check the host's current condition. In order to achieve a perfect life as soon as possible, please strengthen your exercise. Mission goal, body fat percentage reaches 15%. Mission reward, the current body fat percentage is 25%. For every 1% reduction, a reward of 200,000 will be given. When it reaches 15%, an additional reward of 10 million will be given. Suck. Luo Feng took a deep breath. This heaven-defying system actually happened to him. I was playing this perfect life game some time ago, and I didn't expect it to become my own system. I still remember that the more you play this game, the more powerful your character becomes, and your height and size can be increased at will. Those thousands of incredible physical fitness data showed strength and speed that were no less than Superman. The kidneys are also full of energy, lifespan is almost endless, and youthfulness remains forever. In the game, his industries and descendants are spread all over the world, making him the richest man in the world. It's really a sweet reward after all the hard work. You're still laughing here, but you can't even come up with 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. What a loser. I must have been blind to have a boyfriend like you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's you who's useless. Don't bother me again after we break up. Never see you again. At this time, Lily came out. She had wanted to break up with Luo Feng a long time ago, but was afraid that her relatives and friends would say that she was too snobbish. I came up with the idea of asking for a bride price, but I didn't expect the other party to actually come up with 200,000 yuan, so I had to increase the amount temporarily. On the surface, I gave him a chance. A Mercedes-Benz GLC slowly stopped by the roadside, the window rolled down, and a middle-aged man waved to Lily. Lily responded with a smile, walked quickly to the Mercedes-Benz and sat in the passenger seat. When Luo Feng saw this scene, he instantly understood that Lily's manipulation of the betrothal gift was to force him to break up. Judging from the familiarity between the two, they must have been hooking up for a long time. But Lily was already a thing of the past, and he couldn't wait to verify the authenticity of this system. Prepare to jog home, exercise, and reduce body fat percentage as soon as possible. Before he could take 2 steps, the Mercedes-Benz slowly drove up to him. Thank you for taking care of Lily for so many years. Let's go to Chaoyang Hotel first. The middle-aged man said this with a smug look on his face, and was almost saying that he wanted to go to the hotel to get a room with Lily. Go to the hotel and play the rest of my game? Luo Feng didn't tolerate it and started talking directly. I have practiced all kinds of postures and venues in the past few years, and the channel has been opened up to a wider range. Don't mind it. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the 2 people in the car looked unhappy. Fuck, what a disgusting man, so uncultured. How could you be with a man like this? The man cursed and took his anger out on Lily. Boss Yang, he's just a loser, he's just trying to piss you off. I was young and ignorant, and I met such a stupid guy. For the past 2 years, our relationship has been in name only, and I've wanted to break up for a long time. Lily hurriedly explained, her tone delicate and coquettish, with all kinds of tea-colored smiles. Okay, luckily you met me. Forget about him. Let's go to the hotel to celebrate your escape from suffering. I've ordered Western food and red wine. The man reached out and pinched Lily's thigh, then stepped on the accelerator and distanced himself from Luo Feng. Jogged 2 kilometers. Although it is September and the weather is getting cooler, Luo Feng is still sweating profusely. The sweat on my face was like running water. My legs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. Bite. An emergency has been detected around the host, so a bottle of strengthening potion has been pre-dispatched. After use, the speed, strength, and endurance will be temporarily increased for 6 hours. Mission objective: subdue the robber. Mission reward: increase physical fitness by 5 points, and increase any part of the body by 3 centimeters. Chapter 2: I'll take care of your wife. Ah! He stole my bag. Can you help me call the police? A beautiful young woman in her 20s fell to the ground, holding her ankle and asking for help from the person next to her in a weak voice. Helpless and pitiful. A thin man snatched the bag and was running away quickly. Luo Feng drank the strengthening potion in one gulp, and his originally tired and weak body instantly became full of energy, as if he had returned to 10 years ago, or even stronger. He exerted force on his feet and chased after the robber like an arrow. In less than 200 meters, Luo Feng caught up with the other person, grabbed his collar, and pulled him back. The running robber was picked up like a chicken. Fuck! Awesome pen! Everyone around was stunned. Luo Feng didn't look tall or strong, but he could lift someone up with one hand. Luo Feng himself was shocked. This potion was too strong. Brother, are you so fierce? The robber also had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He had just been released from prison with great difficulty, and before he could enjoy himself for a while, he met this kind of extraordinary person again. At this time, the community patrol police also ran over, handcuffed the robber, asked the people around him about the situation, copied the video from the nearby camera, recorded Luo Feng's text messages and phone calls, and took the prisoner away. Thank you, brother. If it weren't for your help, the robber would have gotten away today. My name is Mangru. It's almost noon. Let's have lunch together, big brother. The beautiful young woman took the LV bag handed to her by Luo Feng and thanked him repeatedly. Although Luo Feng doesn't look as handsome as a young guy, his body is a bit fat like an ordinary middle-aged man. But in Qin Mangru's eyes at this moment, the other party was incomparably handsome. The extremely fast speed and the figure of carrying a person with one hand were deeply imprinted in her mind. The messenger of justice, extremely strong physical fitness. Qin Mangru looked at Luo Feng with eyes that were almost full of stars. Good. Luo Feng was a little confused at the moment. When he caught the robber just now, Qin Mangru's bag fell to the ground and the things inside were scattered all over the floor. He saw a wedding photo. The woman was naturally Qin Mangru, with a beautiful smile and a well-proportioned figure. The man turned out to be the one driving the Mercedes. The world is so small. I didn't expect that Qin Mangru was the wife of that Mercedes-Benz man. Brother, can you help me up? I just fell and hurt my foot. Seeing Luo Feng staring at her in a daze, Qin Mangru felt a little happy. My husband hasn't touched me for a year or two. I thought I was unattractive. I practiced yoga and fitness every day, but my husband still showed me impatience. Oh, okay. Luo Feng came to his senses and reached out to help Qin Mangru up. He originally wanted to support her arm, but Qin Mangru cried out in pain as soon as she stood up. In a hurry, Luo Feng grabbed Qin Mangru's waist. Qin Mangru is about 1.65 meters tall. She wears tight jeans that highlight the curve of her round and plump hips. The thin sweater on her upper body is held up high by her upright chest. This curvy figure is something that young girls cannot compare to. I don't know if it's because of the strengthening potion he took, but in broad daylight, Luo Feng actually showed signs of rising. This, without a doubt, is definitely a problem with the potion. Thank you, brother. My ankle hurts so much that I can't stand. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Mangru felt the big hands around her waist and her body felt a little hot. I haven't touched a man for almost 2 years, and he's such a strong man. Qin Mangru's ears turned red and she secretly looked at Luo Feng, but found that he was also looking at her. Both of them looked away immediately. Your feet are a little swollen. Don't eat for now. Tell your husband and ask him to take you to the hospital for a checkup. Luo Feng hugged Qin Mangru and walked to a chair on the roadside and sat down. He thought of the smug look on the Mercedes-Benz man's face and mentioned it deliberately. And he didn't let go of Qin Mangru's waist. Good. Qin Mangru was a little disappointed. She actually wanted to stay with Luo Feng for a while longer. It would be better if he could take her to the hospital. Brother, what's your name? Let me add you on WeChat first. I'll treat you to a meal another day. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what I would do. My name is Luo Feng. You're welcome. I'm just doing what's right and it's just something I can do. Qin Mangru took out her mobile phone, scanned Luo Feng's QR code, added him as a friend, and immediately sent her phone number. Luo Feng also sent his own number. Call him first and ask him to come over. I'll leave after he arrives. Luo Feng thought to himself that this man probably couldn't come. Qin Mangru nodded and dialed the number. After 3 tries, the call was finally connected. What's the matter with you calling me all the time? I'm having dinner with a client. Tell me what's going on. As soon as the call was connected, the tone of the person on the other end was very impatient. It's okay, go ahead and do your work. Qin Mangru put away her phone, looked at Luo Feng, and forced a smile. Brother Feng, if you have something to do, go ahead and I'll call a taxi to the hospital myself. Qin Mangru felt helpless and wanted to lean back in the chair to relax, but she found that Luo Feng's hand was still around her waist. He looked sideways at Luo Feng's arm, then turned his head to look forward, not letting him let go. I just happened to take a day off today, so I'll take you to the hospital. The car has arrived. You can't use your legs, can I carry you to the car? Luo Feng stood up while hugging Qin Mangru and asked. Qin Mangru's cheeks flushed slightly. She pretended to be calm and lifted her hair. She nodded and said, thank you for troubling Brother Feng. Luo Feng was not polite either. He easily picked up Qin Mangru, then carefully put her in the back seat of the car and sat in it himself. Luo Feng was still thinking about the moment when he hugged Qin Mangru and accidentally touched a soft spot. Luo Feng, you can't do this. You are a gentleman, not a sex-hungry ghost. Luo Feng even silently recited quiet night thoughts. The moon shines brightly before my bed, I bow my head. My arm was hugged and then sank into it. Brother Feng, I can't use my feet and can't sit steadily. Can I hold your arm? Xin Mangru's eyes sparkled. She had long noticed that there was something unnatural about Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't look away, just nodded. I was already looking at the system in my mind, and this was the only way to divert my attention a little. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Wealth, 190,000. Physical fitness, 66. About to get rid of sub-health status, please improve it as soon as possible. Unallocated bonus, increase any location by 3 centimeters. The reward has been allocated and has grown by 3 centimeters. Please check it yourself. Something suddenly changed. Luo Feng had seen the Asian average before. He felt that he was a little better than the average and was very envious of those gifted people. Just like the Qin state, its history was almost changed by Lao AI. Xin Mangru, who had been observing Luo Feng, witnessed the whole process, which made her heart beat faster and her whole body hot. Am I so attractive? My confidence, which had been shaken by my husband, came back to life at this moment. She looked up at Luo Feng, still staring straight ahead, and smiled secretly. Brother Feng is so cute. She leaned her body towards Luo Feng and rested her head on his shoulder. Brother Feng, I'm a little tired. Can you lend me your shoulder? Chapter 3. Can you hug me? Luo Feng finally made it to the hospital, and while Qin Mangru was examining him, he quickly went to the bathroom to adjust. A tall and strong man over 1.8 meters walked over and glanced at him indifferently. He instantly gasped and left quickly. It's so depressing. When Luo Feng saw the other party's embarrassed escape, he felt a sense of pride and wanted to compete with him. You play even more perverted games in the game, but forget about real life, just don't get dragged out for sliced up research. Brother Feng, why are you here? Is Sister Li sick? As soon as Luo Feng came out of the bathroom, he was patted on the shoulder. It was a pretty female nurse, nearly 1.7 meters tall and with a tall figure. A friend of mine injured her ankle. It was an accident. Also, Li and I have broken up. The girl in front of her is Li's cousin, named Li Shuer. She is a senior nursing student at Shangqing University and is doing an internship at this tertiary hospital. Her family was poor, and she had been taken care of by Luo Feng during the years she was in college. When she first started college, her tuition was paid directly by Luo Feng. Later, he insisted on working part-time to support himself, and it was Luo Feng who asked his friends for help, as part-time jobs were easy and paid well. After hearing her cousin complain that she was given too much money one time, Li Shuer realized that it was Brother Feng who subsidized half of the money. Luo Feng didn't think too much about it. Although it was very difficult at that time, he still had some money. The tuition for college is not as much as an iPhone, so naturally I just helped with this little bit of money. How could this happen? Li Shuer didn't expect that her sister would break up with such a good Brother Feng. Although Fenggu doesn't have as much money as before, and his figure is not as good as before. But we shouldn't be together only when we have money and break up only when we don't, right? Let's talk about it later. Go get busy with your work first. Luo Feng didn't want to talk more. Qin Mangru just sent him a WeChat message saying that the test results were out and she needed to go apply medicine. Okay, then I have an early shift tomorrow. Come see Brother Feng after get off work. Okay. Li Shuer waved to Luo Feng, turned around and hurried back to the nurse's station. The head nurse had just urged her. Looking at Li Shuer's slim back, Luo Feng sighed that girls change a lot when they grow up. The young girl back then has now become a beautiful girl. I don't know if it will be a good deal for that man. Qin Mangru saw Luo Feng coming back from a distance and waved to him. As soon as Luo Feng sat down, Qin Mangru naturally put her arm around his arm. I'm trapped again. It's really hidden. The doctor just said it's not a big deal. Just bandage it, apply some medicine, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. Luo Feng nodded, hugged Qin Mangru and walked towards the place where the medicine was applied. 20 minutes later. Be careful not to touch water. It should be fine in about 2 days. It's best to carry your wife on your back and not let her walk. This way she'll get better faster. After the operation, the doctor said to Luo Feng. I don't. Thank you, doctor. Brother Feng, please carry me. Luo Feng wanted to clarify, but was interrupted. Mangru winked at him, playful and cute. Such a young woman. Luo Feng's heartbeat slowed down. A young woman of Mangru's level was really too attractive. He squatted down and carried Mangru on his back. When he lifted her buttocks, he could feel the plump and soft touch of her. Then his back was attacked mercilessly by two soft masses, which made him stand in awe. Fortunately, I went to the bathroom to adjust it before, otherwise I would be embarrassed now. Next, the two found a restaurant near the hospital and had a simple lunch. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I sent Mangru home. The crime community where Mangru lives is positioned as mid to high end, located on the edge of the second ring road, and the housing prices are over 30,000 yuan. Holding Mangru with one hand, he entered the password with the other hand to open the door. The decoration is very good, with 3 bedrooms and a living room, about 100 square meters, and the layout is very warm. Luo Feng looked around but didn't find any items or photos of children, so it seemed that the woman didn't have any children. Brother Feng, put me on the sofa. There's soda next to the TV. Mangru's voice sounded beside Luo Feng's ears. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if she was massaging his ears. He carefully put Mangru down, and there was some close contact between them during the process. A man and a woman were alone, the atmosphere was ambiguous, and their bodies reacted again. Then Mangru saw him again, and Luo Feng felt very embarrassed. This potion actually has the function of a certain blue pill. You are putting me in an unfair position. I am really not that kind of person. He quickly grabbed a bottle of water and drank it in one gulp. Is there no one else in your family? It's better to ask your husband to come back, otherwise there will be no one to take care of you, which is very inconvenient. Luo Feng started to add fuel to the fire again. He did have some evil thoughts in his mind, but the other party was definitely willing. Mangru's originally cheerful mood suddenly darkened and her eyes dimmed. He usually comes back after 10 p.m., so I can be alone at home. She took out her cell phone and found a lot of messages. The first one is named Yangqing. I have to work overtime tonight and will not be back today. Mangru sighed. This life was like being a widow. Then I'll be leaving first. Luo Feng didn't stay any longer, as the other party didn't seem to want to have anything to do with him. Goodbye, Luo Gu. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Mangru actually wanted Luo Feng to stay a little longer, but if he stayed any longer, something beyond friendship might happen. It has not been 6 hours since we met, and I am married. Some things are enough to just fantasize about when you are alone to comfort yourself. Luo Feng nodded and walked towards the door. Mangru felt a little disappointed and opened another message, which was from her best friend and contained several pictures. When she clicked on it, she found a photo of her husband and a woman being affectionate in a hotel. The last photo is of the two of them walking into the hotel hand in hand. Brother Feng. Mangru took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Luo Feng had already turned the door handle and turned to look at Mangru in confusion. Mangru comes from a well-off family, a standard middle-class family. I have been an excellent student since childhood, and my parents have been strict with me. Although someone confessed his love to me in high school and I was moved, I have never dared to fall in love. She is a good girl to her parents and never goes against their arrangements. After graduation, she worked in administrative management in a company as arranged by her parents. Later, he was introduced to Yang Chang and then got married. But she didn't get pregnant or give birth to a child. I have gone for checkups many times and there is nothing wrong with my body. I asked Yang Chen to go for a checkup, but he kept saying he was busy. Later, the intimacy between the couple was almost zero, and there was none at all in the past 2 years. I have taken the initiative and even bought QQ items, but was rejected every time. Parents are also asking themselves why they haven't had children yet, but how can they explain this? After sticking to the marriage for so many years, I ended up being betrayed by my partner. Mangru couldn't explain what she was thinking now. She just wanted to be herself and no longer be bound by any constraints. I'm a little cold, can you hug me, Brother Feng? Luo Feng closed the door and locked it. Did something happen? Luo Feng gently picked up Mangru. Mangru didn't say anything and put her arms around Luo Feng's neck. Then Luo Feng's lips were covered with something soft and sweet. Mangru's eyes were as sharp as silk at this moment, and the charm of a mature woman was fully displayed. Luo Feng, who had been patient for several hours, could no longer endure it. This strengthening potion still has an hour left and must work properly. Chapter 4: Mangru's best friend. A mountain stream meets a soulmate. Qin Mangru injured her foot and could only lie down and let others do whatever they wanted. At this moment, her face was flushed. As she watched Luo Feng remove the barrier, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise and joy. Brother Feng, you are so kind. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Mangru, open the door. Wang Xiyu shouted loudly. She found out that Qin Mangru's husband went to the hotel with a woman, so she quickly sent a message to Qin Mangru, but she never received a reply. No one answered the phone. Afraid that Qin Mangru might not be able to figure it out and do something stupid, I hurried to her house and knocked on the door. Qin Mangru raised a finger to her lips, signaling Luo Feng not to make a sound. She picked up the phone beside her and called Wang Xiyu. Xiyu, I just went into the bathroom, so I might have to wait another 10 minutes. I'm a little hungry. Can you go downstairs and buy me some mapo tofu? Luo Feng praised Qin Mangru's wit, and then Qin Mangru couldn't help it, she tilted her neck back and made a sound. Mangru, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiyu asked. Nothing. I saw a cockroach in the bathroom. Could you please buy me another bottle of insect spray? After Qin Mangru finished speaking, she quickly hung up the phone. She looked at Luo Feng aggrievedly and said embarrassedly, Brother Feng, it should take more than 10 minutes for my bestie to go back and forth. We'll be done in 5 minutes, get dressed, and then get out right away. We shouldn't run into her. 5 minutes? Who are you looking down on? Isn't the time too short? Luo Feng asked with amusement, sometimes the fifth girl's hair was not so short. Ah, isn't it just a few minutes? Qin Mangru's face was red and there was a big question mark on her face. This aspect has been strictly controlled since I was a child. After I graduated and started working, no one talked to me about this. I only heard it from her husband. It's an information cocoon. Luo Feng observed a second of silence for Qin Mangru. What a hard life she must be living. Forget it. Time is too tight today, and your foot is injured, so a lot of your knowledge won't be useful. Let me help you first. 5 minutes later, Qin Mangru gradually woke up from her daze. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her 29 years. It was like floating up to the sky and lying on the clouds. I was in a daze for a while before I came to my senses. First experience in life. Brother Feng, why don't you have any signs? See you, that's my best friend. She just sent me a message saying she'll be back in about 10 minutes. Luo Feng looked at Qin Mangru's delicate lips and said, let's try another way. 5 minutes will be enough. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng was waiting for the elevator. Bite. The elevator door opened. A beautiful woman with long hair over her shoulders, wearing a black windbreaker, a white V-neck sweater, black trousers, and black high heels walked out. Although she was beautiful, she looked cold at this moment, as if someone owed her millions. Luo Feng stayed at the other person's cleavage for 2 seconds and was glared at by her. All men are bad. Only then did Luo Feng notice that the other party was holding a lunchbox and a supermarket shopping bag in his hand. It seems that this is Qin Mangru's best friend. I didn't expect that both of her best friends are so beautiful and have such good figures. Press the first floor button and wait for the elevator to go down. Bite. It was detected that the host and Qin Mangru were having an intimate relationship. Name, Qin Mangru. Age, 29. Rating, 87. Qin Mangru's score meets the requirements for a fixed intimate lover. Should she be bound? Whether. Note 1, after being bound as a fixed intimate lover, the woman will fall in love with the host wholeheartedly and will be protected by the system and will not be violated by others. Note 2, after being bound as a fixed intimate lover, regardless of the host's physical condition, every time they have sex, they will be in peak condition. It becomes a perpetual motion machine. It's fucking perfect. Luo Feng did not hesitate and immediately chose yes. Bite. Binding successful. Number 1 fixed and intimate lover, Qin Mangru. Reward, 196,931 yuan. Changes with the host's wealth value, upper limit 100 million yuan, can only be used for consumption by Qin Mangru, the first fixed close lover. Note 1, the intimate partner is not currently single, so the special consumption fund cannot be used at this time. That is to say, no matter how much money I have, I can spend the same amount on my beloved. Luo Feng thought to himself. He looked at the upper limit again and patiently counted a few zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fuck, 100 million. The last time I saw numbers of this magnitude was when a lucky guy won the lottery a few days ago. Young man, what's 100 million? An older lady in the same elevator asked curiously. You must have seen the news about the lottery winner. I'm telling you, absolutely not. Another old man started to talk. Luo Feng shook his head and walked out of the elevator. This money can only be given to Qin Mangru, and it seems that those who are bound as fixed lovers in the future will have special consumption funds. The amount of usage depends on your wealth. But Qin Mangru hasn't divorced yet, so we have to leave it alone for now. Luo Feng continued jogging home, wanting to quickly lower his body fat percentage. This reward was his own money and also the basis for his consumption money. Qin Mangru's home. Mangru, what's wrong with your foot? As soon as Wang Xiyu entered the room, she saw Qin Mangru standing with one leg against the wall to greet her. He quickly put down his things and helped Qin Mangru sit on the sofa. I encountered a robbery today. Qin Mangru told the whole story, and changed the situation from Luo Feng taking her to the hospital to her taking a taxi to the hospital alone. Let me go with you. If you go to the hospital alone and fall, won't that just make your condition worse? The scumbag Yang Cheng must have been with that woman at that time. Wang Xiyu was filled with righteous indignation. She took off her windbreaker. The sweater was very tight-fitting, and her whole figure was slim and slender, with a medium-sized chest and a small but firm butt. Xiyu, you have a great figure. I'm so envious. Qin Mangru said. Huh, mine is only C, and yours is D. You have a big and perky butt. I envy you. The look in your eyes just now reminded me of a creepy man I met when I just got out of the elevator. He kept staring at my chest. Wang Xiyu complained without stopping her hands, and arranged the food for Qin Mangru to eat. You're bending over and wearing a V-neck, so you're almost showing everything. If I were a man, I would definitely rush over. Qin Mangru took the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. She was exhausted from eating just now. The man who looked at Xiyu's breasts should be Brother Feng. Brother Feng would react if he touched me in broad daylight, so I definitely didn't satisfy him just now. If Mangru becomes a man, then I'll obey, but I want to rub yours too, hee. Then I want to touch your. Wang Xiyu and Qin Mangru played around for a while and then talked about today's photos. Today I was discussing the partnership with my boss at the law firm. I've been the one who's been securing all the big deals, but he won't give me a promotion. The talks fell through. Well, I took a leave to relax and ran into that scumbag Yang Qing cheating on me. Otherwise, you would still be kept in the dark. Mangru, I advise you to get a divorce while you're still under 30 and don't have any children. There are plenty of young men lining up to pursue you. Qin Mangru is a gentle woman, and most of the time she is even a little submissive, but this time, she decided to listen to her best friend. Wang Xiyu is already a top lawyer, and now with these photos, she is not afraid of the man pestering her. Seeing her best friend nod, Wang Xiyu was very happy. She had advised Qin Mangru to divorce before, but she had never agreed. This time, it seemed that she had completely given up on the scumbag. But she didn't know that the system played a big role here. There seems to be a strange smell in the house, do you smell it? Wang Xiyu just lay down on the sofa and frowned. Cough cough cough. Qin Mangru was enjoying her meal when she was suddenly choked by this question. Wang Xiyu hurriedly patted her back. Don't be anxious, eat slowly. Happy home community. This is a resettlement house with stairs. It is more than 20 years old and the walls are peeling and old. It is a typical old and dilapidated house. Luo Feng lives on the 6th floor, in a one-bedroom apartment. It took me an hour to jog all the way back. Sweating profusely. When I opened the door, the room was clean and tidy. A month ago, Lily moved out because the house was too far from the company. Although Luo Feng is an old man, he is not sloppy. Cleaning the house is also a way for him to calm down. After taking a shower, I weighed 84.1 kilograms. Lost 1.8 kgs. Bite. The host's body fat rate was detected to have decreased by 1%, and the current body fat rate is 24%. Reward, 200,000 yuan. Luo Feng's phone screen lit up and a text message came. Your savings card account with the last number 9196 received 200,000 renminbi at 1639 on September 18, and the current account balance is 396,931 renminbi and 30 cents. China Construction Bank. Cool. This income is equivalent to my salary for 1.5 years. Running is tiring, but at this moment Luo Feng is full of energy and feels relaxed all over. Ding dong. There was a message on WeChat on my mobile phone, sent by Mangru. Brother phone, see you just said I have bad breath. Don't do that again next time, banging head emoji. Chapter 5, How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? When will the next time be? Luo Feng asked. In the WeChat chat box, it kept showing that the other party was typing. After waiting for a minute, no message came. Just as I was about to switch the software to watch short videos, Mangru's message came. CU said it would take about a week. It takes more than a minute to input just a few words. But what does this have to do with anything? Why do these words look so weird together? You and I were meeting secretly, and it was your best friend who decided the time? Luo Feng slowly typed 3 question marks in the chat box. Mangru quickly replied, don't worry, I'll make an appointment with you in a week. Finish what you haven't done today in the time you said. Don't finish it in just a few minutes. Luo Feng felt that this young woman had changed a little too quickly. She was obviously a more reserved person today. Between the lines, you can feel that the whole person is relaxed and unrestrained. Did some switch get turned on? According to the system's description, she has fallen wholeheartedly in love with him. Could it be that the system's description emphasizes love? Without thinking too much, he was the beneficiary anyway. He thought about it and directly sent a string of emoticons. I can tell at first glance that you are not human. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? The mighty heavenly dragon. Brother Feng, please don't pity me. Mangru's reply was straightforward and without any beating around the bush. Which normal man can stand it? Damn, I was just chatting and got a reaction. Luo Feng and Mangru kept talking about color until 7 o'clock in the evening. Luo Feng was so hungry that his stomach growled. He finally stopped chatting and started thinking about what he should eat. He looked up recipes online and found a challenge to lose 10 pounds in 5 days. When he clicked on it, he saw it was the legendary immortality meal. But the comments below point out that this diet cannot be used to exercise and can easily lead to sudden death. Finally found one that seemed more reliable. Breakfast, corn, eggs, soy milk. Lunch, pasta, beef. Dinner, purple sweet potato, skinless chicken thigh, stir-fried broccoli. There happened to be broccoli at home, but no purple sweet potatoes or chicken legs. He didn't want to go out and buy more, so he used 2 eggs instead. I was hungry all night. The next morning, I quickly went out and bought some corn, eggs, and soy milk. After eating them, I felt better. But there are also fried dough sticks at the breakfast stall, and the aroma is amazing. His saliva was flowing rapidly and he walked away quickly. Losing weight is really a test of perseverance. Luo Feng could probably understand why so many people failed to lose weight because there were too many delicious foods tempting them. And when you are very hungry, the aroma of this fried hot pot skewers is definitely several orders of magnitude more lethal. Luo Feng's goal today is to quit his job at the hot pot restaurant. I have been working for almost 2 years, and the money I saved with great effort is not as much as what I earned by losing weight. Moreover, there must be more money-making tasks in the system. Naturally, it is impossible to go to work again. Bite. It is detected that the host is still a worker. A perfect life starts from not being a worker. Mission objective: resign from the position of hot pot restaurant manager. Mission reward: a 2x cashback card, limited to 12 hours. The system issued the task before the call was even connected. Too thoughtful, touching. When the call was connected, Luo Feng went straight to the point and the hot pot restaurant owner tried his best to keep him. Because of Luo Feng's strong ability, the hot pot restaurant's revenue has been increasing, and eventually it was 30% higher than similar stores in the surrounding area. He is a rare talent. He proposed a salary increase, but Luo Feng refused on the grounds that he wanted to start his own business. He was then asked about other things and what he wanted to start his own business for. After clearly telling the hot pot restaurant owner that he would not open the hot pot restaurant, the other party finally felt relieved. Before hanging up the phone, he promised to pay this month's salary to Luo Feng tomorrow. Bite. The mission has been completed and the reward has taken effect. A row of prompts appeared in the field of vision. Consumption, 0 yuan, remaining time 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Time is decreasing second by second. Luo Feng thought for a moment, made a preliminary plan, and started jogging. The target is a Wanda shopping mall 3 kilometers away. I will first go to the fitness center to get a weight loss package to reduce my body fat percentage. Before, he had heard that this fitness center was high-end and charged much higher fees than usual. Correspondingly, all the male and female coaches here are handsome and beautiful, and they are all capable, not just relying on their looks and figures to make a living. Anyway, you can get 2 times the cash back when you spend money, so expensive is good. Hello, sir. Please wait a moment, this customer just arrived. Zhang Qian at the front desk greeted her warmly, but before she could finish her words, the customer who was waiting in front turned around and glanced at her, then immediately sneered at Luo Feng. I was wondering who it was. Aren't you the one who couldn't afford the bride price and couldn't get married? Still have money to exercise? Do you think you can win your girlfriend back by working out? Or maybe you saw that the first 3 classes here are half price, so you came here to pay to see the beautiful instructor? The man in front of Luo Feng turned out to be the Mercedes-Benz man Yang Qing. He started taunting with full-level sarcasm as soon as he opened his mouth, trying to embarrass Luo Feng here. Luo Feng's words yesterday made him very angry. In the afternoon, Mangru's best friend bombarded him with threats and demands for divorce, which made him upset. In the end, he had dinner with Li and called it a day. He didn't do anything according to the plan. I'd like to ask how much the fitness center here costs. Luo Feng completely ignored Yang Qing, the cuckolded man. His clothes and shoes together cost less than 500 yuan. He had just jogged over, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat were on his face. He definitely didn't look like the target customer group of this store. Okay, I'll have the coach give you a one-on-one introduction. Zhang Qian picked up the intercom, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said with a smile that did not change, Wu Meng, there is a client. Come over and meet him. Please wait a moment and sit here. Zhang Qian did not neglect Luo Feng because of Yang Qing's words. She politely guided him to sit on the sofa in the store. Yang Qing sat on the sofa, watching Luo Feng sit down, and said, the food here is not cheap, don't spend your monthly salary. Instead, he hoped that Luo Feng, mocked by him, would impulsively spend more money. After all, wouldn't it be wonderful if the poor became even poorer? Especially since this was someone who had disgusted him. Luo Feng looked at Yang Qing's head again, smiled and shook his head without saying anything. A miserable cuckold man is talking about money with me who owns the system. Soon, 2 tall girls came over, one about 1.65 meters tall and the other over 1.7 meters tall. Both of them had excellent looks and figures. Hello sir, you can just go with this coach. Zhang Qian assigned coaches to Luo Feng and Yang Qing respectively. Luo Feng was the girl who was over 1.7 meters tall. Her skin is that kind of cool white skin, and she wears a black fitness top. Her bust is full and plump, her belly button is exposed in the middle of her waist, her lower abdomen is flat and firm, and she has a sexy vest line. She wears black yoga pants on her lower body, which outlines the curve of her round buttocks, and her long legs are round and straight. Hello, my name is Wu Meng, I'm the fitness coach here. I'll take you for a spin. Wu Meng walked a little ahead of Luo Feng. Her back, waist and twisting buttocks made Luo Feng take a few more glances. Then, look a lot more. The male customers and male coaches around were no different, their eyes were all the same. The 2 of them walked around the fitness center one after the other. At the front desk, another receptionist smiled and said to Zhang Qian, Sister Qian, you're amazing. Wu Meng has received several customers these past few days, but none of them have made a deal. I'm afraid her sales for this month are in jeopardy. Zhang Qian also smiled, of course, can't I tell whether these customers have money, whether they are just here to browse or really want to buy courses? But it's not that I'm targeting her. She offended the store manager. It's just a drink, what's the big deal? I'm not asking her to sleep with me. Yeah, I guess if we wait another 2 days, she'll go apologize to the store manager. Who knows what conditions the store manager will propose? In theory, every coach takes turns to receive walk-in customers in the store, but the front desk can flexibly adjust the order in some areas. Assigning all customers who have no purchasing power to a certain coach is actually to make it impossible for her to place orders or complete tasks. Not only will her salary be affected, but she will also be eliminated after 2 or 3 consecutive months. The salary at this fitness center is not low, and your income will drop significantly if you switch to another one. Chapter 6 Expensive is good. Wu Meng took Luo Feng to finish the tour. She had expected this in her heart, and her experiences over the past few days made her realize that she had offended the store manager a few days ago. Despite this, she did not treat Luo Feng differently or perfunctorily, but introduced him to him seriously. We finished looking at the fitness center's layout and facilities. Now let's go to the reception room, where we'll find packages tailored to different customer needs. It was only then that Luo Feng noticed that Wu Meng had her hair tied in a high ponytail, which made her look healthy and sunny. Her voice was pleasant, and her pink lips opened and closed, occasionally smiling sweetly and lustfully. Luo Feng was a little distracted, and afraid that he would continue to think too much. He quickly explained his purpose. I want to get my body fat percentage down to around 15%, and I want to do it quickly. I'm looking for a suitable package. At this time, the two walked to the door of the reception room. Coincidentally, Yang Chang and the female coach just now walked out together. Mr. Yang, the 5,666 meal you chose is very cost-effective. Payment is over here, please follow me. Mengqing Yuan brought Yang Qing towards Luo Feng, and there was a faint fragrance. Mengqing Yuan has a small, delicate baby face, fair skin, and dresses in the same style as Wu Meng. Her chest circumference is similar to Wu Meng's, but because she is shorter than Wu Meng at 1.65 meters, she looks more impactful. She has a typical baby face and big breasts, and because of her long-term fitness, her body curves from top to bottom are extremely attractive. Meng. Mengqing Yuan greeted Wu Meng. Sister Qing Yuan. Wu Meng responded. Luo Feng looked at Wu Meng in surprise. He didn't expect that this child with a childish face was actually a little older than Wu Meng. Yang Qing's gaze stayed on Wu Meng for a few seconds, then he looked at Luo Feng and chuckled twice. Thanks to this beautiful lady for showing this poor guy around. TSK, how dare you let someone take you on such a long tour for nothing? Luo Feng only felt a buzzing sound in his ears, which was extremely annoying. Let's go, don't just stand here. Give me a price based on what I just asked for. Luo Feng said to Wu Meng, motioning him to go into the reception room. Wu Meng was actually feeling very uncomfortable. Two customers came together, and others had already made a deal with a package worth 5,666 yuan, with a sales commission of several hundred yuan. I heard that Mengqing Yuan had connections with the owner of the fitness center, so the manager didn't make things difficult for her. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, but if you don't drink, you will be given a hard time. This comparison is really painful. It seemed like there was no hope for the client she was meeting. This week had basically been like this. She was a little discouraged, but upholding her professionalism, she cheered up and introduced the set meal. Let's measure Luo Ji's current body fat percentage later. The general direction is, one is to have a proper diet, and the other is to get enough exercise. The most important thing is perseverance. Wu Meng said with a formal smile. Don't worry about that. I'm not working right now, so I'm focusing on losing weight and lowering my body fat percentage. Give me the fastest solution, even if it's a little expensive. If you lower it by 1 point, you will get 200,000. What is perseverance? The so-called difficulties in the face of money are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree. Of course, to be healthy. In this perfect life, you can't try to ruin your body right from the start. Well, there are many people like Luo Gu who have similar needs. The solutions are relatively mature, and health comes first. If you want to go fast, you have to practice with me every day, which involves buying lessons. Wu Meng had already prepared herself for rejection. Every time she mentioned the price these days, customers would start hesitating and leave with all sorts of excuses. So now what she said was very direct. She looked at Luo Feng's once handsome face and continued. My class lasts 60 minutes and costs 400 yuan. Based on my current preliminary estimate of his body type, it will take Luo Gu about a month of training to reach 15% body fat. Practice one lesson with me every day, and then continue practicing on your own for the rest of the day, for a total of 30 lessons. Wu Meng finished speaking in one breath, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prepared to face those strange but common reasons. Only 1 hour of private lessons a day is too little. What if my movements are not standard? How about this, 1 class each morning, noon and evening, and buy me 90 classes? Luo Feng was not satisfied with 60 minutes a day. Having such a beautiful woman teaching him in front of him made him feel happy both physically and mentally. It's so boring to practice alone. And more importantly, 30 classes only cost 12,000 yuan, which doubles to 24,000 yuan. It's not that it's too expensive, but that I earn too little. If it is 90 classes, it will be 36,000 yuan, and the cash back will be 72,000 yuan, which is just barely enough. Brother Luo, I didn't hear you clearly just now. How many lessons did you say you wanted to buy? Wu Meng actually listened to 90 classes, but she couldn't believe it at all. I have been taking classes here for a year, and the largest order did not exceed 20,000 yuan. For 90 classes this time, wouldn't it be 36,000 yuan? 90 knots. Also, please help me prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I want to focus on losing weight. Just tell me how much money you want, and I'll give it to you all at once. Luo Feng was determined to concentrate on losing weight and lowering his body fat percentage. So I don't want to waste my energy on food and beverages. Things like this that can be solved with money are best solved with money. Okay, Luo Ge, the food is free, I'll prepare it. If you buy 90 classes at once, you can get a free annual pass and 10 extra classes. Shall we go over and pay the fee now? Wu Meng's heart beat faster involuntarily, fearing that Luo Feng was joking with her and would run away as soon as he reached the door. Let's go. The payment counter is next to the front desk. After paying the fee, Yang Qing added Meng Qingyuan's WeChat and wanted to invite her out for lunch. Meng Qingyuan excused herself by saying she had something to do at noon. Seeing that she insisted, Yang Qing was a little disappointed, so he went to the bathroom and prepared to come back to exercise in the afternoon. Sister Qian, Wu Meng is back. Zhang Xian was patted by her colleague, and sure enough, she saw Luo Feng and Wu Meng coming over. Wu Meng is quite capable of withstanding pressure and is still smiling. I guess you didn't hold out hope, or maybe you bought her 3 trial classes? The smiles of the 2 receptionists were more sincere. After all, happiness between people is reflected in comparison. Seeing people who are prettier, have better figures, are more capable than you, encounter obstacles makes me happier than seeing them making money myself. Sister Qian, help Brother Luo open an annual pass. And I have 90 private lessons. I'm in trouble. After Wu Meng finished speaking, she looked at Luo Feng and saw that he had no intention of leaving, so she put aside her worries. Annual pass? 90 classes? There are currently 3 people at the front desk. There were 2 people receiving us, one was Zhang Qian and the other was Wang Yan. There is also Meng Qingyuan, the girl with a baby face and big breasts who just brought people to pay the bill. The 3 of them were very surprised. In fact, they had already thought that Luo Feng was just strolling around and would not spend any money. The result now is completely the opposite. Not only is there consumption, but there are also big orders. Really 90 classes? One class is 400 yuan, that's 36,000 yuan in total. Chapter 7, The Rich Feng Brother is the Most Handsome. Scan the QR code. Luo Feng said a little impatiently. Oh, okay. Zhang Qian quickly operated the system. Without any surprise, the charge was successful. Among these 3 people, Zhang Qian was the most upset because she had made a wrong judgment. The salary structure of a fitness coach is generally base salary plus class hour commission plus performance commission. People like Wu Meng who sell their own courses get commissions based on the number of class hours and sales performance, which totals 45%. The commission for this order is 16,200. Including the basic salary, the minimum salary this month is 20,000 yuan. If I work harder, 30,000 yuan is possible. So I helped her earn nearly 20,000 today? Zhang Qian wanted to slap herself twice and then wash her eyes. Extremely depressed. The other 2 also showed envious expressions, and the way they looked at Luo Feng had changed dramatically. What she is wearing does not mean poverty, but simplicity, a return to nature. Consumption, 36,000 yuan, remaining time 11 hours 9 minutes and 51 seconds. The prompts in Luo Feng's field of vision also changed. Wu Meng on the side clenched his hands excitedly. Her face was flushed and her eyes were as wet as water. Her chest kept rising and falling, and trembling slightly. At this moment, she felt that all the bitterness of this week turned into sweetness the moment Luo Feng scanned the code. Although Luo Feng still looks a little fat and a little old, but now he is the most handsome. I am speaking for him and will not accept any rebuttal. Brother Feng, I'll take you to check your body fat percentage, and then develop a daily exercise and diet plan for you. I didn't prepare lunch today, so I'll treat Brother Feng to some vegetarian food. It's right inside the mall, and the quality and taste are pretty good. Just now he called me Brother Luo, now he calls me Brother Feng. The tone also changed from polite to a slight clipping sound. Zhang Qian gritted her teeth as she watched, it was so infuriating. Luo Feng followed Wu Meng inside. At this time, he found that Wu Meng's twisting posture when walking was even more charming and attractive, with slight fluctuations. These buttocks and breasts are all authentic. As an old driver who has watched countless movies, Luo Feng gave his judgment. He moved his fingers involuntarily, feeling like he wanted to grab something. It should be very soft and elastic, right? No, I'm not that kind of person. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes focused without any hesitation. From beginning to end, it's somewhere. Wu Meng felt something and turned around to see Luo Feng's fiery eyes. My heart skipped a beat and I quickly turned back to the front. It seems that Brother Feng is no different from other men. But, be willing to spend money on yourself. So, what's the big deal if such a handsome guy like Feng looks at me a few more times? Not started again. Front desk. Maybe Wu Meng wanted to open an order, and then. It's not impossible. After all, it's 36,000. Even if you have the money, there's no need to buy 90 classes at once. The two people at the front desk complained maliciously, and Meng Qingyuan on the side shook her head speechlessly. The store manager had promised Wu Meng a higher commission rate, but she refused to drink. That means it's going to be 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a month, and 10,000 yuan a month. Meng Qingyuan said this lightly and left the front desk. Zhang Qian and Wang Yan stopped talking and curled their lips. They were just complaining to vent their depressed mood. Of course, this is where many rumors originate. Watching Meng Qingyuan's perky buttocks twisting as she walked away, the two men were extremely jealous. I thought that if you hadn't used the boss's backdoor, you might be in a worse situation than Wu Meng before. What are you showing off for? At this time, Yang Qing was walking towards the bathroom from a distance, looking like a successful person. Two beauties, I'm leaving now. See you this afternoon. Oh right, that poor bastard has left, right? I told you there's no way he'd spend money here without even considering his own abilities. Yang Qing greeted the two receptionists. After all, they were both beauties, and what if something happened in the future? But unexpectedly, after I finished speaking, the two receptionists looked at me and then their eyes returned to the computer. Wang Yan muttered quietly, what poor guy would be willing to spend over 30,000 yuan for 90 lessons? He's clearly a low-key rich man. Ah? More than 30,000 yuan in 90 classes? Are you crazy? Are you really so mad at yourself that you spend a lot of money on fitness? Yang Qing walked out in a daze. He imagined that Luo Feng would not buy the course, or buy some trial classes out of face, and it would be considered good if he spent 1,000 or 2 at most. But spending more than 30,000 yuan on courses was far beyond his expectations. If it cost a few hundred or 1,000, he would laugh at Luo Feng for spending money to experience the life of rich people. But after spending more than 30,000 yuan, it seemed that I became the one being ridiculed. He felt as sick as if he had eaten a fly. Thinking back to what he had said to Luo Feng, it seemed like he was slapping himself in the face. My face is burning. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Impossible. I must have misunderstood. A poor guy who broke up with his girlfriend yesterday because of the bride price, spends more than 30,000 yuan on fitness classes today? Unwilling to give up, he walked back to the front desk and confirmed again, Beauty, the 30,000 plus for 90 classes you mentioned, was it the one that loser named Luo bought just now? Zhang Qian was originally very unhappy, but when she saw Yang Qing being humiliated, she felt a little comforted and didn't feel so bad. She decided to step up her game and said, yes, but Mr. Luo is not a loser. He is a third-level VIP customer of our store. Mr. Luo has to have lunch with his coach at noon. Sir, you are now a level 1 member. Would you like to purchase some more lessons and become a level 3 VIP? Yang Qing's expression changed. He wanted to save face, but the price made him feel it was unnecessary. I have something to do at the company. Let's talk after practice. Yang Chan walked away in shame. What a bunch of snobs. Brother Feng, your body fat percentage has been detected. It's currently 24%. The normal range is 15%, 18%. Wu Meng came out carrying a fitness backpack and said to Luo Feng, who had just finished the test. This is a fitness gift bag we gave away. It contains a set of fitness clothes and a set of toiletries. The quality is pretty good. She bent down, opened her backpack, and displayed the items inside, all of which were well-known brands. Luo Feng just happened to walk beside her and looked at her suddenly raised buttocks in silence. The location was indeed very good and spot on, but I still controlled my hands and didn't take the photo. Okay, thanks. He was about to take the backpack. Wu Meng smiled and shook her head at him, saying, because these are new clothes and they fit close to the body, it's better to wash them before wearing them. I'll wash it later. It will be dry by the time we get back from dinner, so we can start practicing this afternoon. Luo Feng nodded and praised, you are very thoughtful. Thank you for your help. Wu Meng received the affirmation and smiled even sweeter. She said, I must serve Brother Feng well. I'll go wash the clothes first. I'll be back in 2 minutes. After Wu Meng left, Luo Feng took out his mobile phone to watch a short video. A beautiful figure walked in. Luo Feng looked up. It's so big. Chapter 8 TNTU, don't waste. Brother Feng, let's add each other on WeChat. You can ask me if you have any questions about fitness in the future. Meng Qingyuan sat down next to Luo Feng and spoke without any hesitation. She had just seen that Luo Feng was definitely a lustful man. Very bold, looking at certain parts of yourself without any concealment. Before paying, Meng Qingyuan was very surprised. How could a poor person be so bold? Generally speaking, one should be evasive and act with low self-esteem. After paying, she realized that this man was confident and not poor as others said. It's the kind of confidence that radiates from the inside out. Good. Luo Feng naturally had no problem with this. The more beauties of this level, the better. Don't worry about whether it's for money or not, just accept your selfless donation. Hundreds of millions at a time. After adding the friend, the other party immediately sent the phone number. Then I'll be leaving first, Brother Feng. Bye. See you at noon. When she stood up, the edge of her huge buttocks touched Luo Feng's arm. Then she met Luo Feng's gaze and winked playfully. Hiss. This goblin is quite powerful. Luo Feng even wanted to raise his stick to subdue the demon. She just said see you at noon, what is going on? Luo Feng didn't understand, so he chose to wait. Less than a minute after Meng Qingyuan left, Wu Meng walked in happily. Brother Feng, I've put my underwear and bath towels in the washing machine separately. It will take about 2 hours. By the way, Brother Feng, let me add you on WeChat so we can keep in touch. Luo Feng smiled and said, your home is about to be robbed, and you only remember to add WeChat now. Nodding, he opened the QR code. Wu Meng kept looking at Luo Feng. When she opened WeChat and called up the QR code, she saw a very familiar WeChat avatar. Sister Qingyuan? When did she add Brother Feng on WeChat? Is it ready? Luo Feng saw Wu Meng stunned and asked. Oh, sorry, add it right away. After adding the friend and sending the call, Wu Meng was still thinking. The CPU is almost smoking. There's still more than an hour until noon. I'm going to the mall to buy some things. I want to find someone to hang out with, who can give me some advice and it won't be so boring. Do you have time? Luo Feng asked. As if by accident, he clicked on Meng Qingyuan's chat, which showed the time when the other party added him and the cute greeting he sent. Wu Meng's eyes widened, and she finally understood when Sister Qingyuan added her as a friend. It happened while I was doing the laundry. Less than 2 minutes, literally taking advantage of every opportunity. I have a class later. Before she finished speaking, she saw Luo Feng seem to be preparing to type a question to Meng Qingyuan. I'll ask for leave right away, Brother Feng, wait for me and change clothes. Luo Feng put down his phone and nodded, then I'll wait for you at the door. It turns out that there is productivity only when there is competition, and internal competition is the king. After Luo Feng walked away, Wu Meng stomped her feet in anger. We can't let Brother Feng be snatched away. She made up her mind secretly and quickly sent a message to the store manager asking for leave. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, she went to the dressing room. Anyway, the maximum penalty for taking an unauthorized leave is 500 yuan. Compared with the risk of losing Brother Feng, it is not worth mentioning. You should know that as long as you maintain a good relationship with a big customer like Luo Feng, the future commissions from lessons and sales will be very considerable. Luo Feng naturally didn't know that Wu Meng had so many thoughts. He just wanted a beautiful woman to accompany him to the mall and spend money. He didn't care whether it was Wu Meng or Meng Qingyuan. So when I was about to type and ask Meng Qingyuan in person just now, it was my true thoughts and I was not hiding anything at all. I have money, I am willing to spend it, and I will be even richer in the future. Do we still need to consider other people's emotions? Arrived at the front desk. he saw Zhang Qian and Wang Yan playing with their mobile phones. As receptionists, their looks and figures were above average. In the Tanhua series, it is also top level. After approaching, the two stood up and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Brother Luo." "Brother Luo, are you leaving?" Zhang Qian asked with a smile. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. "Brother Luo, add me on WeChat. We can play together whenever we have time." Zhang Qian said. "Yes, I know there's a new place that serves special dishes. They're delicious. We can go try it together after get off work." Wang Yan said. Luo Feng looked at the two of them carefully. They were about 1.6 meters tall and good looking, but their nutrition was not as good as Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan. But since others are so proactive, there is no reason to refuse. The body is different for all sizes. To experience different human bodies, one must have an open mind to embrace everything. Luo Feng showed the QR code. The two scanned the code with a little excitement. Already added, Luo Gu Clip Sound X2. Luo Feng sat on the sofa and agreed to their friend requests. "Brother Luo, are you waiting for someone?" The two thought Luo Feng was about to leave. "Well, I'm waiting for Meng Meng," Luo Feng said casually. Hiss. "It's already called Meng Meng." Zhang Qian and Wang Yan looked at each other secretly, both a little surprised. Could it be that what we just complained about was true? She accompanied me to the mall, and I bought some things and asked her for advice. Wang Yan asked, "Brother Luo, are you buying this for your sister-in-law?" Luo Feng said, "We just broke up and don't even have a girlfriend yet." "Oh, Luo Gu is so handsome and has such a good temperament. There must be a lot of people lining up to chase him." "That is. You're just a nobody." Luo Feng still has some self-awareness. He is of average height, overweight, and looks above average. He is also older. It turns out that you still need money to cover up all aesthetic problems and automatically apply high-power beauty filters. The emotional value provided by these two front desks is pretty good. You can pay attention to them later and buy some gifts. When it comes to fishing, men are professionals. Bite. Trigger a random task, give a gift casually. Mission objective, give Zhang Qian and Wang Yan each a gift worth no less than 5,000 yuan. Mission reward, a top-of-the-line Wenjie M9. Luo Feng, who was enjoying the attention of the two people at the front desk, heard a system prompt in his mind. He was slightly stunned, then smiled happily. A top-of-the-line Wenjie M9, the latest model, has an official price of 569,800 yuan and features top-level intelligent driving. In terms of configuration, comfort, and intelligent driving level, it absolutely beats joint venture cars of the same level. It is a very popular large pure electric SUV among domestic electric cars. Now you can exchange it for 10,000 gifts. Brother Feng, sorry for the long wait. Wu Meng walked out. In addition to the fitness vest on her upper body, she now wore a denim jacket, revealing her slim waist. Her lower body was changed into slim jeans and white sneakers. She was young and beautiful, and her looks and figure overshadowed the two receptionists present. "Very beautiful, let's go," Luo Feng exclaimed in praise. Wu Meng smiled happily upon hearing that, and then the two of them walked out of the fitness center. Zhang Qian and Wang Yan followed with envy and jealousy. "I've never seen her go out with a client before. Sure enough, there's still not enough money." After the two walked away, Zhang Qian and Wang Yan started to complain. "I didn't drink the wine offered by the store manager before. It turns out that I didn't have enough chips. Oh, why can't I meet a boyfriend like this?" The two looked at each other. Luo Gu doesn't he have a girlfriend yet? Chapter 9 Wu Meng's bottom line, Meng Qingyuan's ideal. On the first floor of the shopping mall. "Brother Feng, what do you want to buy?" Wu Meng asked as he stood beside Luo Feng. With her extremely good looks and perfect figure, the men around her are attracted by her like being attracted by a magnet, and they can't help but imagine some scenes that are not suitable for children. Luo Feng, who was by her side, was naturally the object of envy and jealousy of all men. This bastard must be a money grubber. In an action movie, it could form a certain plot, like slapping the wife in front of her husband. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Luo Feng was calm and enjoyed the attention of people around him. Once upon a time, he was one of the crowd. "Let's buy 2 sets of clothes and shoes first." The clothes Luo Feng wears now are all cheap ones from Taobao. Underwear is 99 yuan for 3 pieces, and socks are 10 yuan for 3 pairs. The price doesn't have to be expensive, the main thing is that it's comfortable to wear. Luo Feng has basically not bought any clothes in shopping malls in recent years. Even when he was the richest, he had bought 1 or 2 luxury items. I have also seen luxury clothing costing tens of thousands of yuan, and custom-made clothes costing hundreds of thousands of yuan. I heard that there are those evening gowns that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each and are only worn for one day. Luo Feng had only seen what real rich people looked like on TV news. When he was at his richest, his assets were just over 10 million, just enough to qualify as a middle-class person. Wu Meng didn't use the definition of expensive for Luo Feng, so it was difficult to judge. I had no choice but to take Fengge to a men's clothing store based on how rich he was. I ended up buying 3 sets, spending more than 30,000 yuan, which is about the same as what I spent on courses today. Seeing that Luo Feng didn't even blink when paying, she felt that she was still too conservative. Luo Feng was very satisfied with this, because Wu Meng's aesthetic taste was indeed good, and the clothes she chose looked very good when she tried them on. As for the price, he thought it was quite expensive. This is the salary for the previous 4 months of work. At this moment, the message in his field of vision had changed to, consumed, 68,500 yuan, remaining time 9 hours 30 minutes and 52 seconds. The remaining balance in the bank card is 328,431.3 yuan. After buying clothes, it was already 11:30, so Wu Meng suggested having lunch first. Wait a little longer and there will be more people. Luo Feng had no objection and followed Wu Meng to the vegetarian restaurant. Hi. Brother Luo. Xiao Meng. I didn't expect you guys to come over for dinner too. Meng Qingyuan was wearing a thin down jacket that barely covered her buttocks, and yoga pants on the lower body. Her hair was untied and draped over her shoulders. With her baby face, she looked like a pure little white flower. She looked very surprised. Luo Feng expressed his affirmation of his acting skills. Sister Qingyuan. Wu Meng was very unhappy. Meng Qingyuan had been secretly contacting her clients, and now they met unexpectedly. There was a high probability that they would have lunched together again, which made her feel very dangerous and passive. It's so bad, robbing someone in front of him. Hello, beautiful lady. Luo Feng didn't care about that and greeted him with a smile. Brother Luo, you can just call me Qing Yuan. That's what all my good friends call me. Meng Qingyuan walked closer to Luo Feng than Wu Meng. There was a slight tingling sensation between his arms, which made Luo Feng feel itchy. Brother Feng, let's go in and eat first. Wu Meng was feeling sulky because Brother Feng obviously didn't resist Meng Qingyuan. I want to eat quickly and pray that Meng Qingyuan won't be too shameless. Since we've met, let's eat together. Meng Qingyuan said naturally. Luo Feng looked at Wu Meng. It was she who invited him to dinner. Let her make the decision and don't take the blame. Wu Meng thought to himself that Meng Qingyuan was really shameless. Can I refuse firmly? Okay, as long as Brother Feng doesn't mind. Wu Meng just hoped that Luo Feng could understand her. I can do anything. Luo Feng non-stick pan. Let us go then. Wu Meng said somewhat unwillingly, Brother Feng is still too lustful. Sister Qingyuan is so proactive, he will definitely not refuse. What if after a month, when the class is over, Sister Qingyuan snatches it away? The girl at the front desk of the vegetarian restaurant was amazed by what she saw, and her gossip fire was burning. How can this unattractive, overweight middle-aged man be so charming? How did these two beauties become blind? The front desk guided the 3 people to the window seats. There were only 2 rows, so how could they sit? Nothing went wrong. Luo Feng sat down first, and Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan sat in another row. You 3 can scan the QR code to order. Seeing that there was no gossip, the front desk clerk left disappointed. When the 3 of them finished eating, it was already 12:30. Bite. If it is detected that the host has 2 high-quality friends of the opposite sex who are willing to accompany him for more than 30 minutes, a random task will be triggered. The host is asked to generously donate and give the 2 female friends gifts that they have long admired but cannot afford. Task 1. Give Wu Meng a Cartier watch, number WJBA0015, priced at 222,000 yuan. Task 1. Reward, a house in the Blue Water and Blue Sky community. Task 2. Give Meng Qingyuan a Louis Vuitton PIC trunk handbag, number M47116, priced at 76,000 yuan. Reward for Task 2, 1 year's tuition for Mengqing Yuan. Luo Feng enjoyed the meal very much. He didn't notice what the vegetarian meal tasted like, but beauty can really be eaten. Civilized language is a feast for the eyes. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain after the meal. Originally, he just wanted to spend all his money in the gold shop in the afternoon, buy gifts worth about 10,000 yuan each for Wu Meng and Mengqing Yuan, and 5,000 yuan each for the other two receptionists, and maximize his profits. But I didn't expect that the system structure was much larger than mine. The reward for Task 1, the Blue Water and Blue Sky Community, is a community outside the 3rd Ring Road. It mainly consists of large flats and is relatively expensive, priced at around 40,000 yuan per square meter. The starting area is over 200 square meters, and one unit costs tens of millions. The green environment is very good. There is a large lake and a green park around it, which is known as the city's oxygen bar. There is a grade I hospital 2 kilometers away with very good medical conditions. This can be for my parents to live in. In order to help me pay off my mortgage, my parents sold their house and returned to their hometown in the countryside. Luo Feng has always been worried that his parents might fall or trip in his hometown, and there is only a small rural clinic with very poor medical conditions. Now, the environment here is good, the medical conditions are good, and we can hire a nanny to clean and cook, so that our parents can enjoy life in peace. The reward for Task 2, if calculated based on a coach teaching 5 classes a day, is conservatively estimated to be 110 classes a month excluding rest days, which is 44,000 yuan a month and 528,000 yuan a year. This reward is equivalent to giving Luo Feng his own exclusive full-time coach. After considering the reward, Luo Feng's eyes looking at the two of them became even more passionate. After all, they were both making money for him. Brother Feng, should we go back to the fitness center or continue shopping at the mall? Wu Meng's breathing became a little nervous when Luo Feng looked at her. His eyes were too aggressive, and she felt like she had no clothes on. She came to this fitness center right after graduating from college and had less than a year of work experience. I have also experienced hints and explicit suggestions from rich people. I suggested buying her a 20,000 yuan bag and going out to play. Although her family conditions were average, she always stuck to her bottom line and clearly refused. Brother Feng was a little different. He first spent a lot of money, and then made some very ordinary requests as an ordinary friend, which made it impossible for her to refuse. But anyone who saw Feng Ji's naked eyes knew that he had feelings for her, but he just didn't say it out loud or show it. Wu Meng was terrified but still held on to a glimmer of hope. Maybe Brother Feng is different from other men? Brother Feng, how about we go shopping again? I just want to buy something and I'd like to trouble Brother Feng for some advice. Mengqing Yuan also felt Luo Feng's gaze, and compared to Wu Meng, she responded with a teasing look. She has worked in this store for 3 years since graduation. I was ignorant in the first year and stuck to the bottom line. I earned a few thousand yuan a month and had to live frugally if I wanted to buy a bag. The next year, 2 of her colleagues got married, bought houses and cars, and had 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Now they post photos of their travel check-ins every day. From then on, she was determined to find a truly rich man and live a life like this, or even better. This year, she'd been keeping an eye out for them, but most of them were just superficial. They sounded like CEOs, but actually earned 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a year, or they had run companies with massive debts and were trying to trick her into becoming a legal representative. Today, she felt that Luo Feng seemed to have this ability. Let's go, I'm just about to buy some gifts for people. Luo Feng stood up, paused at each of them, gave them a hint, and then walked out first. Today, it's not just about getting rewards, it's about getting people. Chapter 10, Bottom Lines Are Meant to be Broken. With the attitude of giving priority to ladies, he accompanied Mengqing Yuan to go shopping first. It turned out to be a lingerie store. Mengqing Yuan didn't waste much time. She took 2 pieces of underwear, asked Luo Feng's opinion, and then paid the bill directly. The bras were D-cup, with very little fabric and were quite see-through, one purple and one black. Luo Feng just imagined how she would look like wearing it, and he felt a little excited. Mengqing Yuan even let Luo Feng touch it to feel the material, and then whispered in his ear. If I put it on from now on, will it be like your hand touching me somewhere? Damn it. If Wu Meng hadn't been right next to him, he would have had to have close contact with Mengqing Yuan. Little did he know that if Wu Meng was not there, Mengqing Yuan would not dare to tease him like this. Wu Meng on the side sighed inwardly. Sister Qing Yuan is so powerful that Brother Feng or any man can't withstand her. I can't learn it at all, and I don't want to learn it. But the future classes will definitely be in jeopardy. Let's go to the gold shop and buy some cheap gifts. Meng Qingyuan and Wu Meng's hearts skipped a beat, feeling that the gift was bought for themselves. And one advantage of gifts from gold shops is that they maintain their value. I just don't know what level Brother Feng's attack will be. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zhou Jingjin. What would you three like to choose? The female clerk gave us a warm welcome. Take a look at the bracelet that costs around 5,000. Luo Feng said. Okay, this way please. The female clerk led the way. Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan followed, feeling very satisfied with the gift at this price. After all, Brother Feng didn't make any requests, so it's like giving it away for free. Some bosses said that they gave themselves bags worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, all with the intention of taking them out for something. The difference in pattern between the two are huge. However, the two of them never thought that this gift was not for them, but for the front desk. It's all tasks. I didn't intend to have anything happen with the front desk. Luo Feng quickly selected two pieces of similar styles, both priced at 5,888 yuan, weighing less than 10 grams. The price of gold is getting higher and higher. I asked the two of them to try them on separately. They both fit well, so I asked the clerk to pack them up. Seeing the clerk packing them separately, Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan were both happy. Everyone is wondering whether they should give it to themselves now. I'll leave it in the store first, and someone will come pick it up later. Luo Feng said this to the clerk, and then told the clerk to give it to someone later when they come with a photo of the receipt. He had already sent the photos to Zhang Qian and Wang Yan, asking them to come and pick them up later. Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan were slightly disappointed. These two beautiful ladies have been with me for so long, I must show my appreciation. Let's go to Cartier first. Luo Feng looked at Wu Meng and said, you should know where it is, right? Wu Meng was a little confused, and the feeling of loss he had just felt was suddenly brought up again. She is very familiar with the Cartier store in this mall. Brother Feng asked himself, is he buying it for himself? But Cartier is a bit expensive. Will he be like other men, making conditions before buying things, like taking it out? I arrived at the store with great anticipation and anxiety. Welcome to Cartier. Come in. When the female clerk saw the clothes of the man and two women, she had already calculated the total price of each person's clothes in her mind. Men are within 500, tall beauties of 1.7 meters are within 3,000, and beauties with baby faces and big breasts are within 10,000. But the three were obviously led by a man. Thanks to her good upbringing, or perhaps the store's rules, she had to treat every customer warmly, so she didn't look down on people, be cold or even mock them just because they were dressed cheaply. Let's take a look at the ladies' watches. Luo Feng said without wasting time. Okay, please follow me. The clerk led the three people to the watch area. Then there was an introduction, talking about the brand and style, all that luxury stuff. If the story is well written, hemp rope will be more valuable than gold bars. Meng, do you have anything you like? Wu Meng's heartbeat quickened, but the watches in front of her were too expensive. The cheapest one cost tens of thousands, and the one she liked cost 220,000. Brother Feng, forget it, it's too expensive. Although Wu Meng wanted it very much, her logic told her that if she accepted it at this price, she would not be able to refuse if Brother Feng made unreasonable demands. Let's go with this one. Luo Feng pointed to a watch with a black strap, a platinum case and a round beaded crown, inlaid with many small diamonds. Yes, sir. The female clerk was delighted. This uncle looked unskillful, but he spent 222,000 at once. This commission. Ah. Wu Meng was surprised. This was the one he liked best. He had been thinking about it ever since he saw this watch by chance. Was it because I was too obvious just now and Brother Feng saw through it? But this watch is too expensive, far beyond my expectations. Brother Feng. Don't do this, don't. It's too expensive. She was both excited and scared. If he really bought it for herself, how could she refuse Brother Feng? Many people appear to have no value on the surface, but they actually have it. From a few hundred to a few thousand, ordinary people can encounter it. In some places, it may cost 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month. For Wu Meng, he could refuse 20,000 without hesitation, but what if it rose to 50,000? Still not working? What about 100,000? 200,000? The most important thing is that in her eyes, Luo Feng is a hidden tycoon. As long as she accepts him this time, she will give him more money in the future. Luo Feng saw that Wu Meng's attitude was quite determined. Although he seemed hesitant at this moment, the mission had to be completed without any mistakes. He decided to give Wu Meng a way out to make the gift delivery smoother. He took a deep breath, his expression shifting, his eyes changing from lustful to a hint of sadness. 10 years ago, I had a younger sister who wanted to buy a doll. I had just started working and had no money, so I promised to buy her one after receiving my first month's salary. She jumped up with joy and kissed me on the cheek while I wasn't paying attention. We've been waiting for the day when we'll get paid. But Wu Meng, Meng Qingyuan, and the female clerk were all listening attentively. When they heard his tone suddenly change, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. A car accident meant she could no longer see the doll she wanted. As expected, X3. Luo Feng spoke in a sad tone, looked up and sighed. I thought to myself, for the sake of this mission, a sister who didn't exist died. What a huge price I paid. Brother Feng. X2. Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan both wanted to comfort him. Please help me put it on her. I'm still quite wealthy now, and I can't let this kind of regret happen to me again. What's this little money? As my friend, as long as you're happy, I'm willing to pay you millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. The female clerk was still very emotional. She had heard that raising a valuable canary would cost several million. For example, 100,000 a month would cost 1.2 million a year. She had never seen anyone give a 220,000 yuan watch as a gift at the beginning when it was obvious that they had not discussed that stage. This means that this 1.7-meter tall beauty may really get tens of millions of dollars in wealth in the future. As for hundreds of millions, she didn't dare to think about it. Picking up the watch, the clerk skillfully put it on Wu Meng. Wu Meng was stunned. Just when he was distracted, he found a watch worth 222,000 yuan on his hand. She felt her heart beating a little faster and she felt a little dazed. Thank you, Brother Feng. She hesitated for a moment, then gently took Luo Feng's arm and said softly, I'm sorry for reminding Brother Feng of sad things just now. As a younger sister, it should be okay for me to hold my brother's arm and offer comfort, right? The sister that Brother Feng just mentioned kissed him secretly. Then myself. She looked at Luo Feng, her face slightly red. Meng Qingyuan gritted her teeth as she watched. A wealthy man of Brother Feng's level was exactly what she had been looking for. Sir and madam, please take care and welcome to visit us next time. The female clerk looked at Luo Feng and the other two as they walked out the door, feeling very confused. There are two women and one man, so can't the other woman be a younger sister? Why not buy another gift for your other sister? Sister Qingyuan, let's go shopping at LV. You can lead the way. Chapter 11 Brother Feng, what should I do? LV store. Meng Qingyuan looked at the row of bags and finally chose the pick trunk handbag that she had wanted to buy for a long time, which cost 76,000 yuan. Brother Feng, can I choose this one? Before Wu Meng bought the watch, she would definitely not have chosen this one. If we meet on the first day and spend less than 2 hours together, and then you are asked to choose a gift, will you buy a LV bag worth 76,000? No problem, scan the code. Payment successful. After walking out of the store, Wu Meng went to the bathroom. Luo Feng and Meng Qingyuan sat side by side on chairs in the corridor. Then the arms were hugged. Brother Feng, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Meng Qingyuan placed Luo Feng's arm in the middle to facilitate massage. Luo Feng was not polite and rubbed her thighs. Very elastic and smooth. I already have an appointment. Li Shuer said yesterday that she would come to see me today, and just now she sent me another message saying that she would get off work at 5:30 in the afternoon. Tomorrow night, please? Meng Qingyuan shook Luo Feng's arm, which was originally a weapon, and attacked him from both sides. Good. Luo Feng actually wanted to try it out freely and test its elasticity, but there were too many people in the mall, so he had to give up. As soon as Wu Meng came out, he saw Meng Qingyuan leaning on Brother Feng, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. He had no choice but to walk to Luo Feng, put his other arm around his, then raised his hand and looked at the time on his watch. It's already 1:30, Brother Feng, let's get ready for the gym at 2 o'clock. Luo Feng thought Wu Meng's voice was quite nice, but it took him a while to look at his watch. Humph, you're lucky to have met Brother Feng first. Meng Qingyuan cursed inwardly and decided to look at her phone instead of the person showing off. Bite. Mission objective: give Zhang Qin and Wang Yan each a gift worth no less than 5,000 yuan. Completed. Mission reward issued. The system prompt sound just rang in Luo Feng's mind. He checked his phone and saw that a few WeChat messages had been sent to him a minute ago, but he didn't click on them to read them. After all, there are people on both sides. Ding ling ling. Then, a phone call came. Take an arm out of someone's arms, connect it, and put it to your ear. Hello, is this Mr. Luo? The other party asked politely. It's me. Luo Feng felt that it was a bit like the beginning of a common scam call, and was ready to hang up as soon as he heard the sales pitch. The 24 models of the M9 Ultra electric sedan you ordered have been delivered to the address you provided. It's in the parking lot on the basement level of Wanda Plaza. Is it convenient for you to pick it up now? I can only say that it is very convenient. After all, it is just upstairs. The system service is very considerate. That's convenient. I'm at the mall. I'm coming downstairs now. Okay, the specific address of the parking space has been sent to your mobile phone via text message. Luo Feng smiled at the two people beside him and said, "You guys go to work first. I'll go downstairs to take care of something and come up soon." Okay, brother Feng, I'll just go back and take out your clothes to let them air out, and you can wear them directly later. Wu Meng smiled sweetly. She was only 1.7 meters tall and looked like a little bird. Then Feng brother, if you are tired of practicing with Meng Mei, you can come to me. I can dance. Meng Qingyuan also said with a smile, with her pure baby face, she looked innocent. The two women looked at each other, and sparks seemed to fly. Luo Feng didn't care. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. After saying goodbye to the two women, Luo Feng went down to the parking lot and found the car. The car lights were still on, and a staff member in a suit and tie was standing next to it. When he saw Luo Feng, he immediately came over and said, "Hello, Mr. Luo, please check the exterior and interior of the vehicle. The battery is fully charged." Luo Feng took a quick look at the exterior and interior and found nothing wrong with them. The vehicle has been registered. Here are the relevant documents. Please check them. Seeing that Luo Feng had completed the vehicle inspection and found no problems, the staff handed him a document bag. When he opened it, it contained various documents. Luo Feng was actually very surprised. He managed to get all these documents by himself without any approval? On the surface, everything seems calm, which can only be attributed to the system's magical power. Mr. Luo, the vehicle has been handed over. If you encounter any problems during use, you can provide feedback in your exclusive after-sales group, or call me directly or the official after-sales number. We provide 24-hour service and are available at any time. Luo Feng was very satisfied and the service was very thoughtful. After the staff left, Luo Feng got in the car, turned on the music and tried out the legendary 25-unit acoustics. Then I sat in the middle boss seat, tried the Shuyun double enjoyment chair, and prepared to take a 10-minute nap. Bang, bang, bang. Someone is knocking on the car window. Luo Feng was feeling a little unhappy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he impatiently opened the window. Xing Yuan? Luo Feng was a little surprised. Brother Feng, are you unhappy to see me? Meng Qingyuan felt a little aggrieved. She was a little nervous when she saw Luo Feng looking unhappy. Luo Feng was just annoyed because he was disturbed when he was about to fall asleep, so there was no expression on his face. Why, get in the car. When Luo Feng saw Meng Qingyuan, his whole body was eager to move. In the mall, I was completely seduced by this enchantress. This car is really big and the seats are so comfortable. Meng Qingyuan got in the car and unzipped her coat, revealing her black vest and firm belly. Yours is big too. Luo Feng spoke without concealing anything, his eyes fixed on her. He felt a rage inside him that wanted to be released, but he held it back, wanting to see what this goblin meant. A man and a woman were alone in the car, and the privacy glass in the back row made the atmosphere even more ambiguous. Brother Feng. Meng Qingyuan's face flushed. She had rehearsed it countless times in her mind this year, but when it came to the final step, she was actually a little scared. I'm afraid that this man doesn't have the ability, or he'll just take the beginning and not care about the end. She is looking for a long-term or even lifetime meal ticket. Meng Qingyuan said timidly, just now at the mall, I had a lot to say to Brother Feng, but Meng was there, so I didn't feel comfortable. Just now I heard from Brother Luo on the phone that he was going to the parking lot on the third floor below ground, so I thought I could come over and talk to him privately. Luo Feng nodded and said, "Go ahead and talk. I'm listening." When the gifts were handed over to Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan, the system prompted that the rewards had been issued and were currently waiting to be collected. "Brother Feng, you just said that as a friend, it's no problem to give you millions or tens of millions. Does that mean anything?" Meng Qingyuan asked with courage. Of course, Luo Feng smiled, but friends also have different levels. If it's just a chance encounter, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands would be enough. If you're together day and night, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions would be more appropriate. Meng Qingyuan's eyes lit up and she asked, "Brother Feng, can I be your friend?" Luo Feng looked Meng Qingyuan up and down. She couldn't help but get nervous. "When I buy you a bag, you are already my friend. Whether we spend every day together or not is up to you." After Luo Feng finished speaking, he collected Meng Qingyuan's mission reward in his mind. A sum of 528,000 yuan, used solely for purchasing Meng Qingyuan's private lessons, has been received. "Brother Feng, what should I do?" Meng Qingyuan asked nervously. "Just like what you said in the lingerie store, but I want it to be direct instead of indirect, and I want it to go a step further." Luo Feng's eyes were burning, and his tent was slightly bulging. Meng Qingyuan noticed Luo Feng's expression and some changes. Her heartbeat quickened dramatically, and she tried to speak calmly. "This is my first time. I'm afraid I'm following the wrong person." She looked at Luo Feng, waiting for his response. Luo Feng nodded, and on the fitness center's official account, he chose Meng Qingyuan and purchased private lessons, choosing 1,320 class hours for a total of 528,000 yuan. SMS verification, payment successful. This is my deposit. Next, it depends on your performance. Luo Feng sent the screenshot to Meng Qingyuan. Chapter 12, Meeting the Ex-Girlfriend. Meng Qingyuan's WeChat message rang on her phone. She opened it and was shocked by the 1,320 class hours and 528,000 yuan. The phone rang at this time. It was the company's finance department. "Xingyuan, did you know that just now, one person bought all your lessons for a year? Is it that the big boss has taken a fancy to you? You must seize this opportunity, this is definitely a super boss. The finance lady is also a money-loving woman. She has a good relationship with Meng Qingyuan." When she saw this huge single sales amount, she was shocked. "Yeah, I'm with him now. I'll hang up first." Meng Qingyuan hung up the phone. He took off his coat, sat on Luo Feng, and put his hands around his neck. She said in a trembling voice, "Brother Feng, love me." Luo Feng's little dad was pressed down, and then his lips felt warm and wet. His hands were out of control of reason and taken over by worldly desires. Then wander back and forth between the mountains and the deep valleys. The temperature inside the car began to rise, but fortunately, we were wearing less and less clothes, so we didn't get heat stroke. It's really too hot. Most men can withstand that. But the combat environment in the car was obviously not very good, as there were too many vehicles passing by. Luo Feng settled for the second best and tried a different approach. 20 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz GLC drove up and stopped next to Luo Fengche. "Lily, this is the latest model, the M9, that I told you about. I'm planning to buy one with my bonus at the end of the year." Yang Qing parked the car and said to Lily, the passenger seat, This car looks so impressive. I didn't expect domestically produced cars to be so good these days." Lily exclaimed in admiration. She didn't know much about cars, but she just agreed with Yang Qing. "Yes, this car's intelligent driving is very impressive. Just like if we can't find a parking spot, we can get off the car and go shopping in the mall first. Let the car find a spot and park itself." Yang Qing became more and more excited as he spoke. He looked around the car and became more and more satisfied. "Hey, Brother Qing, there seems to be someone in this car. The display screens inside are all lit up, and it seems like they are listening to music." Lily glanced at the front row of the cab and said. Yang Chang also took a look and found that it was indeed the case. Someone must be resting in the back seat. This car has privacy glass in the back, and it's very comfortable. If we buy this car, we can then. "Oh, Qing brother, you are so annoying." Yang Qing and Lily were flirting with each other. Meng Qingyuan got out of the car wearing a down jacket. Her down jacket was unzipped, revealing her sexy and firm belly. At this moment, she looked around with her mouth puffed out, as if she was looking for something. Hi, Coach Meng. Yang Qing recognized Meng Qingyuan and greeted her warmly. Lily also looked over and found that the girl was very beautiful, a pure school beauty type, with a great figure, and her bust was more than twice her size. I just feel that the vests and yoga pants the girls are wearing are very wrinkled, as if they have been severely ravaged. Meng Qingyuan heard the greeting, looked at Yang Chang and Lily, and nodded. Then, he closed his eyes helplessly, moved his throat, and swallowed what was in his mouth. Hey, how do we find a female coach? Lily pinched Yang Qing's arm. She was still so beautiful and sexy. I got to the store and the receptionist called me herself. It's just a workout. What have you been thinking about all day? Yang Qing quickly explained that he and Lily didn't end up checking into a hotel yesterday because his ex-wife-to-be was asking for a divorce, so they were planning to make up for it today and couldn't let it get ruined again. I don't care, you have to change to a male coach. Lily was very worried about Yang Qing. Yang Qing was a little impatient with Lily, but he was helpless. I'm about to get divorced, and Lily still looks pretty good, so I can't get rid of her. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go up first. Before leaving, Yang Qing couldn't help but look back at Meng Qingyuan, only to find an unexpected person getting out of the car. Then, Meng Qingyuan walked up and hugged him. The man put his arm around her waist, then reached down into her down jacket and thrust hard. Why is it him? How could he do this? Why doesn't she resist? Yang Qing felt it was ridiculous. What was going on in this world? The goddess that he had been longing for but couldn't get was actually being toyed with by this loser? Is the goddess still enjoying it? Is he really a hidden tycoon? I bought more than 30,000 yuan worth of courses this morning, and I was in the car with the goddess just now? Yang Qing began to doubt whether what Lily had told him at first was true. After dating for so long, didn't you realize that this man is rich? Aside. Lily was very unhappy. Why was Yang Chang still looking at the female coach? And watched it for so long? Turn around and look. Luo Feng? Why are you here? How is that possible? You and her? Lily was so shocked that she lost her volume control and sang very loudly. She couldn't believe it. Why did Luo Feng get out of that car? Why are you so close to this woman? Is he on the list of rich women? But this rich woman is a fitness coach? This face, this figure. How could it be possible that Luo Feng was getting fat in his middle age? Luo Feng didn't notice Lily and the others at first. He just noticed a car coming and ended the matter hastily. Anyway, the main meal will be in the evening. It was originally scheduled for tomorrow evening, and he couldn't wait any longer. After having dinner with Li Shuer, I planned to go to Meng Qingyuan's house. I just wanted to whet Meng Qingyuan's appetite. It's better to be formal the first time. At this moment, the familiar voice of his ex-girlfriend sounded in the distance, interrupting his intimate time with Qingyuan. He looked over unhappily. Stupid. He put his arm around Meng Qingyuan's slender waist and walked towards the elevator. Yang Qing and Lily seemed to be stunned and were still immersed in shock. Meng Qingyuan looked at Lily curiously and felt that she was not as pretty as the receptionists Zhang Qian and Wang Yan, and her figure was even more ordinary. Brother Feng, them? Meng Qingyuan asked. Two clowns, ignore them. Luo Feng said casually. When hearing this, the one who reacted the most was Li Li. You're just a useless loser, why are you pretending? You can't even afford a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, and you're pretending to be rich? She excitedly said to Meng Qingyuan, my beautiful lady, don't be fooled by him. He is my ex-boyfriend and we just broke up yesterday. How could I not know whether he has money or not? He's definitely lying to you. Yes, he had 190,000 yuan and borrowed 60,000 yuan. Did he use the 250,000 yuan to pretend to be rich and deceive you? The more Lily spoke, the more she felt that her guess was true. There is no such thing as getting rich overnight, it's all a scam. Meng Qingyuan first looked at Luo Feng and saw his expression of disgust. Meng Qingyuan let go of his arm. Lily was delighted to see this, thinking that Meng Qingyuan had also seen through Luo Feng's identity as a fake rich man. Bang! Meng Qingyuan walked towards Lily and slapped her loudly. The chattering Lily was stunned. You are not allowed to slander Brother Feng. Yang Qing reacted at this time and pulled Lily over to prevent Meng Qingyuan from hitting her again. After all, the other party is a fitness coach, who is not comparable to a weak woman like Li Li. He looked at the slap mark on Li Li's face and angrily said to Meng Qingyuan, "How could you hit someone? I'm going to complain to your fitness center." Li Li also reacted at this time and said angrily, "I reminded you kindly, but you hit me. Damn it. I'm going to call the police and have you put in detention." Chapter 13 The embryonic form of the dream, Wu Meng eats it. Luo Feng was very relieved. Meng Qingyuan did not question herself. Choose to save your face with a slap. It's time for me to stand up. Li Li, I remember you work at Xinqing Culture Company, right? If everyone in your company knew that you were having an affair with your married boss, what would the consequences be? Luo Feng asked Li Li coldly. How, did you know? Li Li was stunned. When they were together before, she only told him the name of the company and her position was very vague. How did he know that Yang Qing was his boss and was married? Did he investigate himself? No matter what it was, she didn't dare to make trouble again. If the whole company really knew that I was with Yang Qing, not only me, but Yang Qing might also lose his job. Li Li and Yang Qing calmed down. He stood aside, not daring to say anything, with a grim expression on his face. Luo Feng put his arm around Meng Qingyuan's waist again and pressed the elevator button. While waiting, he looked at the reminder sent by the system just now. It was detected that the host and Meng Qingyuan were having an intimate relationship. Name, Meng Qingyuan. Age, 26. Rating, 91. Meng Qingyuan's score meets the requirements for a fixed intimate lover. Should she be bound? Whether. Note 1. After being bound as a fixed intimate lover, the woman will fall in love with the host wholeheartedly and will be protected by the system and will not be violated by others. Note 2. After being bound as a fixed intimate lover, regardless of the host's physical condition, every time they have sex, they will be in peak condition. Yes. Bite. Binding successful. The second fixed lover, Meng Qingyuan. Reward, 588,455 yuan. Changes with the host's wealth value, upper limit 2 billion yuan, can only be used for consumption by the second fixed close lover Meng Qingyuan. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, hundreds of millions, billions. 2 billion. Is Meng Qingyuan's spending limit so high? It is 20 times that of Qin Mangru. It should be the difference in ratings. Besides, didn't I spend over 300,000 today, and now I only have over 10,000 left? But why is Meng Qingyuan's consumption reward more than 580,000? He looked at his character panel. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 83.5 kilograms. Wealth, 588,455 yuan. Constitution, 66. The wealth value is different. Luo Feng thought about it, looked at the car parked not far away, and roughly understood the system's algorithm. This is like counting the car as one's own wealth. That's great, at least I can spend more money on my woman. Qin Yuan, I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. Send me your bank card number and I'll transfer some living expenses to you. This money can only be used by your lover. But because of system reasons, these lovers love themselves wholeheartedly and will not betray. No matter how much money he is offered, Luo Feng will not hesitate. However, when you become richer in the future, the money you give to these loved ones may be of great use. For example, the company that Li Li and Yang Qing are working for has a market value of over 1 billion. Does that mean that Meng Qingyuan can spend money to acquire it? Thinking further, can every lover have an independent company in the future? As you have more and more lovers and more businesses, will it become your own business empire? Maybe this is the correct way to open the system. Meng Qingyuan was a little surprised when she heard that she would be given living expenses. I just bought a year's worth of courses and spent over 500,000 yuan, and now I have to pay for living expenses. Do truly wealthy people really not care about money? Besides, since Brother Feng is the one who helps, the living expenses can't possibly be just a few thousand yuan. I don't know if it's a month's living expenses, maybe 70,000 or 80,000 per month, just like the two women on the fitness center's rich list. Thinking of this, Meng Qingyuan hugged Luo Feng, pressing her puffed chest against him. She said sweetly, "Thank you, Brother Feng." At this time, the elevator reached the first floor. 5 or 6 people entered the elevator and saw Meng Qingyuan nestled in Luo Feng's arms. 3 men came in, their eyes wide open. Such a beautiful and sexy goddess is actually hugging an ordinary middle-aged man. I'm taller, more handsome and younger than the uncle, why is there no goddess hugging me? This man looks very rich. Enjoying the envious looks of several men in the elevator, Luo Feng pinched Meng Qingyuan's perky butt and said, "Send me the card number first." "Okay." Meng Qingyuan said obediently. She picked up her phone and quickly sent the card number to Luo Feng. When they reached the 4th floor, Luo Feng hugged her and walked out of the elevator, leaving behind 3 men with green eyes. When we were almost at the entrance of the fitness center. "You go in first, I'll transfer the money and then go in." In fact, after the reward was received, Luo Feng knew how to use it. With just a thought, the money would be transferred to Meng Qingyuan's account in Luo Feng's name. Moreover, the money is transferred through legal channels, the system will block others from snooping, and even the banking system will not be able to detect any problems. System generated, peace of mind guaranteed, please don't worry about where the money comes from. Meng Qingyuan, who had already entered the store, heard her cell phone ring with a text message from the bank. Your savings card account with the last number 7325 received 500,000 renminbi at 1409 on September 19th, and the current balance is 536,931 renminbi and 60 cents. There was another WeChat message from Luo Feng, use it this week. At this moment, Meng Qingyuan jumped up and ran to the financial office of the fitness center. Aha! I did it! I did it! She rushed over and hugged the female finance officer, very excited. After a long while, Meng Qingyuan finally calmed down a little, her face flushed and glowing. In addition to the female finance officer, there is also the store manager in the office. Their office has 2 cubicles. The store manager is a tall and strong man wearing a suit, and is quite popular among some wealthy women. At this moment, he saw Meng Qingyuan hugging the female finance officer and jumping twice, and his eyes followed the big white rabbits jumping. It's really pleasing to the eye. But why are you still whispering to me as if I don't exist? It's time to go to work. Meng Qingyuan, what are you doing? Work hard during working hours, otherwise your salary will be docked. The store manager said unhappily. Meng Qingyuan rolled her eyes and thought that if she hadn't been smart and lied that she was related to the boss, she would have been in trouble by the store manager. Now, who is going to serve me? Just take it as you like. I need to take leave this afternoon, so you can take it too. Bye. After Meng Qingyuan finished speaking, she walked out. Just now in the car, Luo Feng said that after dinner tonight, he would come and spend the night with him. I have to go back and prepare well. The store manager looked at Meng Qingyuan, who left without giving him any respect, and cursed angrily, "Fuck you, do you still want to work here?" The finance department was helpless and ran over to say a few words to him. He was shocked at first, then helpless. Rich people really know how to have fun. After listening to the financial explanation, I learned that someone had bought a year's worth of Meng Qingyuan's lessons, and this customer is now taking Wu Meng's classes. Meng Qingyuan doesn't have to work for the next year, she only needs to teach Luo Feng. Moreover, she has completed the sales target for the year, and she still has to receive a commission of nearly 50%. That is more than 200,000. But why not just give Meng Qingyuan over 500,000? Why must the fitness center make a killing? He couldn't figure it out and could only conclude that rich people just wanted to do something fancy at the fitness center. The other end. A separate training room. Luo Feng was exercising with Wu Meng. The movements are not difficult and don't look tiring, but I'm still sweating. 20 minutes ago, he had already expended hundreds of millions of energy, so practicing now was even more strenuous. After finally finishing an hour with Wu Meng, he was so tired that he lay down on the mat. "Brother Feng, drink some water." Wu Meng turned on the water and handed it to him. While he was drinking water, I wiped his sweat with a towel. "You sit down, I'll lie on your lap and rest for a while." Luo Feng put the water aside and said to Wu Meng. Wu Meng nodded. "After he lies down, start to gently massage his head with your hands." Luo Feng fell asleep during this massage. He had originally planned to take a break at noon, but ended up putting in a lot of effort and continued exercising for another hour. With the added bonus of a comfortable thigh pillow and a gentle massage, he slept soundly. When he woke up, half an hour had passed. "Brother Feng, you're awake. Don't be like this, Brother Feng. What if someone comes in and sees?" When Luo Feng woke up, he saw 2 mountains hanging above his nose. I just raised my head slightly and felt a soft flick on the tip of my nose. Then, his hands started to move. Wu Meng tried to push it away, but it was useless. A watch worth 222,000 broke her bottom line. Brother Fong, wait a moment, I'll lock the door first. Brother Fong, let's go to the bathroom. Like eating ice cream? Then I'll try. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Chapter 14, A Door Away. Hiss. Luo Fong took a breath of warm air. 20 minutes later. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, followed by a pull, but it didn't budge. Is anyone inside? We need to use the training room. Shit, is the door broken again? After tinkering with it for a while, I gave up and left. She stood in front of the sink mirror, rinsing her mouth. At this moment, Luo Feng's head was only slightly taller than hers. He was massaging her. The softer the area, the longer and harder he pressed. Sometimes clothes get in the way, so naturally we take them off. Another 10 minutes later. The two finally finished washing up, dressed neatly, and walked out of the bathroom. Bite. It was detected that the host and Wu Meng were having an intimate relationship. Name, Wu Meng. Age, 24. Rating, 92. Wu Meng's score meets the requirements for a fixed intimate lover. Will it be bound? Whether. Note 1, after being bound as a fixed intimate lover, the woman will fall in love with the host wholeheartedly and will be protected by the system and will not be violated by others. Note 2, after being bound as a fixed intimate lover, regardless of the host's physical condition, every time they have sex, they will be in peak condition. I didn't expect Wu Meng to score 1 point higher. It must be because of her age advantage. Naturally it is binding. Bite. Binding successful. Fixed lover number 3, Wu Meng. Reward, 588,455 yuan. Changes with the host's wealth value, upper limit 4 billion yuan, can only be used for consumption by the third fixed close lover Meng Qingyuan. 4 billion. If he gets one more point than Meng Qingyuan, the reward will be doubled. Wu Meng opened the door of the training room and stepped out. Hey, the door isn't broken, who told me it's broken again? When the store manager saw Wu Meng coming out, his eyes lit up and he walked over. He wanted to ask the big boss who bought the course today what was going on. Why did I buy 90 lessons from you and then buy a year of lessons from Meng Qingyuan? Is it because the client was poached and is now very sad? He even prepared some PUA tactics to win over this extremely beautiful subordinate. For example, although I was very unhappy that you didn't drink with me before. But as long as you listen to me now, I guarantee that you will earn no less than Meng Qingyuan in the future. And so on. He raised his hand and shouted, Wu. At this time, an arm wrapped around Wu Meng's waist and carried her back to the training room. With a bang, the door was closed and then locked. The store manager was confused. He walked quietly to the door of the training room and could vaguely hear some sounds at first, which were very blurry. Someone, don't. I was about to continue listening, but it seemed like it was moving away and I couldn't hear it anymore. At this moment, anticipation was aroused. It's like watching a porn movie. You only see the foreplay and want to continue watching, but the internet speed is very slow and it freezes at the critical moment. It's very uncomfortable. When the main show starts, they tell you that there is a fee. I quickly become a member, but then they tell you that this is not allowed by the country. So they are all coated thickly, thicker than clothes. The only thing I can say about the comparison is, look at you. In addition to this mentality, he also felt very sour. He refused to even have a drink with Wu Meng, preferring to be targeted rather than give in. Such a good figure, such a high face value, a simple girl who just graduated and entered the society not long ago. Now, she was dragged into the inner room by a middle-aged man, locked up, and then played with at will. How I wish it was me in there right now. 20 minutes later. The door was opened, Luo Feng walked out first, followed closely by Wu Meng. Her pretty face was red, her lips were a little swollen, her clothes were wrinkled, and her hair was a little messy. Manager? Luo Feng and Wu Meng noticed a tall and strong man not far away. Wu Meng was a little flustered, but not afraid. Luo Feng looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Ha ha. I just happened to be passing by. Don't worry about me. Wu Meng, you should guide the client well. I'm going back to the office first. The store manager was very embarrassed. Luo Feng was a head shorter than him, but at this moment he looked like he was 2 meters 80. It was more nerve-wracking than seeing the owner of a fitness center. He was definitely not an ordinary rich man. Retreat quickly. As he hurried away, he sighed sadly in his heart. It seemed that Wu Meng was determined to win back this big client. I just transferred 500,000 yuan to your card. We usually hire a nanny to cook and clean at home. I will come over often in the future. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Feng said a few words to Wu Meng and then left the fitness center. He was going to pick up Li Shuer. Wu Meng was very excited at this time because there was an extra 500,000 yuan in her bank card. Although her bottom line was broken, she did not follow the wrong person. I felt a little disappointed. I thought I would be with Luo Feng in the evening. After all, I didn't break through the last level just now. Under the influence of the system, she felt completely in love with Luo Feng. My mind is full of thoughts of sticking with Luo Feng. Luo Feng arrived at the parking lot, started the car, set the destination, and drove out of the parking lot. Then he let Zhijia take over the rest. Estimated arrival time, 17:35. Luo Feng focused his attention on the system at this time. The first is the double cashback card reminder for consumption in the field of vision. Consumption, 378,276 yuan, remaining time 3 hours 49 minutes and 22 seconds. Double cashback is 756,552 yuan, very close to 1 million. At this time, the bank sent a text message. I clicked on it and saw that the remaining balance was 218,655.3 yuan. Ha! Another 200,000. I just noticed there was a system prompt. The host's body fat rate was detected to have decreased by 1%, and the current body fat rate is 23%. Reward, 200,000 yuan. Very good. It's worth all the hard work today. I'll find time to spend the money later. According to the system, every time you have an intimate relationship with your loved one, it is a peak state. After that, in addition to normal exercise every day, I would do 5, 6, 7, or 8 more energy-consuming exercises. Why worry about your body fat percentage not meeting the standard? Luo Feng looked at the character panel again. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 83 kilograms. Wealth, 788,455 yuan. Constitution, 68. The wealth value increased smoothly by 200,000. Unexpectedly, my physical condition also improved by 2 points. As your body fat percentage decreases, your body becomes healthier and healthier. The phone rang again, and Meng Qingyuan sent a few messages. It's a few pictures. The first one is a white bao, white crotchless jumpsuit with white lace stockings. The second one is a lace hip skirt with black stockings. Stewardess, student, teacher, secretary, JK. Brother Feng, husband, which one do you like? I'm choosing in the mall shy expression. Imagine these clothes, put on Meng Qingyuan's enchanting figure, coupled with her pure and innocent face. Damn, he wished he could run to Meng Qingyuan right away and fight her for 300 rounds. I want both. He replied calmly. The strength is here, no choice is allowed. He put down his phone and stopped reading the message sent by the enchantress Meng Qingyuan. Too hot to do anything else. We arrived at the hospital a few minutes earlier than expected. There are a lot of online taxis nearby, and it is impossible to park on the roadside, so Luo Feng drove directly into the hospital parking lot. At this time, Li Shuer had just changed her clothes and was about to go off work when the head nurse suddenly called her aside. Chapter 15 Li Shuer's Affection. The head nurse looked Li Shuer up and down. Looks like a star. She wore a thin white tight-fitting top, showing off her slender waist and prominent bust, a short beige jacket, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Recently people have been saying that Li Shuer is the belle of the hospital. It seems that it is not a rumor. Her appearance and figure are the best I have ever seen. Shuer, there's a young man who wants to meet you. Let's go have dinner together tonight. I'll tell you in secret, he's the dean's nephew. Whether he can stay in the hospital after his internship is up to him. The opportunity to soar to the sky and become a phoenix is right before your eyes. Cherish it well. Although you are very beautiful and have a good figure now, in a few years, there will be someone younger and more beautiful than you, so you must seize the opportunity while you are still young. Li Shuer listened carefully at first, but later she realized that she was being introduced to a boyfriend again. Head nurse, I already have an appointment tonight. Sorry. Li Shuer declined without even thinking. Ever since I started college, there have been a lot of boys around me who want to pursue me. I don't have to buy snacks for my roommates, which indirectly helps them find singlehood. Among them, there are many boys who are capable, talented, good-looking and rich. Li Shuer was quite puzzled as to why she was not interested. Whenever I think of this question, a special figure appears in my mind. Hey, can you reschedule your appointment for another day? The head nurse wanted to continue persuading her. Li Shuer received a call on her cell phone. Excuse me, I have to take a call. It was Luo Feng's call. She immediately interrupted the head nurse and answered the call. Brother Feng. Yeah, okay. Parking lot B136 on the second floor below ground. I got it. I'll be right down. After finishing the call, Li Shuer looked at the head nurse apologetically and said, "The person I met has arrived. I'm leaving now." The head nurse narrowed her eyes as she watched Li Shuer walking away. You're such a clueless young man. Looks like you need to take some social studies classes. Li Shuer took the elevator to the basement floor. As soon as the elevator opened, a tall and handsome man stood at the elevator door. Li Shuer. Hi, hello, my name is Wang Yang, nice to meet you. I was just about to go upstairs. Did head nurse Yang Jing tell you about having dinner together tonight? Wang Yang has a handsome look, is about 1.85 meters tall, has a strong and stylish physique, broad shoulders and a long body, like a walking clothes rack. He smiled brightly, waiting for a positive answer with anticipation. The head nurse hasn't told him yet that the invitation has failed. Li Shuer was dazzled by the bright smile of the man in front of her and said politely, "Sorry, I have an appointment tonight and I'm a bit rushed, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned sideways and walked away quickly without any hesitation. Oh, if it's not possible today, let's make an appointment tomorrow. Wang Yang shouted hurriedly. Li Shuer did not respond because she saw Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood next to the car, next to him was a Ferrari sports car. He just saw Wang Yang get out of the car and take the elevator. I didn't expect to meet Li Shuer. He waved to Li Shuer. Brother Feng. Li Shuer ran towards Luo Feng like a deer, and braked when she was still 2 meters away from Luo Feng. You are already a great beauty, pay attention to your image. Luo Feng smiled and said, I have played with 2 goddess-level girls today, and now I have a different feeling when I look at Li Shuer again. Just now when Li Shuer ran over, the big white rabbit bouncing around made him lose his mind. Not a bad size. The appearance is even better. Hee, I'm Brother Feng's little sister. I don't care about my image in front of my brother. Li Shuer smiled and took Luo Feng's arm. Luo Feng felt a little uncomfortable. This kind of intimate behavior had never happened with Li Shuer before. But he didn't push Li Shuer away and pretended to be very natural. Li Shuer was also secretly observing Luo Feng's reaction. Seeing that he looked normal and had no reaction, she felt relieved. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but before that, her cousin was always by Brother Feng's side. I just wanted to test it out. It seems that Brother Feng doesn't hate me for doing this, so I can continue from now on. Or you can take it a step further. Brother Feng, have you bought a car? Li Shuer saw Luo Feng press the phone, the M9 light behind him lit up, and then the door handle extended automatically. Well, I just bought it today. Let's get in the car. Luo Feng and Li Shuer got into the car, and Wang Yang also came over and opened the door of the Ferrari. He waved to Li Shuer and looked at Luo Feng again. Hey buddy, my name is Wang Yang. Let's hang out together sometime. Luo Feng responded with a smile, my name is Luo Feng. We'll be leaving first. The vehicle drives out of the parking space. Wang Yang watched M9 getting farther and farther away and shook his head with some regret. He should be her brother or something like that. He's older than her, so they don't look like a couple. So it's not a big problem. He cheered up. At this time, a message came from the head nurse telling him that Li Shuer was not free tonight and they had to make an appointment another day. Wang Yang politely replied, Thank you, Sister Yang. I'm available anytime when Shuer is free. He closed his phone, got into the Ferrari, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the parking space with a roar. Luo on the windmill. As they were leaving the parking lot, Li Shuer said to Luo Feng, Brother Feng, that person I just saw was the first one I met today. Wang Yang greeted her just now, and she was afraid that Luo Feng would misunderstand. Tall, handsome, and rich and short, tall, rich, and handsome. If he were in your school, he would probably be the top idol. Luo Feng laughed. Li Shuer is a girl with very good looks and personality, so it is normal for her to be pursued by outstanding men. He even looked at Wang Yang with a parental attitude. At least he looked good in appearance, and his material conditions must be good too, as he had a Ferrari. Seeing that Luo Feng didn't care, Li Shuer breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. I haven't noticed. I can't even remember what the boys in school looked like before. The car drove out of the parking lot. Let's go find a restaurant, Luo Feng said. Li Shuer shook her head and said expectantly, Brother Feng, let me cook for you when we get back to your house. I even learned 2 dishes yesterday and I'm going to let you try them. Okay. Luo Feng felt a little sad. There are fewer and fewer good girls like Li Shuer. When I think that such a good girl will get married one day and cook for that man, I feel a little sad. Whoever marries Shuer in the future will definitely be very happy. Li Shuer smiled happily when she heard this and said, Then I won't get married, I'll just cook for Brother Feng. Luo Feng shook his head. He always felt that Li Shuer was still naive. How could she cook for her brother every day without getting married? Brother Feng, why do you and my sister want to separate? Li Shuer asked. It's a money issue. Luo Feng didn't want to say more. Li Shuer nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the car she was riding in, feeling very confused. This car must not be cheap. You've been interning at the hospital for half a year. Aren't you tired? Luo Feng changed the subject and showed concern for Li Shuer. It's very tiring. It's hard not to work overtime. The hospital is short of nurses, and when there are emergencies, it's normal to work all night. Are you planning to stay in this hospital after graduation? I'm not sure I can stay. This is a Class 3 hospital, and it's a public institution, so the competition is fierce. Li Shuer shook her head, still a little worried about the future. As for what the head nurse said today, she didn't think about it for a second. Although the end of the universe is a system, she does not want to cling to the powerful, nor does she want to sacrifice her beauty. Government positions, public institutions, and state-owned enterprise jobs are the most popular right now. Regardless of whether they make money or not, they are indeed very stable. Luo Feng nodded. Everyone is afraid of the midlife crisis now, and a stable job is very important to many people. The salary amount is secondary. Just like some people feel orgasm in a few seconds, while others can last for more than an hour. No one should envy the second man. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone in Li Shuer's handbag vibrated, and a call came in. It's the head nurse, answering the phone. Shuer, I'm sorry, a colleague just had to leave home for something, so we're short of someone to be on duty tonight. Chapter 16 Mangqing Yuan Stewardess Neighbor. Young man, work overtime. I'll tell the dean about your performance. Then it'll be easy for you to become a regular employee, right? What's wrong with dating? When we were young, we would get up in the middle of the night. Li Shuer listened to the head nurse's series of words on the phone, frowned slightly, looked at Luo Feng, and felt very uncomfortable. Head nurse, I understand. Hurry up, I'll wait for you for half an hour. The head nurse is still urging. Li Shuer hung up the phone and sighed. He looked at Luo Feng and hesitated to speak. Are you going back to the hospital? The car was very quiet, and Luo Feng probably heard something. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, the hospital is a little short of staff today, so let me go back to my duty now. Luo Feng nodded, found an intersection and turned around. When they parted in the parking lot, Li Shuer suddenly reached over the center armrest and gently hugged Luo Feng. Brother Feng, you will get better and better. Before Luo Feng could react, he was hugged and felt a warm touch on his face. He looked at Li Shuer in surprise. Brother Feng, I have liked you for a long time. Bye-bye. Li Shuer's pretty face turned slightly red. She waved to Luo Feng, opened the car door and got out. Luo Feng was still in a daze as he watched Li Shuer walk away briskly. There seemed to be a faint fragrance of Li Shuer in the air. Luo Feng touched his face, and every little detail about Li Shuer began to emerge in his mind. It turns out there were signs a long time ago, but at that time I thought she was just a little girl and didn't pay much attention to it. Li Shuer's slender figure, jumping rabbit, and extremely beautiful face became clearer and clearer. Although she is my ex-girlfriend's cousin, but she is a good girl, so cherish her. He sent a message to Mangqing Yuan. Is it too late to have dinner with you now? In less than 2 seconds, he received a reply on his phone. Husband. My neighbor Yuan, her fiancé, and I just sat down to eat, and they want to meet you too. Waiting for you? Meng Qingyuan's reply was full of joy, and she immediately sent a location. It's in a shopping mall 3 kilometers away. 10 minutes. After Luo Feng replied, he drove over immediately. They had dinner at a Japanese restaurant, but Luo Feng didn't like it. Firstly, he couldn't eat it, and secondly, he didn't like the country. Except for their educational films. Husband. Here. As Luo Feng just walked to the door, Meng Qingyuan stood up by the window and walked over quickly. Luo Feng had not taken 2 steps when he was hugged by Meng Qingyuan. In public, Meng Qingyuan's soft lips met his. Mua, 3a carat. She looked so happy and intoxicated that Luo Feng couldn't help but get excited. Meng Qingyuan felt the changes in Luo Feng's body, but instead of avoiding him, she hugged him even tighter. Honey, you're reacting. Do you want to go to the bathroom later? She whispered in Luo Feng's ear, and when she mentioned the bathroom, she stuck out her pink tongue and licked Luo Feng's earlobe. Hiss. Luo Feng's excitement became more obvious, and he couldn't help but pinch Meng Qingyuan's perky butt. It feels great. Even though he has needed it many times, the soft and elastic feeling still makes him unable to stop. I'll deal with you tonight. At this time, there were quite a few people looking over. The men's eyes turned green, and the women were confused. Fuck, this guy is real. The goddess threw herself into his arms and kissed him wetly. This guy is even pinching the goddess butt. This man doesn't look rich either. His clothes cost less than 1/10 of mine. He's over 30, I don't think he's handsome, and he still has a bit of a belly. Some people were talking quietly, but Luo Feng and Meng Qingyuan walked towards their seats without caring. Qingyuan, is this your boyfriend? A woman in her 20s asked, sitting by the window. Opposite her was a man in a casual suit. Yes. Meng Qingyuan replied, and then introduced the 2 people sitting there to Luo Feng. Brother Feng, this is my beautiful neighbor Ai Yuan, a flight attendant. I live in 1601 and she lives in 1602. This handsome guy is Yuan's fiancé, a corporate executive. We'll be getting married in half a month. Luo Feng smiled and nodded to the 2 of them, then sat down side by side with Meng Qingyuan. Ai Yuan's fiancé was sitting taller than Luo Feng, and his estimated height was 1.8 meters. He has a well-defined facial contour and is a genuinely handsome guy. If we rate him on a 10-point scale, the minimum score would be an 8. Luo Feng didn't care much about what the man looked like. His main attention was on Ai Yuan's body and legs. Judging from her appearance, the pair of thighs under the table were over 1 meter and 1 inch long. She was wearing black stockings and a short skirt that just covered half of her thighs. Her long hair fell on her shoulders, slightly wavy, her face was delicate and beautiful, and she was wearing a black professional stewardess suit. A teaching video of a long-legged teacher from a certain island country has appeared in my mind, and I really want to give it a try. Brother Feng, hello. Qingyuan has revealed all our secrets, and we still don't know what business you are in. Ai Yuan had a very bad impression of Luo Feng. He looked ordinary, and his clothes were tasteless and cheap. Worse than what passengers in economy class on an airplane wear. Moreover, at this moment she discovered that Luo Feng was looking at her thighs. His gaze was very direct, without any concealment, and without any hiding. Not vulgar, but certainly lustful. I don't have a job. I'm currently focusing on fitness and losing weight. Luo Feng smiled, and at this time the waiter brought the dishes. Brother, are you financially free? Ai Yuan's boyfriend Zhang Yuanwang asked. He was actually very envious of Luo Feng. He had met Meng Qingyuan several times, and each time he had wild thoughts about her. After all, my woman is AA, and the feel must be completely different from D-level. Just like an A-class car, you can usually buy it for tens of thousands, a C-class car costs about 200,000, and a D-class. Luo Feng was unmoved by the 2's probing and said with a smile, I have a little bit of money, which is enough. Ai Yuan raised her beautiful chin and said inquiringly, Qingyuan's expenses are not small. Meng Qingyuan took over the topic at this time and said, it's okay, let's eat first. Oh, you fell in love so quickly. You're so blind. Ai Yuan knew that this neighbor spent 10,000 to 20,000 yuan every month, basically spending all his salary. Just like the LV bag Meng Qingyuan carried today, it cost more than 70,000 yuan. This price would make Meng Qingyuan live in poverty for several months. She wanted her fiancé to buy it for her, but it never happened. But she didn't know that this bag was bought by Luo Feng. Our family, Yuan Wang, even though we make around 500,000 yuan a year, it still feels like it's not enough when it comes time to spend money. Ai Yuan said that it was not enough, but she had a smile on her face, and she was obviously quite satisfied. She looked at Mengqing Yuan and Luo Feng, wanting to see their reactions. After all, an annual salary of 500,000 yuan is more than 10 times the difference when the median monthly salary is more than 3,000 yuan today. Chapter 17, Ai Yuan, the strong one. The two people's reactions left Ai Yuan speechless. Luo Feng remained calm, and Mengqing Yuan even nodded. Then he said seriously, "It's really not enough. After all, Brother Feng spends 3 times his annual salary in a day. By the way, have you bought a house for your wedding?" Mengqing Yuan asked. "I bought it. Clear water and blue sky. I'll go and handle the paperwork tomorrow." Ai Yuan was feeling uncomfortable at first, but when she saw Mengqing Yuan coming to her aid, she became cheerful again. She saved Zhang Yuanwang's parents the trouble of providing 8 million yuan in funding. Moreover, their parents' names must be added to the property title, and they will live together in the future. Just thinking of that strong mother-in-law makes me feel worried. This community is so expensive, isn't it? And it's a villa. Does it cost 10 million? It's okay. Yuan Wang has connections, so they gave us a discount. It's over 9 million now. It's so expensive. If I calculate my salary, I'd have to work for 60 or 70 years without eating or drinking. Mengqing Yuan stuck out her tongue, thinking it was too expensive. He looked at Luo Feng, who had been silent all the time, and felt that for Brother Feng, this house price might be his monthly pocket money. "Will you buy me a house?" She thought about it secretly, but it was obviously not at that stage yet. She had just spent more than 1 million on herself, and it was impossible for her to think about more now. And although I served Brother Feng once, I didn't give it to him completely. Tonight for sure. Thinking of this, she smiled playfully. Luo Feng, who was eating, felt his calf being rubbed. He looked at Mengqing Yuan with amusement. But he met her seductive eyes. I couldn't help but put my hand on her thigh. At this moment, he wanted to go back to Mengqing Yuan's house immediately and start a big battle. But there is still a balance of more than 200,000 yuan, and I must spend it all. The double cashback card only has more than 2 hours left. Zhang Yuanwang, who was standing aside, had originally expected Mengqing Yuan to express her admiration for the 500,000 annual salary, but he found that she was making eye contact with Luo Feng again. There seemed to be some movement under the table, and it was obvious that they were making out. My heart felt a little sad. She's a goddess, how could this happen? I don't know what is so good about this guy, maybe he has a little money? But the test just now didn't seem that great. Mengqing Yuan and Ai Yuan chatted for a while about bags, perfumes, jewelry, etc. Luo Feng and Zhang Yuanwang occasionally interjected a word or two, and in less than an hour, they finished their meal. Ai Yuan and Mengqing Yuan went to the bathroom hand in hand. Luo Feng was originally thinking about settling the bill, because even a small amount of money is still meat. However, I was told that Ai Yuan had already paid it early in the morning. In the bathroom, Ai Yuan was advising Mengqing Yuan to be rational and not be cheated by a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars, as there were too many people pretending to be rich nowadays. Mengqing Yuan looked at her with amusement. She lifted her bag and said, "Brother Feng bought this." Ai Yuan looked at him with envy and said stubbornly, "What if they just use most of their money to buy bags? Brother Feng gave me 500,000 yuan in pocket money today." Mengqing Yuan smiled faintly. In the past, Ai Yuan often showed off her love and her boyfriend's successful career. Today is the day to feel proud of yourself. This. Ai Yuan was a little stuck. Brother Feng bought all my fitness classes for the whole year, and I spent over 500,000 yuan. Mengqing Yuan made another move. Ai Yuan opened her mouth so wide in surprise that an egg could fit in it. Over 1 million spent on you? It's very uncomfortable. I'm worried that my friend is having a hard time, and I'm also worried that my friend is driving a Land Rover. The feeling in my heart is really bad. A dusty memory came to her mind. That was a time when I met a very rich man in the first-class cabin. At that time, the man hinted that he was going to the bathroom and gave him 200,000 yuan in living expenses every month. I was hesitant, and a very beautiful senior followed the rich man into the bathroom for half an hour. Later, my senior resigned and I could occasionally see her posting pictures of her villas, luxury cars, and all kinds of luxury goods on her WeChat moments. She asked herself if she regretted it. Actually, it was okay. My fiancé is handsome and capable. Although he is far from being a rich wife, I am quite satisfied with him. But now, the super rich man appears next to him? According to Mangru Yuan, more than 1 million was spent in one day, even if this money was for 1 month. In a year, that's more than 10 million. This level of wealthy. My attitude and tone just now were a bit bad. I need to change them quickly. I'll tell Yuan Wang about it later. Maybe there will be someone I can hold in high esteem in the future. While she was lost in thought, she and Mangru Yuan walked out of the store. Luo Feng, who was waiting bored outside the store, saw the pair of long legs and automatically imagined them being carried on his shoulders. Alas, Luo Feng, oh Luo Feng, you have become so fucking corrupt. You used to be a gentleman. It's all the system's fault. Bite. It is detected that AI Yuan has a strong admiration for the host. Please give AI Yuan a gift she likes. Mission objective: give AI Yuan a gift she likes. Mission reward: 10x cashback card for a limited time of 1 minute. Forehead. System Dad, I spoke a little loudly just now. It's indeed my own problem. Please give me more tasks like this. After Luo Feng finished his self-examination, he began to consider how to maximize his benefits. The first step is to manage the time and complete the double cashback task. The second step is to pay the entire balance, or most of it, within 1 minute after receiving the money. If everything goes well, after the double cashback, it should be more than 1 million. 1 minute, spending over 1 million, that's very difficult. Mangru Yuan was closest to Luo Feng and was a little confused. What did Brother Feng say about the 1 million? And it's only 1 minute? Brother Feng, what do you mean by 1 million per minute? She asked in confusion. AI Yuan and her fiancé also looked over. Just now, AI Yuan had secretly told her fiancé about Luo Feng's financial resources, and the way they looked at him had changed. Restrained, admiring, and wanting to show off one's abilities or strengths. When I heard the phrase 1 million per minute, I was also very curious. As expected, the units of measurement used by the super rich to spend money are different from those used by ordinary people. Luo Feng smiled at the three people and said, I want to ask if the forest shop is still open at 9 p.m.? Zhang Yuanwang heard this and immediately replied, Brother Feng, generally speaking, forest stores close around 7 p.m., but some can stay open until 8 p.m. If you make an appointment for them, it should be available for 9 p.m. They get a good commission for selling a car. What kind of car is Brother Feng planning to buy? AI Yuan asked curiously, her voice soft. Luo Feng nodded. The two people's positive attitude made him feel comfortable. I'm going to buy Chung Yuan a car. Do you prefer a sedan or an SUV? How about the Porsche? Luo Feng asked. Mangru Yuan didn't expect there would be a surprise today. I was stunned. Then she hooked her hands around Luo Feng's neck and stood on tiptoe. A standard French kiss. As if no one is around. AI Yuan looked at her with envy, thinking that Mangru Yuan was so lucky. Although I also have a BMW 5 Series at home, Porsche is my dream car. Luo Feng asked this question casually at this time, as if he was asking what to eat today. Zhang Yuanwan was also envious. If he didn't buy a house, he actually wanted to buy a Porsche. Now he could only wait. Looking at Luo Feng's expression, it was obvious that he was just buying a small toy and felt no pressure at all. At this moment, Mangru Yuan's active pursuit of a kiss was something that many men desired but could not obtain. Moreover, Luo Feng's hands were not honest. He slid down Mangru Yuan's waist and then. AI Yuan and the other person blushed when they saw this. She imagined herself being treated like this by Luo Feng. It seems like it's starting to feel a little moist down there. 2 minutes later. Finally separated. My husband likes big things, so let's buy an SUV. Mangru Yuan's words were ambiguous, her face flushed, and her eyes seemed to be about to burst into tears. Chapter 18. Brother Feng looks at his legs, he is my pride. Finally decided to buy the Porsche Macan GTS 2.9T. I looked at the quote online, and after adding the optional equipment, purchase tax and insurance, the final price was 1 million. Luo Feng made an appointment at a nearby Porsche 4S dealership. There is a fully equipped red car in stock in the store. Luo Feng transferred a deposit of 10,000 yuan to the other party. The other party said that no matter how late it is, they will wait for the sponsor to come. Xing Yuan, brother Feng is so good to you. Portia, I really want to buy one. Ai Yuan said enviously, then looked at her fiancé. Well, if we wait another year or two, the expenses are quite high now. Zhang Yuan Wang said embarrassedly. Although Ai Yuan knew the result, she was still a little disappointed. She silently pushed the hand on her waist away. Zhang Yuan Wang sighed and withdrew his hand from around her slender waist. My fiancé has too high expectations. I want a villa and I begged my parents to buy it for me in order to get married. The BMW 5 Series is actually not a bad car, but I just like to compare. Just wait a day or two and it will be fine. Zhang Yuan was no longer troubled. He looked at Luo Feng, but saw that his eyes were looking at Ai Yuan's long legs. I felt annoyed and wanted to scold him, asking him to be more careful, but when the words came to my lips, I didn't dare to say them out loud. Others are wealthy people, maybe they can help you in the future. He was just looking and didn't do anything, so what does it matter? He comforted himself silently. Anyway, his fiancée is a flight attendant, and her long legs must have been seen by many passengers. As a man, it's normal. Brother Feng, you're going over at 9 o'clock, and there are still 2 hours left. Do you want to buy anything? Meng Qingyuan was oversatisfied on the material level today and wanted to become Luo Feng's shape as soon as possible. But Luo Feng was always shopping in the mall. I'm going to buy some bedding for my parents. I also received a call from the sales department today regarding the rewards for the Blue Water and Blue Sky community. Bring your ID card and you can go to complete the house handover procedures at any time. Ah, buy it for my uncle and aunt. Then I'll choose. I want to do my part. Meng Qingyuan was very excited. If she could please Luo Feng's parents, would it mean that her position would be more stable? She was eager to express herself. Brother Feng, let's help with the advisory. Ai Yuan also interrupted. As Meng Qingyuan's good friend and neighbor, it should be normal to help her boyfriend's parents choose bedding. Zhang Yuanwang's face looked a little grim, but he was also curious about the quality of the things that rich people bought. After 8 o'clock, everyone helped Luo Feng buy the 4-piece suit. I never thought I could spend 150,000 yuan on a 4-piece bedding set. Are you afraid of getting dirty when you sleep? If it were me, I would definitely feel sad. Ai Yuan excitedly discussed with Meng Qingyuan the 4-piece set they had just bought. The goods were custom made and would take about a week to arrive. Originally, a 20% deposit would have been enough, but Luo Feng paid the full amount on the grounds that it was too troublesome. Ai Yuan only felt that the light on Luo Feng's body was getting brighter and brighter, like sunlight. I only saw a little light in the sky at around 6 or 7 o'clock, and only when it hit me at noon did I realize its power. At this moment, she felt that the gaze on Luo Feng was so intense that she could hardly bear it. At first she felt a little disgusted. Now stretch your legs straighter to show the best posture. I am still very happy. Even men like Brother Feng like my legs. Pride. Pride. Zhang Yuan Wang felt that when facing Luo Feng, he was just like facing the chairman of the company. He was a little nervous and cautious, as if he was walking on thin ice. Give 100% of your work. I was only a mid-level manager in my previous company. What if Brother Feng? No, Mr. Luo's company is short of senior executives. Does this mean there is an opportunity to go further? Meng Qingyuan didn't think as much as Ai Yuan and the others did. She just felt like today was a dream. Anyway, just hold on to Brother Feng tightly. At this time, there was a Gucci store in front of him, and Luo Feng stopped. The other 3 stopped as well. Thank you both for your hard work today. That Gucci store up ahead, let's see if there's anything you like. As my friends, please feel free to pick a gift. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Although the task only involves buying a gift for Ai Yuan, her fiancé is still alive, and it would be bad to cause family conflicts. So everyone might as well have a share. Ah, no need. Brother Feng, we didn't help much, don't be so polite. Ai Yuan and Zhang Yuan were both surprised. Any item here would cost several thousand. If I suggest buying something, do I have to give you luxury goods? If you consider me a friend, come in. Luo Feng and Meng Qingyuan walked in first. Ai Yuan and the other person looked at each other and followed him in. I really want to be Feng Mr. Luo as friend. After Ai Yuan and Zhang Yuanwang entered the store, they went straight to the jewelry area. The prices here were a little lower, but they were not so stupid as to buy the expensive ones. Meng Qingyuan was also with them. In the end, Ai Yuan and Zhang Yuanwang chose two couple hats, both costing 4,800 yuan. However, Luo Feng looked at the hat Zhang Yuanwang chose, which had slight green stripes, and felt a little puzzled. Why choose a green one? Although doubtful, I respect him. Meng Qingyuan selected two men's suits, a coat, and two pairs of leather shoes for Luo Feng, spending nearly 100,000 yuan. She swiped her own card. Although all the money was given by Brother Feng. Luo Feng saw that the time was almost up, so he picked up a belt for 16,800 yuan. Ai Yuan couldn't let it go for a long time just now, and the system also prompted that this was the gift Ai Yuan liked. I also picked up 6 scarves. The total cost was 66,000 yuan. After payment, the prompt in Luo Feng's field of vision changed to consumption 594,276 yuan, remaining time 30 seconds. Waiting for the clerk to bag the goods, the prompt to finish, and then the text message came. The balance reached 1.19 million. Finally back to the ranks of millionaires. Let's go to the 4S store. Luo Feng said. The belt he bought has not been delivered yet. It will be delivered before payment is made. It will take 1 minute. 5 minutes later, the four of them got on Luo Feng's M9. Meng Qingyuan and Ai Yuan lived nearby, so they naturally didn't drive. 10 minutes later, the four arrived at the 4S store. Hello, is this Mr. Luo? Here is the Makung. The saleswoman was a beauty with a 70% to 80% appearance, long legs and a thin waist, but she was one level lower than Ai Yuan, and the gap was even greater than Meng Qingyuan. She regretted that she didn't have the opportunity to deepen her communication with Luo Feng. Although Luo Feng was dressed simply and cheaply, she could tell at a glance that the four people were led by Luo Feng. And when a goddess like Meng Qingyuan hugs him so tightly, you know that he is a truly successful man. Meng Qingyuan and Ai Yuan looked around in the car, their love for the car beyond words. How much is it in total? Luo Feng just wanted to get the money quickly. Sir, would you like to pay in full or in installments? Installment offers greater discounts. Full payment. Okay. The female salesperson took out the price list and asked Luo Feng to calculate the price. This car has optional extras, and the price is 900,000 yuan. With purchase tax and insurance, it's 1,001,867 yuan. After a 30,000 yuan discount, the full payment is 970,000 yuan and can be taken away. Luo Feng was speechless after hearing this. Although the discount is good, you are going to make me lose 300,000. You can convert the discount into maintenance or other things, and pay it all in one lump sum. Luo Feng thought about it and felt that it was okay to compromise. Good. The female salesperson was very happy because the maintenance commission rate was not low. Chapter 19 Gap. The salesperson looked at Luo Feng with even more fiery eyes. If there weren't two women here, she would have wanted to get close to him. Bank transfer, then wait for the verification code to be entered. Wait a minute, I'm going to get something from the car. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he quickly trotted to the parking lot outside. Well. The beautiful saleswoman looked confused. Is the commission she has earned going to disappear? But his friends were all here and hadn't left. What does this mean? Others were also confused. Soon everyone saw Luo Feng walking over with a Gucci bag. He handed the belt to Ai Yuan and gave a scarf to Zhang Yuanwang. I was so busy driving that I forgot to give you this gift. Thank you for staying with me and Qingyuan so late today. Keep it. Don't refuse. Luo Feng looked at Ai Yuan and the other person in confusion, and then began to try to refuse helplessly. I don't want to make false excuses anymore. I have to accept this gift even if I don't want to. Otherwise, you won't get the system as tenfold cashback card, and this is no joke. Thank you Brother Feng Mr. Luo. Ai Yuan and the other person were intimidated by Luo Feng's power and had no choice but to accept the gift. This is the first time I've seen someone so domineering and overbearing when giving a gift. But I like it very much. Ai Yuan hugged the gift box tightly, thinking at that time how she would look wearing this belt, which would definitely highlight her slender waist. I guess Brother Feng also noticed that my waist is very thin? That's why I bought it for me. Well, that must be it. She even imagined Luo Feng hugging her waist, and her body felt a little hot. Zhang Yuanwan was both happy and annoyed. The way his fiancée looked at Mr. Luo was obviously wrong. Watching idols? There are stars. The female salesperson watched the whole process from the side and felt that it was really hard to guess what rich people were thinking. He was paying one moment, running to give a gift the next, and now he is paying again. Can't you wait until the payment is completed before delivering it? Do you want me to envy them for having Gucci gifts? If this is the purpose, and it has indeed been achieved, can you please give me one? Ah. Female salespeople have a lot of inner drama. Bite. Mission accomplished. The rewards have been distributed and the countdown for the 10x cashback card has begun. Consumption, 0 yuan, remaining time 0.59 seconds. Luo Feng entered the verification code as the prompt appeared. Verification successful. The payment interface started spinning in circles. Damn, what an internet speed. Luo Feng cursed in his heart, but appeared calm on the surface. Fortunately, after about 2 or 3 seconds, the payment was successful. 1,002,000 yuan has been consumed, remaining time 0.50 seconds. Seeing that there was still some time, I immediately scanned the code and paid 190,000. 1,192,000 yuan has been spent, remaining time 0.15 seconds. Okay, it's done. Mr. Luo, you overpaid 190,000. I'll ask the boss to return it to you. The female salesperson thought Luo Feng had paid too much and quickly said, "It's not an overpayment. I exchanged the 190,000 for your maintenance." Luo Feng said lightly. I don't want to say anything else. Because he had already picked up the phone and saw the text message of the incoming payment. Balance. 11,920,000 yuan. This is a height that has never been reached in the past 30 years. Nowadays, you can become a multi-millionaire the day after getting the system. Half an hour later, the 4 people left the 4S store. Meng Qingyuan was still a little confused. The process of buying a car took about the same amount of time as buying a bag. This is $1 million car. It's like a dream. The car is still at the 4S store, and it will probably take 2 days to complete the procedures for the license plate and driving license. Everyone in the car was a little excited. It's like seeing how rich people buy cars. Xing Yuan, if you become rich and powerful, please don't forget me. Ai Yuan pulled Meng Qingyuan aside and whispered to her. The two of them were whispering in the back row, their faces getting redder as they talked, and it was obvious that the topic had some color. Ai Yuan's legs are stretched out to the middle, and just looking at the extent of the black stockings, it must be very comfortable to touch. Luo Feng looked at her legs several times, and their eyes occasionally met, and she did not avoid them. Meng Qingyuan also noticed it, but didn't care. Whatever Brother Feng did was right. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the residential complex where Meng Qingyuan and Ai Yuan lived. Meng Qingyuan and Ai Yuan opened the 2 adjacent doors respectively. They went into their houses in pairs. As soon as Meng Qingyuan stepped into the door, she felt a tightness in her waist. Then the soft part of the body was. Brother Feng, close the door. Bang! The door is closed. Luo Feng leaned against the door and looked up at the sky. Ai Yuan and Zhang Yuanwan were watching a movie in the bedroom next door. They didn't pay attention to the scenes and lines in the movie. The noise from next door was intermittent at first, but later it became louder and continuous. It's been half an hour, right? Ai Yuan asked. 31 minutes. Zhang Yuanwang said. Do you still remember the time? Ai Yuan asked curiously. The movie just started when the one next door started, and now the movie is already 31 minutes in, Zhang Yuanwang explained. It's a bit long. Ai Yuan sighed. Well enough. Your maximum is 10 minutes. Did you time it? There was music playing at the time, 2 songs in total. Ai Yuan and Zhang Yuanwang heard the sound and began to get restless. 5 minutes later. Ai Yuan and the other person were lying on the bed, each on their side. This time, it was an accident. He. Ai Yuan walked to the bathroom disappointedly, her long legs glowing white under the light. Zhang Yuan looked at the ceiling, listened to the incessant noises from next door, and began to question his life. It must have been too exciting just now, so it was much faster than usual. But it's almost 50 minutes next door. Mr. Luo doesn't look like he can last that long, right? Did they eat? Ai Yuan came back after washing. They should be finishing soon. Why? I'm a woman, of course I know. 1 hour and 6 minutes. Ai Yuan looked at the progress of the movie. Zhang Yuan continued to doubt his life. The gap is more than 10 times. It's not that exaggerated, is it? No, countless times. Why? Oh, I haven't come once. Zhang Yuan was filled with shame. I'm sorry, I also go to the gym. That's it, go to sleep. At this time, Ai Yuan closed her eyes and couldn't help fantasizing. Legs rubbing together. Chapter 20 Yuan's legs, Fenggu can touch them. Ai Yuan suffers from insomnia. So is Zhang Yuan. In the middle of the night, the noise from next door started again and lasted for a long time. The voices ups and downs, gentle and moving. Ai Yuan wanted to, but Zhang Yuan couldn't get up. I fell asleep in a daze, and at 7 in the morning, the alarm rang again. Is the difference between people so great? Ai Yuan suspected that everything she had experienced and heard in her life was false. Zhang Yuan was so inferior that he didn't want to talk. I can only numb myself by pretending to be asleep. 30 minutes ago, Meng Qingyuan got up early in the morning to practice the last sentence of 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Luo Feng had to wake up. Your body recovers really quickly, you're worthy of being a fitness coach. Luo Feng was very restrained last night. After all, it was his first time and he needed some time to adapt. Unexpectedly, it was Meng Qingyuan who started the war in the morning. When Luo Feng was about to take over the control of the battlefield, Meng Qingyuan looked up at him. Brother Feng, wait for me, I'll go change my clothes. The collar of her pajamas was not pulled up, and her eyes were seductive. 5 minutes later, Meng Qingyuan walked out wearing a stewardess uniform. She was wearing black stockings on her legs. Brother Feng, my legs are actually very nice too. Meng Qingyuan smiled. Luo Feng saw Ai Yuan so many times yesterday without hiding anything. She saw it, remembered it, and fought back in another way. Luo Feng nodded. This bust and amazing waist-to-hip ratio, and those long and straight legs, are really beautiful and useful. Stewardess, I feel a little uncomfortable. Can you help me take care of it? Luo Feng started role-playing directly. Dear passenger, please wait a moment. Meng Qingyuan walked to Luo Feng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed in high heels, and squatted down. Thank you. I didn't expect the stewardess to provide such good service. Serving customers is what we should do. Anyone who has been on a plane knows that when encountering strong convection, the plane will bump up and down with greater fluctuations. At that time, people will be very nervous, their bodies will even be stiff and they dare not move. It is a normal reaction of the human body. All you can do is wait for the turbulence to stop and the plane to return to a stable state. Luo Feng supported himself on the mattress with his hands and slowly exhaled. For the passengers on the plane in this severe convective weather, the thrilling simulation has finally come to an end. Just when Meng Qingyuan thought the simulation was over, she saw Luo Feng's body stiffen again and was shocked. Brother Feng, this. Meng Qingyuan couldn't believe it. Although she had never experienced it before, she had heard of it. Logically speaking, this should be the time to relax. It's impossible to be so tense and stiff. Let's switch places. Luo Feng patted Meng Qingyuan's butt and said. Meng Qingyuan supported herself on the bed with both hands, her rear end raised high. 3 poles in the sun. 10 o'clock in the morning. Luo Feng finished washing up and changed into new clothes. Standing in front of the mirror, Luo Feng found that he had lost some weight and his belly was no longer noticeable. Exercise day and night for outstanding results. Bite. The host's body fat rate was detected to have decreased by 1%, and the current body fat rate is 22%. Reward, 200,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded. Luo Feng looked at the character panel. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 81 kilograms. Wealth, 12.12 million. Constitution, 70. Very good, my weight is about to drop below 160 and my physical fitness has reached 70. He covered the sleeping Meng Qingyuan with a blanket, then gently opened the door and walked out. Ai Yuan didn't get up until 9 o'clock, and there was no one around her. After all, Zhang Yuanwan was still a worker, so he went out at 8 o'clock. After putting on the uniform, she tied the belt that Luo Feng had given her yesterday, and inexplicably felt that her temperament had improved. After cleaning up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. As I walked out the door, I saw the elevator was about to close. Hey, wait for me. After blocking it with one hand, Ai Yuan quickly rushed into the elevator. Brother Feng. Ai Yuan was surprised to find that it was Luo Feng in the elevator, and she greeted him warmly. Morning. Luo Feng examined it from top to bottom. Wearing a stewardess uniform and putting on delicate fake makeup. She is a little over 1.7 meters tall, and with high heels, she is a little taller than me. A pair of long legs wearing black stockings, straight and slender. Being stared at by Luo Feng made her feel a little uncomfortable. Brother Feng, I haven't seen Qing Yuan. Did she go to work? She tried to break the awkward atmosphere and found a topic to talk about. Still sleeping. Luo Feng said. Ah. It seems that he is really tired, then why doesn't Feng go look listless at all? Isn't it said that there is no land that can't be plowed to death, only cows that can be worked to death? Why isn't your fiancé with you? Luo Feng asked casually. He goes to work earlier than me, and my flight today is at noon. The elevator has reached the 3rd floor. Ai Yuan felt a little reluctant when she thought about parting with Luo Feng soon. Suddenly, she asked, Brother Feng, can you take me to the airport? After saying this, Ai Yuan regretted it. It's more than 10 kilometers to the airport and takes about half an hour. There is no sense of boundaries at all. Will Brother Feng think that I have ulterior motives? Brother Feng, let's have a joke. She wanted to make amends. Okay. Luo Feng had nothing to do originally. He could go to the fitness center anytime. It wasn't like he had to punch in for work. Moreover, the long-legged stewardess took the initiative to invite me, so it would be disrespectful to refuse. Maybe there will be a story. Ai Yuan's heart beat faster, and she felt that she was being both presumptuous and unrestrained. But now it is difficult to back down and we can only go along with it. After getting on the bus, Ai Yuan sat upright with her legs together. This sitting skirt only covers 1/3 of the thigh. Luo Feng couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Then she asked directly, are you considered tall among flight attendants? Yes, most of them are between 1.65 and 1.7 meters tall. I'm 1.73 meters tall. That's pretty much what I thought. When I saw how long your legs were yesterday, I thought you were taller than me. No, I'm just wearing high heels, and Fenggu is very burly, so I don't look that tall. When you have money, being fat can also be called burly. Luo Feng thought it was quite funny. He set the destination, the navigation started, and the vehicle set off. When I saw your legs, I thought of a video. What video? When driving a BMW, you can touch the thighs of the beautiful woman in the passenger seat. When driving a Porsche or Ferrari, the beautiful woman in the passenger seat will take the initiative to pull your hand over and put it on her leg. But when driving a domestic car, if I reach out my hand, the beautiful woman in the passenger seat will move her legs to the other side to avoid it. At the time, I thought it was too realistic. Ha ha. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he laughed twice. I had expected Ai Yuan to laugh too, but she didn't react at all. There was silence in the car. Luo Feng was very puzzled. It seemed that the joke I just told was a failure. Just as he was thinking about how to break the silence, a voice as small as a mosquito rang out. Brother Feng, if you want to touch me, I won't hide. Chapter 21 is too bad, but I like it. The navigation time to the airport was 35 minutes, but Luo Feng finally got there in an hour. I really went astray. The road was very slippery and I walked into the mountain road without paying attention. We drove very carefully on this mountain road, which took about 20 minutes. Brother Feng, I'm leaving first. There were tears in Ai Yuan's eyes and her face was slightly red. She admitted that she had been short-sighted before. Well, if you need a car to pick you up next time, you can tell me. Luo Feng watched Ai Yuan tidying up her clothes. He kindly helped her smooth out her skirt and stockings so that they looked less wrinkled. This is too much trouble, Brother Feng. Yuan will come, don't. I will send a message to brother phone when the time comes. AI Yuan felt very comfortable while her thighs were being massaged. It is quite nice to receive such service after hard work. AI Yuan agreed to Luo Feng's proposal. After saying goodbye to Luo Feng, she walked into the airport with her long legs swaying gracefully. Along the way, pedestrians saluted the long legs. Without even looking at him, she walked into the airport office with her chin held high and a confident and cheerful look. Yuan, is this a Gucci belt? It's not cheap. You look good today. Tell me the truth, did you get moisturized last night? I must have worn this dress and stockings while exercising last night. They're a little wrinkled. Colleagues saw AI Yuan walking in with her slender waist and long legs. The belt is quite noticeable, and the clothes and stockings are a bit wrinkled. It must be quite intense to reach such a level. Oh my, what are you talking about, a bunch of female perverts? I'm going to the locker room to change. AI Yuan blushed with shame. These people had such sharp eyes. He hurried to the locker room, and after looking in the mirror, he couldn't help but complain to brother Feng. Not gentlemanly at all. Ding dong. There's a message on the phone. She had just taken off her clothes and stockings, leaving her in her underwear, and picked up her cell phone. I just wrinkled your clothes. Buy some new ones when you fly out of town. Luo Feng sent a message, and then there was a transfer message. AI Yuan looked at the numbers and her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Thank you, Feng. Actually, I like it very much. Luo Feng put his phone aside. On the way back, Luo Feng felt that driving was still quite tiring. It is necessary to hire a full-time driver. Byte. Detect the host's needs and predict the subsequent host's needs, and plan a full range of talent reserves for the host, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, and career. Mission goal: the host and his/her close lover must spend 10 million yuan in a single transaction. Task reward: get a recruitment quota. The quota is capped at 1 person per person. After signing the contract, the corresponding working conditions for this occupation will be provided by the system. Note 1. Any position that signs a contract with the host must ensure loyalty during the contract period, never betray, and not do anything that harms the host. Note 2. For any position, the system provides 10 times the normal salary, which is paid directly into the employee's account. The system prompt sounded. Luo Feng's eyes widened, and he was deeply shocked. Has your consumption level reached tens of millions now? And the people we recruit are absolutely loyal. How many entrepreneurs capitalists dream of this? And 10 times the salary. How many workers dream of this? This is a two-way rush. And, most importantly, the salary is paid by the system. It's free-loading. So now I have 3 tens of millions that I can use. Myself, Meng Qingyuan, and Wu Meng. The corresponding working conditions are provided by the system. Luo Feng still didn't quite understand this piece of information. I have a guess in my mind, but I still have to test it to find out. It was almost noon when we arrived at the fitness center. Hello, brother Feng. Thank you, brother Feng, for the bracelet. Only Wang Yan was at the front desk today, staring at her phone listlessly. After seeing Luo Feng, he immediately recovered his strength. She waved her little hand to greet Luo Feng. She was still wearing the gold necklace given to her by Luo Feng. The necklace suits you very well. It's very beautiful. Luo Feng casually praised Wang Yan, saying that she had a good look and figure and was worthy of praise. Thank you, brother Feng. Brother Feng is the most handsome. Wang Yan started singing. Luo Feng smiled and walked in. He walked to the door of a training room on the 2nd floor. There was a sign on the door saying occupied. However, the door was ajar, and there was a gap through which one could see a beautiful woman with a curvy figure stretching her legs and practicing yoga alone. There were 2 men at the door, peeking seriously. Luo Feng approached. Hey, brother, it's too crowded here, go somewhere else and watch others. That's right, there are too many people. It wouldn't be good if passers-by saw it. One of the 2 men was about 1.6 meters tall, and the other was nearly 1.8 meters tall. It seems that they are all students here. I'm here to find a coach for training. Luo Feng said. The 2 wretched men showed disdainful looks, and one of them said, we are both here for training, to train our eyes. Right, just look at the beauties, what's the point of talking about training? Everyone knows the 2 beauties of this fitness center. One is Meng Qingyuan, who didn't come today, and the other is Wu Meng. Unfortunately, Wu Meng's class hours were bought out by a big boss for a month, so she can't even attend the big classes for us. Not only that, I heard Mengqing Yuan's classes were bought out for a year, and she's the same boss as Wu Meng. Holy crap, is this true? Buying a year's worth of lessons? I don't know if I can take it out after buying it for a year. Over $500,000 a year, that's not necessary. The two wretched men sighed. Luo Feng was not in a hurry. He looked through the crack in the door and saw Wu Meng practicing the splits. The upper body is pressed against one leg, and the chest and long leg are in direct contact, squeezing and deforming. It's like a balloon being compressed and overflowing from the sides. Go back and forth 3 times, each time lasting no less than 10 seconds. The two wretched men stared with their eyes wide open and took out their cell phones to take pictures. Meng Meng! Luo Feng shouted loudly into the room. The two wretched men were so frightened that one of them lost his grip on the phone and dropped it on the ground. What the hell are you calling? That's alright, everyone stop looking. Luo Feng ignored the two men. I walked straight forward, pushed open the door, and saw Wu Meng jogging towards me. Brother Feng. Luo Feng only felt a gust of fragrant wind coming, and then he hugged her tightly. The big balloon just now was now pressing directly against his chest. The lips were also kissed, and then. Too proactive. Luo Feng endured everything silently. The two wretched men were cursing at first, but now they just felt like lying on the grass. Why is Coach Wu Meng so proactive? Do you have to hold me so tight? And wet kisses? Don't you want to stop it? The two wretched men felt terrible and extremely envious. Damn, if it were me. 2. Chapter 22. Is this a reward? Buying a house for Wu Meng. Luo Feng closed the door and spent 5 minutes with Wu Meng. Let's go eat first. Luo Feng suggested that it had been very hard from yesterday to this morning. Very tiring. If you want to replenish some energy, of course you can't gain weight. No. Wu Meng hugged Luo Feng and acted coquettishly. I've been waiting for you all morning, and you're only here now. I want a reward. Reward? Luo Feng nodded and prepared to take out his cell phone to send some money to Wu Meng. I bought a car for Mengqing Yuan yesterday, and I would feel bad if I didn't spend some money on Wu Meng. But Wu Meng squatted down, and then. Is this the reward? Luo Feng, who is in his 30s, can hardly keep up with the thinking of young people. Fortunately, my body can keep up. Half an hour later. Wu Meng took Luo Feng's arm and walked out of the fitness center. Wang Yan at the front desk looked at Wu Meng enviously. Then he quietly selected a few photos on his mobile phone and sent them to Luo Feng. At the dining table, Luo Feng and Wu Meng sat opposite each other. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the picture sent by Wang Yan. This kind of thing needs to be covered with thick mosaics when posted online, right? Although the white rabbit is not big, the shape is good. The waist-to-body ratio is also good. Not bad, pleasing to the eyes. Alas, there is no turning back on the road to depravity. Brother Feng, what are you looking at? So engrossed. Don't even look at me. Wu Meng was a little unhappy. Luo Feng replied with a picture of a magnifying glass and casually sent 10,000 yuan. Typed, buy more cool clothes, take more photos, love to see. Then put your phone aside. News from a friend. Now I only have eyes for you. Luo Feng stared at Wu Meng's lips, which were small but had a large capacity. Wu Meng blushed when Luo Feng looked at her. I was a bit impulsive just now and couldn't help but use some of the skills I just learned. Brother Feng, do we have classes this afternoon? Wu Meng asked. She wanted to go out alone with Luo Feng and do what she wanted to do. At the fitness center, I was always eating and my body wasn't functioning properly. Luo Feng did not let her down. I'll buy you a house this afternoon. Exceeded expectations. Wu Meng said in surprise, Brother Feng, I have a place to live, there is no need. She didn't want to be seen as a materialistic person in Feng Ji's eyes. Luo Feng knew that Wu Meng was still sharing a house with others, and her parents were in the neighboring province, so he wanted her to return home. Buying a house is also buying peace of mind. Just listen to me. Oh, thank you, Brother Feng. How about a different name? Husband. After Wu Meng finished speaking, her face turned a little red. Luo Feng found it fun to watch, and it felt natural to do something more in depth. He even felt shy to call him husband. Remember to change the notes as well. Okay. Next time you're alone in the gym, remember to close the door. Luo Feng thought of those two wretched men. It was nothing to look at them, but they took pictures. Ha! Oh. Wu Meng remembered that the door was closed today, but Brother Feng said this, which definitely showed that he cared about her. Brother Feng, where are we going to buy a house? After dinner, Wu Meng took Luo Feng's arm and walked into the elevator. Blue Bay. Luo Feng said lightly. Ah, is it the Blue Bay on Tianqi Road? Wu Meng asked in surprise. Lanwan is about 2 kilometers away from the shopping mall. The reason why Wu Meng knew about this place was because her best friend posted about it on WeChat Moments. The general meaning is that I want to settle down here, and the picture is Blue Bay. According to my best friend, the lowest price in this community is 40,000 yuan per square meter, and the price for a good floor and orientation is close to 50,000 yuan. You should know that the average housing price in the main urban area of Chongqing is less than 20,000 yuan, and Lanwan is one of the top residential communities. There are mainly 3 types of apartments, namely 158 square meters, 208 square meters and 288 square meters. The first 2 types correspond to 2 households per elevator, and the largest one corresponds to 1 household per elevator. Even for a 158 square meter apartment, the minimum price is more than 6 million yuan, and for a 288 square meter apartment, it's more than 10 million yuan. You have to know that with your own salary, you will never be able to buy any of these sets in your lifetime. Even the property management fee here is 15 yuan per square meter, which means the smallest unit will cost more than 2,000 yuan. More expensive than my own rent. Brother Feng, this community is too expensive, there's no need. Wu Meng's heart was on Luo Feng, so naturally she wanted to think about Luo Feng. She thought that there was no need to spend so much money, and it would be even worse if it put pressure on Brother Feng. Meng, how much is your monthly salary? Luo Feng asked with a smile. Wu Meng was stunned for a moment, wondering why they were talking about this topic, but she still replied honestly, excluding Brother Feng buying lessons, under normal circumstances, I would have made nearly 10,000 yuan. Luo Feng asked again, would you feel pressured to buy a 10 yuan hairpin? Definitely not. Wu Meng answered without even thinking. For me, it's the same. Buying a house is like buying a hairpin. Luo Feng pretended to be cool. He only had 30 million yuan available now, and he would spend 1/3 of it later. But this is money issued by the system, so it is not painful to spend it, and you can complete the task at the same time, so why not do it? It took less than 10 minutes to drive to the sales office. Sir, madam, welcome to the Blue Bay sales office. Are you here to look at the house? Before I even walked in, a waitress came out to greet me with a standard smile on her face. Yes, come and see the house. Luo Feng replied. Okay, please come in, both of you. The waiter enthusiastically led Luo Feng and the other person into the reception room, where snacks and fruits had already been laid out. What would you two like to drink? We have coffee, juice, herbal tea, and lemon. The waiter asked. The service is very professional and Luo Feng had a good first impression. Have a cup of vegetarian tea. A glass of lemon. Luo Feng and Wu Meng ordered a cup each. After a while, the waiter brought tea and placed it in front of each of them. Behind her, Tang Min was waiting with a folder in her arms. After the waiter left, she sat next to Luo Feng. Hello, sir and madam. My name is Tang Min, and I'm the sales consultant here. I'll be in charge of serving you this time. You can just call me Xiao Min. What are your names, Mr. or Ms.? Tang Min first introduced himself, and then asked Luo Feng and the others. She had a good eye for things. Luo Feng's outfit was not cheap, and the watch Wu Meng was wearing was worth more than a year's salary. There is great hope today, so we must work harder. My last name is Luo, and this is my girlfriend, her last name is Wu. Luo Feng replied calmly. Okay, brother Luo, sister Wu. We have 3 types of apartments here, 158, 208 and 288 square meters respectively. Which one should we look at? Tang Min asked. 288 square meters, with a better orientation and floor. Luo Feng replied. He had already known the prices here. If the single consumption reached 10 million, only the 288 square meter apartment would be available. Wu Meng was even more surprised when she heard this. She originally thought that Brother Feng would only buy a 158 square meter apartment, but it turned out to be the largest 288 square meter apartment. She hugged him tighter. She understood the metaphor of buying hairpins that Luo Feng mentioned on the way, but she was still very excited at the moment. This is more than 10 million. Chapter 23, 10 million in full, moved to tears. Brother Luo, Sister Wu, this building is our top floor. It has 36 floors in total, and this is the 26th floor. There are 2 units in this building, each with 6 elevators. There is only one household on each floor of each unit, and there is no connection between the first and second units. Tang Min entered the elevator and swiped his card, and the display showed the 26th floor. The elevator uses card swiping to go up and down the stairs. Each resident can only go to their corresponding floor, and this is also to ensure the privacy of each resident. Tang Min explained in detail. Luo Feng and Wu Meng listened carefully. After all, neither of them had ever lived in such a mansion worth tens of millions. After exiting the elevator, there is a spacious corridor, which is also the owner's private space. The corridor is about 10 square meters and is not included in the area of the suite. It is a gift and you can put some green plants there to decorate it, said Tang Min. This is also a selling point. The entrance is an armored door that opens 3:7 and is equipped with a smart door lock with facial and fingerprint unlocking methods. This door now has an initial password, which will be set by the owner later. As Tang Min spoke, he entered the password and opened the door. This is the shoe cabinet. Going further in is the living room, which is 75 square meters and has a circular balcony. From the balcony, you can see the city view on the left. The lights are beautiful at night. From the balcony, you can see Nanwan Lake on the right. The sunlight shines on the water and the water is sparkling. Luo Feng and Wu Meng stood on the balcony, leaning on the handrail and looking out. The view was very good, with no obstructions on either side. It's so beautiful. Wu Meng looked at the scenery and exclaimed sincerely. A gust of wind blew over, and Wu Meng's hair fluttered, touching Luo Feng's face, which was very comfortable. The scenery is beautiful, but the people are more beautiful. Go over here, it's our kitchen, 20 square meters. This is the master bedroom, 40 square meters, with an 8 square meter private bathroom and a balcony. After a tour, I concluded that the house has a living room, a kitchen, 3 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, a study, and a cloakroom. Every room has a balcony and every bathroom has a window. The orientation is north and south. We deliver everything fully furnished, including TV, refrigerator, washer-dryer, TV, water heater, gas stove and other appliances. We also provide large furniture, beds, and sofas. The furniture and appliances are all international first-line brands with a 10-year warranty. If there is any problem within 1 year, we will replace it with a new one free of charge. As for the other suites, everything is what you see is what you get. You can basically just buy the 4-piece bedding set and move in right away. The more Wu Meng looked at it, the brighter her eyes became. The decoration quality and craftsmanship were very high, highlighting the extremely high quality. After reading it, the 3 of them walked out of the room and into the elevator. It's so big. After reading it, Wu Meng sighed in Luo Feng's ear. It's okay, yours is big too. Luo Feng pinched her big butt, looked at her big breasts, and said with a smile. Wu Meng glanced at Luo Feng shyly, then quietly leaned close to Luo Feng's ear and whispered, Brother Feng, do you really want to buy such a big one? I'd be so scared if I were alone at night. This is also a question to ask whether Luo Feng will live with him in the future. Don't worry, I'll come here often. You can also bring your family over, or call your friends when I'm not around. This house is bought for you. You can arrange it as you like. Luo Feng's answer exceeded Wu Meng's expectations again. Can I bring my parents over? Luo Feng nodded. Wu Meng got another surprise. I then looked at 2 more properties, but the orientation and floor were slightly inferior. How much is the first set? In the reception room of the sales office, Luo Feng took a sip of the tea that had just been served and asked. Tang Min was delighted and replied enthusiastically, the price per unit is, the tax is 3%, after the discount, the total is 13.5 million. A quotation sheet clearly stated all the fees and discounts, and the final house price was set at 13.5 million. When Wu Meng saw this number, his breathing couldn't help but pause. Although Luo Feng had explained his financial situation to her before coming, the price still made her heart beat fast when it was placed in front of her. Luo Feng looked at Wu Meng's special consumption fund displayed in the system and found that he needed to add about 2 million yuan himself. But it's all within my budget. If I pay in full, when can I get the title deed? Luo Feng dropped a bombshell the moment he opened his mouth.
Wu Meng just thinks Brother Feng is so handsome, while Tang Min thinks Luo Feng is God.
The commission for this house transaction is tens of thousands.
If you bring your ID card, the earliest you can get it is this afternoon, and the latest is tomorrow morning.
Tang Min replied, suppressing his excitement.
However, the joints of her hand holding the pen were a little protruding, and it was obvious that she was still nervous.
Meng, did you bring your ID card? Luo Feng turned and asked Wu Meng.
Oh, I brought it. Wu Meng originally thought that this house was bought by Luo Feng and then let him live in it.
It looks like he wants to write his own name.
She pulled her ID card from her bag.
Luo Feng was quite curious about what Wu Meng's ID photo looked like.
You are a great beauty in school,
Luo Feng exclaimed.
It can be seen from the photo that it was taken in college. Although she was young and immature, she was very beautiful, at the level of a school beauty. Luo Feng nodded and said, then sign the contract and swipe the card.
The property title will be processed this afternoon.
Okay.
It's perfect. Tang Min's heart was already jumping. Wait a moment, Mr. Luo. I'll go get the contract. In less than 2 minutes, Tang Min walked in with the contract. This is the contract. This is the real estate certificate entrustment agreement.
After Tang Min finished her detailed explanation, Luo Feng looked at Wu Meng, who had a silly look on her face, and said with a smile, sign your name.
Oh well.
Wu Meng's handwriting was quite nice, and 1 minute later, all the documents were signed.
Mr. Luo, we can go and pay after you sign.
Tang Min saw that Luo Feng hadn't moved and felt a little confused.
This house should be jointly owned by the two of them.
Considering their relationship, she even thought it was normal that only Luo Feng's name was on the house. I don't need to sign, the house will be in my girlfriend's name, Luo Feng said lightly.
Ah.
Wu Meng was shocked. This is a house worth more than 10 million yuan.
He bought it for me with full payment and just put my name on it?
Tang Min was also shocked.
Will truly rich people also let love cloud their rationality? What if this beauty gets together with someone else in the future? What?
I have already transferred the money to you, just swipe the card. Luo Feng smiled calmly and said that it was all the system's money anyway, so there was no pressure at all to show off. 10 minutes later, Wu Meng returned to the reception room with several invoices and receipts, still looking confused.
Hubby, why are you so nice to me?
I feel like I can never repay you even if I work like a slave for you my whole life. She didn't care whether others could see her or not, she just sat on Luo Feng's legs with her legs apart, put her arms around his neck, and her eyes were a little red.
I was really moved and wanted to cry.
At this moment, she felt that her parents were not as good to her as Luo Feng was to her. Hubby, I'm yours for the rest of my life, and I'll never change my mind. Wu Meng didn't know how to express her feelings, so she kissed Luo Feng on the lips. Luo Feng hugged Wu Meng's slender waist and felt warm drops of water passing across his lips. Wu Meng actually shed tears.
Chapter 24 Like a Dream. Brother Luo, Sister Wu. My colleague will go and handle the property deeds. If nothing goes wrong, we'll get them today.
The house can be handed over now. Seeing Luo Feng and Wu Meng having an intimate conversation, Tang Min waited for a few minutes before coming in.
Next, we will go to the property management to register the owner's information. After entering the face, we can enter and exit the community freely.
Luo Feng and the other two naturally had no objection and followed Tang Min all the way to handle the procedures. Half an hour later, Tang Min and the property manager brought Luo Feng to the entrance and set up the door lock with face recognition, fingerprint and password.
Brother Luo, Sister Wu, the property management procedures have been completed. Here is a move-in gift box for our valued owners. I wish you a happy life in Blue Bay and all the best. If you have any questions, you can talk to the exclusive one-on-one group of owners. We have dedicated staff to handle them 24 hours a day. You can also call and they are always available.
The property manager handed Wu Meng a beautifully packaged gift box and left with Tang Min. Wu Meng walked around every corner of the house again, feeling like he was still dreaming. My best friend has always dreamed of living in the Blue Bay community, and now I have a house here, and it's the largest one. If she knew about this, she would probably be envious to death. Just now, when I was walking in the community, I felt that it was similar to a park, with a large green area, artificial lakes, clusters of flowers, and shady trees. Everywhere is comfortable and cozy, noble and luxurious. While Wu Meng was looking around the house, Luo Feng looked at the system.
I received a reminder when I completed the payment just now. Mission target, close lover Wu Meng's single consumption exceeds 10 million.
Mission reward, 1 recruitment quota has been issued. Please host to propose recruitment positions.
An input box appears in the mind. Full-time driver. Luo Feng found a job posting online and filled in the form. Byte. We have found 3 best candidates for the position. Please make your choice.
First, male, 45 years old, 176 centimeters tall, married with children, winner of a national military competition, driver for the compound leader for 8 years. Second, male, 37 years old, 191 centimeters tall, widower with children, won the national championship in a prestigious automobile race for 3 consecutive years, and later drove for the chairman of a large state-owned enterprise for 6 years. Third, female, 32 years old, 178 centimeters tall, unmarried, and childless. Previously won first place in the National Military Women's Fighting Competition, privately challenged male champions, winning 3 matches in a row. Later, she drove for a female leader of a mysterious unit for 5 years. The system also attached full body photos of each person. The first 2 men were unremarkable, just as imagined. The third one really opened Luo Feng's eyes, because he was extremely burly and reminded him of boxing champion Mike Tyson. No wonder she won all the men's championships.
Driving is a side job, and being a thug or a bodyguard is the main job, right? Since you are so good at fighting, I will choose you. If nothing else, just for safety. Byte.
The host has chosen Shang Xiaoqiu. The system has equipped the driver with a driving vehicle, Rolls-Royce Phantom 6.7T standard wheelbase version.
Fuck, is it that powerful? A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Luo Feng was secretly shocked.
The system prompts that it is still continuing.
Vehicle driving license information is being generated. Generated. The car owner's information is registered as the host and included in the host's wealth value. Driver's license contact number. Driver's WeChat contact information has been automatically added. The host information has been updated, please check it out. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms.
Wealth, $22.1 million.
Constitution, 71.
Looking at the information constantly refreshing on the system, Luo Feng felt numb.
Is this what the system means by providing working conditions?
In fact, he had some guesses, but he didn't expect that the car he was directly equipped with would be of this level.
Rolls-Royce Phantom long wheelbase version, 9.86 million. You may not be able to buy it yet, it's limited. It also increased their wealth value, and Wu Meng and Mengqing Yuan's available spending money skyrocketed. This is not recruitment, this is attracting the god of wealth for yourself. If we hire a driver, we provide him with a top-tier luxury car. Does hiring a housekeeper mean we provide him with a top-tier luxury house? If I recruit a general manager for a company myself, will I be assigned a company? Luo Feng began to use his imagination. Husband, what are you thinking about?
Wu Meng looked at Luo Feng in a daze, quietly walked behind him and hugged him. The soft touch made Luo Feng feel very comfortable. I'm trying to figure out what knowledge I can use tonight.
Luo Feng teased.
Wu Meng hugged her tighter and whispered, no need to wait until tonight, we can do it now.
The clothes began to fall one by one. 2 hours later. Hubby, I love you. Wu Meng opened her beautiful big eyes and looked at Luo Feng affectionately to express her feelings. I love you too.
Luo Feng looked at Wu Meng's hair on her forehead that was wet, and gently stroked it with his hands to comfort her.
Chapter 25, Too Many Monsters on the Journey. 6 p.m. Both Luo Feng and Wu Meng were hungry.
I went downstairs and found a Western restaurant to eat.
The environment is relatively quiet, and there is someone playing the piano in the hall. Luo Feng called the property management and asked them to help arrange the betting. Time limit is 2 hours.
The property manager was about to say that the property was not responsible for this matter and that time was too tight, but he didn't expect Luo Feng to transfer 30,000 yuan as a reward.
I currently have 3 bedrooms. Please help me decorate them. The budget should be within 500,000. Please. I don't want to go to the hotel or the place where I used to stay tonight. It's too simple. If you have money, you should spend it and enjoy life and the goddess in front of you. Got it. I'll definitely complete the mission.
The property manager replied.
No matter what the job responsibilities are, Mr. Luo is my bread and butter now.
She stopped two colleagues who were about to leave work and whispered, "The owner has assigned us, and we have to finish it in 2 hours.
Why? We're getting off work. 2. The two said in unison. 5,000 yuan per person,
said the property manager calmly.
Ah.
Oh, there's actually such a good thing.
Absolutely no problem. The mall is only a kilometer away. If I'm doing my best, I should be able to finish shopping in half an hour.
I'll definitely have to wash it and dry it afterward.
Time is tight, but it can be done.
The property manager is very pleased that everyone has a strong sense of initiative. The three of them set out to work immediately.
In a Western restaurant.
While waiting for the food to be served, Wu Meng saw Meng Qingyuan's circle of friends.
The happiest thing is meeting you, the one I can entrust my life to, in my best years?
The 9-square grid contains various real photos of Porsche, with the driving license attached in the center. There are already several rows of likes, and there are also many comments from colleagues from the fitness center below.
Finance, congratulations to Miss Meng for landing. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Zhang Qian, wow. I'm so envious. Sister Qing Yuan is taking us for a ride. Wang Yan, I also want to meet the right person. Sister Qing Yuan, please don't forget me when you become rich and powerful. Even the store manager sent a message, Miss Meng, can you come back to attend classes with Mr. Luo occasionally, and introduce some big bosses you know to us?
The store manager's message was quickly deleted. Wu Meng felt uncomfortable, but more angry.
She puffed her lips and asked Luo Feng in a sweet voice, honey, can I post the pictures of the house today on WeChat Moments?
As for Porsches, the house Brother Feng bought for me is worth more than a dozen Porsches.
I want to see, Meng Qing Yuan, if you can still be happy. No problem, whatever you want.
Luo Feng was also reading the news, and he roughly knew what was going on after hearing it. At this time, he was messaging Meng Qing Yuan.
Brother Feng, I want to hold you while I sleep at night.
I'm scared to sleep alone at night. Epsilon.
There are so many people here who don't have clothes to wear. Luo Feng really wanted to go, but he had to accompany Wu Meng tonight. Be good, I have plans tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh. Sigma.
After replying to Meng Qing Yuan, I saw messages from Zhang Qian and Wang Yan.
Wang Yan, Brother Feng, I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Do you want to come and see it? Attached is a photo.
The sunlight shines through the thin gauze clothes, revealing the curvy figure, and some key points are also exposed.
Zhang Qian, Brother Feng, I wore the bracelet out today and my friends thought I had a boyfriend, he.
Attached is a photo of a slender hand wearing a bracelet, which is too subtle.
Yuan, Brother Feng, I'll be back by plane the day after tomorrow.
A pair of long legs and black silk stockings were placed on the armrest of the sofa, straight and slender, with half of the thigh exposed, white and round.
Luo Feng began to understand the hardships that Tang Sanzang faced on his journey to obtain Buddhist scriptures. There are too many demons trying to influence his mind, and ordinary people like him have no way to resist. The messages are still increasing rapidly, and more tempting and cool photos are sent. I remember some of my friends in the past who would call me godfather or grandpa for a few portraits or nude photos, but now, all kinds of goddesses and beauties in real life take the initiative to send their photos to me. The gap is really huge. Those who suffer from drought will die of drought, and those who suffer from floods will die of floods. Even if he said something like oh or something like that, he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of several women. Sir, madam, please enjoy your meal. The steak and red wine were served, and the waiter put them away and left. Meng, eat and play with your phone later. Luo Feng looked at Wu Meng who was still fiddling with his phone and reminded him. It will be ready soon.
Wu Meng posted several carefully arranged pictures and texts on his moments, put down his phone and started cutting steak. In less than a minute, Wu Meng's phone started ringing continuously. A lot of news came in. Wu Meng set her phone to silent mode, feeling satisfied. On the other side, Meng Qing Yuan just drove out of the community and was about to go shopping with her finance best friend. The phone rang, the phone was connected to Bluetooth, and I pressed the answer button on the car. Qing Yuan, where are you? Have you seen Wu Meng's moments? Your house has been robbed, did you know that? The anxious voice of Lu Xiaoyi, the finance officer, sounded, and he started asking 3 questions in a row. Meng Qing Yuan was a little confused and quickly parked the car on the side of the road. Hurry up and check Wu Meng's circle of friends and contact your brother Feng.
How could you let such a wealthy sponsor leave him out alone, Wu Meng? Lu Xiaoyi kept talking. Look now, look now. Meng Qingyuan opened Wu Meng a circle of friends. The scenery is really beautiful. To the left is the bustling city, and to the right is the quiet and peaceful lake view. Thank you, husband, I will always be by your side.
It was also accompanied by a series of love kiss emojis.
A bad premonition grew wildly in Meng Qingyuan's heart, and she hurriedly clicked on the 9-square grid picture below.
She flicked past a few landscape pictures, and the one in the middle shattered her heart.
Blue Bay, 288 square meters, Wu Meng's sole property rights.
At this time, Lu Xiaoyi's voice rang out again. I just checked the online price.
The minimum price for a unit of this size in Lanwan is over 13 million.
A mansion worth tens of millions, and it's actually in Wu Meng's name.
Your Porsche is only $1 million. Meng Qingyuan was anxious and speechless.
You are here to stab me. Why are you saying such hurtful things?
Okay, I got it. I'll hang up now.
After hanging up the phone, Meng Qingyuan took a few deep breaths in the car, opened Luo Feng's phone and dialed.
Western Restaurant. The melodious sound of the piano echoed.
Luo Feng had finished a piece of steak, and Wu Meng had just taken a few bites. Because there were too many messages coming in, even if he only replied to a few of the important ones, it still took a lot of time.
Buzz buzz buzz. Luo Feng's phone vibrated and the caller ID showed Meng Qingyuan. He picked it up casually and answered it without hesitation. Husband, husband.
As soon as Meng Qingyuan opened her mouth, she spoke in a top-notch clip-like tone.
I miss you so much. Are you with Meng Meng? Can I come over? Luo Feng looked up at Wu Meng opposite him. Where are the people? The zipper was unzipped. Hiss. Chapter 26 Envy from the next table. Husband, say something. Meng Qingyuan sounded aggrieved.
She really didn't expect that Wu Meng looked innocent, but Brother Feng bought her a house.
More than 10 million.
The two seniors who made it to the top before had houses worth more than 2 million yuan, which was already the envy of others.
More than 10 million, a sum of money that an ordinary person cannot earn in his entire life. Ahem, I'm drinking water.
Luo Feng was attacked from below, blood rushed down, and his brain functioned slower.
Honey, I've learned a lot of new things, and I'm waiting for you to test them.
I want it, husband.
Meng Qingyuan's voice was so sweet that it made Luo Feng's mouth dry.
I used to think the women's coquettish behavior in movies was fake, but now that I've experienced it myself, I realize how fucking awesome it is. And below, Wu Meng used her long and soft muscles to curl, roll, and suck continuously. His physical condition was already at its peak, and the double stimulation from the two people, both verbally and physically, caused the intensity to reach a new level.
Give me a piece of steel plate and I can dig a hole in it.
But when you encounter a slippery trap, you can only sit and wait.
Okay, Qingyuan, I'm a little busy right now. Let's talk tomorrow. Luo Feng had no choice but to turn Meng Qingyuan down first, and hung up without waiting for Meng Qingyuan to speak.
Then he sent a message to Meng Qingyuan, I'll take you to buy a house tomorrow.
Don't miss out on anything you need. Meng Qingyuan quickly replied. Hubby, I'm not here for the house, I just miss you. When I woke up in the morning and didn't see you, I felt so sad that I wanted to cry. If I do something wrong, my husband will tell me and I will definitely change it. Meng Qingyuan, who was in the Porsche, sent the message, and her already plump chest heaved with anger. Wu Meng, wait.
She was determined to make sure that Brother Feng would not get out of bed tomorrow, no, for the next few days.
Anyway, women can't be harmed by farming. Bang, bang, bang. The car window was knocked. What are you knocking? Uncle Police, I'm leaving right away.
Meng Qingyuan hurriedly drove away dejectedly, already thinking about what clothes to wear and what knowledge to use tomorrow.
Western Restaurant.
Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Shi eat steak together.
They are both juniors at Shangqing University.
Zhang Haiyang is the president of the student union, while Xiao Shi is the head of the arts department.
Cici,
congratulations on advancing to the top 100 competition of Xinjiang culture.
Thanks.
He raised his glass and clinked it with Xiao Shi's, and they each took a sip of red wine. Zhang Haiyang is 1.85 meters tall, with a slender figure and handsome appearance.
His family assets exceed 100 million yuan. He usually drives a BMW to school.
After seeing Xiao Shi in his freshman year, he has been pursuing her.
The next match is the top 64 qualifying round.
I've already prepared 100,000 for you to vote. Advancing is a piece of cake. Of course, with Cece's strength, it will be easy for her to advance. This is just to prevent others from using despicable means to squeeze out someone like you who is truly capable. Xiaoxi is 1.75 meters tall and wears a cheongsam. She has a well-proportioned figure, a beautiful and gentle appearance, and her hair is tied up. She is a classic beauty. There are many bootlickers in the school, and Zhang Haiyang is the vanguard in Xiaoxi's bootlicker pool. One reason is that he is the president of the student union, and the other is that he is both handsome and wealthy. You're so nice to me. When Xiaoxi spoke, her eyes were filled with pure admiration, which immediately boosted Zhang Haiyang's sense of accomplishment. Sis, my feelings for you. Ocean, I told you. Right now, my mind is on studying and competing. In my plan, I will consider dating after I graduate and have a stable job. Xiaoxi interrupted Zhang Haiyang's confession. In her pond, there were two other fish as powerful as Zhang Haiyang, so it was naturally impossible for her to make a decision now. Zhang Haiyang didn't realize this, he just thought Xiaoxi was an independent woman of the new era, very opinionated and well-planned, and exactly the perfect match he wanted. Cece, of course I know. I will always be with you and support you. The disgusting dog-licking words came out of Zhang Haiyang's mouth skillfully. Xiaoxi smiled perfunctorily, then pretended to eat seriously and stopped talking. Seeing this, Zhang Haiyang didn't continue. He quietly looked at Wu Meng at the next table. When Wu Meng and Luo Feng sat down just now, he was shocked by Wu Meng's appearance and figure. First of all, her looks are on the same level as Xiaoxi's, just with different tendencies. Xiaoxi is classical and gentle, while Wu Meng is exquisite and cool. In terms of figure, Wu Meng is one level higher than Xiaoxi, and her curves are extremely tempting. He didn't even dare to imagine what it would feel like to touch or do that body. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the goddess lifted the tablecloth and went under the table. Then he saw the middle-aged man sitting opposite the goddess pick up his phone and answer the call. A tablecloth covered the man below the waist, and then a rustling sound was heard. Then, the tablecloth began to rise and fall rhythmically. This. Zhang Haiyang looked at the middle-aged man. He has an ordinary appearance and a little fat on his belly. After hanging up the phone, he closed his eyes and looked very happy. Fuck, the goddess actually gave it to this man. Still in the fucking restaurant. He was so envious. Why had he been pursuing Xiaoxi for more than 2 years but couldn't even hold her hand? It's like playing a game, you are still leveling up in the novice village, while others are already riding on the BOS and dealing crazy damage. Ocean, why don't you eat? What are you looking at? Xiaoxi noticed something strange and looked up, only to find that he was staring at the table next to her. She followed her gaze. She simply skipped over Luo Feng's ordinary looks and continued reading. Why was the tablecloth always moving? She is not a little girl and has never tried it, but she has heard of it and can imagine certain scenes. Are they? Xiaoxi asked, frowning. When Xiaoxi asked the question just now, Zhang Haiyang quickly withdrew his gaze. At this time, he also pretended to be disgusted and said, "It's possible. The world is really going downhill. They don't care about the impact at all." What he was thinking was that this man must have a lot of money, otherwise how could a goddess like that do such a thing? For a moment, he wanted to ask Luo Feng how to pursue a goddess like this. I saw you were watching very intently just now. Were you envious of that old man? Xiaoxi sneered and said, most women understand what kind of man is. Really not. I was just confused at the time. Zhang Haiyang tried to explain. Stop talking, finish eating and go. I feel like the air is a little dirty. Xiaoxi took a napkin, wiped her mouth, and said impatiently. Just as Xiaoxi and the other person were about to get up and leave, Wu Meng came out from under the table, sat down, picked up the cup and took a big gulp of water. Xiaoxi stared at Wu Meng intently and was shocked by her beauty and figure. Why? She couldn't understand why a goddess who even she had to bow down to would do such a thing for this man. Shouldn't you use your looks and figure to play with men and make them your driving force in your career? It's rude to keep staring at my girlfriend. After Luo Feng finished his pleasure, he looked at the two young people at the next table, or to be more precise, at Xiaoxi. He saw that the two men were staring at Wu Meng with shocked expressions, and thought that they knew what Wu Meng had just done for them. Come on, young man. He smiled at Zhang Haiyang. Thank you. Zhang Haiyang looked confused and almost said thank you for the encouragement. When I came to my senses, I realized that the encouragement was to ask Xiaoxi to do something to me. If Xiaoxi wasn't around, that would be fine, but now the real boss is right across from me. No man is good. Xiaoxi was so angry that she quickly walked out with her bag. Wearing a cheongsam, her twisting waist and hips attracted Luo Feng's attention.
Chapter 27, Upstairs is always busy, downstairs can't sleep.
Hubby, I'll go buy some cheongsams to wear tonight.
She's definitely prettier than that girl just now.
Wu Mang was jealous. Luo Feng stared at Xiaoxi's waist and hips, and she felt sour in her heart. Brother Feng is good in every way except that he is too lustful. I should work harder and squeeze Brother Feng dry so that he won't have the energy to care about other women.
Including sister Qing Yuan.
Meng Qingyuan and Wu Mang both knew of each other's existence, but under the influence of the system, they never thought of leaving Luo Feng.
Okay, I'll go buy some after I finish eating.
Luo Feng smiled and said without explaining, living is real. Wu Mang stopped talking and started eating with big mouthfuls, silently swearing that he would not let Brother Feng get out of bed tonight. When I went to a nearby cheongsam shop to buy clothes, I met Xiaoxi and Zhang Haiyang again.
Trying on clothes. Luo Feng still looked at him with admiration.
Although not as big as Wu Mang, it is young and proud, and has a different flavor.
Bite.
It was detected that someone was taking a secret photo of Wu Mang.
The key parts have been blocked and there will be problems with the focus of the photos taken.
He looked at the nearest man, who was Zhang Haiyang. At this moment, he hurriedly put away his phone and pretended to give Xiaoxi some advice.
He smiled. Sure enough, when he was looking at beautiful women, other men would not be idle either. Fortunately, there is a system that can give me peace of mind.
On the other side, Xiaoxi saw Luo Feng walk in the mirror, his eyes fixed on her. After being surprised, I felt disgusted.
Okay, this one will do.
I'll go change.
Let's pay and leave quickly. I don't want to see this man.
Xiaoxi said to Zhang Haiyang and followed him into the fitting room.
Good. Zhang Haiyang also felt that Luo Feng's gaze was too blatant.
He had always been very reserved, so why did he look at him like that?
Wu Meng picked out some clothes and walked into the fitting room. Zhang Haiyang and Luo Feng met at the checkout counter.
Uncle, stop staring at my girlfriend like that.
Do you understand my manners?
Zhang Haiyang looked at the ordinary face and slightly plump figure, and always felt that staring at Xiaoxi was a blasphemy.
Hearing this, Luo Feng looked at him in surprise.
He didn't expect that the young man had such a strong possessiveness.
But, what, your girlfriend? Luo Feng chuckled and asked, have you held hands? Kissed? Do you know her bust and hip measurements? Everyone is free to dress however they want, and I think everyone is free too. Luo Feng responded bluntly, saying that a bootlicker and a sneak photographing obscene man had no right to yell at him. You are so uncultured. Sisai will be my girlfriend sooner or later. Our relationship is pure, not as dirty as your thoughts. Do you know what love is?
Zhang Haiyang felt the pain and spoke loudly. He felt that this old man was too realistic and always talked about that aspect.
So realistic.
At this time, Xiaoxi changed her clothes and came out. She sped up after hearing some noises.
Ocean, what's wrong? She asked doubtfully. It's okay.
I told this man to keep his eyes clean and stop staring at you.
Luo Feng smiled.
He looked at Xiaoxi and said, I think you are very beautiful and have a great figure, so I like looking at you.
Do you think it's okay?
He turned to look at Zhang Haiyang and continued, you just timidly peeked at my girlfriend and took a secret photo.
I feel sick for you. Secret filming?
Xiaoxi asked doubtfully.
She looked at Zhang Haiyang. Nonsense. How is that possible? Slander. Zhang Haiyang's face flushed.
At this time, Wu Meng came out. Wearing a cheongsam, she looked dignified and charming. Cheongsams are tight-fitting and show off the figure. Her figure and curves were beyond the reach of all the other women present.
Honey, how do I look in this?
She asked with some anticipation. Luo Feng no longer paid attention to Xiaoxi and the others, and walked straight towards Wu Meng, praising her, she is so beautiful, a disaster to the country and the people. He hugged her, kissed her, and kneaded her vigorously with his hands behind her back.
Have you seen enough? Let's go.
Looking at Zhang Haiyang's dazed look, Xiaoxi knew that what Luo Feng had just said was true. Feeling a little disgusted and disappointed, but not wanting to expose him, I walked out of the store carrying the bag of clothes.
Sisai, wait for me. Don't call me CC. We are just classmates. I have already transferred the money for the clothes to your WeChat. No, listen to my explanation. The two walked away. Honey, what happened to those two? Wu Meng asked in confusion. Ignore the conflict between the lick dog and the green tea and try changing these two again. Luo Feng picked up two cheongsams with very little fabric and gave them to her. Ah, isn't this too revealing? Wu Meng exclaimed, feeling a little shy. Just wear it for me. I'll go to the dressing room later to see how it looks on you. Don't come out and give it to other men. Luo Feng laughed. There were two other men present, and they looked disappointed when they heard this. Behave yourself in the locker room. Wu Meng seemed to be giving advice, but in fact she was adding fuel to the fire, and she looked eager to try. Leprechaun. Honey, mine is not small. Okay, I'll subdue the monster later. In the end, nothing much happened in the locker room. They just kissed and touched each other and called it a day. Luo Feng didn't want to disturb other people's normal business. Before 10 o'clock in the evening, I returned to Blue Bay with 6 cheongsams. Luo Feng looked at the 4-piece sets in the 3 bedrooms, all arranged in place, and nodded with satisfaction. Then Wu Meng went to change into the cheongsam she had just bought, saying that she wanted to give Luo Feng some cheongsam shock. Of course Luo Feng had no problem with that, he just lay on the bed and waited. About 20 minutes later, Wu Meng walked into the bedroom. Honey, does it look good? Slowly turned in a circle. Wu Meng wore a black cheongsam with a hollowed-out upper part, which barely covered the key points and presented a perfect shape. The cheongsam is extremely narrow at the waist, with the outline of the vest line faintly visible. At the hips, the curve expands sharply, and thanks to the elastic material, it does not break. Going down, the thigh crotch is very high, and most of the buttocks are exposed, which are round and perky. She was wearing high heels and was taller than Luo Feng. It's so beautiful, so tempting. It's too hot. He hugged Wu Meng. Hubby, don't, let me come first. Wu Meng spoke in his ear with a seductive voice, and the breath she exhaled passed over his ear, making the reaction even stronger. He was gently pushed down. Hubby, close your eyes. 20 minutes later, he felt relieved. Look at Wu Meng, who was kneeling at the end of the bed. Wife, thank you for your hard work. He gently stroked Wu Meng's hair. I'm going to the bathroom. Wu Meng said. Wu Meng looked somewhere and exclaimed, why is it still like this? Surprised, happy, and scared. Can I squeeze Brother Feng dry tonight? In the wash area, in the mirror, Wu Meng's originally tied hair was a little messy, then gradually loosened, and finally completely scattered. In the afternoon, the lost bird flew back and kept chirping in the bathroom. Residents of the same building in unit on the 26th floor. A young woman in her 30s was taking a nice bath in the bathtub, but 30 minutes ago, some noises started to come from upstairs. Because there is a sewer, if the noise from the bathroom upstairs is too loud, it will inevitably be transmitted to the downstairs. She was also curious to see how long the people upstairs could hold out, so she didn't leave. But this time became longer and longer. After half an hour, the frequency began to increase and the volume became louder and louder. She couldn't help it in the bathtub. The surface of the water began to ripple regularly. 5 minutes later, the sound from upstairs continued to rise and then disappeared. The young woman's whole body tensed up and then she collapsed. Chapter 28, Encountering Shenninghua, Promotion? Just one sentence. In the morning, the sun shines on the foot of the bed. Under the bed, various clothes were scattered. Luo Feng opened his eyes and looked to the right. A delicate and beautiful little face lay quietly in his arms. My arm is a little numb. He pulled it out carefully. Wu Meng seemed to feel uncomfortable in her sleep, and changed her position again, hugging Luo Feng's neck with both hands and putting one foot on his leg. He gently kissed the small, soft lips. Hubby, I'm so sleepy, I still need to sleep. Wu Meng said in a daze, her voice soft and lazy. Luo Feng stopped teasing her because she had done too much exercise last night, the most recent one being at 3 in the morning. In total, Wu Meng slept less than 5 hours. It's so hard. He was amazed at Wu Meng's endurance. The first time was in the afternoon, but he could still exercise continuously at such a high intensity in the evening. Half an hour later, Luo Feng put on his clothes and walked to the bed again. Honey, I'm going out first. Wu Meng had completely given up on the idea of draining him dry. Instead, she felt like she was being drained dry. Half asleep, she lazily said, "Honey, goodbye. I'll sleep a little longer." After kissing Wu Meng's forehead, Luo Feng walked out the door when a system prompt appeared. Bite. The host's body fat percentage was detected to have dropped by 1%. The current body fat percentage is 21%. A reward of 200,000 has been issued. Luo Feng is no longer interested in the reward of 200,000 yuan. But the best thing is that your body fat percentage decreases and your body becomes healthier. He looked at the character panel. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Wealth, $22.3 million. Constitution, 73. My weight is only 154 pounds and my physical condition continues to improve. Increasing it 12 times in one day, with this amount of exercise, I deserve to lose weight. For a man without a system, with this amount of energy, it's likely he won't last more than 3 days and it will be game over. Boss, I'm already near the elevator entrance on the second floor below ground. The newly hired driver Shine Shocho sent a message saying that he had arranged to pick me up in the morning last night. The elevator door on the second floor below ground opened, and I saw my Rolls-Royce Phantom at a glance. A statue of a freely flying goddess is located in the center of the front of the car, symbolizing freedom and elegance. The black body has smooth and rounded lines, the front of the car is wide, and the vertical air intake grille looks domineering and majestic. The headlights are made of crystal cutting technology and look very gorgeous and exquisite. Luo Feng looked at the car in a daze, and his excitement was comparable to that when he saw Wu Meng's looming figure last night. After all, there are goddesses everywhere, but top luxury cars are limited to 25 units worldwide. If the system wasn't so powerful, how could I possibly have it? Boss, please get in the car. A rough and deep voice sounded, and a female man in a custom-made suit stood in front of the car door. Wearing gloves, she blocked the top of the door with one hand and opened the door with the other, waiting respectfully for Luo Feng to get in the car. Luo Feng saw her through the system yesterday, and when he saw her in reality, he was still shocked by her image. He was very strong, with one of his arms almost as thick as his thigh. I guess one punch can knock an ordinary person away. It makes me feel very safe when I carry it with me. He nodded to her and got into the car. The first thing you feel is the large amount of high-quality leather, wood, and metal in the car, creating an unparalleled sense of luxury. Sitting in the back seat, there is a lot of space and it is very comfortable and quiet to lie down. Looking at the roof, the starry sky composed of more than 800 LED lights is profound and sci-fi. Boss, where are we going? The driver asked from the front seat. Luo Feng told her the address of Mengqing Yuan's community. Got it, estimated to take 20 minutes, leaving now. When the engine starts, the sound is low, smooth and powerful, not as loud and noisy as some common sports cars. However, less than 5 meters after driving, a large G-Class drove out from the side parking space without slowing down. Almost collided with the front of a Rolls-Royce. Luo Feng's body leaned forward slightly due to inertia. Boss, I'm sorry, I stepped on the brakes just now. The driver did not blame the other vehicle, but apologized to Luo Feng. It's okay, the car in front has also stopped, let's see what to say. A beautiful young woman in her 30s got out of the driver's seat. He wore a beige suit and a white lace shirt on the upper body, and cropped trousers and black leather shoes on the lower body. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well last night, so I wasn't focused this morning. I was distracted just now. Luckily, your driver was very skilled and didn't hit me. Ningya said to Luo Feng with an apologetic look on her face. She is the young woman on the 26th floor. She was quite shocked last night. She had been single for a long time, and those voices kept echoing in her mind. As expected, she couldn't sleep. It's all the fault of the upstairs guy. Aren't you tired of staying in the bathroom for so long? It's so annoying that it's so loud. Ningya sighed inwardly. Luo Feng noticed the tiredness on her face and stopped dwelling on what happened just now. He reminded her. It's okay, we didn't collide. But if you're this sleepy, you should take a taxi. Driving yourself is too dangerous. After saying that, he prepared to get in the car. Thanks for the reminder. That's what I was thinking. Could you ask your driver to help me back the car into the garage? My driving skills are not very good, and I'm worried that I'll hit other cars later. Ningya had another little thought.
The man in front of her was obviously a wealthy man. She had only seen this car twice, and the people sitting in it were all extremely wealthy and influential people.
Maybe I can take this opportunity to make some friends. My own company is originally looking for various investment cooperations. This is an opportunity. No problem.
I naturally helped with this small favor. After all, she was a beautiful young woman with a good figure.
Thank you. Would it be convenient for us to get acquainted? My name is Shin Ningya, the general manager of Xinjiang Culture. This is my business card.
She handed Luo Feng a business card with only her name and phone number on it.
Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence.
He had heard Xinjiang Culture many times in the past few days.
My ex-girlfriend is an employee of this company, and so is her boss.
So is Ai Yuan's fiancé, and the college student I met yesterday was also participating in Xinjiang Culture's audition event.
My name is Luo Feng. Add me as a friend and I'll send you my phone number. Luo Feng opened his QR code.
Shin Ningya was very happy and quickly took out her mobile phone to scan the QR code and add a friend.
I was a little confused.
Such a rich man actually used a mobile phone that only cost 2,000 yuan.
He was really low-key.
If Luo Feng knew what she was thinking, he would probably laugh.
He just didn't have time to change it these days. Is your company holding any auditions recently?
Luo Feng asked casually after sending her his cell phone number. Shin Ningya saved the mobile phone number as if it were a treasure and put it in a separate category.
I was a little surprised to hear that. Could it be that he was interested in the company's event?
Well, our company planned a national campaign to select the most beautiful students on campus a month ago. The top 10 can sign contracts with our company, and the top 3 can participate in the TV series Youth with You and Me, of course as supporting roles.
Is Mr. Luo interested in the event? If Mr. Luo wants to recommend someone, just send me the name and I can arrange it. I'll guarantee you'll be in the top 16. Chapter 29. Buy again. Thank you, no need. I heard about this before when we were having dinner. I'm just curious.
Luo Feng said with a smile.
Shin Ningya felt a little regretful.
The opportunity to advance, or even to the round of 16, which others dream of, is a gift that can be given away at will by the real manipulator behind the scenes. Just for the chance to make friends with a possible big shot.
Boss, the car is already parked. Are we leaving as planned? The driver Shang Shouqiu closed the door of the Mercedes-Benz G and asked. Luo Feng nodded. Turning to Shin Ningya, he said, goodbye.
Seeing Luo Feng about to get in the car and leave, Shin Ningya was still thinking about how to deepen their relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Luo. Next week, the company is organizing a dinner for all contracted artists and internet celebrities. There will be singing and dancing performances. If Mr. Luo is interested, please do come and join us. Artists and internet celebrities? This made Luo Feng's eyes light up. Would there be the legendary toasting session for the boss? Of course, I am the so-called big boss. Moreover, the part after the toast was what he was looking forward to. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Please send me the specific time and address on WeChat. I will come if I have time.
Luo Feng does not hide his LSP nature, he is such an open and honest person. With the help of the system, he became more and more unscrupulous and shameless.
Shin Ningya didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, she was very happy.
It seemed that beauty was a necessity for men.
Okay, Mr. Luo, please send me the specific time and address via WeChat today. I look forward to meeting you again. Luo Feng and Shin Ningya waved goodbye, got in the car and left. Shin Ningya waited until she could no longer see Luo Feng before walking back to the elevator.
A car has already made the status of the two people different. Although Shin Ningya is the general manager, her annual salary is only over 1 million yuan. With the year-end bonus, stock dividends, etc., it is equivalent to about 2 million yuan a year. If you want to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom or the extended wheelbase version, first of all, you don't have the qualifications. Even if we only talk about the price, after deducting basic expenses, it will take more than 10 years to save enough money. And she obviously couldn't guarantee that she could stay in this position for more than 10 years. Yang Qing, please send me the specific time and address of our gathering next week on WeChat within today. Pick a few people with top looks and figures and sit them at the same table, then leave 2 or 3 seats for them. She sent 2 voice messages to Yang Qing. In less than a minute, Yang Qing replied, Mr. Shin, received. I'll send it to you before 12 noon today. Yang Qing immediately called Lily into the office again and instructed her, Mr. Shin requires that the specific time and place for next week's gathering be determined before 11 a.m. today.
Please hurry and make sure it's done.
Oh, by the way, please send me a list of celebrities and internet celebrities with good looks and figures, along with their real photos.
It's not that I want to use unspoken rules.
This was arranged by Mr. Shen. It must be prepared for the big boss.
What are you thinking? Yang Qing explained, thinking to himself, how could I have the ability to take advantage of artists and internet celebrities? I was increasingly regretting being with Li. She was too suspicious. All men are bad. Li left angrily. When Luo Feng arrived at the house rented by Meng Qingyuan, she was wearing an apron and brought freshly fried eggs to the table in front of Luo Feng.
Honey, I guess you didn't have breakfast, so I made one for you. In front of Luo Feng, in addition to fried eggs, there was also a cup of hot soy milk and a sandwich.
Thank you, wife.
Luo Feng didn't hesitate, as he was indeed hungry, so he picked up the sandwich and started eating.
Honey, is it to your taste?
Very good, very delicious.
Did you have a hard time last night?
When Meng Qingyuan saw him eating with big mouthfuls, she was happy at first, but then felt aggrieved. He must have had sex with Wu Meng many times last night. Looking at the way he was eating, he must have consumed too much energy.
Have you decided where to buy a house today? Luo Feng did not respond, but asked about another matter. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Meng Qingyuan stopped pestering him.
I asked tentatively, how big a house does my husband want to buy me, and how much money will it cost? If it was lower than Wu Meng's, she would cry on the spot and drain him dry. He smiled and said, more than 10 million, but not more than 15 million, otherwise Meng will be jealous again. Meng Qingyuan was very excited after hearing the first half, but the last sentence made her chest swell up again with anger.
Meng Qingyuan was furious and walked behind him, rubbing his back with her chest. Luo Feng finished drinking the soy milk, turned around and hugged Meng Qingyuan, and put his hand into.
Hubby, I saw a video yesterday of a housewife cooking in the kitchen. Meng Qingyuan endured his wanton massage, her voice trembling slightly. She has a face as innocent as a girl and looks at him with innocent eyes.
Good. Role-playing, right? From now on, please act out the plots of all educational films for me. Good wife, let's go to the kitchen now. He hasn't unlocked this scene yet, and it makes him excited just thinking about it. An hour later, Luo Feng and Meng Qingyuan walked out of the house. Meng Qingyuan doubted her life. Why was Brother Feng so strong? I can't bear it at all.
Arrived at the second floor below ground.
Honey, that's a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked next to mine, right?
It looks like it's the extended version.
Hubby, please drive the car out later. I'm afraid it might get scratched.
Meng Qingyuan hugged Luo Feng's arm and said in surprise when she saw the car parked next to her Porsche.
No, there's a driver driving today.
Luo Feng said, continuing to walk forward.
Does my husband have a full-time driver?
Hey, husband, why are you still going that way?
Meng Qingyuan was shocked by Luo Feng's financial resources.
Generally speaking, those who have full-time drivers are big leaders who are busy with all kinds of affairs. Seeing the direction Luo Feng was going, he felt very confused.
Then an idea popped into her mind. Honey, this Rolls-Royce Phantom, isn't it yours?
There is actually no need to reply halfway through the conversation. The driver Shang Xiuqiu opened the car door at this time and waited for Luo Feng to get in with a respectful look on his face.
Boss.
Sitting in the car, looking at the deep starry sky, Meng Qingyuan felt like she was in a dream.
Hubby, I feel so lucky to have met you.
She didn't care that the driver was in front, she sat astride Luo Feng's thighs, hugged his neck and spoke affectionately.
A deep kiss.
But in his heart, he had secretly given up the idea of fighting with Wu Meng.
Maybe we should unite.
Otherwise, with Brother Feng's strength, the swarms of admirers outside would definitely flock to him like moths to a flame. What's more, Brother Feng is so strong in that aspect that one person can't handle him at all.
Have you decided to buy a house in that neighborhood?
The driver is waiting for your destination before leaving.
Luo Feng looked at the dazed Meng Qingyuan and rubbed her innocent childish face.
It feels smooth and tender.
Let's go to Lanwan. It will also help me and Meng. Chapter 30 Shenninga, I have a new boss? Why? Luo Feng was very surprised. The energy in the kitchen just now clearly showed that he was jealous. What's going on now? I just think Feng Gu is too strong. I can't handle it alone. If I'm with Meng.
She looked at Luo Feng with her innocent and pure eyes, but what she said was so suggestive.
Luo Fengwang was already eager to act just by imagining that scene. Then Blue Bay. Luo Feng nodded and said, the main point is to listen to advice.
The wish of taking care of each other and then being together must be fulfilled. Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Min, the salesperson at Lanwan, asking her to prepare 3 288 square meter houses for her to look at.
Tang Min was completely stunned when he received the news from Luo Feng.
The department leader was originally in a meeting, but when he saw Tang Min like this, he became furious. Listen carefully and take notes carefully during meetings.
Don't think you can sit back and relax after selling a set. Luck won't always favor someone. Go and buy another one if you have the ability.
Tang Min raised her hand and said, the client from yesterday wants to buy another 288 square meter apartment.
He'll be arriving soon.
I'll go prepare the information and access control for the viewing. After saying that, he stood up and left the meeting room. The department head was confused, and the others wanted to laugh at him, but couldn't. At least the manager gets a commission, but we get nothing.
Damn it, why wasn't I the one receiving guests yesterday? 40 minutes later. Mr. Luo, this apartment is on the 29th floor.
The orientation, layout, and room sizes are exactly the same as the one we had yesterday.
Tang Min looked at Meng Qingyuan taking pictures on the balcony, and then told Luo Feng it was very simple. We have 2 building kings in total. The one we had yesterday and the one we have today belong to different buildings. The prices are exactly the same as yesterday. There's another one, in the same unit as yesterday's, on the 18th floor. Luo Feng nodded. There was nothing to ask. As long as it was exactly the same as yesterday, it would be fine. As for the 2 of them buying apartments on different floors of the same building, he thought it was better to forget it. It was already amazing that they lived in the same residential complex, and even in the same building. The picture was too specific, and he didn't want to think about it. Let's take this one.
I'll go downstairs to sign the contract later and get the property deed today.
Luo Feng didn't want to say anything more, he just wanted to complete the task quickly. He's going to hold a lottery. Oh no, he's going to recruit. At 11:30, Meng Qingyuan paid the bill and sat blankly in Luo Feng's arms, unresponsive.
She felt very sad when she paid just now. That was the money she swiped from her card, and it was all gone in an instant.
13,500,000. Is it possible to get the property deed today?
This was the 3rd time she asked. Tang Min kept smiling and replied patiently, yes, Ms. Meng, if nothing goes wrong, it will be in your hands before 3 p.m.
That's good.
Even though the money is gone, it's good to have the book in hand.
If Brother Feng doesn't want me anymore in the future, I can sell the house and it will be enough for me to live the rest of my life happily. Tang Min felt both emotional and envious. I admire Luo Feng's wealth.
He bought a mansion worth tens of millions for his lover without even frowning. And it was in the same community, which reminded her of a genius a long time ago who arranged more than 100 people in the same community, and then suddenly went to work on the sewing machine. What I envy is that these 2 beautiful women no longer have to struggle in their lives and have completely said goodbye to hard work and perseverance.
If I am also beautiful and have a good figure, can I recommend myself and ask Mr. Luo to accept me?
Luo Feng naturally had no idea about the 2 people's wild thoughts and was immersed in the system task interface. The job title he posted was General Manager of a Cultural and Entertainment Company.
Requirements: master's degree or above, good looks and physique, willing to sacrifice for the company. Bite. We have found 3 best candidates for the position. Please make your choice.
First place, female, 36 years old, 1.65 meters tall, married with children, and has 5 years of experience as general manager in the cultural and entertainment industry. The photo shows that she is a woman with great ambitions. She has a very charming appearance and is well maintained. Second place, female, 32 years old, 1.67 meters tall, unmarried with children, with 5 years of experience as general manager in the cultural and entertainment industry. This person has a foxy face and a good body proportion. Third place, female, 30 years old, 1.69 meters tall, unmarried and childless, with 2 years of experience as general manager in the cultural and entertainment industry. In this photo, he is wearing a white suit shirt, cropped trousers, and black leather shoes. He has a handsome face and a tall figure. Although he is not tall, his proportions are very good.
The third one, isn't it Shin Ningya? Luo Feng couldn't help but open his eyes wide in surprise.
At the same time, it feels very exciting. I met myself by chance in the morning, and became my own person by noon.
Select the third one. Byte. The host has chosen Shen Ningya.
The system assigns a cultural and entertainment company to this employee, Shanqing Xinqing Culture and Entertainment Company, Ltd. The system didn't lie to me, it was exactly as I guessed. The company's shares are changing.
Legal person information is changing. The property ownership under the company's name is changing.
This time, we acquired a company with more than a dozen changed information.
And it takes quite a while. Husband, what are you thinking about? We are going to eat.
Luo Feng came back to his senses after Meng Qingyuan pinched his cheek and kissed him. Unexpectedly, 5 minutes later, the relevant information changes had not been completed.
Let's go, what are we having for lunch? He pinched Meng Qingyuan's butt, put his arm around her slender waist, and asked. There's a Western restaurant nearby. Shall we go there for steak? Forehead. What's wrong, husband? Don't you like to eat? I just thought you were losing weight, so I thought about this. Meng Qingyuan looked up at him. It's okay, let's go with this one.
Luo Feng kissed her lips.
Soft and sweet. I just wonder if yesterday's scene will happen again in the restaurant. Hubby, do you want to invite Meng?
When they arrived at the gate of the community, Meng Qingyuan smiled playfully and asked mischievously. Luo Feng laughed and showed her the WeChat interface where he was chatting.
Meng, hubby, where are you at noon? Can we have lunch together? I miss you so much. Hubby, you're so annoying. Meng Qingyuan jumped twice in anger and squeezed Luo Feng's arm hard. Snort.
I'll call Meng and ask her to have dinner with us. Meng Qingyuan adjusted her mentality so quickly that she immediately went from being passive to active.
Luo Feng was also surprised.
He didn't expect that Meng Qingyuan's words about taking care of each other were not just talk.
No sooner said than done.
She took out her cell phone and called Wu Meng. It rang 7 or 8 times before the call was connected.
Meng, why did you take so long to answer my call? Guess who I'm with? 12:30 noon. Shen Ningya sent the time and address of next week's party to Luo Feng. Then the phone rang.
When you see the incoming call message, answer it immediately.
Chairman.
Her tone was respectful.
Ha, Ningya, just now, I'm no longer the chairman. A hearty laugh rang out from the other end of the line. Ah? Shen Ningya looked confused.
If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a board meeting this afternoon or tomorrow.
There will be a handover ceremony. Please prepare. Mid-level management and above positions must not be absent. Chapter 31. The new boss is a man. Shen Ningya was fidgeting in the office, feeling very anxious.
She didn't know what kind of person the new chairman would be, and whether he would adjust positions and assign new staff.
I don't even know if my location is safe or not. The former chairman didn't say much.
She only knew that the new boss was a man, and everything else was unknown.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Come in. Yang Cheng walked in with a document.
Mr. Shen, this is our company's most handsome and well-built person.
Please make the final decision.
He said respectfully.
Okay, put it down. She casually flipped through the information and an idea came to her. The new chairman is a man, so there should be needs.
Pick 2 who are sensible and have good looks and figures, and then they can serve the chairman. Shen Ningya felt relieved. Seeing Yang Cheng about to leave the office, she asked, I've read your application for the senior specialist position in your department.
Are you planning to promote Li? Yes. Yang Cheng said.
Because after being provoked by Luo Feng last time, Li said in the last step that she would not give Yang Cheng anything, and the condition she put forward was the position of senior commissioner. I am already in my 30s and just signed the divorce agreement this morning. If Li dies now, everything will be ruined. Okay, let's wait until this company meeting is over and proceed with the process if there are no unexpected events.
Shen Ningya nodded. She had met Li once, and she looked okay.
Yang Cheng had mentioned her several times, but it was an insignificant position anyway, so she didn't take it seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Shen.
Yang Cheng was delighted, but then he thought of the meeting notice.
He hesitated for a moment and asked, Boss Shen, what is the important meeting you announced about?
Shen Ningya glanced at him and said in a bad tone, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask."
I'm sorry, Mr. Shen. I just spoke too quickly. I'll be out now.
Yang Qing was shocked and wanted to explain, but when he saw Shen Ningya's cold eyes, he quickly left in shame.
Shen Ningya's style is not to listen to explanations, but only to get results. To put it nicely, it is goal-oriented, but in reality, it is about using any means to achieve the goal. When she first took office 2 years ago, some people were dissatisfied.
After she used some means to get rid of 2 middle-level managers, no one else dared to confront her anymore. I wonder who can subdue Ms. Shen and make her kneel down and sing conquer. Yang Qing thought to himself. Many people must have fantasized about having a boss with good looks and a good figure. Boss Yang, regarding my promotion to senior specialist. Yang Qing had just returned to the office and sat down when Lily pushed the door open.
Yang Qing frowned and said, "How many times have I told you to knock on the door before entering?"
He lowered his voice again. "This is a company, not a private matter. Be aware of the impact."
"Oh,"
Lily said aggrievedly. "The general manager has already given his preliminary approval. We will go through the formalities in 2 days." Yang Qing said with a smile.
"Ah. Thank you, Mr. Yang."
Lily hugged him happily and whispered in his ear, "Come to my place for dinner tonight." Yang Qing was delighted when he heard this and said, "Okay. I was secretly preparing to go to the pharmacy to buy some delay medicine later.
I can't go too fast for the first time." Luo Feng was concentrating on eating his steak. His plate was almost full.
Opposite him, Meng Qingyuan and Wu Meng continued to feed him, but they themselves didn't eat much.
"Hubby, have a piece I just cut." Meng Qingyuan handed over a piece of steak. "Sister Qingyuan, it's time for my husband to eat me."
Wu Meng quickly handed the steak in his hand to Luo Feng, then looked at Meng Qingyuan angrily.
Okay, I'm older than you, so I'll give way to you." Meng Qingyuan teased, puffing out her chest. "You're shorter than me."
Wu Meng said angrily, "And your cup size is the same as mine, not bigger."
"Ha, I was talking about age, what were you thinking about?" Meng Qingyuan continued to provoke, "You are taller than me, but I am more open than you. My husband will definitely prefer to be with me." "You."
Wu Meng felt like swearing.
Ahem. Luo Feng actually quite enjoyed the bickering between the two of them.
After all, while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. They are all my own wings. But don't go too far, the degree should be controllable. I like both of you, and each of you has your own merits. He smiled and said, "Anyway, you guys are the ones who said you couldn't stand it anymore. I'm here to keep you company."
X2.
The 2 women were speechless. This was indeed the most magical thing they found.
"I also suspect he took medicine. But Brother Feng can't have been relying on medicine to survive these 2 days, right?
Looking at his energetic and lively appearance, he definitely has real strength."
"Too hard. Husband, why are you so strong?"
"I've searched online, and my colleagues have told me about it, but I've never heard of anyone as amazing as my husband."
Meng Qingyuan asked, and Wu Meng also opened his eyes wide and looked at him curiously.
One of the 2 girls has a pure and childlike face, and the other is exquisite and flawless.
Watching him with admiration gave him a great sense of accomplishment. If the 2 of them could spend the night together. "Have you decided where to sleep tonight?"
Luo Fengxin moved casually, without any concealment, and said with a wicked smile, "If we play cards together, I will tell you."
"Pooh. Husband, you are so bad." Meng Qingyuan first condemned Luo Feng, then changed the subject and said coquettishly, "I'm fine with anything."
After saying that, he looked at Wu Meng provocatively.
"I don't want it."
Wu Meng bit her lip, blushing, and said, "I feel too ashamed, no."
Luo Feng looked at Meng Qingyuan, and she secretly gave him an okay sign.
He continued to eat steak, and Meng Qingyuan began to lean close to Wu Meng's ear and whisper.
After a while, Wu Meng looked at Luo Feng in surprise, and then waited for a while.
Her face became redder, but her expression of resistance eased slightly. While the 2 women were whispering, a system prompt sounded in Luo Feng's mind.
"Bite.
The company's equity change has been completed, the relevant information has been replaced, the shares account for 80%, valued at 750 million, and have been included in the host's wealth value. The contact information of the corresponding position personnel has been detected to have been added. The host information has been updated, please check it out."
Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 76.5 kilograms.
Wealth, 770 million to 1 decimal place.
Constitution, 73.
Although Luo Feng had prepared himself mentally, when the company really became his and he also gained a huge fortune, he felt a little dizzy.
The special consumption funds available for close lovers have skyrocketed.
Such a huge amount of money was something he had never dared to think about or even dream of in the previous 32 years.
Byte. Please select the time for the company handover meeting.
The available times are
2 p.m. 6 p.m. Tomorrow morning 9 a.m. 6 p.m. Luo Feng looked at the current time, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He chose the time of 2:30 in the afternoon.
It takes half an hour to navigate to the company, so I can take a nap on the way. After arriving at the company, I will first talk to Shen Ningya about the situation, which is expected to take an hour. The timing was perfect, give yourself a thumbs up.
Luo Feng looked at the two women.
The two women who were at loggerheads and jealous of each other just now are now holding hands and whispering to each other like real sisters. He secretly gave Mengqing Yuan a thumbs up in his heart. I have something to do this afternoon, so I'll go take care of it first. You guys decorate the house. He wiped his mouth and continued. I'll transfer 5 million to each of you later, spend it first. After Luo Feng got in the car, the two women still felt a little dizzy.
My husband is so rich.
Wu Meng watched the Rolls-Royce Phantom go away, then looked at the text message that had just arrived at the bank, muttering to himself.
I'll go to your house tonight. Mengqing Yuan came back to her senses first and said to Wu Meng. Chapter 32 Chairman, let me press it for you. Chairman, it's nice to see you again.
When Luo Feng got off the car, Shen Ningya had been waiting for a long time.
She was alone.
When the system prompted that the information change was complete, the former chairman of Xinqing Culture sent Shen Ningya Luo Feng's name and phone number.
Shocked and terrified.
If your car hits a Rolls-Royce this morning, or if your attitude in the subsequent handling is even slightly bad, you can declare yourself fired now.
Mr. Shen, we meet again. Luo Feng greeted with a smile. Chairman, just call me Xiao Shun. Shen Ningya said quickly.
Luo Feng felt a little emotional when he saw that this strong woman was even more respectful than she was in the morning.
I'll call you Ningya.
Let me go to your office first and tell you about the basic situation of the company.
Shen Ningya was delighted.
Calling Ningya seemed friendly, which meant that the chairman had a good first impression of her.
Okay, Chairman, this way please. This is the elevator reserved for the company's senior executives. The evil entrepreneurs always want to show class differences everywhere. Shen Ningya stood at the elevator entrance and waited respectfully for Luo Feng to go in before she followed him in. Chairman, please take a seat. Chairman, what would you like to drink? We have tea, coffee, and juice.
Shen Ningya didn't even call her secretary and received the guests personally.
Let's have some vegetarian tea.
Luo Feng sat in the main seat with his hands on the armrests on both sides. The main focus is casual.
Shen Ningya took off her suit jacket and put on a V-neck white shirt. The career line is quite deep.
He bent down to pour tea for Luo Feng, steam rising from the teapot.
This tea is really big, no, this tea is really white.
Luo Feng felt a little thirsty after seeing this, so he picked up the tea and started drinking it. Chairman, the tea is a little hot, drink it slowly.
Shen Ningya reminded carefully.
He squatted down with his back to Luo Feng and put the tea leaves back under the coffee table. The originally loose pants were stretched tight.
Round and upright.
Luo Feng felt that since he had the system, a certain color in his mind became more and more. He felt that it was the system that was having a subtle influence.
It's terrifying, but you can hold on. Don't stop.
Shen Ningya sat down beside Luo Feng, leaning forward, with the ravines on her face faintly visible. It looks like a C, which is a size smaller than Mengqing Yuan and Wu Meng, but it is also commendable. In this country where the average person can only get an A license, it is rare to get a C license, and it is said that C license cars have a better grip. Be sure to try it if you have the chance. Chairman, I will give you a report on the overall situation of the company. The company has a total of 519 employees, 63 contracted artists, and 61 trainees. Popular female artists include Yang Mimi, Gunaza, Chang Xiaoxiao, and Enyuk. Girl groups include the 7-member TYS and the 3-member Day. Popular male artists include, and male groups include,
The departments include corporate publicity, music, film and television, variety shows, and agency. Shin Ningya talked for 10 minutes without stopping.
Luo Feng just listened to the beginning, especially the signed female artists and girl group members, and finally heard about one or two female internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans. Among them, Yang Mimi has a great figure and is very famous, but she is a few years older than herself. Gu Naza's appearance is almost top-notch, and her figure is also good, but she just doesn't think before falling in love. Chang Xiaoxiao has risen in recent years and has a great ambition, even bigger than Meng Qingyuan. After Luo Feng had a general understanding of the company's main female artists, he began to daydream. At this time, the system prompt sounds.
Byte.
It has been detected that the host has been in contact with Shin Ningya.
Please sign a supplementary labor contract with Shin Ningya on your own. The electronic file has been sent to the host's mobile phone, please check it yourself. Luo Feng was very surprised.
Why didn't the driver let him sign a contract with Shang Xiaoqiu last time?
Now Shin Ningya wanted to do it herself. Byte.
Because the employee is acquainted with the host and has an overall score higher than 90, a deeper relationship may develop. It is recommended that the host sign the contract directly.
Thoughtful, so damn thoughtful. But the idea of a deeper relationship is pure rumor. This is slander, this is defamation against me. Ningya, I've sent you a labor contract. Take a look at it and sign it now if you have no problem. Luo Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Okay, I'll take a look right away. Shin Ningya felt nervous. Are they going to cut my salary?
In recent years, the company's return on investment in film, television and variety shows has indeed been a bit ugly, and it has barely made a profit through short videos, short dramas, and live streaming. She opened the electronic contract with some frustration.
1 minute later. Chairman, I think the salary is wrong. The annual salary is 12 million. I think there's an extra zero.
Shin Ningya was surprised when she saw the number, but she didn't think she was worth the price.
She must have written an extra zero.
But even if it is 1.2 million, it has not dropped compared to now, and it is much better than I expected. Luo Feng looked at her, his gaze sliding down to the ravine below. Shin Ningya also noticed Luo Feng's gaze, and she stood up as if nothing had happened, feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. The chairman's eyes are too direct, not gentlemanly at all, too dull.
The numbers are correct. Luo Feng looked at the ravine in the distance with regret and said lightly. Shock. Incredible.
Shin Ningya's brain crashed for a moment. He just looked at Luo Feng for a long time without saying a word. Luo Feng didn't care and picked up the teacup and took a sip.
Do you want to sign?
He asked, putting down his teacup.
Want. Chairman, I want it. Shin Ningya finally came back to her senses.
She had just been thinking for a long time, wondering what value she had that made the chairman pay 10 times her salary. Chairman, I'll print it out now and sign it immediately. While waiting for printing, she noticed that the chairman's eyes were always moving between her cleavage and hips.
Yes, my value to the company is actually 1.2 million. But, the chairman is a man.
Therefore, 10.8 million of this annual salary means I need to create additional value for the chairman personally.
Myself? No, that's not enough. The company's signed artist? Trainee? Yes, this is the most important value for the chairman.
After thinking clearly about the chairman's needs and the value she could provide, she finally settled down.
The first button of the shirt was quietly unbuttoned.
There was no need to bend over all the time waiting for printing, but I never stood up.
Luo Feng naturally didn't know that Shin Ningya's thoughts were so complicated, he just thought it was very pleasing to the eye. Chairman, I have already signed it. Shin Ningya leaned forward significantly. She noticed that Luo Feng's gaze was indeed drawn into it. She felt a little embarrassed, but for the job and the salary, she felt it was worth it. Luo Feng signed at an extremely fast speed, then shifted his gaze over again. Shin Ningya was not wearing any underwear, only a pair of Ru stickers, and the edges were almost exposed. How can Luo Feng be noble and a gentleman? After signing the contract, Shin Ningya put it away and waited for it to be stamped to take effect. Chairman, you must be tired from listening to what I just said. Let me give you a massage. Shin Ningya didn't wait for Luo Feng to answer and walked directly behind Luo Feng. The fingers are slender, warm and smooth. Not strong, but very comfortable. Why do I feel something soft pressing on my head? An attack from both sides. Alas, these women are too unrestrained.
It feels very comfortable to press.
Have you practiced this before? Is the same true for the former chairman? Shen Ningya understood Luo Feng's subtext by hearing the song.
I usually massage my own eyebrows, but I've never done that for a man. I just feel that since the chairman has given me such a high salary and has so much trust in me, he must want me to share your worries, so I want to help the chairman relieve his fatigue from now on.
From now on, I will ask all the staff and contracted artists to share your worries. High end, too high end. Obviously, the money was enough, so I figured it out.
But they insisted on calling it trust and sharing of worries.
Finally, I would like to ask all the staff and artists to share my worries. Very good. By the way, speaking of employees, do you have anyone named Yang Qing and Lili here?
Luo Feng suddenly asked.
Yes. Shen Ningya was very confused. The chairman also knew such a grassroots employee? Are you interested in Lili and want to promote her? What does it mean to mention Yang Qing? Have you known each other before? I think. Chapter 33 Lili's Dream Shattered.
I think if a company wants to be profitable, it needs to increase revenue or cut costs.
Some bad apples have to be cleared out. Ningya, do you understand what I said? I understand. I understand very well. These two people have offended the chairman and they want to be eliminated. Understood.
I will immediately notify the Ministry of Human Resources to implement staff reduction and optimization measures.
These two people will be included in the list first.
Shen Ningya immediately sent a message to the Ministry of Manpower. She thought this was a good thing. She could use it as an opportunity to eliminate some of her former connections, increase her prestige, and consolidate her position.
Chairman, besides cutting costs, do you think there are any outstanding talents that need to be absorbed into the company? Shen Ningya asked. In other words, is there anyone with your connections who wants to get in? Luo Feng nodded.
He had previously lent 60,000 yuan to his high school classmate, who graduated from a 985 university. Now he drives for DD day and night, is divorced and has a child to take care of.
I've sent you the information. He graduated from a 985 university. I think he's a talent. Luo Feng said.
What the chairman thinks is definitely correct.
Shen Ningya nodded and said, got it.
I'll have the Human Resources Department contact us immediately.
Such an outstanding talent must be brought into the company as soon as possible.
I didn't expect that the chairman only squeezed in one person, which is very few. It would take more than my fingers and toes to be enough to take the position of chairman.
After clearing out these people, there will be 3 vacancies in the middle management of the department.
One of the lucrative positions can be arranged for someone with connections to the chairman, and the others can be decided by him. The taste of power is so great.
Chairman, is there anything else you need to arrange? The meeting is scheduled for 20 minutes. Shen Ningya walked to Luo Feng and bowed and asked. Luo Feng's hand was originally on the armrest, and the edge of her buttocks was touching Luo Feng's fingers.
The large white ravine appeared clearly in front of Luo Feng again.
Luo Feng felt itchy in his heart for a moment. Nothing's wrong for now, but...
Ningya, you've been massaging my body for so long, I want to do the same for you. Shen Ningya's beautiful eyes met Luo Feng's gaze, and her whole body felt hot under his burning gaze. Chairman, I will obey your orders.
It needs to be heavier. It's more difficult for me.
Shen Ningya placed his left hand on her hip and his right hand on her vagina.
Luo Feng was naturally not polite. The buttocks are plump, round and soft, and the big white can be transformed into various shapes. The grip of C is really great. Yang Qing, there's a pre-conference meeting that needs you and Lili to go to the conference room on the 5th floor. Yang Cheng went downstairs to buy the medicine.
As soon as he sat down in the office, the human resources manager called him.
Ah, what conversation? 10 minutes left before I go to the company meeting. Yang Qing asked in confusion.
According to Mr. Shen's notice, you don't need to attend this meeting. The HR manager said lightly.
Is it about Senior Commissioner Li Lisheng? Yang Cheng asked. You'll know when you and Lili come here. Okay.
Yang Cheng hung up the phone, picked up his notebook and walked out of the office.
Lili, come with me to the Human Resources Department. Yang Qing said to Lili, who was sitting in the office. He just thought about it and felt that it was most likely about Lili's promotion.
The Human Resources Department just likes to cover up things. I just don't know why they called me. Is it possible for me to get promoted, or perhaps my position stay the same but my salary level adjust? Looking forward to it. Okay, Mr. Yang, wait 10 seconds for me to put on my lipstick. Lily thought it was a promotion without even thinking about it. She didn't expect the company's Human Resources Department to be so efficient. But maybe it's a conversation before a promotion. Congratulations, Sister Lee. Don't forget to treat everyone to a meal after your promotion. It's time for us to treat Sister Lee to a meal. We'll need Sister Lee to take care of us in the future. Yes, my ideological awareness is too low. When Lily walked out of the office, several colleagues congratulated her with a smile and gave her all kinds of compliments. Lily was overjoyed when she heard this. This was the life she wanted. What's the point of being with that loser Luo Feng? She said to her colleagues with great satisfaction, "Thank you everyone, I will treat you all to milk tea when I come back, and dinner tonight." Sister Lee is so generous. Sister Lee is so polite. Thank you, Sister Lee. Sister Lee is beautiful and kind-hearted. Whoever marries you will be blessed for a lifetime. The flattery at the end was so blatant that the other people couldn't hold back their expressions, but Li's smile became even sweeter after hearing it. Okay, let's go now. I thought you were promoted to manager. Yang Qing found her smug look a little funny, but didn't take it seriously. These people didn't have the ability to do anything bad. After the two men walked away, the expressions of the people in the office changed again. Lily has been with the company for less than a year and she's already been promoted to senior specialist. It's so unfair. Haven't you figured it out yet? She and Yang Qing have been together for a long time. Ha, how disgusting, relying on one's body to get to the top. The senior commissioner's annual salary is 300,000 yuan, damn, I work so hard and my annual salary is less than 100,000 yuan. Who says it's not true? It was clearly Lily who made the mistake in last month's plan, and in the end Yang Qing insisted on putting the blame on me. Alas, what's the point of saying this? Meeting room on the 5th floor of the Ministry of Manpower. Hey, where is your manager? Yang Qing asked in confusion when he saw that the person who received him was a senior HR from the Human Resources Department. The manager is attending a company meeting. The senior HR looked at Lily again and said, "Lily, you are in the meeting room next door." Lily nodded in agreement with a smile on her face and walked to the other side. Yang Qing felt strange. Why did the two people have to talk separately? After Lily left and closed the door, the senior HR staff opened the folder and began to say, "According to the arrangements of the company leadership, we are now conducting preliminary interviews with the staff regarding cost saving and optimization." Save money. Optimization. Yang Qing's eyes widened and his mind went blank. Why? After Lily walked out the door and was about to enter another meeting room, she saw the company's general manager smiling with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man just nodded and smiled slightly, while the general manager looked flattering. This scene only lasted 2 seconds, and then the general manager and the man walked around the corner. Why does that man look a bit like Luo Feng? Lily shook her head and thought to herself, what are you thinking? Luo Feng is someone of such status, how could he possibly be with the general manager? And the general manager's attitude clearly shows that he is a big shot. Why care about these things? You're going to be promoted soon. She looked in the mirror, adjusted her posture, put on her best smile, and pushed open the door. Hello, I'm Li. Sit down. An HR said expressionlessly. You are Li, employee number 039513, right? Yes. Li said respectfully. Li was speechless. How could you, an ordinary HR in the Human Resources Department, be so indifferent? When I become a senior commissioner, my annual salary will be more than double yours. According to the company leadership's arrangements, we are now conducting a preliminary interview with the cost-saving optimization personnel. What conversation? Li's smile froze. Cost-saving and optimization talk. HR repeated. Right. Chapter 34 Yuan, please help me make an appointment with the chairman. 2:25 p.m. Zhang Yuanwang sat at the long round table in the conference room, surrounded by several department managers with lucrative positions, discussing how to move abroad. When he saw him, he started to point fingers at the work of his department. He curled his lips secretly. Damn, you're relying on the chairman's connections. Otherwise, with your level, you would have been fired long ago. He thought of Luo Feng again and felt very sorry that he didn't add him as a friend that day, otherwise he could try to change jobs. But I said I was his friend at that time. And also gave me a gift. He automatically ignored the fact that his fiancée was given a belt. Ai Yuan has posted many photos on her moments these days, all of which are of her wearing a belt, showing off her legs, and wearing black and white stockings. He couldn't help but find someone to relieve his sexual desire in the club. The company's legal representative has changed. The major shareholder has also changed. Zhang Yuan Wang looked across at the department manager who picked up his phone and suddenly spoke loudly. In an instant, everyone became panicked like ants on a hot pan. Surprised, excited, scared. Zhang Yuan Wang looked at the two people who were talking beside him just now, and hurriedly sent a message on his mobile phone to ask about the situation. After all, he is not the former chairman's biological son, so these relatives didn't even receive any news.
Fuck, it really changed. Another department manager began to speak excitedly. Who are the legal persons and shareholders now? Everyone asked in unison. It's called.
Just as he was about to answer, the door to the conference room was pushed open.
General Manager Shen Ningya walked in first and stood aside. Please stand up and welcome the new chairman. Crash.
Everyone stood up in a panic, and the chairs kept clattering.
Shen Ningya led the applause. Pa pa pa.
The others woke up as if from a dream, and used all their strength to clap their hooves against each other.
Pa 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 pa.
Thunderous applause rang out in the conference room.
Luo Feng walked in.
He nodded to everyone in the conference room. He sat down in the main seat.
Shen Ningya sat down on his left.
The others sat down one after another. Dear colleagues, although we have just welcomed the new chairman, I will now formally read out the resolution of the board of directors at noon today. Shangqing Xinqing Culture and Entertainment Company, Limited, at 1 p.m. today, all members of the board of directors voted by show of hands to appoint Luo Feng as the company's chairman, effective immediately. I believe that under the leadership of Chairman Luo, the company's performance will continue to improve, and everyone's income incentives will continue to increase. Now, each deputy general manager and department manager will briefly introduce themselves to the chairman in turn.
Each person should not exceed 1 minute. Shen Ningya spoke for 5 minutes, very concisely.
She is not the protagonist today and cannot steal the limelight. While Shen Ningya was speaking and introducing herself to everyone, everyone was also looking at Luo Feng. As a chairman, 32-year-old Luo Feng is actually very young, and people speculated whether he was the second or third generation.
He looks ordinary, but his eyes are sharp and he is intimidating without even being angry. Luo Feng also deliberately examined everyone to see if there was anyone who was a troublemaker.
The so-called thorn is someone who does not treat you with respect when you look at him. This is a private company, and he holds 80% of the shares, which means he has the final say. Fortunately, there was no such person in the meeting room. Everyone who saw his gaze held their heads high and smiled respectfully. Probably, if he stretched out his hand, these people would rub their heads against him, or even wag their non-existent tails. When Zhang Yuanwang saw his gaze, he sat up straighter with a flattering smile on his face. Luo Feng smiled and nodded at him. He was so happy that he felt all the hairs on his body stand up. He felt so comfortable. I feel refreshed all over. The surprised looks from the people around him made him feel great.
Damn it, I'm the chairman's friend.
I used to scoff at nepotism, but now I think it's really great. Luo Feng listened to the first two self-introductions, as well as the introductions of two beautiful female managers in the middle, but he had no interest in listening to the rest.
After about half an hour, everyone finally finished their introductions. Now, please ask the chairman to give us the work requirements. Shen Ningya spoke.
Then he looked at Luo Feng with admiration, sat up straight, picked up a pen and prepared to write down Luo Feng's speech. The same goes for others. However, Shen Ningya, who everyone thought was cold and ruthless, felt a slight pain at this moment.
Because Luo Feng was not satisfied with massaging with his hands, he finally used his mouth. I sucked too hard and left red marks. At that time, Shen Ningya said that the chairman's approach was just right. I am very happy to meet you all. I will mainly talk about 2 points. First, the company doesn't keep idle people. If you can't bring benefits to the company, you should pack up and leave as soon as possible. If you refuse to leave, I believe the company's human resources and legal affairs departments will not be pushovers. Secondly, I like people who are proactive, motivated, and dedicated. Important positions should be given to such people. Third, I fully trust Ms. Shin Ningya. Whatever she says and does represents my opinion. I fully authorize her. I have finished what I have to say. Thunderous applause rang out again.
Shin Ningya began to summarize her speech and finally stated, I thank the chairman for his trust in me. I will lead all employees to strictly implement all of the chairman's requirements and make completing the chairman's tasks our core mission.
Thank you again, Chairman, for your guidance. Pa pa pa.
The applause started again.
This bureaucracy and formalism are quite strong. But this is a private company, so it's okay.
What the chairman said was so good and thought-provoking.
I will serve him wholeheartedly and devote everything to him.
During the applause, Zhang Yuanwang hardened his heart and was the first to flatter, using hateful words that made others curse inwardly.
Damn it, you've been so devoted and sacrificed everything since you came here, what should we say?
The pitch is too high, it's hard to follow.
Damn it, I would have said the same thing if I had known.
Every word the chairman says is full of power. I believe that with Chairman Luo leading the company, we will surely take off and become a leader.
This flattery is unremarkable. Chairman. N. The flattery comes one after another. If this continues, the company will probably dominate the world. Luo Feng walked out of the meeting room first, followed closely by Shin Ningya. Zhang Yuanwang is good and can be reused. He was very satisfied with Zhang Yuanwang's performance just now.
He said that he was dedicating himself to the chairman, not to the company.
This flattery was very accurate. Of course, putting this aside, AI Yuan's performance in the car 2 days ago also deserves his promotion and reuse. Okay, Chairman. Shin Ningya nodded.
Those who live nearby feel like they have missed out on 100 million. If I had known flattery was so effective, I shouldn't have been so subtle in my flattery just now.
Zhang Yuanwang was at the back of the crowd.
He was messaging his fiancée, Yuan. Meng Qingyuan's boyfriend has become the chairman of our company today. Tell Meng Qingyuan about it and ask her to have dinner with him.
By the way, does Yuan know Chairman Luo's WeChat? AI Yuan, who was far away, saw the news about her fiancé and opened her mouth in surprise. The pink tongue couldn't help licking her lips. I felt a little itchy all over my body for a while. I recalled what happened in the car that day. She clicked on Luo Feng's chat box. Brother Feng, can you come pick me up the day after tomorrow? Yuan Wang said he wanted to have a meal with you, and I want to.
Chapter 35 The King and the Concubine, Qin Mangru summoned.
Bang!
Yang Qing clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the desk.
Why? He yelled. I've been in the company for 10 years. I sweat more than the water you drink at work. I don't accept it. He banged the table again.
The senior HR had no choice but to send a message to the department manager.
The other side.
The HR manager who received the news quickly walked to Shin Ningya and reported in a low voice with a grim expression.
Shin Ningya listened and nodded, then gave her a few instructions without any emotion.
Her face turned happy and she left.
Luo Feng heard Yang Qing's name, but Shin Ningya didn't say anything and he didn't ask. For capable subordinates, you should fully trust them and delegate authority to them. Interfering in their actions will only affect their performance.
In particular, Shin Ningya's abilities were recognized by the system, and she was among the top 3 candidates. And under the influence of the system, Shin Ningya is absolutely loyal to him.
Chairman, let's go to your office. The secretariat has already sorted it out.
This sorting mainly involves taking away the former chairman's things. The chairman's office is nearly 200 square meters, with a fitness area, a wine bar, and bookcases. There are also huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and looking down, you can see pedestrians and cars passing by. Chairman, the office layout can be modified according to your ideas.
If the size is not suitable, it can be expanded.
Luo Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and Shin Ningya stood beside him and said,
Don't bother. I rarely come to the company. I'll leave all the big and small matters here to you.
He actually felt that it was very luxurious. After all, he had never enjoyed such a luxury before. Shin Ningya felt that Luo Feng didn't care about Xinjiang culture. Just as she had guessed, the company was just a small place to the chairman. The greatest value should be what I guessed before, which is that it can meet the chairman's needs as a man.
Chairman, I have an idea. Luo Feng looked at her and indicated that he was listening.
Recently, the professional abilities of many artists have been declining. I would like to train and test the abilities of artists, including acting, singing, dancing, and vocals. The results of this exam will be linked to future contracts, endorsements, acting opportunities, and other opportunities to fully demonstrate fairness and justice.
Luo Feng lost interest when he heard this.
Shen Ningya also noticed his expression and changed the subject, continuing. A very important part of this test is that you, the chairman, will personally set the questions.
After a one-on-one or one-on-many test, you will be graded, accounting for no less than 80% of the total score. Hey, that seems interesting.
Shen Ningya was secretly pleased when she saw that Luo Feng was interested.
I suggest that the chairman come up with a topic where he can be the emperor and the artist can be the concubine. No borrowing of positions is allowed, but some sex scenes can be arranged appropriately. Hearing this, Luo Feng immediately became interested and couldn't wait to perform. Chairman, do you think this is a good idea? Luo Feng laughed. Good, very good. My beloved concubine is truly a virtuous wife to me. He started to improvise. Shen Ningya blushed slightly and said in a delicate voice, Your Majesty, this is my duty. I feel something is wrong with my lower body, could you please take a closer look? In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, she squatted down in front of Luo Feng. 20 minutes later. Bite. It was detected that the host and Shen Ningya were having an intimate relationship. Name, Shen Ningya. Age, 30. Rating, 91. Shen Ningya's score meets the requirements for a fixed intimate lover. Will she be bound? Yes, no, bind? Yes. Bite. Binding successful. Fixed lover number 4, Shen Ningya. Reward, 770 million changes with the host's wealth value, upper limit 2 billion yuan, can only be used for consumption by number 4's fixed close lover Shen Ningya. Same score as Meng Qingyuan, same 2 billion. Another 2 minutes passed, and Shen Ningya finished cleaning up. She stood up and said lovingly, Chairman, I'm going to the bathroom and will be back soon. The HR manager sat opposite Yang Qing and took out a stack of documents. Yang Qing, regarding the use of entertainment expenses, we have verified that you have made a large number of illegal reimbursements. Among them, there were 8 cases last year and 9 cases this year, totaling 260,000 yuan. She paused, looked at Yang Qing, whose face had turned ugly, and continued. If you do not accept this optimization, we can take legal action. Yang Qing's originally tense body now slumped down and leaned back on the chair. I thought the company hadn't noticed these things, but now I think everything is under Mr. Shen's control. I am just a turtle in a jar, and it depends on when Mr. Shen wants to deal with me. Why? He murmured. I was reporting on my work as normal at noon, but things changed in less than 2 hours. If it was because of the reimbursement issue, he should have taken it down long ago. Although I couldn't figure it out, I stopped struggling and signed my name on the voluntary resignation letter. Walking out the door, feeling disheartened, he took out his phone to check messages. The new chairman, Luo Feng? There is another photo. How is that possible? Yang Qing's pupils trembled. An hour ago, in another conference room. Impossible. I was about to be promoted to senior commissioner, why would they lay me off? Lily didn't believe it, nor did she want to believe it. The HR sitting opposite him ignored her and continued talking about the layoff policy. Half an hour later, Lily walked out of the meeting room with a gloomy face. She looked at the meeting room next door where Yang Qing was, which was closed. I ran downstairs and bought a pack of cigarettes. But occasionally, some colleagues would come over, and she felt that their eyes were mocking her. Then I walked down the corridor to the parking lot on the second floor below ground. Sitting on the steps, he started smoking one cigarette after another. I don't know how long it took, but there were already a lot of cigarette butts on the ground. She wiped the corners of her eyes, stood up, and walked to the elevator to go upstairs. Suddenly, the high-rise dedicated elevator not far away opened. A man and a woman came out. It's the general manager and that man. Lily quickly pretended to get on the elevator, not daring to face him directly. His height and back looked like Luo Feng. She followed him as if possessed. Chairman, let's tentatively schedule it for the day after tomorrow. I'll arrange the artists then. Please be sure to test them strictly and don't let them off easily. Lily had never seen such a general manager before. The man didn't say anything, but just hugged the general manager and kissed him.
The general manager responded enthusiastically.
The man's hands were still not honest, and he kneaded the general manager's buttocks vigorously.
A car stopped beside the two of them. Rolls-Royce! Lily exclaimed in her heart. The two men separated, the man got into the car, and the general manager waved goodbye.
Lily ran up to the first floor in one breath.
The phone kept ringing. There was no signal on the B2 floor just now. When I opened the company chat software, the first message was from the company group, which was pinned to the top. The general meaning is to welcome the new chairman.
But Lily only saw 5 words. Chairman, Luo Feng. How is it possible?
As she was extremely shocked, the phone rang.
It's Yang Ching, answering the call. Lily, do you know that the new chairman is your ex-boyfriend? You've really hurt me. Ex-boyfriend, Luo Feng, new chairman. Lily finally gave up.
It turned out that the person she saw at noon and just now was Luo Feng. Even a strong woman like the general manager had to kowtow to him and be ravaged at will. She ignored Yang Qing's abuse and hung up the phone.
I found Luo Feng's WeChat and sent him a message. Can we go back to the way things were? Luo Feng has enabled friend verification, and you are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request first. You can only chat after the other party passes the verification.
Looking at the prompt, Lily was stunned, her body went limp, and she fell to the ground. At this time, Luo Feng was in the car and saw that there were many unread messages on his mobile phone.
The first message was sent by AI Yuan, and he replied okay.
The pair of long legs felt really good. The second one surprised him a little.
Qin Mangru, brother Feng, can you come to my house this afternoon? Let's continue what we didn't finish last time. The temptation of mature women.
The time was too short last time, so I really didn't feel it carefully.
Come right over and wait for me, 15 minutes. Chapter 36, Working Hard for a Good Harvest Next Year.
Mangru, although your foot is almost healed, you still need to rest more and sit more instead of standing. Wang Xiyu was changing shoes at the shoe cabinet at the door, bending over, raising her hips, and with her collar wide open.
Okay, you're even more nagging than my mom. If you were a man, I'd fall in love with you.
Qin Mangru was wearing silk pajamas, with 2 high bulges on her chest.
If I were a man, I would keep you from getting out of bed every day. Okay, I'm going to the office, you stay home.
Wang Xiyu was dressed neatly in a black suit, white shirt, slim-fit trousers and black leather shoes, with her long hair loose and her makeup cool and elegant. Seeing Wang Xiyu was about to close the store, Qin Mangru quickly said, "Be careful not to get angry when you go to communicate today.
You can always go out and work alone. I'm divorced and have no kids. I have 500,000 or 600,000 yuan in savings. I'll give it all to you to start your own business." Wang Xiyu was touched and said with a smile, "Don't worry, that's what I think. When my business is successful, I will make you a billionaire."
The door was closed. She was lying on the sofa, and suddenly she remembered that a few days ago, she had done it with Fenggu here, and in the end she helped Fenggu. She couldn't help but lick her lips with her tongue. His hand touched his chest.
Qin Mangru, you're so cocky.
Qin Mangru's face flushed and her whole body felt hot. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Luo Feng. Then he threw the phone away like a hot potato.
After a minute, there was no message alert sound. 5 minutes passed. Half an hour passed.
Qin Mangru took back her phone with some disappointment and started watching short videos.
How to make a man fall in love with you. 3 tips to make men unable to stop.
Men will not cherish what they have. After scrolling through 7 or 8 of these recommendations, she was so angry that she pouted.
Does Big Data know that I miss Brother Feng? Ding dong. As if hearing the sound of nature, Qin Mangru quickly switched to WeChat. Mangru, I might be back a little late. Mr. Li from the office hasn't arrived yet.
It turned out to be news from Wang Xiyu.
She sighed. Okay.
After replying the message, she put her phone aside and turned on the TV in annoyance.
Ding dong. Oh, it's probably news from my best friend again. Open. Come right over and wait for me for 15 minutes. Ah. Qin Mangru exclaimed in surprise and stood up from the sofa. Oh, how come Brother Feng is so fast?
I haven't changed my clothes or put on makeup yet.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
She replied okay and immediately ran to the closet.
15 minutes later, Luo Feng arrived at Qin Mangru's door.
He noticed a detail and changed the lock.
Ring the doorbell. Brother phone.
The door opened and a charming young woman stood shyly at the door. Her long hair was slightly curled, and her beige lace shirt was very thin. The buttons on the chest were so tight that it seemed like they would pop open at any moment.
She was wearing a blue hip skirt underneath, revealing the outline of her abdomen.
Mangru was actually very embarrassed because this dress belonged to Wang Xiyu. She was in such a hurry to put it on that she found it was too tight. However, judging from the look in Brother Feng's eyes, he must like her very much, as his eyes never left her.
Mangru is very beautiful today. Luo Feng exclaimed in admiration and walked in with Qin Mangru. Brother Feng, let me help you change your shoes.
Before Luo Feng could react, he saw Qin Mangru squatting down and putting a pair of slippers for him. This service is so good for a good wife and mother.
I thought it would be a week, but I didn't expect to see it again in 3 days. Luo Feng teased.
Qin Mangru blushed a little and said, Brother Feng, I'm officially telling you now, I'm single.
Ah, so soon? Luo Feng was very surprised. Even if they got divorced, wasn't there a cooling off period?
My best friend is a top lawyer, a very good one. She helped me with the divorce process.
A lawyer?
In fact, on the way here, he was thinking about how to convert the spending money of these close lovers into his own money. The general idea was to start his own company and then have them inject capital into it, but he didn't know how to do it.
I think lawyers should be more professional in this area, right?
I just want to set up a company and have some legal issues, so I'd like to consult your bestie.
Don't worry, I'll pay the market price.
When Mangru is free, please ask her if she will do it. Qin Mangru was a little confused. The last time she saw Brother Feng, she felt that he was just an ordinary worker. She didn't expect that he was about to start a company now.
Oh, okay, I'll ask for you tonight.
She's been living with me lately.
Qin Mangru nodded.
This was also a good thing for Siyu. It was also an order. She would tell Siyu when the time comes that she must be attentive and give a discount on the charges so as not to let Brother Feng spend more money. When Qin Mangru was about to say something, she felt an arm around her waist.
Mangru, I can't help it.
One hand climbed above the waist. The button that was originally tight was unbuttoned. The clothes were then separated.
Well. Qin Mangru moaned softly, her whole body going limp. Don't do that here. The whole person was picked up.
The original wedding photo on the wall of the master bedroom was not removed.
Brother Feng, the clothes are not yet. Qin Mangru was puzzled. No, it's more interesting to wear. This outfit increases attack speed.
A bird was attracted by the faint sound and flew to the window. It was very confused.
Why can bipeds make such rhythmic, ups and downs, and fascinating sounds? Brother Feng, I never thought that this kind of thing would be so wonderful. There were 2 times when I felt like my soul flew out of me.
Qin Mangru said slowly.
I feel weak all over and can't move.
Luo Feng looked at her and gently soothed her. It will be like this from now on.
After a while of lovemaking, Luo Feng carried Qin Mangru into the bathroom.
This bathroom has 3 sections: washing area, toilet area, and shower area.
Brother Feng, why are you?
I can't do anything, Brother Feng, hold me.
Steam rises and water splashes. A long time passed. Qin Mangru reaped a lot of rewards. Brother Feng, I love you.
The 2 finally finished washing up and were ready to leave the bathroom.
Snap. The sound of a door opening. Mangru, today's talks broke down, I've already resigned.
Wang Xiyu changed her shoes at the door and shouted loudly.
Qin Mangru was extremely panicked and at a loss.
Luo Feng pinched her perky breasts and whispered, I'll go hide in the shower area.
You go out with her, and I'll come out later.
Qin Mangru nodded hurriedly, then ran to the bedroom and pushed Luo Feng's clothes under the bed. He quickly put on his underwear.
Mangru, are you changing clothes? Hey, are you wearing mine?
Hey, with your big breasts and big butt, I'm afraid it will be very conspicuous. Wang Xiyu put down her bag, took off her coat, and walked into the bedroom. Looking at Qin Mangru's plump figure, he teased. I was thinking about going out to buy groceries and didn't notice that I was wearing your clothes.
Come on, since you are back, let's go out together.
Qin Mangru said, pretending to be calm.
Okay, but wait while I go to the bathroom. After saying that, Wang Xiyu pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. No.
Qin Mangru looked at her in horror, but it was too late.
Chapter 37. Qin Mangru can't leave her home. Wang Xiyu has already walked in.
Qin Mangru closed her eyes helplessly. The scene must be very embarrassing, she didn't dare to watch.
Mangru, have you taken a shower? Why are you still drawing the curtains?
Wang Xiyu unzipped his pants and sat on the toilet, and a dripping sound was heard.
And he didn't wash it properly at all. A lot of water flowed out. Wang Xiyu finished her work and opened the door.
Qin Mangru pretended to be calm and walked over. Sure enough, the curtain was drawn and she breathed a sigh of relief.
Don't worry about this little thing, let's go out and buy groceries together. Qin Mangru urged. Oh, don't worry, it's still early, I'll take off my makeup.
Wang Xiyu slowly squeezed the makeup remover oil onto her hands. Qin Mangru was so anxious seeing this.
Why are you taking off your makeup? Isn't it better to go out looking pretty?
Qin Mangru said excitedly.
Wang Xiyu glanced at her and said, You are not wearing any makeup yet.
You must go out without makeup like my baby Mangru.
Don't think you're the only one who looks good without makeup. I'm also known as the flower of law.
After saying that, he applied makeup remover oil on his face. Qin Mangru felt helpless.
Mangru, what are you doing standing there? Wang Xiyu asked. Qin Mangru thought to herself, I'm afraid you'll be upset, so I'll open the curtain. Before she could speak, Wang Xiyu started talking to herself again. Are you worried that I won't be happy if I don't reach an agreement?
A little bit, but it feels very relaxing.
I've learned a lot at this law firm. Now that I'm a bit famous, I can probably go out on my own. Wang Xiyu turned on the faucet and wiped her face with a wet cotton towel. That's what I think. As long as you have a good attitude, it's fine.
Qin Mangru kept smiling, her chest feeling a little bloated and anxious.
But I dare not show it.
At the same time, something seemed to be flowing out from below, and it was a little wet. I didn't wear safety measures twice, and now I don't dare to leave. But it felt a bit strange to just stand there like that, and she suddenly thought of what Luo Feng said.
Xiyu, a friend of mine said he wanted to start a company and seemed to have some legal issues he wanted to consult, so I recommended you to him.
Please contact him when the time comes, but please offer him a more favorable fee.
He might become your big client in the future.
Qin Mangru said with some happiness. My two closest friends are both planning to start their own businesses, and we can help each other, which feels great.
Hey, is it a boy or a girl? Wang Xiyu was a little alert. Mangru's tone was not right.
The tone of your voice just now didn't sound like that of an ordinary friend.
Besides, I think I know all your friends. Could it be that?
She looked as if she saw through Qin Mangru.
No, we're just ordinary friends.
We've only known each other for a short time.
You haven't met us yet.
Actually, you have already seen it, but you said Brother Feng is a pervert.
Chasing you? Wang Xiyu asked. No. I'm pretty good at chasing the wind. Ha, that's a boy. Did I figure it out? Wang Xiyu smiled proudly. I'm not teasing you anymore.
Send me his contact number or WeChat and I'll contact him later.
Qin Mangru just felt too tired.
Her best friend was a lawyer and had very strong observation skills. She felt that it was a bit too much, and seeing that her best friend was in the final stage of removing her makeup, she said, Xiyu, hurry up, I need to go to the bathroom first, it's a bit urgent.
Right away, right away. Wang Xiyu finally finished the operation and left the bathroom. Qin Mangru quickly closed the door.
She took off her pants, sat on the toilet and wiped them off with toilet paper.
Brother Feng, wait a moment, I'll take her out right away.
When she saw Luo Feng running out with his tail swinging, she felt a little embarrassed because she hadn't even put on her pants yet.
Help me deal with it. Luo Feng said. Ah. Qin Mangru was surprised. Brother Feng was actually okay? 15 minutes later. Boom boom boom. Mangru, are you having diarrhea? What took so long? Wang Xiyu shouted outside. Qin Mangru knelt on the toilet, closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I just felt a little uncomfortable and came out right away. 5 minutes later, the toilet flushed. She opened the door and walked out. Mangru, why do I feel like your skirt is a little wrinkled? The edge isn't pulled down. Don't move, I'll help you.
Wang Xiyu's voice spread from the living room to the bathroom.
Maybe I didn't clean up properly after using the toilet. Qin Mangru explained.
It has a strange smell.
Do you have leukorrhea? Wang Xiyu asked doubtfully. Qin Mangru was speechless.
This was the smell of seeds. I used to go to the toilet to clean up, but now it's become even more frequent. Fortunately, I use 2 layers of paper to pad the surface, otherwise it would have been a disaster. I've heard before that if you're planning to get pregnant, you should keep your buttocks elevated for more than half an hour to prevent excessive discharge.
Maybe.
I washed it with Fuyangji after I came back from buying groceries. Qin Mangru said perfunctorily. Then there was the sound of a door closing.
Luo Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It's just like being a thief, but it was very exciting on the toilet just now. Moreover, Qin Mangru was very serious because of her nervousness, and she felt even more excited. When I got to the bedroom, I saw a white shirt and trousers that had been taken off, as well as a black hollow underwear.
It has SE, which is not bad. I found my clothes from under the bed, put them on, and prepared to go out. When you press the door handle to open it. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell, what is going on? Can you please let me out safely?
He retreated calmly, and this time his hiding place would be under the bed in the bedroom.
Bang, bang, bang. Mangru, open the door, I'm Yang Chang. Why did you change the locks? Damn, how could it be such a coincidence? If I had been a second faster, I would have bumped into Yang Chang.
But there's nothing to worry about, since we're already divorced.
Can you give me another chance? I never slept with that girl. Really? I swear, if what I said is not true, God will strike me with lightning. Yang Chang just felt extremely unlucky.
He didn't get to pick the wildflowers outside, and he lost the flowers at home. Now he has lost his job. The house was given to Qin Mangru. He only had a BMW and a few 100,000 yuan in balance, which was not enough to buy a decent house.
Mangru, are you there?
Yang Qing was still shouting outside. Luo Feng had no choice but to send a message to Qin Mangru, telling her the current situation and asking her to ask the property management to kick the people out. Brother Feng, wait a minute, the property management said it's hard to handle.
My bestie has already contacted the police.
Luo Feng had no choice but to wait and play with his phone, while turning it on silent mode.
Meng Qingyuan sent a message asking Luo Feng how long it had been since he returned home.
She prepared a loving dinner for him in the evening, as well as gifts that the two of them had carefully selected.
I looked at the time and it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Damn, I don't know when I can go out. I'm still a little busy. I should be back around 7 o'clock. Luo Feng replied. Okay. Meng Qingyuan sent him another picture. Meng Qingyuan and Wu Meng wore tight Catwoman jumpsuits, showing off their long legs and half of their chests. Luo Feng looked down. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Keep going, and charge for love.
Outside the door, there was a commotion. If you do it again, you will have to stay in jail for a few days.
It should be the policeman's scolding voice. I'm her husband. Yang Chang wanted to retort. You're already divorced, why are you still making a fuss? If you don't leave, I'll have to make you go to the police station. Okay, can't I just leave? Wang Xiyu, you.
Yang Qing was furious when he saw Wang Xiyu standing aside. It was she who took the photos and then encouraged Mangru to divorce.
What are you talking about? You cheated on your wife and you think you're right? Get out of here right now.
Don't think you can act wildly in front of me just because you're a department leader at Xinxin Culture.
Wang Xiyu didn't tolerate Yang Qing and said with contempt. Yang Qing felt depressed. Now that he had been laid off, it was difficult to say anything more. The police left with Yang Qing. The door was opened. Wang Xiyu walked in with her phone in her hand and said, Mangru, you can come back now. He's been kicked out. He's so shameless. He's still making a fuss here even after the divorce. Okay, come back soon.
I'll put on a face mask and take a shower.
Dinner will be left to you.
Luo Feng was lying under the bed when he saw a pair of delicate feet in slippers walking into the bedroom. Then there was a rustling sound, probably someone taking off clothes.
Suddenly, a pair of lace thong panties fell to the ground. Chapter 38 Good Girlfriend.
Wang Xiyu's calves were first seen in their entirety, followed by her thighs, and then her round buttocks.
Then pick up the underwear. Go to the bathroom. Looking from under the bed, the legs are long, round and straight.
The bottom of the thigh suddenly rises up, and then becomes a plump semicircle, without any collapse or droop.
Wang Xiyu walked like she was walking on the catwalk, her legs constantly alternating and her hips slightly shaking. Immediately afterwards, a slender waist appeared in sight. There are also 2 dimples on the waist. Very sexy. Luo Feng couldn't help but stick his head out a little bit. Just then, Wang Xiyu turned her body sideways and saw the side of the semicircle. The amplitude was perfect. Wang Xiyu entered the bathroom and the door was closed. It's a pity that I didn't see the front. 5 minutes later.
Click, the living room door opened.
See you, I'm back. Mangru rushed back in a hurry, out of breath. Mangru, I'm in the bathroom, you cook first. In the bathroom, Wang Xiyu responded.
Luo Feng came out from under the bed at this time and walked towards the living room with light steps.
Mangru breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Click, the bathroom door opened and Wang Xiyu walked out.
Luo Feng and Mangru were stiff all over.
It's too late. Damn it.
Luo Feng simply admired Wang Xiyu's figure.
What I didn't see just now I see now.
Her hair is tied up at the back of her head, her neck is graceful, her shoulders are delicate and soft, and further down, her collarbone is exquisite and elegant.
Further down, it's all in sight. Mangru, please get me a towel.
I need to take a shower first.
Didn't Wang Xiyu see Brother Feng?
Mangru came back to her senses from the huge shock.
Luo Feng also breathed a sigh of relief.
Wang Xiyu was wearing a facial mask and had 2 cucumber slices on her eyelids. Mangru breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, I'll get it for you right away.
Go back to the bathroom first. You're not even wearing any clothes. Brother Feng has seen everything about you. Turned to look at Luo Feng. Why are you still watching? Okay, bring it to me quickly. Wang Xiyu walked back to the bathroom. Luo Feng quietly opened the door and quietly closed it. Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he walked out the door.
Mangru in the room patted her chest in fear and trembled. I got a towel for my bestie, and while she was washing vegetables, she watched the water from the faucet flowing out continuously. She remembered that she had been injected with positive energy 3 times in the afternoon, and a lot of it flowed out.
I don't know if I'll get pregnant. Brother Feng's body is so strong, the survival rate of the seed should be very good, right? Her eyes became a little moist. As I got older, I started wanting a child. Getting married, it doesn't matter. Luo Feng returned to Lanwan at exactly 7 o'clock. Husband. Sit down and I'll change your shoes. Meng Qingyuan was wearing plush pajamas.
She squatted down to take off Luo Feng's shoes and then put on slippers. Looking down from the neckline, her chest is completely exposed, and the size is about the same as Mangru's.
Reach out. Hubby, come back after dinner. Meng Qingyuan spoke in a clipped voice, but did not stop at all.
Instead, she puffed out her chest and moved closer.
Where's Meng? This is the 27th floor, Wu Meng's house.
Meng Qingyuan pretended to be unhappy, turned her face away and snorted, saying, I knew it was Meng.
Not a second later, he smiled again and said, Meng is cooking.
Luo Feng held Meng Qingyuan in his arms and touched her for a while, then they walked to the kitchen together. Wu Meng was wearing an apron and shovel flying. When she saw Luo Feng coming, she smiled sweetly.
It will be ready soon. Sister Qingyuan, go clean the table. Humph, you only know how to order your sister around. Why don't you let your husband do anything?
Meng Qingyuan hugged Luo Feng and kissed him hard, then ran to clear the table. Wu Meng also saw this scene. He was so angry that he puffed his lips and used more force with the shovel. Luo Feng walked behind her, put one arm around her waist and held her hand while she was cooking with the other.
Let's cook together.
Wu Meng's eyes opened wide, a happy smile bloomed on her face, and her cheeks were red.
Hubby, the food is ready to be served.
Although he was reluctant, Wu Meng was more unwilling to see the dish he had spent so much effort on fail. Only then did Luo Feng notice that 3 dishes had been placed aside. They are fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and braised spare ribs. What is in the pot now is fried pork liver.
This dish cannot be fried for too long, otherwise it will not taste tender and smooth. The tomato and egg soup in the pot over here is ready too.
Wu Meng had just finished stir-frying the pork liver when he turned off the fire in the pot next to him.
Let me scoop this, I made it.
Behind him, Meng Qingyuan shouted hurriedly. He hurriedly found a basin and started to scoop it out.
In just a few seconds, the chirping continued. When Wu Meng and Luo Feng brought the other dishes to the table, Meng Qingyuan also brought the soup. Ah, I burned my hand.
Meng Qingyuan screamed, looking so pitiful that Luo Feng and Wu Meng were both a little nervous.
Hubby, give me a blowjob.
She put her finger to Luo Feng's mouth. Her fingers were not red at all, but seeing her like that, Luo Feng had no choice but to blow on them. Meng Qingyuan was very happy and said, "Hubby, I need to put it in my mouth and lick it first to feel better."
Luo Feng. Damn, little goblin. He took Meng Qingyuan's finger into his mouth and licked it. It's so itchy. Meng Qingyuan retracted her fingers, hugged Luo Feng and kissed him. Sister Qingyuan. Hubby, I want one too.
Wu Meng was so jealous that he was flying. Luo Feng smiled gently and said, Meng, you've worked hard.
Let me massage your shoulders.
After recalling the techniques he had used several times at regular massage parlors, he placed his hands on Wu Meng's shoulders and neck and massaged gently. Wu Meng closed his eyes comfortably.
After pressing for 2 minutes, Meng Qingyuan stopped again. Okay, press it again before you go to bed at night. Eat the food first, otherwise it will get cold if you wait. She picked up her chopsticks and started clinking the bowl. The three of them started eating. Luo Feng tried every dish and they all tasted surprisingly good. Meng's cooking skills are very good. It's very delicious.
Wu Meng's face turned red again when she was praised, and her eyes turned into crescents when she smiled.
Hubby, if you like it, I'll do it for you every day from now on.
Meng Qingyuan looked jealous and said hurriedly, Hubby, take a sip of my tomato and egg soup and see how it goes.
Luo Feng took a sip, a little salty. Delicious. He gave Meng Qingyuan a thumbs up. Thank you, husband. I will do this for him every day in the future. Meng Qingyuan said happily. There is no need to. Luo Feng smiled and said, just do it once in a while. Normally, you can hire a nanny to do it. You are so beautiful. If you cook every day, your hands will become rough and your face will turn yellow. That would be a big loss for me. Meng Qingyuan and Wu Meng were very happy to hear that their husbands praised them for being beautiful. The two women nodded and no longer insisted on cooking for themselves. After dinner, the three of them worked together to wash the dishes. Of course, Meng Qingyuan was responsible for making a cameo appearance. I didn't expect my husband to be so professional at washing dishes. In the two women's minds, Luo Feng is the kind of big boss who was high above everyone else and would never do these little things. When I didn't have any money, I often cooked for myself. I washed it myself for the first 3 days. Husband, that's amazing. Meng Qingyuan's eyes sparkled as she spoke in admiration. Wu Meng had a similar expression. Meng Qingyuan winked at Wu Meng.
Wu Meng nodded and said to Luo Feng, Hubby, Sister Qingyuan and I bought you a gift this afternoon. Although it was paid for by you, it represents our little token of appreciation.
Luo Feng was very curious. What's the gift? Chapter 39, Viewing the Scenery. An exquisite gift box was placed in front of Luo Feng.
Untie the laces and open the box, there is another small box inside.
Open it again. Watch, Zhang Stanton. Luo Feng was very happy. The first thing the two girls thought of after getting the money was buying gifts for themselves. It is said that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches, which represents low-key luxury. This brand of watches is considered top-tier luxury goods. How much? Luo Feng asked curiously. More than 8 million. Sister Qingyuan and I bought it together. Wu Meng replied. He was shocked inside, but his face remained calm. This price is ridiculous. Such a small piece costs so much. He thought the two women's intentions were very good and he would definitely increase his efforts later. Husband, give me your hand and put it on you. Meng Qingyuan carefully put the watch on Luo Feng. Her pure and flawless appearance and her focused gaze made Luo Feng feel pleasing to the eye. But the feeling of wearing more than 8 million on your hand is still very strange. Invisibly, I felt that my whole body had become a lot heavier. So handsome. Meng Qingyuan exclaimed, and Wu Meng nodded happily. I like your gifts very much. Thank you, wife. The two women were happy and a little shy. This was the first time Luo Feng called them wife. Honey, let's take a bath first. The bathtub is quite big. Meng Qingyuan said, and Wu Meng blushed a little. It is indeed quite big.
When Luo Feng first saw the bathtub, he had some ideas, but he didn't expect to realize it so quickly.
Okay. He nodded.
Over the years, I have learned a lot about this from educational films, and today I would like to put it to use. Let's go in first, husband can come later. Wu Meng whispered that she was a little shy and wanted to get into the water first to avoid being too shy.
Luo Feng had no objection, they would all submit to me later anyway. In the bathroom, the bathtub is more than 10 square meters and is long in shape. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a bathing pool. Next to it is a long floor-to-ceiling glass.
Regarding this glass, it was introduced at that time as reinforced explosion-proof, and you couldn't see inside from the outside, you could only see outside from inside the house. Looking outside from the house at this time, there are some commercial streets. Although it is already night, there are still a lot of people shopping and having fun.
Meng Qingyuan and Wu Meng had already entered the bathtub.
There was some foam on the surface of the water, and only their heads and beautiful necks were exposed. At this time, Luo Feng walked in. This is like taking a bath with two top beauties.
It's exciting just thinking about it.
Luo Feng walked straight to the middle of the two women and sat down, his hands sliding down their delicate shoulders.
Hubby, don't worry, let's help you take a bath first.
Meng Qingyuan took out a bubble bath ball from the steps beside her and wiped it from the front. On the other side, Wu Meng was rubbing his back from behind.
It feels so good. Luo Feng sighed sincerely, this is what life is all about.
In the past, it was just survival, working hard to make a living, but there was no way I could enjoy the service of such a goddess.
I'll help you wash too. 10 minutes later. Qingyuan, stand up.
Meng Qingyuan stood in front of Luo Feng, held up the window, and watched the scenery with him.
There are so many people on the street, we are right above them.
Suddenly, she frowned slightly. Chapter 40 to Chapter 43. Feng Ge covered his eyes, Li Shuer's wish.
Two women appeared in the bedroom wearing Catwoman tights.
The clothes were very close-fitting, showing off her curves fully, with 2/3 of her chest exposed.
I always feel that a critical point will appear accidentally. Honey, put this on and don't take it off. Guess who's who later? Meng Qingyuan handed Luo Feng a black eye mask. If you guess correctly, there's a reward. What reward? Luo Feng was curious. I won't tell you now. Meng Qingyuan kept it a secret, and Wu Meng didn't dare look at Luo Feng, but her ears were already red.
Luo Feng enjoyed himself, put on the blindfold and lay on the bed. The lights were then turned off.
Then, Luo Feng had a dream.
He dreamed that he was in darkness, searching for the sea. On the other side of the sea is the sun. He wanted to swim closer and see the first rays of sunlight. Suddenly, he encountered some water plants and should be in the shallows now. Then we found a port. He jumped in without a swimsuit, ready to swim to the end. In the darkness, he moved forward. But he soon encountered a barrier, blocking his way forward. But he was unwilling to give up and admit defeat, so he kept moving forward and backward.
Waves kept crashing against the sea.
You can also hear the calls of many seabirds, which indicates that sunrise is about to come.
After about half an hour, the sunrise finally appeared.
He rushed to the deepest point with full passion. In the rising sunlight, the fountain is white and sparkling.
It's Meng Meng. Luo Feng took off his eye mask and turned on the bedside lamp. Husband, don't look.
At this moment, her clothes had slipped off her shoulders to her waist, and there was a lot of sweat on her face and chest. Meng Meng, thank you for your hard work. Luo Feng sat up, hugged Wu Meng and gave her a deep kiss. Meng Qingyuan was so itchy watching from the side that Wu Meng also made way for her.
Honey, how did you guess that? Meng Qingyuan took the seat, hugged him and asked curiously. I'll tell you when it's over. It's actually very simple. You can only know the differences between the two by experiencing them.
This time, Luo Feng still had to lie down and be a strong man.
Luo Feng woke up after 9 o'clock the next day.
The bed is very big, 3 people are not crowded at all, and there is even room for a few more. Luo Feng looked at the beautiful body lying on the bed, and automatically calculated in his mind how many more people could sleep on this bed.
The answer is about 4. He recalled the reward Meng Qingyuan mentioned last night.
2 soft muscles were entwined or sliding respectively, and then 2 top-notch beauties with different styles looked up at him from time to time.
It can be said that dreams have come true.
The phone screen on the bedside table lit up and he picked it up to unlock it.
Brother Feng, see you said she called you but you didn't answer. Please call her back when you have time. Message from Mangru.
Sure enough, he called me at 9:30 and 10 o'clock respectively. He picked up his phone and walked to the balcony of another bedroom to return the call.
Hello, I'm Luo Feng. Hello, I'm Mangru's best friend, my name is Wang Xiu.
Wang Xiu said this politely, without any of the tone she used when she first called Luo Feng a bad guy.
Luo Feng automatically recalled the scene he saw yesterday and wanted to experience it personally. Well, hello, Lawyer Wang. I want to start a company. Some people will invest in it, but my goal is to use the money freely. Wang Xiu frowned.
Mangru's friend played a little wildly.
This is probably illegal.
The investment money must comply with the contract signed between the investor and you, must be used within the prescribed scope, and must be subject to the financial supervision assigned by the other party. Wang Xiu felt that this should be considered basic common sense.
What if the investor doesn't sign any agreement, or I draft an agreement and they just inject capital into me?
They could have given me their money directly, but due to some reasons, they can only give it to me through consumption or investment.
Now all I have to do is to open up this link.
Luo Feng tried his best to express himself clearly.
Is there such a good thing in the world? Excuse me, what is the approximate amount of the investment?
If it's just a few $100,000, it's a minor problem, but if it's more, it will be a lot of trouble.
At first, each person will make a few $100 million, and the total amount is estimated to be 20 to 30 billion in the initial stage. Luo Feng said calmly. Wang Xiu on the other end of the phone was silent.
She felt that either Mangru's friend was just trying to amuse herself or she had a mental problem.
Billions of dollars, these people gave it to you voluntarily?
Moreover, with this amount of funds, they should have a professional financial and legal team, and it would not be their turn to consult me.
Mr. Luo, are you sure you're talking about billions and not hundreds of thousands?
Wang Xiu decided to give her a side reminder that they were all Mangru's friends, so it would be better to be sincere.
Luo Feng also heard Wang Xiu's distrust.
Indeed, discussing a project worth billions over the phone did not sound reliable.
Lawyer Wang, let's have lunch together at noon. I can answer any questions you have then. Good. Wang Xiu had the same idea and wanted to see what this man was like.
If he liked to brag and didn't tell the truth, she would remind Mangru to stay away from him.
The address was chosen by Wang Xiu.
It is a fine Chinese restaurant with a private room on the second floor where we can talk. Luo Feng put away the phone and returned to the master bedroom. The two women hugged each other, their two big rabbits pressed against each other, the thin quilt covered their buttocks, and their two long legs were exposed.
Luo Feng looked at the time and it was still early. A day's plan begins in the morning. Double the exercise, double the joy.
He untied the restraints and slowly approached Wu Meng from behind.
The humming and singing began. Mangru, your friend started a business. Do you know what he does? Wang Xiu asked tentatively. She wanted to learn more about Luo Feng from Mangru first. I didn't ask in detail, but he said he needed to consult a professional.
When he heard you were a lawyer, he mentioned it in passing.
Mangru was doing Pilates in the living room, wearing yoga clothes and tight elastic.
Place your legs on the mat in a split position, with your upper body leaning to the left and your head touching your calves. Wang Xiu was extremely envious of this flexibility, and she didn't know whether it would be a good thing for that man.
Could it be Luo Feng who just called me? How much do you think he invested in his startup? I haven't asked. I think Brother Feng is very low-key. Maybe he has a few million.
In fact, based on his appearance when we first met, no one thought Luo Feng could come up with the money to start a business.
The second time around looked much better. Maybe he won the lottery? Or his house was demolished?
Mangru stretched her hands upwards and clasped them together, slowly pressing them towards the mat. The two lumps on her chest touched first, and then the contact surface changed from a point to a circle.
Finally, it was like a big balloon, pressed tightly against the cushion, with the whiteness of the chest directly overflowing. Mangru, be gentle, don't deform your breasts.
Wang Xiu teased, but in her heart, her evaluation of Luo Feng had already lowered several levels because of Mangru's words, and she was very worried that her best friend was being deceived.
When we go to eat later, we must teach Luo Feng a lesson and not let him harm our Mangru. Mangru was a little shy.
Yesterday, Brother Feng pressed her against the bathroom tiles with much more force than this.
As soon as Luo Feng hung up the phone, Li Shuer called.
Brother Feng, my colleague asked me to go play an escape room today.
Can we go together?
Li Shuer was a little nervous. Since her last confession, she had not actively contacted Fengge because of overtime.
Fengge didn't respond, and she was always worried. Today? My schedule for today was pretty full.
I had lunch with Wang Siyu at noon to talk about the company, picked up the flight attendant in the afternoon, and went out to eat in the evening. But, after all, this is the girl who confessed to me.
Okay, are you at the hospital?
I'll pick you up. Luo Feng chose to go on a date with Li Shuer. After all, Li Shuer's appearance and figure were 1 or 2 levels higher than those of the flight attendants.
Yes, there's a dormitory next to the hospital. I'll send you the address.
On WeChat, Li Shuer quickly sent her location, and just when Luo Feng was about to close WeChat, she sent him another selfie. Her hair was tied into a bun, revealing her beautiful neck. She was wearing a black short vest, and her bust was very prominent, definitely above D-cup, with the cleavage showing. In the middle, her beautiful snow-white waist and that cute belly button were exposed. She was wearing sports shorts, revealing a pair of slender, snow-white legs, and finally a pair of white sneakers. She is young and beautiful, with perfect body proportions.
Finally, he sent a message. Brother Feng, does Shuer look good in this outfit today? Is that even a question? I'm almost getting cocked. It looks good, but it's too revealing. Why not wear a coat?
She was wearing such cool clothes, so of course Luo Feng liked to look at her, and even had some reaction, but he didn't want other men to see her.
Oops, I'm so selfish. I always want other people's women to wear less and my own women to wrap themselves more tightly, and then when I get home, I will only seduce myself.
Hee, I have prepared a coat, this is just for Brother Feng to see.
25 minutes later. When Luo Feng arrived at the hospital dormitory, a Ferrari was already parked at the door. Shuer, please take my car. It was Wang Yang, standing next to the Ferrari, inviting Li Shuer. I'm so envious.
This is a Ferrari sports car.
Come on, Shuer.
Li Shuer had indeed put on a thin coat and waved her hand to refuse. Beside her, 2 female colleagues, of average or above average appearance, were encouraging her.
Shuer.
Luo Feng rolled down the car window and shouted to Li Shuer.
Brother Feng.
Li Shuer looked at Luo Feng in surprise. When the car got closer and Luo Feng got out, she ran over like a swallow throwing itself into his arms.
Carrying the ball and hitting someone. Luo Feng caught it steadily.
Last time Li Shuer braked, but this time she was more bold. Luo Feng didn't shy away and put his arms around her waist. Originally, Li Shuer's hands were hanging on Luo Feng's neck, with her waist directly exposed, and Luo Feng's hands were naturally touching her waist, with flesh touching flesh. Her ears turned red and she put down her hands shyly. Luo Feng had no choice but to let her go reluctantly. Just now, the 2 female colleagues were very surprised to see Li Shuer running to a domestic car and hugging an ordinary man in his 30s.
Could it be that this is the type our hospital flower likes? I'm not very rich, so how expensive can domestic cars be? Moreover, Wang Yang is such a handsome guy and drives a Ferrari. Any woman would know what to choose, right?
Wang Yang felt like he had eaten a fly, and his whole body felt uncomfortable.
He looked at Luo Feng with some hostility.
Last time I thought he was an older brother or something, but seeing how intimate they are now, it is obviously very different from my previous expectations.
Brother Yang, can I take your car? I've never been in a sports car.
The more beautiful of the 2 women spoke.
She accurately grasped Wang Yang's psychology, and now he needed someone to give him a way out. Good. Wang Yang quickly agreed. Another female colleague had no choice but to walk towards Luo Feng. After getting on the bus and closing the door. Brother Feng, what is this?
Li Shuer looked at Shang Xiaoqiu in surprise. His burly body and strong arms were almost covering her waist.
My driver. Brother Feng already has a driver?
Li Shuer was even more surprised. It seemed that Brother Feng had really made money. Not only did he buy a car, but now he even had a driver. Li Shuer's colleague was also surprised. It seems that this man may not be incompetent.
He may be a low-key man.
Because there were colleagues around, Li Shuer didn't want to say anything intimate and could only talk about some family matters. Li Shuer's mother will probably come to Shangqing in the next 2 days, and Li Shuer will also arrange for her to have a physical examination.
Luo Feng has a general understanding of Li Shuer's family. I am from a reconstituted family.
My father died when I was in junior high school, and I had a stepfather when I was in high school. Moreover, her stepfather did not support Li Shuer to go to college and did not give her a penny for tuition. Then she met Luo Feng, who generously helped her. The secret room was soon reached. The five of them chose the kind of horror chamber that could decode puzzles.
Wang Yang wanted to perform well and win Li Shuer's attention. Brother Yang is awesome. Brother Yang, I'm scared. The other two female colleagues said to Wang Yang enthusiastically.
While enjoying himself, Wang Yang looked at Luo Feng proudly, but he didn't expect that Li Shuer was lying on Luo Feng.
Brother Feng, I'm so scared, hold me tight. Grass.
Wang Yang was extremely depressed, but fortunately, the two women around him were very sensible and immediately took his arms, which gave him a little comfort.
In a dim environment,
Luo Feng held Li Shuer with one hand, and his other hand could not be controlled and slipped to her hips.
Brother Feng.
Li Shuer murmured softly.
Luo Feng withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly.
Li Shuer held his hand down and continued, sure. The fire in my heart suddenly rose higher. The hands on the buttocks are not limited to stroking, but begin to knead vigorously. The hand that was originally on the waist reached a higher peak. Li Shuer's whole body went limp, and she leaned on Luo Feng.
Wang Yang was also enjoying it.
He took a casual glance, and although the light was dim and there was clothes between them, he could vaguely see Luo Feng's hand reaching out to the place he had dreamed of.
Snap. Something seemed to break in his heart. How am I inferior to this middle-aged man? Is he more average-looking than me? He is shorter than me? He has less money than me? Did the reverse defeat me? Wang Yang's heart was broken. I looked at the two women beside me.
Although they were ordinary, this was the only way to comfort myself now.
Follow suit.
For a moment, no one in the secret room paid attention to how to crack the level.
Bite.
The score retrieved for Li Shuer may be over 95 points. Mission objective: fulfill Li Shuer's wish, bring her mother to live in the upper city, and become Luo Feng's woman.
Mission reward: randomly select a skill. This task? Is it difficult? Shuer, I think my aunt is in poor health back home. If we delay, her condition will get worse.
We can pick her up this afternoon and let her stay in Shangcheng.
While walking on the road, Luo Feng put his arm around her waist and said, but I don't have a house.
Of course Li Shuer really wanted to do this, but her salary in Shangcheng would take more than 10 years without food or drink.
I'll arrange for someone to accompany you to see the house tomorrow. Don't worry about the money. Just take good care of Auntie.
When the time comes, I will ask Tang Min to help me choose a house in another community.
He is a good person. Brother Feng.
Li Shuer was very surprised and felt that Brother Feng was so nice to her.
Are you willing to be my woman? Luo Feng asked directly. Brother Feng, I've always wanted to.
Li Shuer blushed, but still answered firmly.
That'll do. Your score is most likely above 95 points.
If you become my woman, the tens or hundreds of billions of spending money you will have will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times more than the price of this house.
You think I pay a lot, you may earn money, but I will always be the biggest winner.
The two then said goodbye to the other three and got in the car. On the way back to Li Shuer's hometown.
Brother Feng, can you kiss me?
Li Shuer said softly.
Such an unreasonable request was made by a goddess with a score of 95? Luo Feng reluctantly agreed and lowered his head. A verbal battle is often just the beginning of a war. The hands will also join the battlefield.
Li Shuer endured it with difficulty and dared not make a sound. After a long time, Li Shuer trembled all over and hugged Luo Feng tightly, not daring to move. Luo Feng wiped his fingers with wet tissue and sighed to himself. The five-finger divine skill, which had been cultivated for 32 years, reached its peak upon the first try.
Unfortunately, this did not make Li Shuer a close lover. It seems that this system uses one's own body feedback as the basis for judgment.
There is no need to rush.
We can come back in the evening and continue in the upper city.
It took 3 hours to return to his hometown and explain things to his family for a long time. Finally, he successfully picked up Li Shuer's mother in the car on the pretext of a physical examination and treatment.
It was already evening when we returned. Luo Feng felt a little regretful.
He had originally agreed to pick up the flight attendant today, and then go to the top of the mountain on the way.
Only another day. However, he must take part in the skills test arranged by Xinjiang Culture tomorrow.
Chairman, Chang Xiaoxiao is scheduled to take your assessment tomorrow.
She volunteered to take the first exam.
She hopes to break through her own acting path, especially with kissing scenes and intimate action scenes.
The scene is currently tentatively set in your office. There's a lounge, a bathroom, and a bathtub in the office.
I suggest the chairman use these scenes.
Chapter 41. You will give me 3 children in your lifetime. Luo Feng was speechless.
His general manager understood him so well.
He gave a thumbs up in return.
Then 20 million was transferred over.
This is a reward.
Buy something for yourself tomorrow. I have one request: the one-time payment must be no less than 10 million. It's so rare to find such a considerate and caring general manager. By the way, please check the vacancies for the recruitment positions for me.
Thank you, Chairman. I will definitely complete it as you requested.
Shen Ningyao was lying on the bed, and when she saw the string of zeros, she felt hot all over.
Luo Feng put down his phone. Shan Xiuqiu had already driven the car onto the highway and the vehicle was running smoothly.
I also replied to Wu Meng, Meng Qingyuan, and Qin Mangru, but didn't reply to messages from a few other women. When you become successful, the goddesses in the eyes of others all become your lickspittles. Sometimes when there are too many lickspittles, you naturally won't have much patience. He understood how those goddesses felt when they were surrounded by a group of lickers, and it was normal for them to be impatient.
Well, let me help you dethrone the so-called goddess.
At this moment, Luo Feng felt that he was great. Arriving at the upper city, the system prompt sounded on time.
Bite. Mission accomplished.
Random rewards have been issued. Predict the future, only for the opposite sex with a score of 95 or above.
This skill is too amazing, right?
Those related to time are basically top-level skills. I didn't expect that the system would give them to me.
Luo Feng looked at Li Shuer, who was sleeping beside him, and an idea came to his mind.
Use skills.
Li Shuer's life from this moment on played in Luo Feng's mind like a movie.
It automatically accelerated and cut the daily scenes, retaining only the key nodes. She will become pregnant and give birth to a child after half a year, and then continue to give birth. She will have 3 children in her life, live a very wealthy life, and have a happy life. After Luo Feng finished reading it, his mind was slightly filled with confusion.
He looked at the time and saw that it took 1 minute. Brother Feng, are we back in the upper city? It is now 11 o'clock in the evening, which is the time when the nightlife begins in the upper city. Arrive.
Luo Feng touched this beautiful face. At this moment, her face was hazy and a little confused, which made his heart beat faster. He held Li Shuer's face with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her.
When Li Shuer had difficulty breathing, Luo Feng let her go. We'll find a hotel near the house I rented, settle Auntie down, and then we'll go back to the house. Luo Feng whispered in Li Shuer's ear. Why choose to live in a relatively simple rental house?
Lily lived here before, and now it's her cousin.
The same bed.
Li Shuer blushed as she also thought of certain scenes.
Brother Feng, what's going on here?
Li Shuer was surprised when she was poked. She couldn't help but feel it, and her beautiful eyes widened.
She leaned close to Luo Feng's ear and whispered, Brother Feng, okay, Shuer is a little slut?
Luo Feng touched her earlobe and she shuddered.
I'm just curious.
Li Shuer was embarrassed to continue exploring, so she hugged Luo Feng's neck and gave him another long kiss. Luo Feng naturally responded to her politely and kneaded her perky breasts hard.
Xiaoxue, are we there yet?
Luo Wan woke up slowly at this time. Li Shuer immediately got off Luo Feng's legs and sat aside. Fortunately, the light was poor at night and we were not discovered, otherwise it would have been even more embarrassing.
Mom, we're here. Let's go find a place to stay first. Li Shuer replied. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Li Shuer entered Luo Feng's house.
She had been to this small suite several times before.
Is Auntie asleep? Luo Feng asked.
He was only wearing a pair of shorts and had already taken a shower.
Well, I came out after she fell asleep.
She had already showered in the hotel.
The last sentence ignited Luo Feng's desire.
He walked up to Li Shuer, picked her up, and walked into the bedroom. Put Li Shuer on the edge of the bed and help her take off her loose coat. Seeing this scene, Luo Feng felt a little dry in the mouth.
Li Shuer usually wears loose clothes, so she doesn't look so majestic at all.
Before Luo Feng could take any action, Li Shuer stood up on her own initiative, hugged Luo Feng and started kissing him. Clothes began to fall to the ground one by one. Finally, Li Shuer let out a cry of surprise.
Brother Feng.
She lay on the white sheets, feeling both excited and scared.
Was your sister like this before?
In her wild thoughts, she completed her transformation.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Li Shuer leaned against the bedroom window and looked at the green plants she had given to her sister before.
It is growing well and is green.
The two of them continuously generated gusts of wind, causing the leaves of the green plants to sway constantly. At this time, Li Shuer received a call.
The caller is Li Li.
1 missed call, 2 missed calls, and a third call.
Brother Feng, take it or not.
Li Shuer couldn't even finish speaking these 5 short words coherently in one go.
Take it.
Luo Feng didn't care, and it was even more interesting.
Hey, sis. Xiao Xue, do you know that Luo Feng and I broke up?
Li looked like she was drunk.
Have no idea.
He's now the chairman of Xinxing Culture. This heartless and ungrateful man made me lose my job.
Ah.
It happened so suddenly that Li Shuer couldn't help herself.
Xiao Xue, what's wrong with you? Li finally realized something was wrong. I'm watching a horror movie.
Li Shuer explained with difficulty.
It's late at night and you're still watching horror movies. Aren't you afraid of sleeping alone?
Li Shuer was speechless. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and frowned. It seemed that she was too frightened after watching the horror movie and was trying hard not to make any sound.
Xiao Xue, why aren't you talking?
Luo Feng smiled when he heard that. Of course she was silent, for it was a very exciting moment.
Alas, Luo Feng is really amazing now. All the girls in the company must want to get close to him.
Li didn't wait for Li Shuer to speak, and continued talking to herself.
She just wanted to find someone to vent. After about 3 minutes, Li Shuer finally recovered. Sister, I'm going to sleep now. Can we talk tomorrow?
Okay, let's have dinner together tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when you're free.
Good. Li hung up the phone.
Luo Feng and Li Shuer stayed in the bathroom for another hour.
She went in standing and was carried out. Luo Feng didn't want to stay here for so long, but Li Shuer asked him, have you and your sister been here before?
On the first night, Li Shuer achieved 3 consecutive goals.
The next morning, give it 2 more injections. It's too full. Will you get pregnant?
Brother Feng, do you like boys or girls?
Li Shuer lay on Luo Feng's chest and asked curiously. Luo Feng smiled.
In the future, you gave birth to 3 children for me, 2 boys and 1 girl.
First pregnancy, and you haven't even graduated yet. Fixed lover number 5, Li Shuer. Age, 22. Rating, 95 points.
Reward, 770 million changes with the host's wealth value, upper limit 320 billion yuan, can only be used for consumption by number 5's fixed close lover Li Shuer.
Chapter 42, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Splits and Backflip. On the way to Xinxing Culture Company, Luo Feng was still amazed at Li Shuer's spending money. 32 billion.
This terrifying amount of money has made Luo Feng feel unreal since he first tied himself to his lover last night until now. You may not have a very intuitive feeling about money, but Lei Jun's Kingsoft software and the commonly used WPS Office software are products of this company.
Or it could be New Oriental Education Group, Oriental Selection belongs to this company.
The market value of the above 2 companies is about 32 billion. When he left in the morning, out of respect for the 95-point goddess's 32 billion yuan in spending money, he transferred 30 million yuan to Li Shuer. He sent another message to Tang Min, asking her to find a house in another property worth more than 10 million yuan, as he would not go to see this one.
If nothing unexpected happens today, including Shenningya, 2 recruitment vacancies will be available. Wang Cu's words yesterday morning also reminded him.
To inject so much money from your loved one into the company requires a professional team to manage and operate it, and it cannot be done by 1 or 2 people. So he already has a general idea of the next recruitment position. He looked at the character panel again.
There were some reminders before, but he didn't pay attention to them. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 74.5 kilograms. Wealth, $770 million. Constitution, 76.
The host's current body fat percentage is 19%, please keep up the good work. The main reason why the body fat percentage can be reduced is due to the kidneys.
Either you are seeing through everything, or you are on the way to seeing through everything. But exercise is also comprehensive.
After all, there are various postures and they will not only target certain muscles.
At 10:30 in the morning, Luo Feng arrived at his office. There is a new secretary at the office door.
She wears glasses, is intelligent and beautiful, has a good figure, and doesn't hide anything.
At least when Luo Feng was staring at her, he didn't act mysterious or cover his chest or anything like that.
Chairman, we have all kinds of wine, tea, juice, and dairy products here.
If we don't have what you need, we will purchase it right away. What would you like to drink now?
Sitting in the boss's chair, the secretary bent over and asked.
Luo Feng's eyes never left the secretary's white clothes.
She was not wearing any underwear, but a patch on her body. Someone must have leaked his preferences, and Shen Ningya is the prime suspect.
Well, great job. Promote it soon. Of course, those who are ugly or too small are not needed. Actually, I want to drink milk. But forget it. Make me a glass of orange juice.
It should be warm so I can drink it directly. Seeing this pair of white rabbits, it is inevitable to want to drink milk. But today there is a Chang Xiaoxiao who calls herself Naishio who is coming to test her skills, so the secretary will wait for a while.
2 minutes later, the secretary brought warm orange juice. Luo Feng watched her twisting her long legs and hips as she was about to go out. He felt a pang of anxiety and shouted, "Wait a minute, can you help me test whether the orange juice can be drunk directly? If you say it is okay, I will drink it."
The eyes behind the black-framed glasses were filled with confusion. She said, "Chairman, the temperature is set at 40 degrees.
It's definitely safe to drink directly. I wonder how the chairman is going to try it." Luo Feng smiled and said, "Just take a sip and tell me if you can drink it." Ah.
The secretary was surprised, and then her face flushed. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then walked over carefully, first wiped off the lipstick with a wet wipe, then picked up the juice and took a sip. She opened her big, innocent, and pitiful eyes and said, "Chairman, you can drink."
Ha ha ha. Perform well, keep up the good work, and good things will happen to those who obey.
Luo Feng laughed and drank the glass of juice in one gulp. Then he sent a message to Shen Ningya, praising her for the good secretary she arranged. Shen Ningya immediately replied, "She is a graduate of Shangqing Normal University this year. I heard she is the most beautiful girl in the department. She is interning at our company during her senior year. She had been following me before and was very insightful. I specifically told her to provide comprehensive services to the chairman."
Good, very good.
With such a caring and loving general, this intimate lover will surely be brushed up quickly.
Gave Shen Ningya a thumbs up.
"Chairman, Chang Xiaoxiao is expected to arrive at your office in 5 minutes.
Shen Ningya sent the final message.
Chang Xiaoxiao, born in 1998, graduated from an art college.
She initially gained some fame abroad.
After returning to China, her popularity soared with her classical dance and backflips. He then participated in various variety shows, released records, and played supporting roles in some movies and TV series.
Because of her outstanding appearance and proud bust, she also has a very famous nickname, Naixiao. Bang bang bang. There were 3 knocks on the door, neither loud nor soft.
Enter. Luo Feng lay in the boss chair, looking at Cheng Xiaoxiao who came in with burning eyes.
"Hello, Chairman, I'm Cheng Xiaoxiao."
She stood stiffly in front of the desk and just glanced at the chairman. His appearance and figure are just like those of an ordinary person, looking unremarkable. But his expression was quite majestic, and the undisguised desire in his eyes made her heart tremble. "I heard you're famous for singing and dancing.
Let's do a bit first," Luo Feng said with a pleasant expression. What Naishio is wearing today is very consistent with his aesthetic taste.
She wore a leather jacket as an outer layer and a sports vest underneath, with prominent cleavage on her upper body and round and straight thighs on her lower body.
What style does the chairman want to see?
Cheng Xiaoxiao took off her high heels and coat and placed them on the sofa beside her, revealing her proud bust.
It's a scale that I can't grasp on my own. Luo Feng made his own judgment, thought for a moment, and said, "The style is up to you. I want to see some backflips and splits." "Okay."
Cheng Xiaoxiao pondered for a while, then began to dance with her hands and slowly raised one leg. In a short while, the long leg was lifted above her head, and her breasts were deformed by the pressure on the leg.
Standing splits. Pa pa pa. Luo Feng applauded and praised, saying that the skills were excellent.
The two thighs are connected in a straight line and the thigh muscles are very strong.
This is much more convenient than bamboo legs.
Chang Xiaoxiao was encouraged, breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on her face, she put down her long legs and started dancing again. She moved a little further away, then took a deep breath, took a run up, and finally took off into the air, flipping over and landing steadily.
Backflip. Pa pa pa. Wonderful, very good. Luo Feng applauded and praised.
The way her chest shook when she landed made him very excited. Chang Xiaoxiao danced for about 5 minutes and did 2 splits, once with the other foot and once with her foot flat on the ground. At the end, she did a backflip. Because of the intense exercise, she kept gasping for breath and her chest kept heaving.
Xiao, thank you for your hard work. Sit down and rest first. Luo Feng said with a smile.
Chang Xiaoxiao looked up at him, her face flushed.
Chairman, it's not good to sit on you.
The place where Luo Feng asked her to sit just now was his thigh. Chapter 43. The goddess acting skills were recognized by Luo Feng.
Why, we can't sit here? Luo Feng asked calmly, the smile on his face fading a bit. Chang Xiaoxiao's heart tightened and she didn't dare to speak anymore. She walked to Luo Feng and sat down gently. You're very light, how much do you weigh? Luo Feng didn't feel much pressure on his legs and asked curiously.
I weigh 51 kilograms, which is actually considered quite heavy in the company. Chang Xiaoxiao replied carefully.
Luo Feng nodded.
It must be that his physical condition was getting better and better, and he didn't feel heavy even when weighing more than 100 pounds. He pinched her arms and waist, which were soft like puffs, and then pinched her thighs, which were firm and elastic.
You look quite fleshy. What's your body fat percentage?
Chang Xiaoxiao's heart beat faster, and she got goosebumps where Luo Feng pinched her.
She felt very panicked. 28% are overweight and have been trying to lose weight but haven't been able to. He really couldn't notice it.
Luo Feng just thought she was very fleshy and it was comfortable to pinch her, but he didn't expect her body fat percentage to be so high.
Even taller than before.
Seeing her plump breasts and buttocks, I roughly understood where the fat went. This one is perfect and grows exactly where it should go. I don't need to lose weight, I feel perfect. All the weight lost is in the bones, which is very painful and uncomfortable. With more experience, you will realize that fleshy things are more comfortable, have cushioning, allow you to apply force, and are very elastic.
The clothes here are usually very tight, right? Will they be heavy?
He put his hand under Chang Xiaoxiao's upper body and felt the weight.
Chairman, don't.
Chang Xiaoxiao raised her hand and touched his arm, but didn't dare to stop him forcefully. The pitiful look made Luo Feng more interested.
Just answer my question. Luo Feng's hand still did not stop, and he began to feel the elasticity through the sports bra.
I have to wear it tight, otherwise it will swing when I walk. It's a bit big to begin with, so it feels heavy and uncomfortable when it swings. Chang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and tried her best to ignore the chairman's actions. But Luo Feng put his hand on her shoulder, which made her have a bad feeling.
Really?
Her shoulder straps were pulled off by the chairman, revealing quite a bit to begin with, and now more than half of her body was exposed to the air. I wanted to drink milk just now, and after seeing you dancing, I became even hungrier.
You won't let me starve, will you? Luo Feng looked straight into her eyes.
She looked at him pitifully, without answering but not daring to refuse. The other shoulder strap also slipped off as he reached out.
Sit closer. Luo Feng asked her to adjust her sitting position so that she faced him. Chairman, do you think I can play the leading female role?
She crossed her arms over her chest, holding her bra to prevent it from sliding down. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear and anticipation. I have played supporting roles enough times. The pay of the heroine is dozens or hundreds of times that of the supporting role, and the number of fans is also very different. It is not even my turn to get top endorsements. She has been waiting for an opportunity, and now the opportunity has come, but she is afraid that her efforts will be without any reward. If you have good acting skills, of course you can play the leading female role.
How about this? Now, you will play the role of a female agent serving the enemy, and I will be the unforgivable evil CEO. Only by gaining my full trust can you obtain evidence of my guilt. Are you confident in this scenario simulation?
Luo Feng smiled wickedly. He caressed her pretty face with his hand, swiping his thumb across her lips and pinching her chin.
I have.
Chang Xiaoxiao's eyes were a little moist, but she still replied firmly. At this time, Luo Feng's hand had already slid to her beautiful neck.
It lingered for a moment at her collarbone. Then I'll begin.
After Luo Feng finished speaking, his hand slid down and entered the deep ravine. Chang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye, and finally dripped onto the back of Luo Feng's hand. She unhooked her arms and wrapped them around his neck, letting her sports bra slide down to her waist.
I'm not a spy, just a weak woman who loves you deeply. She began to act. It feels quite awkward. But Luo Feng didn't care about this detail.
Then, a big hand hugged her small waist and her breasts fell into the evil hands. She held Luo Feng's head and leaned back suddenly.
Ah!
Her hair was loose.
She hugged Luo Feng tightly. The chairman used too much force and even used his teeth. 10 minutes later. Bang, bang, bang.
There was a knock on the door. At this time, Chang Xiaoxiao's upper body was not covered, and only her underwear was left on her lower body.
Chairman, wait a moment, let me get dressed and let someone in.
She said hurriedly, trying to get out of Luo Feng's arms in panic.
No, just hide under the table. Here is my evidence. Don't miss the opportunity. This opportunity is a double entendre.
Whether you can obtain evidence of the crime or not determines whether you can become the leading actor or not.
She obviously understood.
When Luo Feng put his arm around her waist and motioned her to squat under the table, she did not resist but nodded resignedly. After his restraints were released, Luo Feng shouted, "Come in." The person outside the door was actually Shen Ningya, who had asked Luo Feng 5 minutes ago if he wanted to add some drama. Of course Luo Feng would not refuse. So that's how the knock on the door happened. Chairman, this morning I bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class for 13.89 million yuan.
The owner's information is registered under the company's name. Shen Ningya walked over gracefully and handed over a list.
The car price plus tax, insurance, maintenance, etc., the one-time payment was 13.89 million.
This money is for you. Next time I give you money, don't be so foolish as to contribute to the company. Luo Feng admired Shen Ningya more and more. She always thought about the company and herself. She was so sensible. I remember you have a house in Blue Bay, right? He asked.
It was bought by the company and is just for the general manager to live in.
Shen Ningya replied. She vaguely knew what Luo Feng was going to do.
The property rights of that house will be transferred to your name,
Luo Feng said.
In this way, there will be 3 close lovers living together in the Lanwan community.
Maybe they can find time to play cards and learn from each other in the future.
Shen Ningya's brows lit up when she heard this, and she bent down and looked towards Luo Feng.
The two kissed across an office desk. Luo Feng's hand, without any hesitation, once again grasped Shen Ningya's bra. After a long time, their lips parted. Chairman, how was Chang Xiaoxiao's acting today? Shen Ningya buttoned up her shirt.
Knowing that Chang Xiaoxiao was under the table, he asked deliberately.
Sure enough, Luo Feng only felt that the entanglement was stronger. She performed well and has great potential. She can try to play the leading female role. For Luo Feng, this opportunity to play the leading role was just a simple word. To the hard-working Chang Xiaoxiao, it is the most beautiful reward. Okay, I understand. I'll arrange it. Shen Ningya wrote it down in her notebook.
She closed her notebook and said to Luo Feng, Chairman, I won't bother you anymore.
I'll leave first. Luo Feng looked at Shen Ningya's twisting waist and hips, and gently moved his own waist and hips.
Chang Xiaoxiao was quickly filled up, even overflowing into her rich heart. She didn't feel uncomfortable, but was immersed in the joy she had just experienced.
I can finally be the heroine.
She began to fantasize about being pursued by thousands of people and being cheered for by countless people, and then she took off her panties.
Chapter 44 Chairman, Secretary, please help Chang Xiaoxiao. Do you usually spend a lot of time with your boyfriend?
Luo Feng sat on the sofa and Chang Xiaoxiao sat beside him. What he actually wanted to ask was whether you exercised a lot together, which was a bit euphemistic.
Chairman, I don't have a boyfriend.
Chang Xiaoxiao shook her head and replied softly.
How long have you been breaking up? Luo Feng became interested.
Chang Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed, covered her face, and said, I haven't had a boyfriend yet.
I feel so ashamed. Luo Feng was a little surprised and asked, Is this your first time? Chang Xiaoxiao blushed and nodded.
I went abroad to study in high school, and the rules were very strict. Later, the trainees were asked not to have relationships, otherwise they would be required to pay a penalty. Later, I became a signed artist. Besides singing, dancing, and acting, I usually stayed at home a lot. I didn't have time to find a boyfriend yet. Luo Feng nodded, stretched his body, and continued to ask, no one hinted to you? To understand it better, no one is trying to take advantage of you? Cheng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, yes, but I was still young at that time and felt that I could succeed through my own efforts. Besides, their status is too low to determine my future. It's far from the chairman's level, otherwise I wouldn't be so proactive this time. Luo Feng believed it to some extent. From the beginning to now, he has been observing Cheng Xiaoxiao's overall performance. Moreover, he can make a rough judgment on some things regardless of whether he has experience with them or not. There is still a certain difference in the feeling between the new and the old. Okay, I understand. If you feel tired later, just tell me. Luo Feng reminded. Beads of sweat were already oozing out of her back. He put his arm around her waist and then focused his attention on the system. It was detected that the host and Cheng Xiaoxiao were having an intimate relationship. Name, Cheng Xiaoxiao. Age, 25. Rating, 92. Cheng Xiaoxiao's score meets the requirements for a fixed intimate lover. Is it binding? Yes, no, bind? Select yes. Binding successful. Fixed close lover number 6, Cheng Xiaoxiao. Reward, 780 million changes with the host's wealth value, upper limit 4 billion yuan, can only be used for consumption by number 6's fixed close lover Cheng Xiaoxiao. 4 billion. On the same level as Wu Meng. However, her appearance is a little inferior to Wu Meng. It may be that her star halo and backflip raised her score a little. When the system completed the binding, Cheng Xiaoxiao suddenly approached Luo Feng. The look in her eyes changed from pitiful to affectionate. He put his arms around Luo Feng's neck. Chairman, I've always wanted to be in a relationship. I'm always envious of my friends who show off their affection. She paused and continued, Chairman, can you spare 1 or 2 days a month to go shopping with me and ride the roller coaster at the amusement park? She looked at Luo Feng expectantly, but Luo Feng shook his head. He lowered his head in disappointment. The roller coaster is too dangerous, but riding the carousel is still okay. Luo Feng said with a smile. If you own a system, you cannot commit suicide. You must always protect your life and enjoy yourself more. Cheng Xiaoxiao looked up in surprise. There were tears in her eyes, but she didn't care about anything else and kissed Luo Feng directly. While they were talking, Luo Feng was still feeling relieved. Just now, Cheng Xiaoxiao came out of the desk and went to rinse her mouth, otherwise she would taste her own taste now. After this thought passed, he marveled at the power of the system. The moment before, Cheng Xiaoxiao definitely had not fallen in love with herself. Her eyes were filled with a hint of sadness, and she looked like she was sacrificing herself for her dream. But the moment they were bound, she immediately developed a strong love for him, and her eyes were full of admiration that was beyond words. Chairman, you're so annoying. You just know how to tease me. Cheng Xiaoxiao and Luo Feng finally stopped kissing, and she didn't say any honorifics at this moment. It's worse, you haven't felt it yet. Luo Feng said with a smile. 10 minutes later. Cheng Xiaoxiao snuggled in Luo Feng's arms like a kitten, her upright chest pressed against his chest without any hindrance. Luo Feng hugged her with one hand and stroked her hair with the other, saying with a smile, You hugged me so tightly just now, I almost suffocated me. Fortunately, there are deep ravines that give me room to breathe. I didn't know it would be like this. I'll have experience in the future. Cheng Xiaoxiao buried her head deeper in her eyes shyly. Chairman, I need to take a break. I was so tired just now. Cheng Xiaoxiao said softly. Luo Feng nodded and said, Okay. Outside the office. The secretary was slacking off and secretly watching a TV series. In the center, an actress is coerced by a chaebol to do something. Only a little bit of her body was revealed during the process, which made her feel very unsatisfied. Suddenly, there seemed to be movement at the office door, and she listened carefully. There was a gentle clapping sound, full of rhythm. The secretary's eyes widened. She recalled that when she was in the university library, there was a classmate in the corner. She was very close at the time and heard the same sound. Cheng Xiaoxiao has been in there for an hour, why hasn't she stopped yet? There was a hint of shock in the secretary's eyes behind his glasses. She quietly moved her chair back and even put her ear to the door.
Wow!
She clenched her hands excitedly and her eyes lit up. Chang Xiaoxiao's voice turns out to be like this. The secretary felt like he had discovered a new world. Oops. The door suddenly shook and the secretary's ear was hit, which hurt a little.
She quickly moved away.
She patted her chest in fear and trembled slightly.
The chairman's figure seems ordinary. Is he so powerful? Hello, Secretary Chen, is the chairman free now? I have a document that needs his signature.
A middle-aged man walked outside the office and asked the secretary.
Chenihan looked up at him and said, "Hello, Manager Gao. Is this the document for the National Campus Beauty Contest? The document that determines the judges who will advance from the top 100 to the top 64?
This was something the chairman had specifically instructed him to do. He wanted to personally participate in this activity, so Shen Ningya asked the department manager to report directly to Luo Feng. The middle-aged man nodded and said, yes, the chairman personally told the general manager that he would be a judge and that the other judges had to be approved by him. The secretary nodded and said, Manager Gao, please leave it here. I'll give it to the chairman later. The chairman is working hard now and cannot be disturbed.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Just as Manager Gao was about to leave, he asked curiously, I heard Cheng Xiaoxiao came to the company today.
Why didn't I see her? My daughter likes her very much and wants her autograph.
The secretary smiled at him and said, this is a secret and cannot be told.
I don't know. Manager Gao can ask someone else. Okay, I'll be leaving now. Boom. There was a bang on the office door, and Manager Gao asked in surprise, does the chairman like working out?
He seems quite passionate about it.
Ha, it's not just intense, it's violent. Yes. Chenihan nodded.
You have found the reason yourself, so there is no need for me to explain. Manager Gao shook his head. As the chairman of the board, he really needed to keep fit, otherwise he wouldn't be able to handle the huge pressure from the company. If Luo Feng knew that he had a subordinate who cared so much about him, he would definitely say to him, you are a pretty nice person.
After Manager Gao left, Chenihan breathed a sigh of relief.
She moved her throat, pinched her hands on the table, and rubbed her thigh with one hand to slightly relieve the restlessness in her body. My roommates all say their boyfriends are from a sports school and can last more than half an hour, but I think they're just that good.
She took out her phone and posted, what level is it that can last for an hour? Super Saiyan. Ultimate Digimon. Phoenix Feather Water Chestnut.
It's not worth mentioning.
I only need 1 day to start. Beautiful girls can make an appointment offline.
In the end, she ignored this one.
Men's words are deceitful.
After waiting for another half an hour, the office door opened.
Come in and help her wash up. Luo Feng said. Ah. Chenihan was shocked again. Do I still need to help Cheng Xiaoxiao? Chapter 45, Life Like an Emperor.
Cheng Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, covered with a coat that only covered her upper and lower body parts. The snow-white thighs are exposed. She was sleeping soundly, her face rosy and shiny.
Chenihan stood aside, at a loss. Chairman, I'm a little weak and can't help you up?
She looked at Luo Feng with grievance. Luo Feng sat in the boss chair, watching the judges, contestants and the entire process of the school beauty pageant. Xiaoxi's photo was among them, and her personal specialty was that she was good at playing musical instruments, and she was best at piano and flute. The last time she entered the top 100, her overall strength was in the top 20, which is very outstanding in the country. Hearing the secretary's voice, he glanced at her and said, Xiaoxiao, stop pretending to be asleep and get up and take a shower.
Chairman, I can wash myself. Can you please ask the secretary to leave first?
Cheng Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, feeling anxious and embarrassed. I fainted at that moment, but woke up a few minutes later.
I didn't expect the chairman to ask his secretary to give me a bath. Try to see if you can stand up on your own first. Luo Feng smiled and walked over.
Cheng Xiaoxiao covered her clothes with one hand, stepped on the ground with one hand, and slowly sat up.
Ah!
She tried to stand up, but her steps went weak and she fell down immediately.
Secretary Chenihan was quick to support her.
Her clothes fell off, exposing her chest completely.
Chenihan stared at it without blinking.
The outline curve was so beautiful.
And this size, I really want to call Mom. Oi, don't look.
Chang Xiaoxiao quickly lifted her clothes to block her view, but most of her butt was exposed again.
Shenihan remained silent, solidifying the scene she had just seen in her mind.
She would hand-draw it when she got home to keep as a treasure. Luo Feng walked over, put his arm around her waist, then picked her up and walked towards the bathroom.
Shenihan's eyes widened again. How come the chairman picked up Chang Xiaoxiao as easily as if he were holding air? I really want to take a picture of it. It's so scary.
Go run the water, and then help her bathe with me. Luo Feng saw that the secretary was still in a daze and gave instructions.
Oh, okay, right away. Shenihan immediately ran to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. Chang Xiaoxiao remained silent and buried her face in Luo Feng's arms. I just stood at the office door for too long, and now I can't stand steadily. It's really embarrassing. 20 minutes later, Chang Xiaoxiao got dressed and sat on the sofa, not daring to look at Luo Feng. It has basically recovered. Chairman, shall I leave first? Chang Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. She was a little afraid that Luo Feng would do it again. Luo Feng nodded and waited for Chang Xiaoxiao to rest for a few days before coming back. Seeing that his secretary also wanted to follow him out, he stopped her. Don't leave yet, come here and massage my shoulders. Luo Feng looked at the venue and chose the sofa that he had just made for a long time. He lay on it and asked his secretary to give him a massage. Okay. Evil capitalists. Don't stop until you have squeezed out all your surplus value. I'm going to press it hard enough to make it hurt. Push harder. Didn't you eat? You sit on my back and elbow me hard. Luo Feng was dissatisfied, thinking that the secretary was tickling him. Okay. Shenihan was speechless. She had tried her best, but the chairman didn't react at all. She sat on him carefully, then propped up his elbows and pressed her upper body directly on him. Not bad, I'm feeling it now. Keep it up. Luo Feng exclaimed in admiration, and placed his hand on the side to stroke her thighs and buttocks. Smooth and elastic, nice. Sheni was filled with shame and indignation, but she also had wild thoughts. The chairman is so strong. If it were me, would I be able to persevere? My former roommates all said that there is only a cow that can be worked to death, but there is no field that can be plowed. Now she felt that the chairman would never die of exhaustion, but her own piece of land might not last long. Chairman, you called? On the boss's desk, Luo Feng's phone rang. Change to another place and massage my head and neck. The call was from Li Shuer. Luo Feng held Shenihan in one hand and answered the phone with the other. The general content is about buying a house and expressing excitement and longing. Luo Fengdu responded with a smile, and after about 10 minutes, he hung up the phone. He fell into deep thought, sorting out the current situation. His hands unconsciously went deeper into the ravine. Shenihan remained silent, biting her lips, feeling aggrieved. Although I knew that the chairman was lustful and the general manager had already told me the salary and the price I would have to pay before I took over, I still didn't expect it to happen so soon. Moreover, the chairman had no scruples at all. He even let Chang Xiaoxiao take a bath and asked him to do it. He even massaged Chang Xiaoxiao in front of him just now. She blushed at the sight. Now it was her turn, and she could feel that the chairman still had the ability to fight, and she even began to doubt whether the chairman was human. Luo Feng didn't care what the secretary was thinking. He didn't even ask the secretary's name. I just think she is beautiful and has a good figure. When she sits on me, my hands unconsciously want to touch her. I currently have 6 close lovers. The upper limit of the amount that can be spent is 100 million for Qin Mangru, 2 billion for Meng Qingyuan, 4 billion for Wu Meng, 2 billion for Shen Ningya, 32 billion for Li Shuer, and 4 billion for Chang Xiaoxiao, totaling 44.1 billion. Excluding the tens of millions that have been used, there are still about 44 billion left. My current wealth is worth 780 million, but I already have 2 recruitment funds. He already knows how to do it, and the 44 billion will be converted into cash immediately. The first is to recruit a president of an investment and financial management company, which is the solution to ensure that the above funds can be used by themselves. The second is to recruit a high-end family private butler, just like the ancient emperor had a chief steward. This is to deal with the increasing number of close lovers. You don't have to do some chores by yourself, including arranging your relatives, etc., you can let the housekeeper do it. You can even arrange where you want to go every night. I am committed to creating an emperor's perfect life.
I have my own system, indestructible kidneys, and a body that gets stronger with exercise, so I can enjoy it to the fullest. When I have more and more close lovers, more and more money, and more job openings, I will pass on the profits to ordinary people.
Bite.
The host's grand desire is detected to benefit ordinary people and create a better life.
Mission goal: to solve the needs of ordinary people in clothing, food, housing, and transportation.
Mission reward: each time you solve a single need of an ordinary person, you will gain 1 attribute point. This attribute point can be used to improve the physique, genes, intelligence, lifespan, etc. of yourself and your loved ones. For the specific ratio of attribute points to redemption items, please check the system rules at that time, which will be dynamically adjusted according to the difficulty.
Chairman, it hurts, can you be gentler?
Chenihan frowned slightly, tears in her eyes, and pleaded softly.
It turned out that Luo Feng had just seen the system task and unconsciously squeezed it hard. Do you want to be my woman? For the mission, close lovers are essential.
Chapter 46, worried about his brother's hard life, let him drive a Land Rover.
Chenihan finally missed Luo Ji because the chairman had an appointment at noon. Chairman, are you free to have lunch together?
The person who sent the message was Ichuchen, the high school classmate who had lent him 60,000 yuan.
If you call me Feng, I'm free. If you call me chairman, I'm definitely not free. After all, I have to deal with so many admirers.
Luo Feng replied with a smile, patted his secretary's butt, and signaled her that she could leave. Chenihan felt relieved, but also a little regretful that she was unable to experience that incomparable impact.
Feng, let's go to the skewer's place we ate at before for lunch, shall we?
In the past 1 or 2 years, the two of them would go out to eat together every month. This skewer restaurant is located near an urban village in Shangcheng, where many migrant workers come from. Some locals have built their own houses, 2-story bungalows, each room is 10 square meters, including a toilet and kitchen, and the rent is 300 yuan a month. The prices of restaurants outside are also very consistent with the consumption capacity here and are generally cheaper.
The car Luo Feng was riding in this time was Xiaomi SU8, an SUV.
After Xiaomi released the price of its first SU7 sedan in March this year, it sold a year's production capacity in 1 day, and the test drive queue was full for a month.
Many people jokingly say that if you buy it, I recommend it, and I will really buy it. If you get it, please let me drive it for a day.
The SU8 was just released not long ago, and it was the first batch of cars.
As a result, the system equipped it for Shang Xiaoqiu, highlighting its thoughtfulness.
There's something amazing about driving a Xiaomi car on the road, it gets 100% attention.
Many drivers and pedestrians will take out their phones to take pictures and even say hello.
No one else has such appeal.
On the way there, Luo Feng also posted his first job.
Recruitment: general manager of a listed investment and financial management company, female, graduate degree or above, capable. He wrote down a lot of requirements in a very eloquent manner, and finally wrote down the company's asset size as 1 trillion.
I don't know if this will work. Luo Feng was full of anticipation. Bite. Recruitment positions do not support specified working conditions.
The system will conduct evaluation and screening.
This requirement has been deleted. The 3 most qualified candidates have been selected, please select one. Luo Feng only looked at the face and figure and chose the second one. This is a photo taken while traveling.
She is wearing a black dress, black stockings on her legs, and her hair reaches her waist. The system shows that her age is 33, 1 year older than herself, but she looks very beautiful, with fair skin and a mature charm.
Bite.
The host has chosen Song Chiran. The system has assigned this employee an investment management company, Shangcheng Dasong Investment and Financial Management Company, Ltd. The company's shares are changing.
Legal person information is changing.
This time the system processing speed was much faster than last time. In less than 5 minutes, all the company changes were in place.
Bite.
The company's equity change has been completed, the relevant information has been replaced, and the shares account for 51%, with a value of 1.65 billion, which has been included in the host's wealth value. The contract for the corresponding position has been signed and the contact information has been automatically added. The host information has been updated, please check it out.
Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 74.5 kilograms.
Wealth, 2.43 billion to 1 decimal place.
Constitution, 74.
Before Luo Feng had time to marvel at the increase in his wealth, Song Yiran called him.
Hello, boss. I'm Song Yaran.
Her voice is very gentle, like that of an older sister. I wonder what her voice would be like when she is excited.
Yeah, I know. Luo Feng replied.
I didn't expect you to offer me such a high salary, boss.
I'm really surprised. Song Yaran's voice remained calm and composed. There's something about the company that we'd like to report to you in person. When would be convenient? Luo Feng was a little surprised. Could there be something fishy about this company? Later in the afternoon, I'll have some work for you then. Good. After ending the call, Luo Feng had nothing to worry about.
The company's market value was only more than 3 billion, not even as much as Wu Meng's consumption money.
It couldn't make any waves.
Boss, we're here.
Shang Xiaoqiu parked the car on the side of the road and reminded. Luo Feng opened the car door and walked out.
In the store, only He Chuchen was sitting at the table. When he saw Luo Feng get out of the car, he immediately came out to greet him.
Director, Feng.
He originally wanted to call him chairman, but when he saw Luo Feng's eyes, he held it back. Luo Feng felt that he was still a little reserved and said, "Don't treat me as your boss, you are my brother."
Okay. He Chuchen affirmed loudly with a smile on his face. But Luo Feng could still tell from his expression and behavior that it was still not natural.
When I was in the most difficult time, I looked for people to borrow money from, and it was Aiken who lent me 60,000 yuan. He started talking about a common topic. For this 60,000 yuan, you have to drive for Didi for half a year without eating or drinking, right? He Chuchen nodded, feeling very emotional. You are my best friend since high school.
Actually, that's all I had back then. But luckily my wife is divorced and won't ask me for money. My daughter's elementary school education won't cost much.
At this time, the skewers were put into the pot, and the smoke was rising. Two middle-aged men in their 30s were sighing that life was not easy.
Feng, if you don't let me call you chairman, I'll just call you Brother Feng.
He Chuchen looked at Luo Feng sincerely and said, "To be honest, I don't really understand the position you've given me now, but Mr. Shin told me the annual salary is 700,000.
I really don't know how to thank you.
2 years ago, I was not unemployed. I worked 997 every day and earned over 200,000 yuan a year.
But look at the top of my head. I'm already bald.
I've been unemployed for 2 years, and now suddenly they offer me a job with an annual salary of 700,000 yuan, easy work, and flexible working hours." Luo Feng just kept listening to his old classmate sigh, and he didn't rush to speak. On the way here, he had arranged for Tang Min to choose a house for He Chuchen, which cost more than 6 million yuan. He just replied that the selection had been made and he could go in person to apply for the certificate in the afternoon.
Brother Feng, I did it. You can do whatever you want.
At this time, He Chuchen had almost finished speaking. He picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and drank it in one gulp. There was no reaction. He didn't know if it was because his body was getting stronger and stronger that even alcohol couldn't cause him to have an adverse reaction. Aiken, when I was in school, I remember a saying. Luo Feng looked at He Chuchen, "A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water."
I will repay your kindness 100-fold. Someone will contact you this afternoon. Go and complete the house paperwork so you and your daughter can have a stable home.
He Chuchen was stunned when he heard this.
The phone on his desk rang and he picked it up. Mr. He, would you mind if we go to the Shangqing West Property Rights Trading Center at 2:30 p.m. to handle the property title deed?
Good. He only uttered this one word before tears welled up in his eyes, his nose felt sore, and he was unable to speak.
Brother Feng. He choked. I'm afraid you're having a hard time, so I have to give you a Land Rover.
Luo Feng said with a smile, "It'll be quicker to go through the formalities in the afternoon.
There's a Land Rover waiting for you here. Bite.
Solve the housing and transportation problems for ordinary person He Chuchen, and increase 1 attribute point respectively, for a total of 2 points.
Is allocation required? Chapter 47 Investors want to withdraw their investment and department employees want to resign? How to add 2 attributes.
Men think with their lower body, but this time Luo Feng restrained himself a little.
Well, a little. I didn't feel anything.
It just so happened that Xin Ningya wanted to go further that night, so I went to her place to try out the results. If she can't bear it anymore, she can go to the next level and continue working with Wu Meng and Meng Qingyuan.
It makes me feel good just thinking about it. Another thing is that Luo Feng has increased in height. The height becomes 176 centimeters. This number is very similar to the one from 10 minutes ago, except for a decimal point. The meal ended at 1:30.
Seeing how anxious he was, Luo Feng didn't delay any longer and finished his lunch.
Boss, where are we going now? Shang Xiaoqiu asked. Shancheng Dasong Investment and Financial Management Company, Ltd. Estimated duration, 45 minutes. On the way, Luo Feng used the remaining recruitment quota. This time they are recruiting a high-end steward of the family.
The appearance and figure are also considered, but the ones selected by the system this time are relatively older. The youngest one is 36 years old, widowed, and has a daughter who just started college.
Calculating the time, she gave birth when she was 18.
She has a good figure and looks, especially her figure, which is very sexy. A single ball is so difficult to cover that I can only do it with both hands. As for the hip circumference, it is no exaggeration to say that if it is a few centimeters, don't even try.
And of course, you can play it to the end. Okay, it's you. Bite. The host has chosen Long Xian and has equipped the chief butler with 10 female sub-butlers, 10 full-time private drivers and bodyguards female, 10 customized Mercedes-Benz MPVs, and a manor.
For every 10 close lovers the host has, the above requirements will be doubled, with no upper limit.
The manor is automatically generated by the host every time he arrives in a city. Luo Feng had seen big breasts, big butts, and big breasts, but seeing this condition of the system configuration.
Fuck. I was trembling with fear, and the only two words that came to my mind were. The above wealth value of 3 billion has been included in the host's wealth value.
The wealth value reached 5.43 billion.
Including several close lovers, the funds that can be mobilized are as high as more than 17 billion.
So terrifying. Long Xin called.
Master, your confidant has arranged for the corresponding butler and driver to contact you, and full service will be provided within today. Her voice was soft and husky, a bit like Black Widow's. Please arrange to bring my parents up tomorrow.
The house is in Bishwilanshan. The corresponding receptionist is.
Luo Feng finished talking about all the arrangements in one breath and finally felt relieved. Just open your hands and you will get food and clothes, and just move your mouth to let others do various things for you.
Very cozy and comfortable. Luo Feng hung up the phone. Meng Qingyuan opened the WeChat video. Two women together.
Lying on the bed with her collar completely open, her snow-white and round breasts are so dazzling that you can't take your eyes off them.
Husband, have you arranged a housekeeper and a driver for us? Thank you, husband, Muma, come back in the evening, we will. Luo Feng had no resistance to the temptation and nodded in agreement. Next is Li Shuer. Brother Feng, did you know that I'm taking Mom for a physical exam tomorrow morning? They've assigned us a housekeeper and a driver, so thoughtful. I really didn't think that much about it. Shenningyia, thank you, Chairman. I need your guidance tonight. The guidance is too basic, I plan to give motivational guidance. Luo Feng's mind was full of colors. Shenningyia understood immediately and blushed in response.
Cheng Xiao, thank you, Chairman. I'll play your maid next time.
With a chain and belt? Luo Feng gave her a thumbs up. Finally, Mangru was very surprised. Brother Feng, were you on an incognito visit before? I thought you didn't have much money.
Tell your bestie not to attack us unexpectedly next time.
Luo Feng felt deep resentment.
Mangru covered her mouth and laughed, then said, but you have seen you naked.
Yeah, nice figure.
Brother Feng is so mean, you can't have ideas about your best friend.
Oh. Another conversation that I understood in seconds.
Time passed quickly while I chatted with a few women about our relationships.
Shancheng Dasong Investment and Financial Management Company, Ltd. There is an independent building with 33 floors. Boss.
Luo Feng had just gotten out of the car when Song Yiran said respectfully. I look no different than in the photo, except that I am now wearing a white suit and trousers, and have a gentle temperament. I always feel that she is a little incompatible with the position of general manager. She is more like a wife who takes care of the husband and children.
The 32nd floor is the chairman's territory.
A secretary opened the office door for Luo Feng, who looked at him and shook his head.
This figure and appearance, what kind of aesthetic is this?
Luo Feng sat on the sofa and Song Yiran sat beside him. Chairman, several major investors announced a week ago that they would withdraw their investment, involving 2 billion yuan. What they were asking for was to change the chairman and have someone else take over. He is the second son of the Lin family in Shangcheng.
Song Yuran looked at Luo Feng and saw no emotion on his face.
The Lin family is involved in real estate, finance, and retail. Their total assets are as high as 50 billion. Of the 2 billion they withdrew this time, 1.5 billion belonged to the Lin family.
Still no response. Luo Feng probably knew what she was thinking. After the divestment, will our company still have working capital? Song Yuran shook her head.
Once they withdraw their investment, the company will become a shell company.
Many debts are about to mature. If the bank collects the payments, the company will face bankruptcy.
The previous chairman had already announced his resignation 3 days ago. Just when everyone thought second young master Lin was taking over, you acquired 51% of the company's shares and became chairman.
Luo Feng nodded. From your expression, I think there's something else going on. Tell me all at once. Song Yuran smiled with relief. The vice president in charge of investment recruitment resigned at noon today along with his department managers and key traders.
The legal department manager also announced his resignation this afternoon.
Recruitment department. Song Yuran expected that Luo Feng should be furious or worried. The only thing I didn't expect was... Luo Feng laughed heartily and asked, Iran, just tell me, how many people were originally in the company, how many are left now, and whether the company can operate normally with the existing people. Song Yuran was shocked and confused.
She didn't know whether the chairman's reaction was a veiled smile or he really didn't care. There were originally 1,680 employees, but now there are only 1,056 left. Most of them are key personnel, and no one wants to take the grassroots employees with them. The company's basic operations are fine, but attracting investment is difficult, and the legal department also needs professionals to lead the work, as there will probably be a lot of lawsuits in the future.
Song Yuran finished speaking in one breath and felt that the burden on her shoulders was much lighter. Luo Feng nodded calmly and said, "This is a good thing.
All the unstable factors in the company are gone."
Song Yuran looked at him in surprise. Is this the courage and vision of a so-called successful person? Just remember what I'm going to say next. Luo Feng started to be a little more serious.
My tens of billions, and even hundreds of trillions in the future, will all be run in this company.
Chapter 48 The Lustful Chairman. Half an hour later, Song Yuran came out.
Notify all departments and all on-duty employees to gather in the third-floor conference room in 15 minutes.
Field staff and on-duty personnel will be connected to the video conferencing system. Those who do not attend the meeting will be deemed to have automatically given up their posts.
After arranging for the secretary to notify everyone, Song Yuran walked to her office, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and made a phone call.
Father.
The new chairman may be able to compete with the Lin family.
I will do my best to assist him.
I've told the chairman everything, including that I'm the eldest daughter of the Song family, but he doesn't care.
What did the chairman tell me today? I can't tell you, but everyone will know soon.
Anyway, I will stay in the company and won't leave.
Father, that's it. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuran recalled what Luo Feng did to her when he left.
He gently touched her buttocks and sighed softly, if what you just said is true, why not give it to you?
Luo Feng lay in the boss chair, turning slightly. It seems that Shin Ningya is sensible.
If it were her, she would definitely be massaging her head right now, no matter which head it was.
Song Yuran is still too reserved. She dresses conservatively and behaves in a distant manner. I couldn't help but touch her but just now. She didn't refuse explicitly, but I took a step away. Of course, Luo Feng would not force such an involuntary request. The down-and-out eldest daughter of the Song family in Shangcheng.
Her father was kicked out of the company, and the family business is almost completely swallowed up by the Lin family. She also has 2 younger sisters. Luo Feng pinched his fingers and thought about a cartoon he had watched before, which seemed to be called The 3 Active Sisters.
Oh, I am a gentleman. Why do you always think about these pleasant things? Think about something serious. He called Qin Mangru. Mangru, did you miss me? I understand.
I'll come find you when I'm done with my work these few days.
Do you think it's possible to? Okay, let's get down to business. Shangcheng Investment and Financial Management Company, Limited is currently short of a top leader in the legal department.
Well, we're also short of a second in command.
If CU is interested, have her come to the company today to talk to me. The treatment will satisfy her. You know, I'm not short of money. The main thing is that she must be trustworthy. Wang Xiyu must accept it.
She has seen it all, so it is impossible for it to run away.
But for Wang Xiyu, money may not necessarily impress her.
Let us see in the afternoon whether her score is above 95 and try to predict the future. The super large conference room on the third floor can accommodate 2,000 people, but this time there were less than 1,000 people sitting there. Originally, the first few rows were occupied by leaders, department heads, and Gaogang's backbone members.
Now it is sparse, and some areas are even blank. I feel like the company is in danger. I heard that the Lynn family is messing with our company.
A short, fat man looked worried.
You seem to have a strong sense of belonging. What do you mean by our company?
It might go bankrupt in a couple of days, and we won't even get paid.
A sunny and handsome young man said disdainfully. Boss Song is very nice to us. He even smiled at me last time. I think I still want to contribute to the company.
The short and fat man mentioned Song Yaran, and his expression changed.
Such a gentle Mr. Song, yet he's not married yet, if. I think you're just obsessed with sex. Although Miss Song is very beautiful and a lady from a wealthy family, which man in the company doesn't have feelings for her?
But the Lin family is an order of magnitude stronger than the Song family.
Just wait and see, there should be more news this afternoon.
The handsome man said at the end. He felt a little disappointed.
Why didn't they take him with them when they quit their jobs? I'm not bad at all.
Alas, if I had a few billion, I could definitely save the company, and President Song would definitely. The short and fat man began to fantasize.
Maybe I'll announce your dismissal later. Then you can sleep soundly at home and have a good dream.
The handsome man felt that the fat man was hopeless after hearing this.
If he really has billions, why would he do anything else but come to our company and mess things up?
Similar pessimistic remarks were being made in groups of 3 or 4 throughout the conference room. No one was optimistic about the company's prospects.
Is there no way the new chairman can save the company? Some people are confused.
Those directors who sold their shares heard someone wanted to buy, so they sold faster than the last.
Look at the remaining few in the front row. They were not well informed and didn't have time to sell. The new chairman has been tricked.
Song Yaran, wearing a white suit, walked slowly to the main seat.
Luo Feng, wearing ordinary casual clothes, walked in and sat down in the main seat.
The short and fat man clapped his hands twice, but when he saw that his colleagues around him didn't clap, he put his hands down in embarrassment. Luo Feng also noticed him, and when he saw the indifferent expressions of the others, a fire rose in his heart.
Damn, this company is so stupid. Shen Ningya is so nice that she even stood up and applauded when I came in.
Mr. Song, the company's corporate culture and employee motivation are very poor. His microphone was on and everyone in the audience heard what he said.
Some people were scared, some were disdainful, and more people were just watching the show.
It seems that the chairman is very dissatisfied with the current situation of the company and is now angry with President Song. The short and fat man was worried about Song Yaran and didn't know how she would deal with it.
Chairman, I'm sorry. I'll review it after the meeting and make sure it meets your requirements. Song Yaran looked very apologetic.
Some male employees in the company who had a crush on her cursed Luo Feng in their hearts.
Damn it, don't do this to our goddess. Of course, I only dare to keep it in my heart.
Luo Feng turned off the microphone and signaled Song Yaran to start presiding over the meeting.
All departments and colleagues, I will now preside over today's meeting. The first item on the agenda is to introduce our new chairman, Luo Feng. Chairman Luo, please give him a round of applause to welcome him. Bang bang bang.
Song Yaran took the lead in applauding, and then some employees in the back row began to applaud sporadically. Some people in the front row curled their lips and clapped twice symbolically, while some didn't even clap, but just had an expression of "what can you do to me?"
Luo Feng saw all this and asked Song Yaran to come closer and listen.
We'll watch the video later.
Anyone who didn't applaud will be fired. Anyone who wasn't enthusiastic about applauding will be demoted.
They won't be able to enjoy the policies that will be announced later.
Damn it, this is my company, and you still dare to give me a hard time? Song Yaran nodded, and had a rough idea of Luo Feng in her mind. He is lustful and reckless, vindictive and fierce and domineering. She then went on to the second item on the agenda. Now, let me announce 4 major changes to the chairman's position. Her tone was a little excited, because she found any of these 4 items incredible. Bang!
The door of the conference room was violently pushed open, and a 1.85-meter tall, handsome, and rebellious man in a black suit walked in with 5 people.
Brother, is this the man who stole your position as chairman?
Next to the man, a beautiful girl in a black leather dress pointed at Luo Feng and asked in a soft voice.
Chapter 49. He is like a god.
Chairman Luo, although I have withdrawn my investment, my termination date is tomorrow.
Is it okay for me to come to the company to attend the meeting now? Lin Hengzhou first nodded to his sister, then spoke to Luo Feng.
One was to see what kind of person Luo Feng was, and the other was to intimidate him and let him know that if he tried to steal something that the Lin family had their eyes on, there would be no good end.
Brother, look at Luo Feng, he's so angry that he's standing up.
Lin Xinling laughed sweetly. Luo Feng focused most of his attention on Lin Xinling, who was wearing a tight leather jacket. She had a great figure, no belly fat, and her body curves were very seductive.
No matter how happily you laugh now, you will cry miserably in a short time. Pa.
He clapped his hands vigorously and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar.
Please make sure Mr. Lin and Miss Lin sit down.
It just so happens that our company is about to announce 4 policies, and we can ask the 2 members of the Lin family to comment on them then."
Lin Hengzhou raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is Luo Feng so magnanimous? And make me listen to the company's internal policies?
Obedience is worse than respect, Chairman Luo, I'm all ears. I just opened an investment company, so this is a good opportunity to learn.
You started a fucking company and poached all my people, right? Study? Let me teach you capitalists a lesson.
Luo Feng sat down and motioned Song Yuran to continue.
Policy number 1.
All employees of our company can enjoy a monthly clothing subsidy of 3,000 yuan, which can be reimbursed by presenting clothing invoices.
Lin Hengzhou was confused, Lin Xinling was confused, and everyone in the conference room was confused except Luo Feng and Song Yuran. What the hell is this?
Assuming the normal number of employees is 1,500, the monthly expenditure is 4.5 million, and the annual expenditure is 54 million.
This was originally a net profit. Song Yuran looked at everyone's confused expressions and smiled slightly in her heart. This was just an appetizer. The second policy.
Our employees can enjoy a 3,000 yuan meal allowance each month, which can be reimbursed with meal invoices.
That's 6,000 yuan per person. 108 million a year.
People in the conference room began to whisper, and those who had been indifferent before had already started to calculate their own income.
Several deputy directors of shareholders sitting in the main seats began to look around, frowning and wanting to say something.
This was not discussed in any meeting with us, and the money was distributed to the employees.
Then who will guarantee our profits? The third policy.
All employees of this company will be provided with cars, and a car purchase subsidy of 100,000 yuan will be provided to each person, and reimbursement will be made based on the purchase invoice.
The whole audience was in an uproar, and the discussion suddenly became louder. 150 million. Several vice chairmen on the rostrum finally couldn't help it. Chairman Luo, why didn't you communicate these things with us? Our cash flow is not enough right now.
If we continue to subsidize our employees with such high amounts, the company will go bankrupt immediately.
Yeah, you can't just mess around as soon as you get here. How can we protect the rights of our shareholders?
You can't just throw everything away because the company is in a tough situation.
If ordinary employees live well, what about our investments?
Several vice presidents began to attack him. Although it was difficult for Lin Hengzhou and Lin Xinling to understand, it did not stop them from watching the show.
Brother, do you think this Luo Feng will become the chairman who was dismissed within a day of taking office?
Lin Xinling smiled. Lin Hengzhou didn't reply, but he was also smiling.
Song Yuran stopped promoting the policy and waited for Luo Feng to respond to the vice presidents.
Unexpectedly, the first people to refute the vice presidents were the grassroots employees sitting in the back row of the conference room.
Thank you, Chairman Luo. The short and fat man just now finally couldn't help but speak. We firmly support Chairman Luo. You only know how to exploit our frontline employees. What right do you have to criticize the chairman? Yes, kick them out. I firmly support the chairman. The crowd was excited, and the voices of grassroots employees in the conference room were getting louder and louder. Several vice presidents' faces turned pale and they stopped talking. After the meeting, kill the person who shouts the loudest. Luo Feng didn't say a word from beginning to end, just watched calmly. The people's hearts can be used. It feels so good to be loved and supported. But that's not enough. Mr. Song, there is a fourth policy. Please continue. Luo Feng gave the order lightly. Song Yuran nodded and continued reading. The fourth policy. Our employees who have worked for us for 10 years or more can receive a residential property in Shangqing district of no less than 60 square meters free of charge. Employees who have worked for us for less than 10 years and are willing to sign a 10-year contract can enjoy the right to live in the property in advance, and after the time is up, the property rights can be transferred to their own name. Song Yuran finished speaking and waited for everyone's reaction. The average house price in Shangqing is 15,000 yuan, 60 square meters, which is 900,000 yuan. With 1,500 people, it comes down to 1.35 billion yuan. All the employees present and those connected to the video conference stood up spontaneously. Pa 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 pa. All the employees applauded enthusiastically. The chairman is awesome. Chairman, I love you. Chairman, you are our adopted parent. Anyone who dares to go against the chairman will have to step over my dead body first. I want to be 007 in the company. The company is my home. I want to give everything to the chairman. The sound was like a fire, sweeping across the entire conference room. In the eyes of all grassroots employees, the chairman is the sky. The vice presidents were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Where the hell did this money come from? Why give it to grassroots employees? Why? Lin Hengjiu felt like his ears were about to be deafened. He felt as if the entire conference room was being suppressed by a powerful aura. He had a premonition that if anyone dared to say a bad word about Luo Feng now, he would be met with the rage of nearly 1,000 employees, who would tear him to pieces. Lin Xinling looked at Luo Feng on the rostrum at this time. He was originally an ordinary man, but now there seemed to be a halo behind him, like a god. Brother, he. She spoke with difficulty, but Lin Hengjiu interrupted her. Don't say anything. The most important thing now is to get out safely. He could already feel hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him from behind. If Luo Feng gave an order at this moment, he could hardly imagine what would happen to him and his sister. Seeing that the time was ripe, Luo Feng no longer remained silent. He stood up, waved to everyone, and then pressed down again. Everyone, please sit down first. All the employees in the venue sat down immediately in an orderly manner. Just like an army that has been fighting for a long time, it obeys orders. First, regarding the policy just announced by President Song, eligible employees will be registered tomorrow and will begin receiving subsidies that month. Second, if any shareholder disagrees with my policy, I can buy out all of your shares. I can go through the formalities at Mr. Song's office after the meeting. Today's 4 policies will solve everyone's problems of food, clothing, housing and transportation, so that all employees no longer have to worry about their livelihoods. I have always believed that good companies make profits for shareholders, while great companies win hearts and minds. Luo Feng used Lei Jun's speech and made some slight changes. He felt that it was very useful at the moment. From now on, as long as all employees of the company are wholeheartedly committed to the company will provide them with a strong foundation. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he nodded to everyone. He looked at Song Yuran and signaled the end of the meeting. Thank you, Chairman. As requested, the company will register all eligible employees for the subsidy as early as today and tomorrow at the latest. They will receive it this month. Other vice directors, please come to my office to discuss share sales. This concludes today's meeting. Luo Feng stood up and walked towards the exit. All the grassroots employees also stood up and began to applaud vigorously. No matter whether their hands turned red or not, no one stopped. Pa 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 pa. The applause in the conference room continued for a long time, and it was still ringing when Luo Feng walked out of the meeting room. Lin Hengjiu and Lin Xinling, like rats crossing the street, quietly walked out of the meeting room. Seeing Luo Feng waiting for the elevator, they didn't dare to go forward at all. They carefully walked around him and went downstairs via the stairs. That back figure looked so miserable. They were really afraid that Luo Feng might say something displeased and end up killing them. Chapter 50, Lover Number 7. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the Lin family, opposite Lin Hengjiu and Lin Xinling, a white-haired old man had a look of disbelief on his face. How can you do business like this? Are you mentally retarded? The old man thought for a while and decided to ignore Luo Feng's strange behavior. Go and add fuel to the fire. It's time to pay back the money owed to the bank. The cash flow is gone, and with the bank demanding payment, there is no way to subsidize the employees. No matter what, everything is easy if you have money, but if you don't have money, no matter how magical the operation is, it will be useless. Lin Hengjiu nodded. This was the point that puzzled him the most. Where did Luo Feng get the money? He acquired the company not to make money, but to give money away? I'll follow the arrangements this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, the bank should contact Dasong Investment. After saying that, he took Lin Xinling out. Sister, you've been back for an hour, why are you still distracted? Lin Hengjiu looked at his dazed sister with some confusion. I might need to slow down. The noise in the conference room just now was too exaggerated. This is the first time I've seen it. Lin Xinling patted her chest with lingering fear. Lin Hengjiu could understand, and he was also a little scared. He wanted to give a deterrent, but instead he left in shame. Brother, I'm going back to the office first. Lin Xinling also holds a position in his own company, serving as deputy department manager, which is considered as training. After returning to the office, she locked the door and lay down on the sofa. Chairman, chairman, chairman. Her ears seemed to be echoing with the shouts of the crowd at the meeting. In his mind, Luo Feng's ordinary appearance and the naked eyes staring at him kept appearing. Her hand reached down involuntarily. Chairman, the remaining directors have offered to sell their shares, which total 40%. Sonia Ran reported to Luo Feng respectfully. Luo Feng sat in the boss chair, his expression calm. How much? According to the current share price, it would cost 1.2 billion to buy them all. Who holds the remaining 9% and why hasn't it been sold? Luo Feng asked in confusion. In this situation, if anyone is willing to acquire it, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Sonia Ran smiled and said, "It's under my name." Luo Feng looked at her in surprise. She was indeed loyal. Send me the company account and I'll have someone inject capital into it. Please note that this account must be directly controlled by you. I don't trust anyone else. Sonia Ran nodded, feeling more and more excited. Luo Feng started making phone calls. Half an hour later, Sonia Ran was in the finance department looking at the account balance showing 10 billion. She was usually gentle, but now her face flushed with excitement. What the chairman said is true. She took a deep breath and began to make arrangements. According to what the chairman said, those with problematic attitudes will be fired, those who are not proactive will be demoted, and those who actively approach the chairman will be promoted, such as the person who applauded at the beginning. Hurry up and come up with a plan. I'll go find the chairman first. Sonia Ran walked to the door of Luo Feng's office. Knocked on the door. Enter. When Sonia Ran opened the door, she saw Luo Feng doing bench presses in the fitness area. Sonia Ran was a little surprised. The chairman's power was much greater than it seemed. Chairman, the company's account has received 10 billion. Share purchase agreements for several other vice presidents have already been signed. Then he gave a brief report on his own relevant arrangements. Luo Feng stopped exercising, walked to the sofa, and motioned Sonia Ran to sit down as well. From now on, you will be in charge of all matters of the company, big and small. I will fully trust you. With a system, you are the most trustworthy person. I need to explain to you the general direction of the company from now on. Our main investment areas in the future will be in consumer goods, manufacturing, and high-tech sectors, especially manufacturing companies with a large number of assembly line workers. The corresponding employees will also follow the 4 policies I announced today, and the specific amounts can be adjusted appropriately. The main purpose is what I mentioned today, solving employees' food, clothing, housing, and transportation problems. I don't care about profits. I can accept the company not making a profit or even losing money, but no one can touch these 4 employee benefits. These 4 items are related to the attributes of yourself and your loved one, and you cannot afford to lose any of them. His height became over 1.8 meters, his figure became more perfect, his appearance improved, and his physical fitness became superhuman. Wouldn't it be a perfect enjoyment if your loved one could stay young forever, or even become more beautiful and have a better figure at the genetic level? Sonia Ran was very emotional. She had been in shock since she met the chairman today. I refreshed a lot of my cognition. Chairman, I've actually calculated that even if all 4 of these benefits are implemented, the company will still be profitable, and the increased employee motivation will further increase the company's profits. The chairman's vision far exceeds all of ours. A boss like you is what every worker dreams of.
Luo Feng smiled when he heard that.
He liked Song Yuran's current state very much. She no longer felt alienated and no longer put on airs. She now looked at him with admiration. Come over to me.
Luo Feng still remembered Song Yuran's reaction 2 hours ago, and he wanted to see what her attitude was now. Song Yuran's heartbeat began to accelerate, and she probably felt what Luo Feng wanted to do.
My buttocks felt slightly hot.
One hand wrapped around her waist. She pursed her lips and didn't dodge.
Luo Feng's hands began to move down and knead her buttocks. Chairman, please be gentle with me. Song Yuran hugged Luo Feng. An hour later. Bite.
It was detected that the host and Song Yuran were having an intimate relationship.
Name, Song Yuran. Age, 33. Rating, 90 points. Song Yuran's score meets the requirements for a fixed intimate lover. Should we bind her? Yes, no, bind? Bite. Binding successful. Fixed lover number 7, Song Yuran.
Reward, 1 billion yuan. The upper limit has been reached. The upper limit is 1 billion yuan, and can only be used for consumption by Song Yuran, the fixed close lover of number 7. Song Yuran is already 33 years old, but her score is 90 points, which is commendable.
It probably has a lot to do with her physique.
The sheets in the lounge were soaked, not just in one spot, but in a large area. Luo Feng was a little worried that she had lost too much water, so he asked her to drink a lot of nutrient solution quickly.
In the bathroom. Song Yuran knelt on the toilet lid, feeling pain in her knees.
At this time, Luo Feng's phone rang outside. Chairman, the phone is ringing.
Song Yuran felt like she had found a life-saving straw and quickly said to Luo Feng. She really wanted to rest.
Luo Feng patted her but said, since this is your first time, I'll let you go today.
Yes, Luo Feng didn't expect that Song Yuran is still a single leftover woman after so many years. It shouldn't be like this.
She's so beautiful, has a great figure, and her family was good at least before.
10 years ago, I had a boyfriend.
His family was not very good, so my father gave him 1 million yuan to break up with me.
Later, my father always wanted me to marry someone of equal social status, but I never agreed. Song Yuran explained. Then why did you give it to me directly now?
The chairman has a temperament that attracts me, and I hope you can help the Song family.
Chapter 51 Wang Xiu, the chairman is not lustful, it is human nature. Temperament, I'm afraid it's the influence of the system. At least Luo Feng doesn't think he has any extraordinary temperament, is rich or willing to spend money? And helping the Song family is not impossible. After all, I still have 2 younger sisters. If the 3 sisters join me. Hiss. I don't know how cool it is. Ha ha. Luo Feng fantasized secretly. After going out, I answered the phone. Hello, Chairman Luo, I'm Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu felt that the world was too wonderful.
The friend your best friend knew turned out to be the chairman of Shangqing Dasong Investment Company, a company with a market value of more than 3 billion. She didn't believe it at first, so she checked the information of the company's legal person and controlling shareholders to confirm what her best friend said was true. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, I was doubting other people's abilities and wanted my best friend to stay away from such people. But now, because of her best friend, she has extended an olive branch to me. You have to know that starting a business is extremely difficult, high risk, and hard work. The more than 1 million yuan balance in your card may be gone if you can't even withdraw it. This 1 million plus was saved by myself after working for 5 years and becoming a little famous in the upper city legal community.
Mangru said your company's legal department is still short of staff. Thank you for your trust. I will come to the company to see you in half an hour. Is the time convenient for you?
Luo Feng sat on the sofa, and Song Yuran squatted in front of him. Just because the lower level can't hold on anymore doesn't mean the upper level can't continue.
Yes, sure. I'm on the 32nd floor. Okay. Luo Feng hung up the phone and threw it on the sofa.
Then he leaned comfortably on the sofa with his hands spread out in the shape of the Chinese character.
Song Yuran's beautiful hair kept shaking.
She didn't expect that she and the chairman would progress so quickly. Many firsts in life were completed in just 3 hours.
In half an hour, a friend will be applying for the position of legal manager. You can chat with me. I don't know much about this. Luo Feng said, stretching his body. Good. Song Yuran finally breathed a sigh of relief. 15 minutes later. She was stunned by Luo Feng's energy.
He was always full of energy, and this time was no exception. While washing up, Sonia Ran looked at herself in the mirror and felt that she had changed. Her previous reserve was no longer there when facing the chairman.
Downstairs of Dasong Investment.
Wang Xiyu wore a white suit shirt, revealing her chest slightly, and her prominent cleavage was very eye-catching. At least all the way into the hall and at the reception desk, many men were secretly staring at me.
Oh, man. He is so lustful and not polite at all. He keeps looking after taking one look. He is really not a good person.
Wang Xiyu was disdainful in her heart, with a faint smile on her face, and walked to the front desk.
Hello, how can I help you? The receptionist stood up and asked proactively. My name is Wang Xiyu, and I have an appointment with Chairman Luo. Okay, wait a moment, I'll confirm it right away.
The front desk began to ask the secretariat and received a positive answer.
I'll take you to the chairman's office. Please follow me this way.
Wang Xiyu was a little surprised.
Are front desk services so considerate nowadays? Or did Luo Feng specifically instruct him to serve him well? In fact, Wang Xiyu was thinking too much.
The receptionist just wanted a chance to see the chairman up close. This is a top male god who buys himself a house and a car, buys clothes for himself every month, and also provides food. The money my boyfriend gives me every month is far less than what the chairman gives me. If the chairman is willing, the receptionist even wants to become his woman immediately, without any formal status. When Luo Feng met Wang Xiyu, Sonia Ran had already washed and dressed, and was sitting next to Luo Feng with a dignified appearance.
Hello, Chairman Luo. Hello, Mr. Song.
Wang Xiyu greeted them politely, especially Sonia Ran, who would most likely be her direct supervisor in the future. Her outfit is somewhat similar to mine, but she tends to be conservative and doesn't reveal much. However, she looks generous and gentle.
I am quite close to the chairman, just like a couple.
However, the chairman's appearance is far inferior to that of the general manager.
Xiyu, sit down. Luo Feng smiled gently, his eyes almost never leaving Wang Xiyu's chest.
It reminded him of the scenery he saw a few days ago, which was in perfect shape.
It just lacks an opportunity to hold on.
And her lips look very sexy too.
I wonder what it would feel like to hold them in my mouth.
Xiyu, the chairman just praised you highly, saying that you have strong business capabilities.
I've heard a little about you before and even seen you on the news.
Seeing that the chairman was concentrating on looking at Wang Xiyu's chest, Sonia Ran felt helpless and quickly got down to business. The chairman is good in every way except that he is too lustful, and he doesn't hide it at all. He is rich and powerful, so there are probably many women who have relationships with him.
Sonia Ran felt a little sad.
In fact, my size is about the same as Wang Xiyu's. She was so strong on herself just now, but now she is just staring at other people's breasts. It seems that I need to prepare 2 sets of clothes in the future. I have to wear a revealing set when I meet the chairman. I can't let the chairman be seduced away by other women.
Thank you to the chairman and Mr. Song for your recognition.
The previous achievements are the result of the joint efforts of the team, not just my own ability.
Wang Xiyu has actually entered the state of being interviewed.
The 2 people in front of him represent the top power of this company and are boss-level figures.
Now let's talk to ourselves.
In terms of specifications, ours is top of the line, which shows how much we value ourselves, but it's also a kind of pressure.
Xiyu is very modest.
Since you were personally appointed by the chairman, I won't say much about your business capabilities in team management.
Let me first explain to you my current position and the corresponding salary and benefits.
Sonia Ran took out a document and handed it to Wang Xiyu. It contained the job responsibilities, salary, and other benefits given by the Human Resources Department.
Wang Xiyu was flattered.
She had just been thinking very fast about how to answer the interview questions, but now she skipped them.
Just talk about the position and salary.
The relationship between my best friend and the chairman must be special. She took the documents with both hands. The content of the work was not much different from what she had expected, but the salary was 1 million per year.
Monthly subsidies for clothing, meals, and even car purchases? Buying a house for yourself after working for 10 years? Signing a contract before 10 years, getting free residency, with ownership transferred after 10 years? What kind of magical company is this?
She looked at the 2 bosses. President Song smiled gently, as if an older sister was looking at her kindly.
The chairman was smiling like a pervert? Why was he staring at my chest?
She felt a little embarrassed and began to reflect.
This is my own problem. I was wearing something too revealing and sexy. The chairman is a normal man, so it's normal that he couldn't help but look at me.
The chairman is free to wear whatever he wants and is also free to see whatever he wants.
Yes, it's all my fault. Thank you, Chairman and Mr. Song. I have no problem with the job content and salary. When can I start work? Song Yaran handed her 3 copies of the employment contract. Wang Xiyu never dreamed it would be so simple.
In the past, she was pursuing the position of partner in the law firm, with an annual salary of about 600,000 yuan, but she was made to face all kinds of difficulties and was even hinted that she would have to pay with some beauty. Now, before he even said a few words, he was about to sign a contract with an annual salary of 1 million.
Thank you, Chairman and President Song, for your trust.
I will definitely live up to the leadership's expectations and lead the team to do a good job in legal affairs for our company. Half an hour later, Wang Xiyu officially became the legal manager of Shangcheng Dasong Investment. More than 10 people in the department looked at the new beautiful leader and applauded.
Wang Xiyu began to introduce herself nervously.
Luo Feng was already on his way to Xinjiang Culture to pick up Shen Ningya.
I have an appointment to have dinner with her tonight. Chairman, I have a surprise for you at dinner today.
There's a new rising star who's always wanted to meet the chairman.
I've arranged a plot for her. I hope you like it. Chapter 52, A Good Script Interpretation of the Daily Life. 6:30 p.m., Dasong Investment Building. It's still the large conference room on the 3rd floor. The big screen in the conference room showed the reactions of the crowd after the chairman entered the conference room in the afternoon.
Anyone who is disrespectful or impolite to the chairman, such as not applauding when asked, will be fired and compensated according to national standards. Anyone who is perfunctory towards the chairman, such as not clapping actively, will be demoted while retaining his job and will not be allowed to receive subsidies in the first year. He or she can choose to be dismissed and will still be compensated according to the standard.
Luo Feng's idea was also very simple. Although I want to complete the mission, I cannot repay evil with kindness. If you give me an inch, I will return you a foot. If you do the opposite, it will be tit for tat. Luo Feng requires himself to dismiss people according to national standards without any discounts. Some people cried and wailed, begging for mercy.
Some people feel uncomfortable but are very grateful.
It's only 1 year. If they perform well, everything will be fine in the 2nd year. More than half of the people were extremely happy. There are also a small number of people who feel like they have won the lottery. For example, the short and fat man was the first to applaud and was very active. He was promoted 2 levels out of turn and became the department project manager, second only to the department deputy manager. His colleague, a sunny and handsome man, was envious and jealous, thinking that this fat guy would be his leader in the future. The annual salary is directly double my own. Boss, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Would you like to have a drink together?
Only those who can bend and stretch can achieve great things. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Luo Feng and Shen Ningya arrived at Lanwan and were going to have dinner at her house tonight.
Shen Ningya pressed the doorbell.
Luo Feng wondered why he didn't open the door himself. Shen Ningya saw his confusion and whispered in Luo Feng's ear, "This is what I think the script in Tokyo is like."
Oh? Is this the start of the show? Good. Luo Feng nodded and didn't think about it anymore. The script in Tokyo must be interesting.
After all, the market for other people's educational films is very free, and many scripts have been born. The door was opened. A beautiful girl appeared at the door.
Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't this Tian Weiwei? She is a slightly popular actress this year.
Height 168 centimeters, weight 47 kilograms, born in 1997, 27 years old this year, graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy.
She is known as one of the school beauties.
She has a sweet appearance, dimples when she smiles, and a light and ethereal temperament, like a pure little white flower. She has a slim figure, especially her breasts, which are a model of a slender branch bearing great fruit. Anyway, Luo Feng had watched her videos before and still remembered her breasts clearly. According to some tabloids, she was eager to make a living, but she only starred in mediocre TV dramas and lacked popularity.
Sister, welcome home.
This must be my brother-in-law, please come in. The voice is clear and crisp, which suits his appearance.
He is a very well-behaved and pleasant type.
Your brother-in-law is Luo Feng, and he's a senior employee of a large company. Shen Ningya walked in first, changed her shoes, and hurriedly said to Tian Shiwei, "Help your brother-in-law change his shoes. I'll go to the kitchen to cook first." "Okay, sister, don't worry, I will take good care of my brother-in-law."
Luo Feng remained silent. He probably guessed what the plot was.
"Brother-in-law, my name is Tian Weiwei, just call me Xiaowei. Please sit here first and I will help you change your shoes." She directly took Luo Feng's hand and helped him sit on the stool at the door. Then he squatted down, lifted Luo Feng's feet, took off his shoes, and replaced them with men's slippers.
Luo Feng's mouth was dry after watching this.
Tian Shiwei was wearing a white round-neck t-shirt and black shorts, with her hair draped over her shoulders.
Her bra style is triangle cup and black. The view from the loose neckline is very nice. 2/3 of the 2 white rabbits I had imagined before were revealed, except for the key point. At this moment, she lifted Luo Feng's feet and unexpectedly touched her softness. When her upper body moved, those 2 places also shook. Oops, a little excited. Tian Shiwei also noticed his change and gave Luo Feng a playful smile.
"Brother-in-law, it seems that my sister has not satisfied you." She looked as if she had seen through herself. "Xiaowei, don't say such weird things.
Your sister is still at home." Luo Feng also started acting.
He was very familiar with the script and had seen several actors perform it before.
"My sister is cooking, so I can't hear you. I'm just curious. My sister is so beautiful, it shouldn't happen." Tian Weiwei acted coquettishly and hugged Luo Feng's legs with both hands. "This feeling is simply amazing.
Your sister always says she's too tired, and we rarely sigh." According to the script, Luo Feng did not tell the truth because it sounded too outrageous.
"Brother-in-law, it's okay.
I'll help my sister make it up to you later.
Let's go sit on the sofa and watch some TV." Tian Weiwei let go of Luo Feng, stood up, bent down and pulled him up.
The collar was less than 10 centimeters away from Luo Feng's eyes, and the protruding chest was less than 15 centimeters away from him.
"Compensate?" Luo Feng pretended to be confused. "Usually at this time, there will be some sweet treats for you to try."
Sitting on the sofa, the TV was playing the TV series in which she starred, which was a costume drama. She plays a willful princess who is in love with the handsome male protagonist.
"Brother-in-law, you like my breasts very much, right?" Tian Weiwei suddenly asked. I'm sorry, I accidentally saw it." If it were Luo Feng's own personality, he would definitely give affirmation and praise.
But now we are acting, so we still have to follow the script. Generally, the male protagonists in scripts are lustful but timid, and no one is as bold as me. Brother-in-law, please sit down for a moment.
I'll go change my clothes. Tian Weiwei smiled.
Watching her skipping towards the bedroom, Luo Feng was very curious for a moment about what kind of clothes she would change into.
In less than a minute, Tian Weiwei came out. Exactly the same clothes and pants, Haven T, you changed them?" Tian Weiwei approached, bent down, opened her big, bright eyes, and asked, "Brother-in-law, does this dress look good?" Luo Feng's eyes suddenly widened. The underwear is gone."
He moved his throat, nodded, and murmured, "It looks good, really good."
"Alas, I am limited by the script, otherwise I would have to move my fingers to adjust the height."
"Brother Feng, Xiaowei, you guys chat first. I'll be busy here for another half an hour."
Shen Ningya said loudly from the kitchen.
This is also part of the script, to create a tense and exciting atmosphere for the 2 people.
"Good." Tian Weiwei agreed, straightened her back, and sat next to Luo Feng again.
She put her long legs on the coffee table. It was straight and slender, white and round, and the thigh flesh trembled slightly when it was first placed on her.
Tian Weiwei quietly hugged Luo Feng's arm. She leaned her head on Luo Feng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Can I hug my brother-in-law like this?" The exhaled breath felt tingling in Luo Feng's ears. "How else can I say this? I feel a little bad, isn't it? Your sister is still in the kitchen?" Luo Feng's acting skills also exploded.
Tian Weiwei covered her mouth and laughed. "Sister is very serious when she's cooking, she won't notice us."
"Brother-in-law, do my thighs look good? If you want to touch it. I won't tell my sister." Fuck, I was completely immersed in it. It was so exciting.
He took a deep breath and held out his hand.
Chapter 53, Where is my sister? The first feeling is smoothness.
When moving the palm from far to near, the contact surface is smooth and unobstructed.
The second feeling is rebound.
After sliding for 2 minutes, my fingers pinched it unconsciously, and the rebound feedback was ideal.
Brother-in-law, does it feel good to pinch me? This time Tian Weiwei came closer. It's like breathing into your ears. Comfortable.
Luo Feng closed his eyes and spoke slowly, trying his best to control his emotions. I really didn't realize that Tian Weiwei is not only sweet in appearance and has a top-notch figure, but also has a very strong seductive power. As expected of a graduate from a drama academy, her performance is much better than Chang Xiaoxiao's previous awkward acting.
Brother-in-law, could you please massage my legs for me?
I feel so tired from doing housework lately. She pretended to tap her thigh lightly, and it trembled slightly again.
Okay, but help me watch your sister.
If she comes over, put your legs down immediately so as not to cause any misunderstanding.
Luo Feng thought it was really interesting.
When he watched educational films in the past, he would quickly skip the first part. Now that I am performing it myself, it can be considered as making up for the missed lessons.
Thinking about it this way, I feel that I have gained another advantage. I am studious.
Seeing that Luo Feng agreed, Tian Weiwei put her arms around his neck, moved her hips, and placed her legs across his thighs.
The trajectory that Luo Feng couldn't suppress was suppressed by Tian Weiwei's thigh.
He was not at a disadvantage either, as he held down Tian Weiwei's upright upper body with his arms. In this position, Tian Weiwei had to hug Luo Feng to maintain her sitting posture, and the places where she originally just touched lightly were now under full pressure.
Don't worry, I'll always be watching the direction where my sister comes out. Brother-in-law, press it quickly. I'm so looking forward to it. Tian Weiwei said innocently. He began to massage the calf inch by inch.
Through close appreciation and close contact, I found that the amplitude and contour of Tian Weiwei's calves are also very perfect. The skin is firm and round, as smooth as white jade, and looks like a flawless work of art. As Luo Feng was massaging carefully and attentively, his hands kept shaking, causing his arms to rub Tian Weiwei through her clothes.
Brother Feng, I've finished massaging my legs. Can you help me with my back? Tian Weiwei began to breathe slightly.
I'm lying on the sofa, brother-in-law, please press it for me. Luo Feng stopped and waited for her to adjust her posture. After she lay down, Luo Feng began to knead and press her neck.
Tian Weiwei hummed comfortably twice. Brother-in-law, you are so good at it.
Xiaowei feels so comfortable when you massage her. I always feel that you speak strangely, which can easily cause misunderstandings.
Luo Feng continued to slide down her shoulders.
Finally, he slowly moved to her waist. It is said that a man's head and a woman's waist should not be touched. As expected, when Luo Feng just touched Tian Weiwei's slender waist, she trembled slightly. Brother-in-law, I'm a little uncomfortable at first.
Please go slowly. I'll get used to it and then you can go harder.
Luo Feng said that he had heard this many times in the past few days, but the scenes and parts were different. This sweet style is much more lethal than that of ordinary people when it comes to teasing. Luo Feng didn't want to talk much, he just wanted to take action.
Tian Weiwei's waist is very thin.
Luo Feng tried to spread out his palm and then press it on her waist, and found that it could almost cover it. Luo Feng kneaded for a while and couldn't help but use the technique that the massage therapist often used when he went for a massage before, which was to rub his hands together to generate heat, and then press them on his waist. He pulled Tian Weiwei's t-shirt up a little from her waist, and then pressed it with both hands.
Brother-in-law, your palms are so hot.
My lower back used to feel cold, but now it feels so comfortable.
Tian Weiwei couldn't help but speak out.
Although the chairman's hand was touching her waist skin without any hindrance, she didn't resist at all.
After pressing a few more times, Luo Feng pulled her clothes off.
Xiaowei, my brother-in-law has finished pressing it. After saying that, he rubbed her waist twice more reluctantly.
Brother-in-law, I heard that when you do a full body back massage, you have to massage the hips, right? Brother-in-law, can you help me press it too?
She tilted her head and looked at Luo Feng. Her big, sparkling eyes, coupled with a pleading look, made Luo Feng cry out that she couldn't stand it.
Of course, brother-in-law will satisfy you.
Luo Feng put his hand on it and prepared to start massaging. Brother Feng, Xiaowei, the food will be ready in 20 minutes, so get ready to clear the table. Shen Ningya's voice rang out in the kitchen, startling Luo Feng and causing him to quickly withdraw his hand.
Forehead. What the hell, why did I take it seriously? This is a plot I designed for myself. I'm just acting. What's there to be afraid of? He was so immersed in the role that Luo Feng shook his head speechlessly. Brother Feng, the clothes are too thick. I can't feel anything when I press them. Can you reach in and press them? Tian Weiwei said softly. No man would refuse this request, right? Luo Feng acts according to his words. Breathe. Luo Feng let his hands play freely, he just needed to experience it carefully. Then, there was a new discovery about the finger. 5 minutes later. Brother-in-law. Tian Weiwei's voice became a little louder, and she turned to look at him. Maintain this position for 2 minutes. Her eyes were originally big, and at this moment, they were full of the poetry of spring. Xiao Wei, the food is ready, come and help me serve it. Shen Ningya shouted in the kitchen. Okay, sister. Tian Weiwei took a deep breath and responded. Brother-in-law, can you pick me up? I feel so weak. She looked at Luo Feng pitifully. Her little mouth was slightly open, revealing her neat, white teeth and the tender pink tongue enclosing them. Luo Feng actually didn't expect Tian Weiwei to be so easy to deal with. It should be rare under normal circumstances. He leaned down and gently picked her up, her body was soft and light. When I was about to let her go, I was unexpectedly kissed on the lips. 2 minutes later. Tian Weiwei pushed Luo Feng away, licked her lips, and gave Luo Feng a charming look. Brother-in-law, my lips are bitten. Be gentler next time. She straightened her clothes. When leaving, she said to Luo Feng again, Brother-in-law, you are so bad. I still need to change my clothes. Luo Feng looked at Tian Weiwei who was going to the bathroom with her but raised, and looked at her again. Well, I need to wash myself too. When Luo Feng finished washing his hands and walked to the dining table, he found a tablecloth on the table. The tablecloth was very long and fell to the floor on all sides, covering the area underneath the table. He had a vague premonition. There will be a story here. Shen Ningya came out with the last dish and asked doubtfully, Brother Feng, have you seen Xiao Wei? Luo Feng shook his head and said, I saw her serving dishes just now, but I went to wash my hands and didn't see her anymore when I came back. Brother Feng, please sit down first. Xiao Wei may have gone to the bathroom. Shen Ningya didn't hesitate and asked Luo Feng to sit down. Brother Feng, my sister is very beautiful, right? Luo Feng and Shen Ningya sat down. Shen Ningya asked him with a smile, as if she was chatting about family matters. Very beautiful. Luo Feng said. The figure is also very good. Although I haven't personally checked it, the vibration amplitude is authentic. What did you talk about with Xiao Wei? I just saw her come in, her face was all red, and she looked very happy. Shen Ningya picked up a piece of meat for Luo Feng and asked. Chat. How did we meet? She praised my sister for being beautiful and virtuous. Luo Feng's body suddenly stiffened. The sudden situation under the table caught him off guard and he almost screamed out. He took a deep breath. Chapter 54 Tian Weiwei watches the battle. Brother Feng, do you think the food is delicious? Shen Ningya asked. The washing, cutting, and seasoning preparation of these dishes were actually done by the housekeeper and nanny. That is the butler Luo Feng hired today and the person he arranged to come here. After doing all this, Shen Ningya let her go first. After all, the chairman and Tian Weiwei were coming over in the evening to perform. It's very good, with good color, aroma, and taste, especially the taste, which is very firm and great. Luo Feng praised casually, but his attention was not actually on the food. Brother Feng, is my sister very beautiful? Shen Ningya asked. After all, she is a former school beauty, so she must be very beautiful. It's very beautiful, and the service is very good. Luo Feng said with a double entendre. Even if there are no conditions, we will create them to serve. How thoughtful. I showed your photo to my sister before, and she thought you were very handsome and manly. Shen Ningya said with a smile. Ha, you think the word chairman looks cool, right? Also, my sister hasn't had a boyfriend yet. If there's a suitable one, Brother Feng, please introduce one to her. Shen Ningya added a piece of vegetable to Luo Feng's bowl, which made him slightly nervous. After all, the tablecloth in front of him was still shaking slightly. Even though it's acting, there is still a sense of immersion. Well, okay. Luo Feng suddenly felt a little nervous and almost confessed. Calm down and divert your attention. Shen Ningya was also dressed very seductively today, with a deep V-shirt that slightly exposed half of her breasts, and it seemed that she was not wearing any underwear. Brother Feng, do I look good here? Shen Ningya asked happily when she saw Luo Feng staring at her chest.
Then he pulled the clothes a little further to the sides, just enough so that the key point could no longer be seen.
It looks good. Luo Feng swallowed his saliva and stared at it. Shen Ningya smiled charmingly, stood up and kissed Luo Feng on the lips. Luo Feng put down his chopsticks, and then 5 minutes later, Luo Feng and Shen Ningya separated.
Shen Ningya's face was flushed, her clothes were messy, and the parts that were originally covered were completely exposed. She slowly straightened her clothes.
Brother Feng, let me go see if Xiaowei is in the bathroom. Why hasn't she come out in such a long time? The food is getting cold.
Shen Ningya got up and went to the bathroom, and when Luo Feng kissed just now, because of the two worlds above and below, he had already.
However, Tian Weiwei's service work is indeed worthy of praise. 2 minutes later,
Tian Weiwei pulled open the tablecloth, crawled out, and quickly walked to the bathroom in another bedroom.
5 minutes later, Shen Ningya and Tian Weiwei sat down at the dining table. Sister, I just had diarrhea. I felt like I ate something hard and couldn't digest it.
I felt very uncomfortable, so I stayed a little longer.
Tian Weiwei explained to Shen Ningya at the table. It seems like you're eating everything. You can't put anything too hard into your mouth. It's easy to get an upset stomach. Shen Ningya warned helplessly. But Tian Weiwei said a little aggrievedly, it was delicious, so I couldn't help it. Wow, he is driving right in front of me. Luo Feng felt that he had underestimated women's skills.
It felt like a family car worth tens of thousands of dollars was being driven like a racing car.
He is very skilled at drifting and flipping.
After the three of them finished their meal, Shen Ningya started washing the dishes. On the sofa, Tian Weiwei held Luo Feng's hand and placed it against her heart.
Brother-in-law, I was under the table just now.
I was so nervous and my heart was beating so fast. I was worried that something was wrong with my body.
Can you help me check my body? Tian Weiwei looked at Luo Feng pitifully.
Xiaowei, this isn't good.
I've already let your sister down, and now you're doing this again? Luo Feng deliberately made it difficult, because that's how it's usually performed. Tian Weiwei is worthy of being a professional actor and continues to seduce. Actually, as long as you haven't reached the last step, it doesn't count.
This trick is so powerful that it is used in both educational films and real life. It is very shameless and effective.
Then you must not tell your sister, otherwise. Luo Feng was still acting.
Tian Weiwei shook her head and said, brother-in-law, don't worry. Without waiting for Luo Feng to say anything more, Tian Weiwei kissed him. He no longer pretended to be innocent, but began to show his true colors, and his hands began to move freely.
10 minutes later, Shen Ningya untied her apron and walked out. Xiaowei, why are your clothes so wrinkled? Shen Ningya asked in confusion.
Tian Weiwei smiled sweetly and said, sister, I was watching a TV show just now. The action scenes were so intense that I lay down to watch and wrinkled my clothes. Shen Ningya nodded, then looked at Luo Feng and said, brother Feng, I heard that crossing your legs is bad for your health, so you should put them down. Luo Feng took a pillow in his arms without leaving any trace, and then put down his crossed legs. This one tea work without a cover. Shen Ningya felt a little strange, but did not ask any further questions. The three of them chatted casually for a while, and Shen Ningya suggested washing up. There were 3 bathrooms anyway, so they could all do it at the same time.
Shen Ningya naturally entered the master bedroom bathroom.
Before going in, she pulled Luo Feng in with her.
Chairman, are you satisfied with Tian Weiwei's performance this time? Shen Ningya stopped acting at this time.
Tonight was originally the time for her and Luo Feng to get deeper into the relationship, and Tian Weiwei was just a diversion.
Luo Feng nodded and said, it's very immersive. I get a little nervous when you talk during the show. She's very professional.
Shen Ningya felt a little jealous, but she knew that she couldn't tie Luo Feng down, and her value was actually to serve the chairman.
Chairman, after get off work, can I call you Brother Feng? Shen Ningya missed the feeling of being his girlfriend just now. It would be great if it was real.
Luo Feng hugged her, stroked her hair, and said, of course it's okay to call me Brother Feng, but privately, I prefer you to call me husband.
Shen Ningya was very surprised when she heard this.
She called out softly, husband.
She stood on tiptoe and kissed Luo Feng.
Luo Feng's emotions, which had been aroused for a long time, finally erupted under this kiss. Tian Weiwei finished her shower in just over 20 minutes, but when she came out, she didn't see Luo Feng and Shen Ningya. A faint sound came from the master bedroom, and she walked over quietly.
Luckily, the bedroom door was open, otherwise, I wouldn't have heard it.
She walked in quietly. The bathroom in the master bedroom has a frosted glass effect, and you can vaguely see the figures inside. She huddled in the corner, watching the two blurry shadows connect together, and covered her mouth. The volume was so loud that people worried whether Shin Ningya could bear it. Then she saw Shin Ningya's back pressed against the glass, and it was obvious where her feet were.
Is the chairman so physically fit? Tian Weiwei was very surprised. She couldn't tell Luo Feng's physique from his appearance. He looked just ordinary. After watching the Mosaic reality show for nearly half an hour, she was about to leave. At this time, Shin Ningya lay on the glass. 20 minutes later, Tian Weiwei reluctantly walked out of the master bedroom and entered another bathroom. She needs to change her underwear. But this is Shin Ningya's home. She had originally prepared one, but another one was discarded before, and now there is no replacement. Chapter 55, High-End Business War is simple and unpretentious. At 10:30 in the evening, Shin Ningya lay on Luo Feng's chest. She was completely exhausted. Hubby, Weiwei is leaving tonight. She will come back for the test tomorrow. The scene and plot will be decided by you. Luo Feng said and didn't care. Today I will mainly talk to Shin Ningya in simple and easy to understand ways, and it is her first time. If I eat Tian Weiwei again, it would be a bit inhumane. I heard that the Lin family holds a controlling stake in an entertainment company. Do you know anything about it? The blood flowed back to his brain, his IQ regained its high ground, and he began to think about how to deal with the Lin family. After all, he dug a hole and then mocked me, so I must retaliate. In ancient times, when two countries went to war, the loser had to offer famous concubines, princesses, and beauties, and then endure the beatings of the victorious king day and night. Even worse was the situation where the loser would be raped by many people from the victorious country. The entertainment company controlled by the Lin family is called Jinlin Entertainment, with a market capitalization of 6.3 billion. People like Lu Weifei, Li Riba, Gao Yuanyuan, Yang Chaiwa, Lu Sisi, Song Jur, Chen Lingdu, etc. are all their contracted artists. Shin Ningya only talked about the key points that her chairman was concerned about. The company's market value and the beautiful actress. Luo Feng nodded. These female artists sounded very promising and could be recruited for his own purposes. I'm planning to take on the Lin family. I'll leave Jinlin Entertainment to you. Take all their key artists, core employees, and pillar industries that you can. If you can't dig up the information, buy me some negative information about the artists, expose it, and then buy trending searches for them. Pay off all the online influencers and create hype so that the whole country knows about their scandals. We must ensure that all films, TV series, and endorsements invested in, performed in, and endorsed by Jinlin Entertainment are completely clean. Luo Feng listed a lot of despicable operations in one breath, basically all the common tricks he had seen in the entertainment industry in recent years. The more Shin Ningya listened, the more embarrassed she felt. The operation was not difficult, but... Hubby, there are a few difficulties. One is funding. We have relatively little liquidity. It's no problem to recruit 2 or 3 people, but if we recruit more, we won't have the money. The second is exposing negative information. This actually hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts ourselves by 800. Everyone knows the negative information about many artists, and we even have evidence in our hands. But just like nuclear weapons, if it is used, the other party will immediately retaliate, and our artists will also be affected. No money? The thing they have the most is money. At worst, you can just work a little harder and exercise your waist more. Hurt the enemy 1,000 and lose 800 of your own? It doesn't matter. Artists with negative news will be banned immediately. It doesn't matter whether it's my company or not. I don't make money by relying on bad artists like you. Instead of passively defending, it is better to take the initiative. Ningya, from now on we will have zero tolerance for bad artists. Losing money doesn't matter. What's important is that we can withstand supervision. Especially for those involved in pornography, gambling, drugs, and other violations of national laws and regulations, we actively persuade them to surrender. If they don't cooperate, we will report them to the police. It's not illegal, but it's immoral, so I'll expose it along with the bad artists at Jinlin Entertainment. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he felt very refreshed. I used to always see certain artists sending lawyers letters and various short essays, which was very annoying. Now that I have the ability, I can clean up this filthy environment. As for the money, I'll give you 3 billion tomorrow. If it's not enough, let me know.
It has to be done quickly, not slowly.
It has been delayed for so long that the readers have forgotten about it. Hubby, this will be a huge loss.
Although Shen Ningyan knew that Luo Feng didn't care about this company, she didn't expect him to care so much.
She looked up at Luo Feng. The look in his eyes was calm, he didn't say anything, just looked at himself. My heart trembled. My job and annual salary are all decided by the man in front of me. I just need to obey. Honey, I'll arrange it and start doing it later, and I'll definitely meet the requirements.
Shen Ningyan immediately expressed her opinion. Luo Feng smiled faintly, lifted her chin and kissed her deeply. Then he patted her butt and gave her a slight look.
Shen Ningyan moved down obediently. Good. Luo Feng closed his eyes, looking very happy. Who's messing with us? Lin Hengyuan, the eldest son of the Lin family, was furious in the office. He woke up in the morning and was washing up when a phone call came in.
I didn't answer it at first, but it rang twice in succession. I picked up the phone angrily, and it turned out to be my dad calling, and then I was scolded. It turned out that there was a problem with this epic blockbuster co-produced with Hollywood.
Bang! Crack! He slammed the teacup to the ground. The teacup broke into pieces. The tea splashed onto Agent Zhang Wan's trouser legs, but she didn't dare to move. Because something happened to the artist she was responsible for. Something big happened.
Boss Lin, I'll arrange for PR immediately to take the trending search down first, and then issue a clarification announcement. Next to Zhang Wan, Vice President Lan, who was in charge of the Public Relations Department, spoke immediately.
You go and make arrangements first, and be quick. Wait for Vice President Lan to leave. Lin Hengyuan continued to curse, Zhang Wan, I asked you to follow her every day, how did you get involved with the Myanmar scam? Fuck, our company invested $200 million. Lin Hengyuan wanted to drink some water, but the teacup on the table had been thrown away. Grass. He paced back and forth, cursing again, go call that idiot back to the office. He's on vacation. If anything goes wrong with this movie, both of you will be fed to the fish at the bottom of the ocean. Zhang Wan was as if she had been pardoned and quickly said, okay, Mr. Lin. Get lost. Lin Hengyuan sat in the boss chair, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. There was a knock on the door, and it was Vice President Lan who came back. Boss Lin, the heat has cooled down, but the money spent this time is much higher, 3 times as much as before. Lin Hengyuan's brows, which had just relaxed, frowned again. Why? Someone is deliberately stirring up trouble. Do you know who it is?
Xinjiang culture.
Lin Hengyuan was surprised to hear this. He hadn't offended them recently, had he? Moreover, you are a company that is several times smaller than mine. If you use this trick on me, aren't you afraid that I will kill you in return? Do you know why? He decided to find out before taking any action.
I heard they have a new chairman, and he really dislikes bad artists.
Vice President Lan looked speechless. Are you kidding me? They hate bad artists? Don't they?
Lin Hengyuan cursed and said, then fight back against them.
Pick 2 top stars and expose their dirty laundry.
If you dare mess with me, I'll make them pay with a pair.
Vice President Lan nodded and prepared to leave. Don't leave in such a hurry. Let me calm down. I'm really angry now.
Lin Hengyuan looked at her slim figure and couldn't help himself.
Boss Lin, please don't do that. I have things to do.
Vice President Lan frowned slightly, looking very reluctant.
Hurry up, I didn't ask you if you want to. Lin Hengyuan shouted. Vice President Lan was about to speak.
There was a knock on the door.
Who the hell is this? Lin Hengyuan cursed, why is nothing going as he wants today? Boss Lin, this is terrible.
The police just issued a notice saying they've arrested Kai Fanfan for suspected fraud and drug use. The first words Zhang Wan said when she opened the door calmed Lin Hengyuan's originally restless heart.
Chapter 56 Don't move, I'll kiss you off. Lin Hengyuan calmed down.
Now that things had come to this, he could only find a way to make amends and seek revenge. Let the company's legal department discuss the situation and see if there's any chance of getting it out of this. Go expose the dirty laundry of Xinjiang culture's 2 top stars.
No, just hand it over to the police. Vice President Lan nodded and walked out immediately. The phone on Lin Hongyuan's desk rang. He picked up the phone. He was criticized again. After finally getting scolded, someone knocked on the office door again. Come in. He looked at Vice President Lan's panicked expression and had a bad feeling. Xinjiang Culture's two top stars have surrendered themselves. It's not just the two of them, there are also several second and third tier celebrities who turned themselves in. Lin Hongyuan was shocked. What kind of operation was this? Does the chairman of Xinjiang Culture really have zero tolerance for bad artists? Even their own artists are not spared? Vice President Lan hadn't finished speaking yet. We have 3 top stars, and they've also been reported. I heard there's evidence. Several of them have also been exposed for cheating and having affairs before. Now they're all trending on the internet. 2 producers of popular TV series contacted us, saying they were worried about the impact. More than a dozen endorsement companies just contacted us, saying they want to sue us and demand compensation. Lin Hongyuan just felt that his worldview had been reshaped. Who would play like this? Aren't we all here to make money? Is this really necessary? Okay, I get it. You can arrange for the legal department to contact them and get whatever they can. Those few with bad work styles, suppressing trending searches and writing essays. Producer and endorsement brand, I'll make a call first, you go out and do what I arranged. Lin Hongyuan was a little helpless. The compensation and losses added together were enough to make the company bleed heavily. Dad. Lin Hongyuan had no choice but to ask for help, even though he would be severely criticized. After finally finishing the 10-minute phone call, I felt exhausted. Bang, bang, bang. He heard the knock on the office door and felt a little scared. Come in. The voice sounded somewhat helpless. This time it was the manager of the Human Resources Department. He looked at her in confusion. What could possibly go wrong here? Boss Lin, this is terrible. Our 3 top-tier managers and artists have all said they want to terminate their contracts. The business department manager is also resigning. The film and television department, the music department. Lin Hongyuan was shocked again. Are they going to empty Lin Entertainment? Don't we have compensation? He asked with a glimmer of hope. Only the artists have to pay high penalty fees, but the contracts of these few are about to expire and they were supposed to renew them in the past few days, explained the Ministry of Manpower. Lin Hongyuan closed his eyes and reviewed what happened early this morning. It's like a nightmare. Damn it, even nightmares won't be like this. Hold it off for now. Wait until I find a solution. The HR manager walked out. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound of a table being smashed in the office. Why? Sisai, this way. Xiao Shi stood at the door of Happy Valley, looking around for her roommate. Not far in front of her, a girl less than 1.6 meters tall jumped up, waved and shouted at her. Xiaolan. Xiao Shi walked over quickly. Luo Lilan, who is 1.59 meters tall, lives up to her name and has a figure like a loli. At the age of 20, she already has a flat chest and her face is as childish as a loli. Beside her, there were 2 girls, about 1.6 meters tall and of above average appearance. Xiao Shi, who was 1.75 meters tall, walked up to the 3 of them. With her extremely good looks and tall and well-proportioned figure, she immediately became the center of attention of the men around her. Have the people from Gao Ran's dormitory arrived? Today, Gao Ran took the lead in organizing a social activity with Xiao Shi's dormitory. He also has another identity, he is the son of manager Gao, the head of a department at Xinjiang Culture. This is also the reason why Xiao Shi was willing to come to the social gathering this time. Gao Ran and the others are here. They're buying us ice cream over there. Although it was 9 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight still made people feel a little hot. Ice cream shop. Luo Feng bought one for Tian Weiwei and handed it to her. Thank you, brother Feng. She smiled sweetly, took the ice cream, then stuck out her tongue and licked it cutely. Then he showed a cute expression of being frozen. The men around him were hurt. Why is such a beautiful girl the girlfriend of an ordinary-looking middle-aged man? It can also be seen from here that Tian Weiwei is indeed not famous. Among so many people present, no one knew her. They just thought she was sweet, beautiful, and had a good figure. Tian Weiwei held him with one hand and held an ice cream in the other. Brother Feng, it's so sweet, would you like to have a bite too? Tian Weiwei handed him the ice cream that she had licked several times. Luo Feng took a bite casually. It was icy but very sweet. What a sin! I'm still exercising to lose weight. It seems that I have to train twice more today to offset this heat. Tian Weiwei also tried to take a bite. It's so cold. Hey, brother Feng, there's still some ice cream on the corner of your mouth. Let me wipe it off for you. Luo Feng stood still, waiting for Tian Weiwei to help him wipe it. Suddenly, he saw Tian Weiwei tiptoeing and coming closer. The corner of my mouth suddenly felt wet. Tian Weiwei kissed me and licked me. How can this be tolerated? He put his arms around Tian Weiwei's slender waist and leaned her against him, but he didn't expect that Tian Weiwei was even more active than him. He put his arms around her neck and kissed her actively. A lingering moment. Luo Feng's hand even slid down from the waist and kneaded it wantonly. The boys who were secretly looking at Tian Weiwei felt their hearts broken at this moment. Why would such a sweet goddess be willing to let him be so frivolous? Xiaoxi, who was not far away, opened her eyes wide. Isn't this man the pervert from last time? Let such a beautiful girl give him under the table. Why has the girl next to him changed again? Still so beautiful. She is very thin but has big breasts. Luo Feng suddenly felt a chill on his neck. The ice cream was melting. Tian Weiwei's hands holding the ice cream were just at his neck. Okay, let's go in first. Tian Weiwei carefully took out a tissue to wipe Luo Feng's neck, then took Luo Feng's hand and walked into the amusement park together. Cici, why did that beautiful woman just now get together with that man? Luo Lilan was very puzzled. Maybe he's rich. Apart from this reason, Xiaoxi couldn't think of a second one. It couldn't be true love, right? Hey, Gao Ran and the others are here. Luo Lilan stopped hesitating and went to meet the 4 boys who were coming over. I want strawberry flavor. She took the ice cream from a boy. Gao Ran's height is similar to his name, 1.9 meters tall, masculine and handsome. He handed the ice cream to Josie. You like blueberry flavor. The two stood together. The man was 1.9 meters tall and the woman was 1.75 meters tall, handsome and beautiful, a perfect match. That's a perfect match. If these two were to fall in love, it would be a real treat to watch. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that old man just now, and that sweet goddess together, they really don't match. Luo Lilan and her 2 other roommates complained. Gao Ran laughed when he heard the first sentence. But the second sentence made his face look a little flustered. Actually, that person just now. Chapter 57. The one in Luo Feng's arms is someone else's goddess. Because Gao Ran's father works at Xinjiang Culture, he is familiar with the artists signed by this company. Because of his father's connections, it is easy to get posters and photos of female stars. My first experience in life was through a sexy photo. Afterwards, he fantasized about each of these actresses. Among them, Tian Weiwei is an actress he likes very much. She has a sweet appearance and a light temperament. A great choice for girlfriends. He recognized Tian Weiwei when he bought ice cream just now because she was not wearing a mask or anything, and was completely uncovered. He was very curious about the man next to Tian Weiwei, so he secretly took a photo and sent it to his father. In the photo, Tian Weiwei can be seen from the front, but the effect of the photo taken by the man is blurry. Just as Gao Ran was about to withdraw the photo and take another one, a message came from his father. Are you trying to kill your dad? This is my boss. Delete the photo immediately and stay away from me. Although it was blurry, the figure could still be roughly identified. Finally, he was worried and called to give me his warm greetings. At this moment, facing the complaints and slanders of his father, the chairman of the board, he felt a little flustered. Let's go in first, it's already 9:30, he said. Luo Lilan persisted and asked, what did you say about that man? Don't say half of the sentence. Xiaoxi and the others also looked over curiously. Gao Ran racked his brains and said insincerely, actually, I think that man just now has a very mature demeanor. Maybe beautiful women just like mature uncles. Xiaoxi couldn't help herself first and said, the type of uncle we girls like is handsome, mature and steady, not an ordinary frivolous old man. Yeah, kissing the goddess and pinching her but in front of so many people is too frivolous. If it were me, I would never be with him in the first place. Luo Lilan and Xiaoxi had the same idea. Yeah, what you said makes sense. Let's go in first. Gao Ran just wanted to get rid of this topic and not discuss the chairman anymore. If my dad loses his job, I will be miserable too. As he walked through the aisle, Gao Ran was still recalling the scene of Luo Feng kneading Tian Weiwei's buttocks.
These scenes only occurred to him when he was fantasizing. And now, the chairman had a real-life version of this happening right in front of him, and he felt like he was fantasizing about his girlfriend being ravaged by someone else. Gao Ran suddenly felt a little green on his head.
Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei walked hand in hand in the amusement park.
She gained the jealousy of many men and the suspicion of many girls. This scene was actually something Luo Feng had imagined when he was in school. When I was in school, I often saw some people as girlfriends who were very beautiful and dressed very sexy, and I often wondered if I could have a girlfriend like that.
The amusement park scene and the identities of boyfriend and girlfriend were the situational drama he set for Tian Weiwei.
He wants to fulfill his childhood dream here. At the same time, some of the adults' lustful fantasies can be fulfilled here.
So far, Tian Weiwei's performance has exceeded his expectations, especially since he is not yet tied to a close lover.
Tian Weiwei is not in love with herself deep down now, but her expressions, demeanor, and body movements are all perfect.
Brother Feng, shall we go ride the wooden horse? Tian Weiwei looked at him expectantly. Good. When queuing, Tian Weiwei was in front and Luo Feng was holding her from behind.
Their bodies were closely connected, so naturally there was some friction. Because there were a lot of people and it was a little hidden, Luo Feng would move his hand on his waist upwards from time to time. Tian Weiwei would pretend to play with her cell phone and try her best to block other people's sight to make it easier for Luo Feng to act.
That's so thoughtful. When they arrived at the wooden horses, Tian Weiwei had already ridden on one.
When Luo Feng was about to sit on the other one, she stopped him.
Brother Feng, sit behind me and hug me.
She said it very naturally, and the boys around her were extremely envious.
Of course Luo Feng would not refuse.
After sitting on it, he immediately pushed her forward, grabbing the pole with one hand and holding her with the other.
I feel so safe. Tian Weiwei rubbed her head against Luo Feng's chin and leaned completely against him. Brother Feng, I feel like I am the happiest woman in the world.
As the carousel was spinning, she turned her head to look at Luo Feng. The sweet face so close at hand, long eyelashes fluttering, lips slightly parted, neat white teeth, and a pink and playful little tongue. He kissed her unconsciously. This time he didn't touch her, he just simply enjoyed the kiss, which was not love but better than passionate love. Start from the lips, from the outside to the inside, and taste it carefully. The sweet goddess in your arms lets you have sex with her the whole time, and in the end it is she who keeps asking for kisses. Sir, beautiful lady, the Trojan horse has stopped. The two of them were so engrossed in each other's affection that only the other's tenderness remained in their minds. The staff had to come over to remind them.
The two of them woke up as if from a dream.
Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged, while Tian Weiwei blushed. There were people watching and taking pictures around, but the system had already provided protection and could not focus, so the portraits and bodies were all blurred. Not far from the wooden horse, Xiaoxi, Gao Ran and their group were also stunned.
I think what Gao Ran said just now is really possible.
The kiss between the two was so passionate and affectionate that Luo Lilan's original idea was shaken. Xiaoxi was also shocked.
Can ordinary middle-aged men also have true love? Still such a beautiful young lady? That girl seems to be Tian Weiwei. Is she filming a scene? Didn't she see the camera?
Xiaoxi suddenly heard a girl's questioning voice in her ear. She frowned, took out her phone and searched the name.
Although she didn't enter the last two words, the search automatically showed her Tian Weiwei's encyclopedia information. Contract company, Shanqing Xinxing Culture and Entertainment. Gao Ran's father is the department head of Xinxing Culture.
What he said about this man just now, why is Tian Weiwei with this man? Why did that beautiful woman treat him like that in the restaurant that day? Xiaoxi's IQ is not low, and she vaguely feels that she has discovered the truth. She searched for Xinxing Culture and Entertainment Company and it was displayed on the encyclopedia.
Chairman, Luo Feng. Photo. Isn't this the middle-aged man? He is Luo Feng, chairman of Xinxing Culture and Entertainment. The selection event I'm going to participate in is organized by his company. Josie is shocked by what she discovers. It all makes sense.
He is rich and powerful, owns an entertainment company worth tens of billions, and is a big shot with a net worth of at least tens of billions.
Sisai.
Her shoulders were shaken, and Luo Lilan looked at her worriedly.
What's wrong with you? Why are you so distracted?
Xiaoxi woke up as if from a dream, put away her phone, and gave a perfect smile.
It's okay. I just thought of something interesting and got distracted.
She gathered herself together and left the carousel area with Luo Lilan.
Let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Luo Lilan jumped up and down and said happily. Josie nodded and looked forward. Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei were also walking towards the Ferris wheel.
She pursed her lips, her eyes a little complicated.
The bank is unwilling to collect the debt from Dasong Investment? Are they well funded? Will the bank increase its loan quota?
Lin Hengjiu looked at the PR manager, put the teacup on the table, and looked confused.
Where did the Song dynasty get the money for investment? Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door and the HR manager walked in. She looked anxious. Lin Hengjiu felt something was wrong.
Boss Lin, the people we originally poached from Dasong Investment said they would come today to sign the contract, but none of them showed up today. I just called them, and they both said they were busy and couldn't come today. Chapter 58, the general manager in ancient costumes just to win the chairman's favor.
Dasong Investment, 31st floor. Gurgle. Song Yaran poured herself a cup of tea. Her office is decorated in an antique style and has a special area for making tea.
There is a row of bookshelves next to it, with many books on them, including a large number of thread-bound books.
Judging from the titles, they should be some ancient books.
The HR manager sat across from Song Yaran, looking at the 2 cups of tea on the table, steam rising from them. The general manager opposite, Song Yaran, was wearing ancient costume, with waist-length hair, a gentle face, and an elegant temperament, like a lady from a noble family who had walked out of a book. Those who resigned yesterday have been informed of the 4 policies released and now want to return to the company. Because they left their jobs, the first 3 benefits they received when they returned were cut in half, and the 4th benefit would have to wait a year.
They were all willing to do that. Mr. Song, do you want to sign all of it now, or just some of it? Actually, if we openly recruit with this kind of salary, a lot of people will definitely jump to our company. Song Yaran picked up the teacup, sniffed it, and said, I've collected them all. Open recruitment, it will be posted soon, but the position is. The HR manager quickly took notes. The more he listened, the more surprised and puzzled he became. But it didn't matter. He just had to execute it. When the HR manager was about to leave the office, Song Yaran stopped her and asked her to take a photo for her. Is the reason why the general manager is wearing ancient costume today to take photos for someone? She thought of the chairman. Only a man like the chairman can make the general manager fall in love with him. He is a real man who announced 4 benefits to all employees within less than an hour of arriving at the company. If the finance manager were here, he would have to say one more thing. This is an unparalleled man who injected 10 billion into the company in less than half an hour. Mr. Song, do you need beauty filters? As soon as he finished speaking, the HR manager wanted to slap himself twice. With Mr. Song's looks and figure, does he still need beauty filters? This is a goddess that even ordinary girls like me can't compare to, even with level 10 beauty. Mr. Song, I'm sorry, I've never taken a picture of a goddess like you. I just said it casually. She quickly explained, but Song Yaran just smiled and didn't care. In less than 5 minutes, the photo was taken. When the HR manager left the office, he saw Song Yaran holding her cell phone with a smile on her face, looking like a little girl in love. It is so beautiful. Mr. Song is really in love. Closing the door gently, she prayed silently that the chairman would not abandon her and would let President Song be happy for the rest of his life. Luo Feng, who was queuing with Tian Weiwei, was amazed when he saw the photos sent by Song Yaran. Yesterday, Song Yaran was wearing a suit. He casually mentioned that it would look better in ancient costume. Unexpectedly, he saw her wearing it to the company today. The first few pictures were probably taken by others, and the last one was a selfie, which made him a little angry. My beloved concubine, I will favor you when the king returns to the court. Yeah, I've been waiting. Song Yaran replied immediately, without any hesitation. Luo Feng smiled, put away his phone, and was already thinking about what knowledge he could use. Brother Feng, hold my hand. At the Ferris wheel, it was Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei's turn. Luo Feng went up first. He didn't hold hands, but directly carried Tian Weiwei in. After closing the door, Tian Weiwei was still sitting on Luo Feng, hugging his neck. I didn't kiss you enough just now, I want more. Tian Weiwei opened her eyes wide and looked at Luo Feng seriously. Luo Feng really couldn't stand it. Tian Weiwei was so desirable and pure. Yesterday she was the sister who seduced her brother-in-law,
and today she was the pure and sweet girlfriend.
She made him unable to stop.
Kissed her hard. The people who were still queuing watched the two of them kissing each other in the cockpit. The men swallowed their saliva, and the women slapped the men to stop looking. Gao Ran turned his head and looked at Xiao Qian, his heart burning with anger. Xiaoxi was dressed simply today, in a white-collared polo shirt, white shorts, and white sneakers. But she has a pair of white, long and straight legs, a firm chest and a very beautiful face.
Cici, it's our turn now. Let me pull you.
Gao Ran followed Luo Feng in first, then reached out his hand to pull Xiaoxi. Although I would like to imitate Luo Feng and hug Xiaoxi, I feel it is unrealistic.
No, I can stand still.
Xiaoxi smiled, held the cockpit armrest, walked in, and sat opposite Gao Ran. Gao Ran was slightly disappointed, but then became happy again. This is a situation where two people are alone together, and at a high altitude. In such a tense and exciting environment, according to the suspension bridge effect, it is very likely that they will have the illusion of being moved when they are with him or, which will increase their affection for each other. All you need to do later is remain calm and caring, and give her enough sense of security when she is nervous. Maybe the relationship will develop into something more, with us holding hands, hugging, and kissing. Forget it, I'm not the chairman, so I won't fantasize about it.
Xiaoxi was a little bored.
She had been to Happy Valley several times and had ridden the Ferris wheel more often than the carousel. At this moment, my heart is as calm as still water, without any waves. All kinds of random thoughts were still running through my mind, and several images of Luo Feng kept appearing in my mind. The restaurant, ice cream, carousel, Ferris wheel, and finally in the Cheongsam shop, looking at her sensitive parts nakedly.
Cici! Cici! Gao Ran shouted across from Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi came to her senses and looked out the window. The Ferris wheel had already run a quarter of the way.
Cici, are you nervous?
Or I'll come over and sit next to you, then you don't have to be afraid.
Gao Ran obviously misunderstood Xiaoxi.
She shook her head and said, No, I just thought of something else. Gao Ran maintained a smile that he thought was full of warmth and nodded, feeling a pang of distress in his heart.
It's him. Where is Tian Weiwei?
Xiaoxi's cockpit was approaching the top.
She looked down in front and saw the back of Luo Feng, but she couldn't see Tian Weiwei.
Luo Feng was seen lying with his hands spread out, and there was no one opposite him. There was no one next to him.
Is it possible? Is Tian Weiwei doing the same thing for him as the woman in the restaurant?
Xiaoxi stared at Luo Feng's cockpit without blinking, and suddenly, she saw the top of Tian Weiwei's head
lifted up from between Luo Feng's legs. Then, Luo Feng pressed it down with his hand again. In public, unexpectedly.
Josie's breathing was rapid, and her chest heaved up and down. When Luo Feng was about to disappear from her sight, she stood up and walked to Gao Ran's side and continued to look over.
Cici, don't stand up suddenly. It's dangerous. Gao Ran was both happy and surprised.
He thought Xiaoxi was afraid of heights and was coming over to seek protection, but it turned out that she was just looking at the scenery on his side. Xiaoxi moved quickly, causing the cockpit to shake slightly. His heart beat rapidly and he was so scared that he dared not breathe.
Don't be afraid, the Ferris wheel is very safe. Some people even like to do sports here.
Xiaoxi sat back in her original position and comforted him with a smile, but in her heart she felt a little disdainful of Gao Ran. Others dare to do it on the Ferris wheel. Why are you, a tall and strong man, so nervous here?
Gao Ran was confused. Exercising here? So high? It's scary, okay? Lynn Entertainment.
Luo Feng is not only the chairman of Xinxin Culture, he is also the chairman of Dasong Investment.
Damn it. Just because you pissed him off, now you're messing with me. Lin Hengyuan called his younger brother Lin Hengjiu and felt that he was unlucky. Lin Hengjiu, ah? Chapter 59, Lover Number 8, 32 billion.
Xinxin Culture offers 4 benefits to its grassroots employees, which, on average, more than doubles their income. People in our company are rushing to change jobs like crazy. Middle and senior management received a 5,100% increase in salary based on their original salaries, and the contracts were written into a 10-year non-termination policy.
Some of our company's middle managers couldn't resist the temptation and joined them.
Lin Hengyuan was stunned and confused when he heard the investigation results of the Ministry of Human Resources.
They're offering such good compensation to poach people? Then won't his own employees and mid-level managers make trouble?
The HR manager smiled bitterly and said, their own employees enjoy the same treatment.
Boss Lin, can we also? What the hell are you thinking about? Lin Hengyuan waved his hand and said, that's impossible. How high is the labor cost? Don't you think about how to guarantee the company's profits? Our shareholders will not agree to it. This is also an unsolvable problem. It requires real money to be invested, not just empty promises.
Mr. Lin, I actually heard a piece of news, but I don't know if it's appropriate to tell you.
The HR manager hesitated. Explain. Lin Hengyuan was already very impatient.
Today's bad news came one after another, and each one made him feel powerless.
Xinjiang Culture's chairman, Luo Feng, took over Dasong Investment yesterday.
As you know, this was originally in the hands of the second young master. Yesterday, the second young master brought the third young miss to the Song dynasty to make a high-profile investment demonstration. Then, it seemed that Luo Feng, in a fit of rage, announced 4 policies, and today it became like this. The HR manager carefully told the rumors he had heard, and although there were some discrepancies, they were pretty close to the truth. Lin Hengyuan just felt it was ridiculous and was speechless.
Is this possible? Luo Feng was so angry that he beat me half to death? Immediately afterwards, Vice President Lin also came in and announced the same investigation results. He had to believe it.
He picked up the phone and called his younger brother Lin Hengzhou. After Lin Hengzhou received the call and heard about his brother's condition, he was stunned for a long time.
Brother, I got fucked today too.
My investment company originally planned to hire over 400 people, but now not a single one has shown up. All the projects that were originally agreed upon have been put on hold. The project department just reported to me that 2 projects worth over 500 million yuan have been taken over by Dasong Investment. Damn, the person who was originally going to join the company must have gone back with the project. The 2 brothers held the phone in silence for a long time.
Brother, let's look for father. He has some influence in the Chamber of Commerce and can use unfair competition to counter Luo Feng. That's right. He gave the grassroots a huge raise, far above the market rate. This is definitely unfair competition. We must counter him. The system sent a reminder for the second time.
It was detected that the host and Tian Weiwei were having an intimate relationship.
Name, Tian Weiwei. Age, 26. Rating, 95 points. Tian Weiwei's score meets the requirements for a fixed intimate lover. Should she be bound? Yes, no, bind?
Note 1, after being bound as a fixed intimate lover, the woman will fall in love with the host wholeheartedly and will be protected by the system and will not be violated by others. Note 2, after being bound as a fixed intimate lover, regardless of the host's physical condition, every time they have sex, they will be in peak condition. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Luo Feng looked at the sweet and graceful Tian Weiwei beside him, and put his arms around her waist, which felt tight and smooth.
There was no binding yesterday.
He just wanted to see what kind of stimulation the goddess, who was reluctant in her heart but acted very willingly, would give him. To be honest, Tian Weiwei performed so well that he felt that none of his previous girlfriends could compare to Tian Weiwei's caring side.
Brother Feng, what project do you want to play next? Tian Weiwei asked.
As an actress, she is very dedicated and immersed in her work, completely immersing herself in the role of the chairman's girlfriend.
Do you want to be my woman? The kind for life? Luo Feng asked lightly. Tian Weiwei was a little confused. Is this also part of the script? I do. No matter it's a script or not, as long as you become the chairman's woman, you can get whatever you want in this life. I see. Luo Feng nodded and selected, yes, on the system. Binding successful. Number 8 South Fixed Close Lover, Tian Weiwei.
Reward, 5.43 billion changes with the host's wealth value, upper limit 320 billion yuan, can only be used for consumption by number 8's fixed close lover Tian Weiwei. The same 95 points as Li Shuer, and the same 32 billion in spending money.
Brother Feng.
Tian Weiwei's voice rang out, and Luo Feng's attention shifted from the system as his neck was hugged by 2 hands.
I want a kiss. I don't know why, but I really want to kiss the chairman.
Without waiting for Luo Feng to answer, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Another round of lingering. People passing by were amazed and the man was extremely envious.
Gao Ran was also passing by, and he was drooling over it, wishing he could take its place immediately.
But with Xiao Shi right beside him, he can only remain serious and act as if he didn't care.
I silently made up my mind to become a man like the chairman. Xiao Shi frequently glanced at Luo Feng and the others. She began to think about Tian Weiwei. If she did the same, would she be able to? No. She shook her head violently. She would never bow to money. Men were her fish, she had to make them spend money on her willingly. I can't be someone else's plaything. Cece, let's go to Skull Island. I heard it's very exciting. Luo Lilan came running over from behind, jumping and skipping. Gao Ran wanted to give her a thumbs up. This dark and scary environment was simply the perfect place for ambiguous relationships between men and women, and for them to become boyfriend and girlfriend. Yeah, now that you're in Happy Valley, you can experience their famous Skull Island. Anyway, I'm here, so don't be afraid. Gao Ran struck while the iron was hot, laughed heartily, and patted his chest, looking reliable. It's no wonder that with Gao Ran, a boy who is 1.9 meters tall and has made such a firm promise, the other 3 girls in Xiaoxi's dormitory all want to give it a try. Gao Ran's roommates silently gave him a thumbs up, and Xiao Qian had no objection. She has actually played it twice. It is indeed quite scary, and the scenes change every once in a while, which makes it fresh for people who go there frequently. Behind them, Tian Weiwei, holding Luo Feng's hand, also walked in this direction. Brother Feng, I've always wanted to play Skull Island, but I never dared. Now that you're here, I'm going to give it a try. You must protect me later. I'll hug you like a koala, and you won't be afraid. Tian Weiwei was looking forward to it, and Luo Feng nodded. It's good to have some stimulation, you can touch and play with it, it's quite interesting. He looked forward. Xiaoxi's tall and beautiful figure is very eye-catching. There is a 1.9 meter tall boy next to her, and the two of them look quite a good match. Brother Feng, I heard that a couple once hugged the wrong person on Skull Island. You must be careful not to hug the wrong person when you do that. Luo Feng smiled when he heard this. Tian Weiwei became his close lover. With the system's protection, no other man could touch her. But Josie. Chapter 60 Groping in the Dark. Inside Skull Island, the girl's screams never stopped. Just as Tian Weiwei had said before, she hung on Luo Feng like a koala. Her legs were tightly clamped around Luo Feng's waist, her arms were around his neck, and her head was buried directly in his chest. Luo Feng held her hips with his left hand and felt relaxed. It is also because of frequent full-body exercises that he treats 46 kilograms as nothing. Luo Lilan screamed the whole time and moved as slowly as a snail. Xiao Shi beside her was not much better. It's horrible. Where's Gao Ran? Didn't you just say there's nothing to be afraid of as long as he's around? Luo Lilan held Xiao Shi's hand and spoke in a trembling voice. He just helped you stop that skeleton, and you pulled me away and separated. Xiao Shi said helplessly. Although some scenes are similar, she is also scared when she encounters new scenes. Oh, then Sisai, you have to protect me. Luo Lilan couldn't help but hug Xiao Shi's arms tightly. Xiao Shi was speechless. Suddenly, next to Xiao Shi, in the dark hole, a terrifying skeleton stretched out its claws, less than 10 centimeters away from her. Both women screamed and ran away. Luo Lilan, who was beside Xiao Shi, accidentally let go of her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she ran away. Josie fell to the ground. Do you need help? Just when Xiao Shi was frightened and panicked, she heard a steady voice in her ears. She looked up. Director Luo, Chairman. As soon as Xiao Shi said it, she began to regret it. She had wanted to pretend that she didn't know. Do you know me? Luo Feng stretched out his hand as he spoke. Xiao Shi hesitated for a second, then took Luo Feng's hand and stood up. Thank you, Chairman. The man in front of him was about the same height as him and had an ordinary appearance, but he was holding Tian Weiwei with one hand and looked very relaxed. I saw your name and photo on Xinjiang Culture Encyclopedia. Before she knew his identity, she thought Luo Feng was a frivolous and mean man. Now facing him, I started to get nervous. Is this the pressure from the superior? Luo Feng nodded, thinking that his fame would grow in the future. He looked at his right hand, which was still holding Xiao Shi's hand. Xiao Shi also reacted and immediately let go, saying awkwardly, Chairman, I'm sorry, I was too scared and didn't pay attention. Luo Feng smiled and looked at her face and figure from a close distance. Although the light was dim, she was still very pleasing to the eye. I wish you would hold my hand all the time. You are one of the top 100 in this school beauty contest. Xiao Shi was happy and nervous when she heard this. Thank you, Chairman.
Before Xiaoxi could finish her words, a skeleton crawled out from the front and slowly crawled towards her.
Ah! She immediately hugged Luofeng's arm and screamed with her eyes closed.
Luofeng felt his arms being squeezed by two soft lumps, which was very comfortable. The skeleton had already crawled to Luofeng's side.
Look up at him. Luofeng was not afraid.
This skeleton was also a hard-working worker. He gestured to the staff member playing the skeleton to look at the two women beside him. The skeleton was stunned for 2 seconds and gave him a thumbs up. Then a terrifying sound came from beside him. The two women hugged each other tighter. Luofeng tilted his head and whispered in Xiaoxi's ear, "Don't be afraid, I'll hold you." Xiaoxi nodded quickly when she heard that, and then Luofeng put his arms around her slender waist.
Half hugging and half holding the two women, he walked forward.
Before leaving, Luofeng nodded to the skeleton and said silently to the skeleton, "Thank you, brother skeleton." The skeleton looked at Luofeng, who was walking away, and roared again in very cooperative manner. In this way, Luofeng, a man and two women, walked slowly, and sometimes they would deliberately stay at the dead end just to get more tenderness. And in the constant stimulation, Xiaoxi's top, which was originally tucked into her shorts, was also pulled out.
Luofeng's hand was already touching her waist skin, achieving 0 distance. Bite. If close contact between the host and a high-scoring female who is not a close lover is detected, is a power outage required to assist? Note, the system will ensure that no safety accidents occur within the power outage area. So fucking thoughtful. Select yes immediately.
Bang, the originally dim lights all went out, and the surroundings immediately fell into darkness.
Ah! Ah! Tian Weiwei and Xiao Qian both screamed. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Luofeng's calm voice sounded. It's too dark. Let's wait until the power comes back on.
The two women nodded. When a person loses their vision, the sensitivity of the body's other senses is greatly increased. Xiaoxi finally felt the large hands on her waist, pressing tightly against her.
It seems to be still kneading gently now. Chairman. She put one hand on Luofeng's hand, trying to stop him.
A soft moan came from my ear. Then came the sound of heavy breathing, and then soft.
Josie was stunned. The chairman and Tian Weiwei were actually kissing right in front of him, less than 15 centimeters apart? Xiaoxi's heartbeat suddenly quickened and her whole body felt hot. She wanted to stay away, but the dark environment and the scary skeletons made her afraid to move. Just when she was in a dilemma, the hand on her waist began to slide. How can this be? She held Luofeng's hand, but she seemed to have no strength and felt weak and powerless. Chairman, don't! She screamed in her heart. Then, her perky buttocks were pinched into several pieces. Don't want! Xiaoxi murmured softly, the first word inaudible. She was about to give up resisting. Suddenly, the big hand on the hip left. Call! Xiaoxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The hand was around her waist again. Then he pressed himself tightly against the chairman. What is this for? Ugh! In the darkness, Xiaoxi opened her eyes wide. I was kissed by the chairman. This is my first kiss. She wanted to push Luofeng away, but found herself powerless again. The pushing action is actually as intimate as that of lovers. She clenched her teeth tightly, not letting Luofeng go any further. At least this line of defense must be held. The hand is sliding again. What is the chairman to do? Snap. The buttons are undone. The chairman doesn't mean well. What has never been mastered has been covered and squeezed. My mind was shaken, and then my teeth dropped. As time goes by, there will be some interaction and even initiative. I was powerless to resist and even enjoyed it a little. Gao Ran was groping forward in the darkness when suddenly, a faint groan came from the front. He listened carefully, his heart beating faster. This is someone making out in the dark. There was another rustling sound. Based on his years of experience studying educational films, this is a hand reaching into the clothes, and then inside. Well. The moaning became louder. Gao Ran was very excited and walked very close quietly, wanting to listen more carefully. I'm so envious that you can do this kind of thing here. Damn it, why wasn't I with Xiaoxi? Otherwise, maybe I would be with her now. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He even started to imagine that he and Xiaoxi were kissing because of the moans not far away. Bang, the lights came on. Chapter 61 Strive to become a man like the chairman.
Xiao Shi suddenly woke up and tried to push Luo Feng away, but found that he was motionless.
Don't move.
Luo Feng used one hand to help Xiao Shi fasten her bra.
Why is the chairman so skilled?
Now was not the time to think about this, so she quickly straightened her clothes. Dear tourists, we are very sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Due to the need to troubleshoot a power failure, please leave in an orderly manner under the guidance of our staff. The broadcast sounded 3 times in a row, and Xiao Shi ran away when the first sounded.
Sisai, we are here.
Luo Lilan's surprised voice sounded, and she jumped up and pulled Xiao Shi's hand.
It's all your fault. You're the one who got me.
Xiao Shi felt very aggrieved, but seeing Luo Lilan's happy face, she couldn't get angry.
Get out now, I need to go to the bathroom. Some are wet and some are cool.
The chairman was so skilled that he was completely under his control.
I was just lost in joy.
Luckily the lights were on, otherwise I might have lost my virginity.
Cici, why are the edges of your shorts turned up? Hey, I can even see a little bit of your butt.
Luo Lilan carefully helped Xiao Shi straighten her shorts.
It's you who made me fall. You are the culprit. Is it okay for you to take the blame for the chairman?
Oh, Sisai, I'm a coward, and my mind was blank at that time.
Speaking of having a blank mind, mine really was blank just now. Alas, it's a complete loss.
It was her first kiss, and all the parts of her body that had never been touched by a man were explored repeatedly by the chairman.
My chest still hurts a little now. How come the chairman doesn't know how to be gentle with women? You're being too forceful.
I'll go to the bathroom later to see if it's red.
So infuriating. She turned around and looked at Luo Feng and the other person in the distance.
At this time, Tian Weiwei was hugging Luo Feng's arm, still so affectionate.
Tian Weiwei saw Xiao Shi and smiled and winked at her.
Xiao Shi's face flushed instantly.
Xiaolan, hurry up. Aren't you waiting for Gao Ran and the others? Wait outside. Oh.
Luo Feng looked at Xiao Shi's embarrassed escape and smiled slightly. In 2 days, Xiao Shi would come to participate in the competition.
By then. Brother Feng, you have such a nice smile. Tian Weiwei said mischievously from the side.
How did that girl taste?
Luo Feng lowered his head, kissed Tian Weiwei for 2 seconds, and said, not bad, but not as good as you, Weiwei.
Tian Weiwei was so happy that her dimples appeared on her face when she heard that.
Hey, handsome, be careful, how did you fall?
There was a commotion behind them, and Luo Feng and the others turned around to look. A tall boy fell to the ground.
He quickly stood up and said he was fine.
When he saw Luo Feng and the other man looking at him, he panicked and quickly passed them and ran to the front, then turned a corner and disappeared from sight.
Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Did he see it just now? Tian Weiwei asked. Luo Feng recalled his location at that time. He should only see my back and Josie's face. Tian Weiwei covered her mouth and laughed, that's enough. This boy must be pursuing that girl. He definitely can't accept it now. Ha, I thought of a background music. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling.
Tian Weiwei even started singing, her voice was clear and particularly beautiful.
Luo Feng's eyes lit up, and he whispered in her ear, tonight, I want to listen to you sing in bed. Tian Weiwei's ears turned red and she nodded. Brother Feng.
There were quite a lot of tourists around, so she leaned close to Luo Feng's ear and whispered, be gentle, this is my first time.
Luo Feng couldn't help but kiss her lips again. Hey, can you walk faster?
The man behind him was already extremely jealous and shouted immediately.
Hearing this, Luo Feng picked up Tian Weiwei in his arms like a princess and walked away quickly. Hey, can you carry me away like that, man? The ordinary woman next to the man asked expectantly.
Just go away now, stop comparing yourself to others, it will only hurt you.
Humph. Not manly at all.
If you were half as pretty as the beauty just now, I would carry you away. After walking out of Skull Island, Gao Ran looked at Xiao Shi and the other 3 girls not far away, laughing and talking, with a complicated expression on his face.
The girl I like just kissed the chairman. What do I do? Waiting online, it's not urgent, but it hurts.
For some unknown reason, he called his father.
Don't tell me you offended the chairman.
The first sentence I heard when I answered the phone was in an extremely unfriendly tone.
Dad, I just saw the girl I like kissing the chairman. There was silence on both ends of the line.
She participated in the company's selection event. If the chairman takes a fancy to her, this will happen sooner or later.
Gao Ran's father comforted him earnestly. More emo.
Work hard. When you become a chairman one day, you will have all the women you pursue, dream about, and fantasize about now.
Gao Ran suddenly had a goal. Dad, how long do you think it will take for me to become a man like the chairman? Gao Ran was looking forward to it. Gao Ran's father was silent. I just wanted to comfort you, but why did you take it seriously? He took a deep breath. As long as you work hard, maybe it will be the next second. The sunny smile on Gao Ran's face returned. Well, thanks, Dad.
After ending the call, he walked towards Xiaoxi and the others with full energy.
Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei tried some more projects, but they gave up on those that were too dangerous. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Feng took Tian Weiwei out of Happy Valley.
Shan Xiaoqiu was waiting on the roadside in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After Luo Feng sat down, he looked out the window and saw Xiaoxi and the others not far away. He rolled down the window and smiled warmly at Josie. Brother Feng, come to my house tonight.
I live alone. Luo Feng closed the car window, started the car and drove away from Happy Valley. He's smiling at us,
Luo Lilan said excitedly. Although she had already judged that Luo Feng was very rich, she was still shocked when she saw him driving a car worth tens of millions.
It seems so.
He must be a super boss.
This car costs 10 million. Maybe he's smiling at Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi is tall, beautiful, and has such a great figure. This super rich man must have taken a fancy to her.
My roommate was joking. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be happy,
Josie said with a straight face. What you say is true, but I cannot admit it.
Don't worry, we were just joking. Oh, by the way, Gao Ran, isn't your father an executive at Xinxing Culture? Is the chairman of this company also that rich? Gao Ran. Maybe, I'm not sure. 5 minutes ago, I really had no idea. In a Rolls-Royce. Luo Feng answered Xin Ningya's call.
Chairman, the people from the Xinxing Chamber of Commerce asked us to discuss competition and cooperation tomorrow. They want us to stop paying subsidies. If you don't cooperate, you'll probably be banned by some of the Chamber of Commerce's leaders. The information I received was that the head of the Lynn family exerted influence.
I have 2 countermeasures that I can think of.
First, suspend the attacks, temporarily suspend the payment of subsidies, and replace them with year-end bonuses or other means.
Stop poaching employees and ease the relationship between the 2 parties. Second, continue the attack, even intensify it. Chapter 62 Weiwei can't hold on any longer. Boshin, 5 billion just arrived in the company's account. The finance manager excitedly reported to Xin Ningya. This is the largest amount of money I have ever seen in my life. In the future, when I introduce myself, I will say that I have managed nearly 10 billion yuan. Xin Ningya turned around in her boss chair.
5 minutes ago, she was as excited as the finance manager. After all, the total market value of Xinxing Culture is only over 10 billion. This is the chairman calling. Please ask the managers from the PR, HR, and marketing departments to come over.
There's something important to arrange.
She had a look of confidence, but in fact she was extremely excited and wanted to kneel down in front of the chairman and sing to him.
The chairman's vision is completely incomparable to mine. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei, who had already had dinner, arrived at her house. The room layout is consistent with my style, warm and lovely. There are also some stills from TV dramas that Tian Weiwei has starred in previous years.
It can be seen that she is very serious about acting and has devoted a lot of effort to it.
Chairman, can I play myself tonight?
Tian Weiwei took off her coat, turned on the air conditioner, and asked while putting her arms around Luo Feng's neck.
Sure.
Luo Feng lowered his head and kissed her lips, which were soft and sweet. From 7 to 8 in the evening, Luo Feng and his friend went from the bedroom to the living room. Tian Weiwei knelt on the sofa with her calves, holding the back of the sofa, looking at her graduation photo at the age of 22 on the wall. I threw my bachelor's cap into the air, and a male classmate next to me looked at me with admiration in his eyes.
Is this the ex-boyfriend? Luo Feng, who was behind Tian Weiwei, also noticed the photos on the wall. We have a mutual affection for each other. We both want to have a successful career after graduation before pursuing other matters. Tian Weiwei spoke with some difficulty, trying her best to remain calm. Are you still in touch?
We see each other every year at the class reunion, but we haven't been in touch otherwise.
Last year I heard he was taking the civil service exam. Didn't I chase you later? Tian Weiwei waited for a moment, and when the rhythm slowed down, she said, I did, but I didn't agree. Why?
When he was in college, he was full of energy and confidence. But when he started working, he lost that confidence.
Doesn't this apply to most people? He was very talented, proud and confident, but when he was born into the society, he encountered setbacks everywhere, lost his talent and became decadent. Few people can truly maintain that high fighting spirit. Regret? He asked curiously. No regrets.
I liked him when I was in college, but not the one who has faced reality.
Now, I only like my husband. Tian Weiwei paused and said, I love my husband.
She turned her head, Luo Feng leaned forward, and they kissed deeply.
Love me for what?
Confidence, freedom, unfetteredness, and spontaneity are the states I dream of.
Luo Feng smiled and said that when a person has a system, he can also do this. Honey, do you think I'm too realistic? Tian Weiwei asked worriedly. It's good to be materialistic, otherwise I would be someone else's girlfriend now.
If Luo Feng had no money, he would feel that material things were not good. If I weren't materialistic, I wouldn't have the chance to have a perfect girlfriend like Tian Weiwei, let alone for the first time.
Thank you, husband. I won't spend too much money. Tian Weiwei was very happy as long as her husband didn't mind. Honey, I can't hold on any longer. Can I lie down?
Luo Feng patted her butt and asked her to adjust.
Bathroom.
Under the light, the black hair swayed continuously as two shadows appeared close yet distant on the floor. The shower head in the bathroom continuously poured hot water onto the delicate and rough body.
Water splashed everywhere and covered the walls. Tian Weiwei looked at herself in the mirror and Luo Feng behind her, and her face turned even redder. Honey, can I ask Mr. Shen to come next time? Are you looking for help so soon? I will exercise more. I'll help you train.
Also, from now on, just call me Sister Ningya in private. You are all my wings, so be harmonious and friendly with each other, at least in front of me.
Okay. Ningya will arrange your future scripts, roles, and endorsements. Thank you, husband. She turned her head and gave Luo Feng another deep kiss. How do you thank me? I have 2 costumes at home. I'll put them on and then. Very good. As an actor, you have to make good use of your professional abilities. The battle lasted until late at night. Luo Feng showed no sign of fatigue, and Tian Weiwei was no longer able to fight.
It was noon and sunlight shone through the window, and Luo Feng woke up. Beside him, Tian Weiwei curled up and hugged his arms.
Shen Ningya had 2 messages on her phone.
Chairman, Song Yaran and I attended the meeting together.
This message was sent an hour ago.
The Chamber of Commerce really wants to suppress us and force us to cancel the subsidies, otherwise they will jointly impose sanctions.
The last message was sent 30 minutes ago.
Just now, the relevant government departments also attended the meeting and expressed their support for us.
The other people in the Chamber of Commerce looked very unhappy, covering their mouths and laughing. Luo Feng gave her a thumbs up.
At this time, Tian Weiwei's cell phone rang. She opened her eyes drowsily, turned over and picked up the phone. All the key points are revealed, and there is a swaying sound.
Luo Feng felt dizzy and had a headache after watching it. Mom. Tian Weiwei answered the phone without opening her eyes.
She was really too tired last night.
Xiaowei, are you still not awake?
A middle-aged woman's voice asked from the other end of the line. Tian Weiwei frowned, bit her lips, and didn't dare to speak.
Xiaowei, can you hear me? Why is there no sound from your end? Asked Tian Weiwei's mother Li Xiaowan. Maybe the cell phone signal was bad just now. Tian Weiwei said slowly. Oh, that's right. Your dad and I flew over to your place this morning to see you and take a trip. We'll arrive around 11:30. Tian Weiwei hummed and immediately covered her phone again. Xiaowei, what are you doing? Why are people clapping? Li Xiaowan asked in confusion. Tian Weiwei shook her head pitifully at Luo Feng.
After the pace slowed down, she said to her mother, I was just swatting mosquitoes.
There are so many mosquitoes over there, I keep swatting them. Okay, that's it. Remember to pick us up. Tian Weiwei quickly said and hung up the phone. At 11:30, Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguan walked out of the airport.
Xiao Wei said it will take another 10 minutes. Li Xiaowan was a little unhappy. She had clearly called to tell him the time, but he was not on time. In front, a man in his 20s walked towards Li Xiaowan. "Aunt Li, Uncle Tian."
"Hey, Xiao Wu,"
Li Xiaowan said happily.
Wu Yu enthusiastically took their luggage and said, "Wei Wei hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait in the cafe next door."
"Thank you so much, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wei said she was stuck in traffic and it would take a while for her to arrive. Li Xiaowan smiled and followed Wu Yu out of the hall.
"Oh, it's been a long time. When we were neighbors, you were just in high school.
Now it's been 10 years in the blink of an eye.
I heard from your mom a few days ago that you've opened a company now?
That's incredible." On the way, Li Xiaowan asked with a smile.
It's a new company, so it's not very big. This year's turnover is estimated to be just over 10 million. Next year, we're aiming for over 100 million in revenue.
Wu Yu spoke modestly, but his eyes were full of complacency.
Although the project was all thanks to my father's connections, I can't deny my own efforts, right? Hundreds of millions, they are all big bosses.
My Xiao Wei lives in the upper city all year round, and her income seems to be only 300,000 yuan, which is not even a fraction of yours.
Wu Yu smiled and continued, "Wei Wei is already very outstanding.
In my company, those who receive this level of treatment are all department leaders, and are generally over 30 years old."
Chapter 63, Stamping Tian Wei Wei. Bang!
Lin Taishan put the teacup in his hand heavily on the table, his chest heaving with anger. "Dad, calm down.
Don't argue with Luo Feng.
Your health is the most important thing." Lin Xinling was beside him, stroking his back constantly.
Lin Hengyuan and Lin Hengjiu sat aside, not daring to breathe.
"The matter between your two companies cannot be handled for the time being. He donated 2 billion to the government, a one-time cash payment. He's the most popular person now, don't mess with him." Lin Taishan said this result helplessly, and the three siblings widened their eyes in shock.
2 billion? Is there money to be spent like this? Is it really necessary to spend so much just to vent your anger?
The three siblings were talking to each other, but it was hard to understand. Many companies claim to donate for public welfare, but their donations are just empty promises, or they offer installment payments, or donate goods with a nominal value.
But few donations are one-time cash payments. This shows that Luo Feng is very rich and does not lack this little money.
At the same time, he is willing to spend money to the government and is unwilling to give in.
He is a strong dragon.
Lin Hengyuan was the first to lose patience and complained, "It was you two who provoked Luo Feng, but now the one who suffered the most is my Jinlin Entertainment. 2/3 of the top stars are now embroiled in scandals, and another third have recently appeared in movies and TV series that haven't been released yet. I'm sure negative news will surface when they are released. And then there's the commercial performances and endorsements that have all been whitewashed. All the key members of the company have resigned, and the stock price has hit its lower limit for the past 2 days. If this continues, Jinlin Entertainment will be emptied out by Xinjiang culture." He felt that he was the most wronged person. He had done nothing wrong, but he was the one who was hurt the most. Lin Hengjiu was also a little embarrassed because he was the one who wanted to demonstrate that day, but he didn't expect to hit a wall.
"I was reckless.
But I also suffered huge losses. Not only did the investment company fail to open, but over 1 billion yuan project was poached by Dasong Investment.
The total profit was about 200 million yuan.
What Lin Hengjiu didn't say was that he had checked Luo Feng's financial situation, but all major banks said they were unable to check it.
All these signs indicate that Luo Feng's strength is far deeper than what appears to be true. How about I go and apologize? My second brother and I went there together, and then we can say that I was ignorant."
Lin Xinling looked guilty, but there was a strange light in her eyes. Lin Taishan took a sip of tea and finally made the decision, just follow what Xinling said.
"First, give in. Then everyone should stop and find an opportunity to retaliate later." "Yeah."
Lin Xinling was the first to nod in agreement. Her face began to turn slightly red and a little wet. Tian Weiwei felt like she was flying into the top of the clouds, and then falling back into the valley. This happened 7 times, and on the 8th time, he fainted. When she woke up again, it was already 10:50.
"If you don't wake up, your parents might come knocking on the door."
Luo Feng hugged her and smiled.
"Ah. Husband, why didn't you call me? Woohoo, I'm going to be late. My mom will definitely say that I'm not punctual."
Tian Weiwei got up hurriedly, and the quilt slipped off again, revealing the round and plump fruit. Luo Feng couldn't help but take a bite. Don't, I need to go wash up. Tian Weiwei's face turned red again. She pushed Luo Feng away and hurried to get out of bed. However, her legs went weak and she fell off the bed. Luo Feng had already anticipated this situation, so he reached out and held Tian Weiwei in his arms. I'll take you to wash up. Oh. Tian Weiwei felt very safe. 20 minutes later, Tian Weiwei finished dressing. Honey, do I look good? Tian Weiwei asked. Luo Feng answered with practical actions. A deep kiss, from top to bottom. Okay, honey, it's still okay tonight. Mom and Dad are almost here. Tian Weiwei held Luo Feng's head and said with a blushing face. Luo Feng mischievously left a kiss mark on her chest before carrying her out of the house. Honey, my mom will definitely ask what's going on here later. You're so annoying. Tian Weiwei patted Luo Feng's shoulder gently. Just say you were bitten by a mosquito, Luo Feng said with a smile. Didn't you say you wanted to swat the mosquito this morning? Oh, it's all your fault. You came this morning and it's about to fall apart. Tian Weiwei said coquettishly. In order to keep a low profile, I didn't drive a Rolls-Royce, but a Xiaomi SU8. It took me 30 minutes to get to the airport. Tian Weiwei, who is sweet, cute, and has a sexy figure, walked into the coffee shop and everyone's attention was attracted by her. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. She's super sweet. And she's super big. Don't think about it, the beauty has already been taken. Did you see that red on her chest? What is that? It was the strawberries that the dog man planted for her. Fuck. Why isn't it me, you bastard? Luo Feng walked behind Tian Weiwei. His ears were more sensitive than those of ordinary people. He turned his head and smiled friendly at the two young men next to him. Good scolding, I don't mind, you can continue. Could it be this man? The two men felt a little embarrassed when they saw Luo Feng smiling at them, but more surprised and heartbroken. Probably, yes. Tian Weiwei took Luo Feng's hand at this time. The two men were heartbroken. Luo Feng looked very ordinary, so why did he have such a goddess? Dad. Mom. Tian Weiwei walked to Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguang, who were playing short videos. They looked up at her when they heard her. Xiaowei, you're finally here. Why are you here only now, who is this? Li Xiaowan originally wanted to complain to Tian Weiwei, but suddenly saw Luo Feng beside her. Moreover, Tian Weiwei was holding his hand. This is my boyfriend, Luo Feng. Tian Weiwei introduced with a smile, without any hesitation. Aunt and uncle, hello. Luo Feng greeted them according to the normal procedure. X3. Li Xiaowan felt very surprised and disappointed. How could this ordinary man be the boyfriend of her beautiful daughter? Tian Weiguang was shocked. My sweet little girl was actually taken away by a man like you? Wu Yu thought it was ridiculous. She already had a boyfriend, but I ran to the airport to pick up her parents. Wasn't that stupid? Am I redundant now? Hello. Li Xiaowan forced a smile and said hello. Tian Weiguang had no expression on his face and nodded in response. Wu Yu saw Tian Weiwei's front face at this time, and his heart was pounding. Weiwei looked better than she did 10 years ago. She was so beautiful, and with this figure, he could hum 100 times. Looking at Luo Feng's appearance again, he felt that as long as he used the hoe well, there was no corner that he couldn't dig. Mom, let's put our things home first, shall we? Tian Weiwei took Li Xiaowan's handbag and turned to look at the suitcase. Hey, who is this? Looks familiar. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is our former neighbor. You should know Wu Yu, right? I'm 1 year older than you. You used to play house together when you were little. Li Xiaowan began to introduce enthusiastically. I began to blame myself in my heart, wondering why I didn't introduce a partner to my daughter earlier. Otherwise, my daughter wouldn't be with a man like this. Chapter 64. My suggestion is to buy 3 floors. Weiwei, long time no see. You've become more beautiful than before. Let me get the luggage. I drove here today. Wu Yu laughed. He is of average appearance, a little over 1.8 meters tall, with a slender figure and strong muscular arms. He has no difficulty lifting 2 boxes of luggage. Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguang were very satisfied with his performance.
On the contrary, Luo Feng was not proactive at all and was like a hands-off boss.
But Wu Yu is a real boss worth tens of millions, and will be a boss worth hundreds of millions next year, yet he is still so active.
What gives you the right, Luo Feng? Thanks. Brother Feng has also driven here, so we don't have to squeeze in anymore. Let's go to the parking lot first. Tian Weiwei took Li Shizhuan's hand, and the two women walked out of the coffee shop first, followed by Tian Weiguang and Wu Yu, and Luo Feng brought up the rear.
Uncle, Aunt, Weiwei, let's go to my mother's restaurant for lunch.
She has asked the chef to cook for us personally. I guarantee you will like it. Usually, the dishes for guests are made by the chef's apprentice.
Wu Yu said with a smile.
Luo Feng was speechless. He actually ignored my existence and didn't even bother to maintain a superficial attitude. Okay, I heard your mother's private restaurant is really awesome.
It only serves dignitaries, and ordinary people are not qualified to eat there.
Especially that chef. I heard he used to cook for the top guys.
Only someone with your father's connections can make such a request. Li Xiaowan was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling.
Tian Weiguang also nodded repeatedly.
Wu Yu's vanity and emotional value are maxed out.
Tian Weiwei turned around and looked at Luo Feng and asked, Brother Feng, shall we go eat here? Grass. Why do you have to ask him even about eating? Your parents agreed.
Wu Yu looked constipated. Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguang frowned slightly. It seemed that their daughter and Luo Feng had a deep relationship, and he was obviously the dominant one.
Luo Feng was not that stingy and nodded.
This chef sounded so awesome that he had to try him out. Later he could ask the butler to arrange a chef like him for him.
If you really can't do it, just hire one. The money doesn't matter. The main thing is to enjoy life.
Wu Yu stopped talking and wanted to slow down. Tian Weiguang moved closer to Luo Feng and began to exert his strength.
He asked, Luo Feng, what do you do for a living? Work? Isn't that all done by employees? I don't have a job. Luo Feng told the truth. If he had to say work, it was just exercising with beautiful women. You don't work. How old are you this year?
32 years old. Then you are 5 years older than Xiao Wei.
Luo Feng nodded and said, Uncle, your calculation ability is really great. Do I need to say it separately? Li Xiaowan couldn't help but join in the inquiry.
She frowned and asked, You're 32 and still unemployed.
Aren't you too idle?
Not idle, my brother is very busy. With more than 10 high-intensity exercises every day, my body fat percentage is almost reaching the 15% target set for the task. Money is a small matter, the most important thing is health.
There are other people who can do the work, and I will just be responsible for accompanying my loved ones. Luo Feng was telling the truth.
There are 2 general managers and several thousand employees at work.
They are very happy at work. Some of them even don't go home because they want to repay Luo Feng. My beloved currently has 8 close lovers, and there is really not enough time in a day. I am too busy chatting with them on WeChat every day.
Self-assessed as pure scum. What Li Xiaowan heard was that Luo Feng was idle and was just clinging to Xiao Wei and living off her every day.
She was so angry that she spoke in a loud voice. People still have to work hard to make money and can't just rely on others.
It's not too late to have companionship after you have material things. Otherwise, relying solely on love will not last long.
Li Xiaowan not only talked about Luo Feng, but also talked to Tian Weiwei.
Xiao Luo, Uncle Tian has been through this before.
If material life can't satisfy you, love is ultimately empty talk.
Tian Weiguang tried to finish off the opponent and at the same time wanted to teach his daughter a lesson.
Wu Yu also joined the crusade. I understand this very well.
I'm 28 years old now. Although my father holds a high position and my mother runs a restaurant, I don't have to worry about the rest of my life. But I still deeply understand the importance of hard work.
I founded this company this year.
Although the beginning was difficult, everyone in the company worked very hard under my leadership. This year's revenue exceeded 10 million yuan, but after deducting the profit, the net profit was only a little over 1 million yuan.
We can't even afford the cheapest house in Blue Bay, so we are actively reserving projects.
Next year's revenue will sprint to over 100 million yuan, and the profit will exceed 20 million yuan, so we can buy the largest flat in Blue Bay. This way, my wife, my future baby, and both sets of parents can come and visit and live together, which is very enjoyable. Wu Yu was almost showing off his wealth blatantly, and when he talked about his future plans, Tian Weiwei's parents looked envious and their eyes lit up.
If you earn 20 million a year, wouldn't that be 200 million in 10 years?
This is Xiaowei's perfect match. The two were just about to praise Wu Yu for having goals and plans, and for being a model of a mature man. But Luo Feng spoke, and it sounded speechless. If a couple brings their children and both sets of parents come along, even the largest apartment in Blue Bay would feel a bit crowded. My suggestion is to buy 3 apartments, one for each set of parents, and one for the couple, so that they can visit each other at any time.
Luo Feng made a sincere suggestion, but of course he would not do that. Since he already owns a manor worth billions, it must be able to accommodate dozens or even hundreds of people, right? Alas, I've been too busy these days and haven't been able to go and see her. I haven't even been able to experience the big breasts and fat buttocks of my housekeeper.
Xiao Luo, you should keep your feet on the ground and avoid empty talk and wishful thinking.
Buying a house is not like buying food. Besides, I've heard from Xiaowei about Shangqing Lanwan. A house here costs almost 10 million. You can't just buy it if you want. If you don't work hard to find a job, you might not even be able to buy a toilet in your lifetime.
Li Xiaowan couldn't stand it anymore.
Was Luo Feng trying to annoy people?
Wu Yu's parents are rich and powerful, and he works hard, with an annual income of 10 to 20 million.
You, an unemployed person, are talking nonsense about daydreaming. You are going to buy 3 houses. Why don't you just buy one?
Oh, forget it.
Luo Feng doesn't want to hide it anymore. Tian Weiwei's parents are really realistic.
In order to avoid being slapped in the face later, he should tell them about his strength.
Actually, Luo Feng was ready to reveal his cards. Uncle, Aunt, Weiwei, this is my car. Please get in first.
Wu Yu pointed to the BMW X5 next to him, opened the trunk, and put the luggage in.
Luo Feng was also helpless, standing aside.
He was not given the chance to reveal his cards, so he could only hold it in for a while.
Tian Weiwei's parents had already sat in the back row, leaving the front row exclusively for Tian Weiwei.
Xiaowei, get in the car.
Li Xiaowan shouted to Tian Weiwei.
Xiao Luo, sit in the back row with us.
Tian Weiguan didn't want to make the relationship too awkward, so he greeted Luo Feng anyway. Tian Weiwei shook her head and said, I'll take Brother Feng's car. Just send the location.
At this time, Shang Xiuqiu drove the car over and stopped next to Luo Feng and the others. Then Shang Xiuqiu got out of the car and opened the door, and Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei sat in the back seat. Shang Xiuqiu closed the car door steadily, sat in the driver's seat, and waited for Luo Feng to tell him the destination.
X3. Luo Feng has a driver?
I think it's a private car.
The private car driver seems to have a door opening and closing service.
Wu Yu was the first to guess.
Yes.
Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguang suddenly realized.
Li Xiaowan was speechless and said, I guess Xiaowei spent all the money on this special car? This is so awful.
Chapter 65 Wu Yu's beautiful stepmother.
Bite.
It was detected that the host solved the clothing, food, and transportation problems for 3,106 ordinary people, and his attribute points increased by 9318 points.
Please allocate it yourself.
Sitting in the back row of SU8, Luo Feng was chatting with several other wings when the system prompt sounded. Chairman, the number of employees at Xinjiang Culture has expanded to 1,508, and all of them, except for housing, have been paid out this morning. This was the message from Xin Ningya. Chairman, Dasong Investment has 1,598 employees, and all of them have received the first 3 welfare subsidies.
Song Yuran's message.
Luo Feng sent thumbs-up emojis to his 2 trusted generals and wings respectively.
How do I add these attribute points? He opened the character attribute column. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Constitution, 86. Let us add the height first.
I'm 1.8 meters tall, but I haven't experienced it yet.
Consume 100 attribute points in total, height increased to 181 centimeters. When he first added 1 centimeter, it was 1 point of attribute.
Now, when he added 5 centimeters in a row, it consumed 100 points. He was a little confused about the mathematical relationship here.
Bite. The host's doubts were detected.
Because the difficulty level varies with each 1 centimeter increase in the host's height, and the differences in perception among people around the host need to be eliminated, the system consumption cannot be calculated using a fixed mathematical formula.
Okay, the system has the final say, so you don't have to waste your brain cells calculating it.
Consume 150 points in total, increase physical fitness to 100.
A total of 8,000 points are consumed, and the appearance is increased to 90 points.
Special note, the host's appearance has changed significantly, and all records and memories cannot be modified in a short period of time. Currently, it is only limited to close lovers and the host's designated number of no more than 3 people at the same time.
This one means that your appearance has improved, but only your close lover and the person you want to pursue know it.
Luo Feng actually wanted to raise his appearance to 100 in one go, but was prompted that he needed 100 million attribute points. If you want to reach a 99 appearance level, you will need 10 million points. The further you go down, the more attribute points you will need will decrease by orders of magnitude. He thought this was too exaggerated and decided to wait until he had more attribute points. There were more than 1,000 attribute points left, and he increased the physical fitness of each of his close lovers to 90.
When doing sports, it's better to interact with each other.
It's okay to compete once or twice at the beginning, but after that it's just crushing each other, which is quite boring. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to increase it to 100, otherwise he would be in big trouble if they counterattacked him later. There were still 100 or 200 points left, and he added them all to his physical fitness, but in the end his physical fitness only increased by 2 points.
The character panel now looks like this. Host, Luo Feng. Age, 32. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms.
Physical fitness, 102. You have surpassed the physical limits of humans.
Appearance, 90 current appearance references, Takeshi Kaneshiro, Daniel Wu.
The character panel has been enhanced in appearance. This remark made Luo Feng unable to imagine how handsome a man with a score above 90 would be. In his opinion, these two people were at the ceiling level.
Hubby, you're so handsome. Tian Weiwei had been looking at her phone.
While waiting for the traffic light, she looked up at Luo Feng. The moment she was shocked by Luo Feng's appearance, the system changed her memory of Luo Feng's appearance.
I want a kiss.
She couldn't help but hug Luo Feng's neck and began to kiss him, with a look of intoxication on her face.
Luo Feng didn't hesitate and started moving his hands.
The windows of their car were half open, just level with Wu Yu's BMW X5. Li Xiaowan was the first to notice the situation. She could only see the upper half of Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei's faces, and could not see anything below their noses.
Why is Xiaowei like this?
Although she didn't see the two of them interacting with each other's lips and tongues or pinching each other's peaches, she still knew from what she saw that they were being intimate. Moreover, judging from the sitting posture, it was obvious that Xiaowei took the initiative.
Girl, what on earth are you trying to do?
She pulled Tian Weiguan, who was still looking at his phone, and added another heartbroken father.
Oh.
It's all your fault. Why didn't you pay more attention to Xiaowei before and introduce her to someone earlier?
How could this happen?
Li Xiaowan began to vent her dissatisfaction, and Tian Weiguan was speechless.
Isn't it the mother's responsibility to introduce a partner to the child? Yes, it's my problem. Tian Weiguan is almost 50 years old and has rich experience in dealing with things.
Seeing that the two were still being affectionate, he recalled the whole process since he met Luo Feng.
He was thinking, is there a possibility that Luo Feng is actually a low-key rich man? It needs to be confirmed.
I will communicate with Luo Feng privately later. Wu Yu, who was driving in front, also heard some noises.
He was quite happy.
It seemed that his uncle and aunt were also very dissatisfied with Luo Feng.
This corner can be dug. He glanced back casually. Huh? They are kissing. Holy shit. This is so frustrating.
This is my goddess, and she will soon be my girlfriend.
Now every time she gets intimate with someone else, Wu Yu feels like he is losing out. Xiao Yu, cuckold. The light has turned green, you can drive now. The car behind you is honking its horn to hurry you up.
Li Xiaowan shouted from the back seat, and Wu Yu woke up as if from a dream and quickly stepped on the accelerator. The two elders felt a push on their backs in the back seat and felt a little uncomfortable, but they knew that Wu Yu had seen the intimate scene between Xiaowei and Luo Feng, and they could understand their feelings.
Well.
The two looked at each other in the back row and sighed in their hearts.
Tian Weiguan gently touched Li Xiaowan's shoulder and motioned her to look at her phone.
Don't be anxious for a while, observe Luo Feng for a while, I always feel that Xiao Wei won't be so stupid.
Li Xiaowan turned off her phone, thought for a moment, and nodded to Tian Weiguan.
Judging from her daughter's behavior, she must love Luo Feng very much. As a mother, she thinks that as long as Luo Feng is not as bad as imagined, it is acceptable for him to be of an above-average level.
Uncle and aunt, we're here.
In a beautiful park, beside a stream, there is an inconspicuous two-story building.
The name of the plaque on the gate is Yaju, and the font is cursive. It should be written by a great person. Xiaowan, Weiguan, long time no see. Strictly speaking, Wu Yu's mother is his stepmother, Xin Yali.
She is wearing a white dress with a curvy figure and a very charming and graceful figure. She stands at the door and greets people with a beautiful smile.
Tian Weiguan's eyes widened. This is too big, I can't hold it in one hand. Moreover, Xin Yali's appearance is so well maintained that she looks to be in her early 30s.
How can you tell that she is already 37 or 38 years old? In his heart, he envied Wu Yu's father. His first wife died after giving birth to Wu Yu, and later he married Xin Yali, who was more than 10 years younger than him.
This should be a great day, right?
Yali, long time no see, you are still so beautiful.
Li Xiaowan looked at Xin Yali with envy, but in her heart she was blaming her husband for not making any money.
Otherwise, if she took better care of herself, it wouldn't make much difference.
She turned to look at Tian Weiguan and found that he was still looking at Xin Yali.
She was so angry that she pinched him hard on the back.
Is this Wei Wei?
She's so beautiful, and has such a great figure.
She must have inherited excellent genes from her parents.
Tian Weiwei also walked to Li Xiaowan at this time. Xin Yali's eyes lit up and she immediately praised her, which made Li Xiaowan feel very comfortable. He is worthy of being a business person who receives dignitaries and businessmen all year round.
Hello Aunt Xin, thank you for the compliment. I think Aunt Xin's appearance and figure are much better than mine. Tian Weiwei is familiar with the business of mutual flattery.
It is very likely that she has a better figure than her, at least her chest is one size bigger than hers, and her hips are also bigger and fuller.
In terms of appearance, Xin Yali has a mature charm, which is different from her youthful sweetness and beauty.
Luo Feng, who was standing aside, just watched intently and wanted to subdue the demon.
The moment before Xin Yali looked over, he showed her his true appearance. Who is this person?
When Xin Yali saw Luo Feng, she was so shocked that she even stammered when speaking.
Who is this super handsome man who is as handsome as Takeshi Kaneshiro and Daniel Wu? Chapter 66 Xin Yali.
Xin Yali has been married to Wu Yu's father for many years, and her life was relatively harmonious at the beginning. Later, as the novelty wore off and Wu Yu's father's physical condition declined, the rain stopped and droughts continued for years.
Aunt Xin, this is my boyfriend, Luo Feng. Xin Yali's eyes made Tian Weiwei feel a little uncomfortable, and she quickly hugged Luo Feng's arm to declare her sovereignty.
Luo Feng nodded at her. The more he looked at this beautiful woman, the more attractive she became. She was dressed conservatively, not revealing any cleavage, and her clothes were loose but stretched to a huge extent. The waist-to-hip ratio further down made Luo Feng feel that even if there was constant war, this gun mount would definitely be able to withstand the bombardment.
Really want to try it? Ha, they're quite a match. Let's go in first. It's on the second floor, room 9. Follow me. Xin Yali was quite surprised. Didn't Ti Xiaowan say that her daughter didn't have a boyfriend? Besides, Luo Feng is so handsome, his son has no chance at all, right? Even I couldn't help but have wild thoughts when I saw Luo Feng.
And his eyes are very aggressive. Being able to attract the attention of such a top handsome guy, it seems that I am quite attractive.
This time Wu Yu was the last one to leave.
He felt that everyone had forgotten him and was very hurt.
And my mother said they were a good match. What's with that look? How are they even compatible? They're clearly nowhere near the same, okay?
When going upstairs, Luo Feng's eyes focused on Xin Yali's peach buttocks, moving continuously. If he covered it with his palm, it must feel very good.
Tian Weiwei felt a little jealous.
She pressed Luo Feng's arm tightly against her chest, trying to remind him to be more restrained. The chest was squeezed, and the kiss mark originally in the middle valley was completely exposed.
Xiao Wei, what's wrong with your chest? Why is it so red? Li Xiaowan hadn't experienced this for a long time and didn't react. By a mosquito bite.
What was supposed to come finally came. In desperation, Tian Weiwei had to tell her the reason Luo Feng had given her.
Li Xiaowan didn't ask any further questions, but Tian Weiguang gritted his teeth. As a man, he understood it too well. Damn it, you've gnawed my little cotton-padded jacket into this state?
At this moment, the old father felt very sad. Wu Yu was walking at the end, unaware of the situation, and he even explained on Tian Weiwei's behalf, I was also bitten by a mosquito last night, and my arm is still red.
Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei gave him a thumbs up in their hearts.
Absolutely a caring citizen. Xan Yali had finished walking up the stairs at this time, turned around and saw the red mark, and gave her son a cross again. Although there has been drought for many years, we have seen similar situations many times. In many business gatherings, some bosses bring their female companions to dinner, and there are always times when things go wrong. Xiaowan, Weiguang, brother Xiong went to the Upper City Chamber of Commerce for a meeting this morning and should be here soon.
Everyone, please sit down for a moment. I'll go down and see if the food is ready. After Xian Yali brought everyone to the box, she said with a hint of apology.
Because she was walking up the stairs, the shoulder strap was a little off, so she pulled it casually.
The lifting made the huge breasts tremble. Luo Feng's gaze also trembled slightly. Don't worry, brother Xiong is a big boss in a state-owned enterprise. It's really embarrassing that he has to entertain us when he's so busy.
They originally thought it was a blind date, but they didn't expect Luo Feng to show up unexpectedly. Now that they were treated so warmly by others, they felt a little guilty.
Xian Yali then walked out. At this time, Luo Feng's phone rang.
He looked and saw that it was his mother calling. I'm going out to answer a phone call, you guys talk first.
He said that and walked out of the private room.
Xiaofeng, your dad and I are buying a 4-piece bedding set.
What color do you like?
After hiring a chief steward, I arranged to bring my parents to the upper city that same day. They lived in the blue water and blue sky villa that was the reward for the initial mission. See chapter 50 for details.
Good environment, close to the hospital, suitable for retirement.
The head steward arranged a housekeeper to serve his parents from that day on, but his parents still liked to do many things themselves.
Mom, you can choose whatever you want, I like them all.
If you need anything, just tell the housekeeper and she will arrange everything.
Luo Feng said with a smile. Xiaofeng, now that you're rich, you can't squander it. You even hired a housekeeper, a driver, a nanny, and a chef. Everything is done for you. I feel so useless. Luo Feng's mother always felt uneasy because she let others do everything.
You and dad can go out and travel more often and have fun.
Now that your son has finally made it big, it's time for you to enjoy your life. Luo Feng was holding onto the railing on the second floor.
He saw a middle-aged man with a big belly walking into the restaurant downstairs.
Traveling is boring. When will you bring your wife back home and give birth to 2 grandchildren so we can take care of them? Luo Feng smiled.
This was probably the real purpose of his mother's call. I didn't have money and met the wrong person before, but now I have the means and I should reassure my parents.
I can bring one back to meet them soon.
While he was thinking about who to take home, the pot-bellied man walked into the box. It seems that this is Wu Yu's father. Luo Feng didn't care and continued chatting with his mother about family matters. Anyway, the point was, don't save money anymore and enjoy life.
After talking for a while, Luo Feng's mother finally hung up the phone. He called the housekeeper Long Xin and reminded her about his parents. Master, don't worry, everything is fine. I arranged for a physical examination for your parents a few days ago, and they are both in good health.
Listening to the arrangements that Long Xin told him, he felt very comfortable.
The butler arranged by the system was reliable.
After he hung up the phone, he went to the bathroom.
When he came out, he met Xian Yali, who was also coming out of the women's restroom.
She was washing her hands at the moment, and when her arms moved, her chest also swayed slightly.
Handsome guy, do you look good?
After Xian Yali washed and dried her hands, she found that Luo Feng was still looking at her, and he did not hide it at all. She smiled mischievously, not feeling angry, but rather having a strange feeling.
It's so beautiful. She is very beautiful and has a great figure. Luo Feng praised sincerely. Xian Yali's smile grew even wider, and her heart felt like it was filled with honey.
She said with a sweet smile, I'm already a middle-aged woman, so please don't make fun of me.
She walked in a little. It's really big. It reminded him of coconut. I think Sister Yali is only about 30, not old at all. Old people are not this beautiful, their breasts are not this firm,
and their butts are not this perky.
Luo Feng's words have crossed the line and are testing Xin Yali's bottom line. Xin Yali blushed and couldn't help but patted Luo Feng's chest, saying, "You are Xiaowei's boyfriend, and you tease me. That's not right."
Luo Feng's heart beat faster when she tapped him, and he couldn't help but take another step forward.
"Sister Yali, if you hit me, I will hit you back." He placed his hands on Xin Yali's waist and pressed hard. "Don't." Xin Yali panicked and said hurriedly, "Don't do it here." Chapter 67 Utility Room. "Where are you going?" Luo Feng asked softly.
His hands were already where he wanted them to be when he went upstairs.
"Sure enough, this feeling. Follow me."
Xin Yali looked at the handsome face that was comparable to Takeshi Kanashiro's so close to her, and she felt completely irresistible.
There is a small compartment next to the bathroom, which is a storage room for mops, brooms, etc. Xin Yali closed the door and was immediately pressed against the wall. On the side, Xin Yali's cell phone, which was placed on the stool, began to vibrate. Box number 9.
Wu Yu held the phone and waited for his mother to answer the call. The mobile phone ringtone started with a soprano voice and continued to play, showing the singer's profound singing ability.
It wasn't until the phone prompted that the owner might be busy and asked to call back later that he helplessly said to Wu Xiong, his father, "Mom might be in the bathroom and her phone is not with her." "Don't worry, we can chat for a while."
Li Xiaowan smiled and said that she didn't care whether Luo Feng came back or not because she felt it was not important.
Tian Weiwei didn't rush Luo Feng.
She felt that the call Luo Feng answered was obviously more important, but she felt that the call lasted a little long. When we were neighbors, I noticed that Xiaowei was very cute. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful when she grew up. Wu Xiong began to take the lead in the conversation. Tian Weiwei thanked him sweetly, and the few of them talked about some interesting things when they were neighbors in the past, implicitly trying to match Tian Weiwei and Wu Yu.
"Xiaowei, I heard from your parents that you are an actor. Is the work hard?" Wu Xiong asked kindly. Tian Weiwei shook her head and said, "It's not that hard. In the first 2 years, I wasn't famous enough, so I couldn't get any good scripts. Commercial performances and endorsements were few and far between. I was usually pretty idle, and I didn't make much money." She didn't try to be pretentious and told the truth. "But now, things are different. 2 days ago, the company assigned me an ace agent, and I already have a top-notch production in my hands. In fact, if the path of being an actor is not going smoothly, you can consider changing careers. Xiaoyu's company has only been in operation for a few months and is very busy. We are often very busy and are in need of a vice president to oversee administration and logistics." Wu Xiong winked at Wu Yu, who quickly replied, "Weiwei, I think you're a good fit. Besides, your annual salary is guaranteed to be 500,000 yuan. If the profits are big next year, you'll get dividends. It'll be easy for you to make 1,000,000 yuan a year." Under normal circumstances, a newly established company would not pay such a high salary to its administrative manager. But if Tian Weiwei agreed, it would be natural for her to become his woman. "And if you become one of us and get a high salary, what does it matter?" He was still very confident about the salary, because a 27-year-old woman, even if she was very beautiful, could not get such a high salary unless her abilities were top-notch, unless certain services were included. Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguan didn't think too much about it. They just thought it was a good thing for their daughter. "Xiaowei, why don't you hurry up and thank Uncle Wu? This position and treatment is definitely much better than your current acting career." Li Xiaowan wanted to agree immediately. "Yes, Xiaowei, you can think about it carefully. If an actor is not famous, it will become increasingly difficult to move forward in the future. When you get older, your salary will be worse than that of an ordinary worker, right?" Tian Weiguan also had a general understanding of his daughter's profession. It was not easy to have such an opportunity now. "Thank you Uncle Wu and Brother Yu for your kindness. I really know nothing about company administration." Tian Weiwei smiled and said, "The company treats me very well now. They just re-signed my contract recently. The salary and future prospects are still quite good." Ever since she agreed to Shen Ningya to act alone with Luo Feng, she signed a contract as a top artist. A rough calculation shows that she can easily earn tens of millions in net income a year. What's more, Brother Feng left a 9-digit deposit in his card yesterday, which can be considered financial freedom. Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguan just realized that their daughter's career had taken another step forward, so they stopped trying to persuade her. "Is that so? Then if you become famous,
The treatment for actors will be very good.
By the way, which company is Xiaowei signed with?
If our company needs us to shoot commercials or endorsements in the future, we can specifically ask you to come.
Wu Xiong didn't force it.
Many women, especially beautiful women, have no resistance to becoming stars, being in the spotlight, and being sought after by countless people. He changed his approach and demonstrated his influence, doing his best to help his son.
The company I signed with is Xinxin Culture, Tian Weiwei said with a smile. Xinxin Culture?
Wu Xiong's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Yu was a little confused as to why his father reacted so strongly. Others were also looking at him curiously.
Today I went to the Chamber of Commerce.
Several leading private companies wanted to join forces to suppress Xinxin Culture and Dasong Investment. Both companies have the same chairman.
Their chairman didn't come today, only 2 general managers from the company showed up.
Everyone thought Xinxin Culture and Dasong Investment were going to give in, but they didn't expect their chairman to donate 2 billion yuan to the government directly, without any installments.
2 billion.
Wu Yu did a simple calculation and found that if his company had a profit of 20 million next year, it would take 100 years to earn 2 billion.
Now I donate directly. How luxurious is this?
Later, people from the relevant departments came forward and severely criticized those leading companies. It's a pity that he didn't come today, otherwise I would have definitely made a good acquaintance with him. After Wu Xiong finished speaking, he looked at Tian Weiwei, his eyes lit up, and said, Xiaowei, if you can talk to the chairman of Xinxin Culture, there is a chance that you can help Uncle Wu get in touch. Except for Tian Weiwei, everyone was still sighing that the real rich people often spend money in billions. Wu Yu sighed in despair, feeling that he was still far from being a truly rich person.
It's been 10 minutes. Why hasn't Yali come back yet? I'll give her a call. Wu Xiong called Xin Yali. The cell phone rang, still the ringtone set by Xin Yali.
A beautiful soprano voice came from the phone, each note higher than the last, and after the highest syllable sounded, the call was connected.
Honey, I'm sorry. I just went to the bathroom and forgot to pick up my phone. I'll be right here. The voice was a little soft and weak. 2 minutes later, Xin Yali walked over to Wu Xiong and sat down. Is it hot? Why are you sweating?
Wu Xiong looked at the fine beads of sweat on Xin Yali's face and neck and asked in confusion.
The hair is also a little messy. I just ran upstairs in a hurry. I was a little anxious. I haven't exercised in a long time.
Wu Xiong nodded without thinking much about it. Wu Yu was still immersed in what his father had just said about spending 2 billion, and he asked Tian Weiwei.
What's the name of the chairman of Xinxin Culture? At this time, Luo Feng also walked into the box.
Tian Weiwei looked at him with eyes full of admiration, and even the people around her could feel her love. Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguang were speechless.
Wu Yu was asking you a question, why were you looking at this ordinary guy with starry eyes? Our chairman's name is Luo Feng. Chapter 68 Xin Yali returns to the utility room. Luo Feng.
Wu Yu, Li Xiaowan, Tian Weiguang, and Xin Yali all remembered the name of this great man. Then he was stunned.
Luo Feng?
The 4 of them looked shocked. Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguang looked at each other.
What was the name of Weiwei's boyfriend just now? Yes, their chairman's name is Luo Feng.
Wu Xiong noticed everyone's expressions and was very confused.
What happened?
There's no need to be so shocked when you hear this name. After all, such wealthy people are quite far away from us. Wu Xiong said with a smile. Although he is the leader of a large state-owned enterprise in Shanqing, his salary is less than 1 million. Of course, other income is another matter, but all in all, it is not even a fraction of Luo Feng's. At this time, he saw Luo Feng come in and sit next to Tian Weiwei, and the 2 of them behaved intimately, which made him a little unhappy.
Who is this? He asked. Xin Yali was the first to recover. He is Xiaowei's boyfriend, his name is Luo Feng. Didn't you say you don't have a boyfriend? No, that's not the point. His name is Luo Feng. Could it be?
Xiaowei, your boyfriend works at Xinxin Culture.
Before he could finish his words, he saw Tian Weiwei nodded cutely.
The chairman is my boyfriend. These few simple words, like a bolt of thunder, exploded in everyone's heart. The original shock was mixed with doubt and disbelief, and at this moment there was a blank in my mind for a moment. Wu Xiong stood up, walked quickly to Luo Feng, held out his hands, and said warmly, "Welcome Chairman Luo to dinner."
It's a great honor to have you here.
Luo Feng also stood up and stretched out his right hand. Wu Xiong quickly held his hand with both hands.
I'm just here to accompany Wei Wei today. Mr. Wu, there's no need to be so polite. Luo Feng also responded with a smile. Mr. Luo, please sit here. Wei Wei, you must sit with us. Please adjust your seats as well. Originally he and Tian Weiguang were sitting in the main seats, but they quickly gave up their seats.
Wu Yu, get up quickly and change positions. My son has no sense at all at the critical moment.
Oh, right away.
Wu Yu sadly discovered that he had become the lowest.
Luo Feng shook his head and said, don't bother, just sit like this. Hey, Mr. Luo is here, so I'll ask you to take a seat. It's just that I, old Wu, don't know the rules. If I tell anyone, I'll be laughed at.
Wu Xiong and Xian Yali had already moved to the seats next to them, so Luo Feng and Tian Weiwei didn't insist anymore and changed seats together.
During the change of positions, the tip of Xian Yali's breasts accidentally brushed against Luo Feng's arm, causing him to feel disturbed.
After sitting down, he looked at Xian Yali, and sure enough, she was also looking at him with seductive eyes and licking her lips. Damn, I was just warming up in the utility room, and due to time constraints, my positive energy still couldn't be spread.
Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo, I was a little careless in what I said to my lover just now. Don't take it to heart. Tian Weiguang was sitting next to Luo Feng.
Although he was very excited, his daughter's boyfriend was such a big shot.
But I felt even more uneasy because I had just said some unpleasant things to Li Xiaowan, both implicitly and implicitly. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo.
I was really confused just now and just talked nonsense. I hope you can forgive me. Li Xiaowan also apologized, saying that she was the one who spoke harshly just now.
Tian Weiwei felt a little uneasy seeing her parents like this.
She quietly placed her hand on Luo Feng's thigh and pressed it gently.
Luo Feng took a deep breath.
He had been feeling suffocated today, and now he was being teased.
He didn't put on airs and said to Tian Weiguang and Li Xiaowan, you two are being distant. Just call me Xiao Luo. What you just said actually makes a lot of sense. I often tell my employees this. Don't overthink it. Besides, I'm afraid you won't agree with me dating Wei Wei, huh? Luo Feng smiled to ease the atmosphere. Ha ha. X2. Having a boyfriend like you is harder than winning a 5 million lottery, right? Only Sabi disagrees. Li Xiaowan and Tian Weiguang also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mr. Luo really didn't care. Fortunately, it didn't affect Wei Wei's major life events. This is a super boss who donated 2 billion yuan.
Even if some of the money leaked out, it would be enough for ordinary people to live on for several lifetimes.
Wu Yu also quickly stood up and said respectfully, Mr. Luo, I didn't know your identity just now, so I made a fool of myself in front of you. Please forgive me.
Luo Feng nodded and said with a smile, don't think too much, young man.
You are very good and motivated. Keep working hard. Come on. In theory, the children of state-owned enterprise officials cannot engage in business in related industries. Wu Yu's previous remarks revealed some transfer of interests. I don't know if I'll be found out and then have to step on the sewing machine. Of course, if the Wu father and son went in, Xian Yali would help take care of them. Luo Feng's words made Wu Yu very excited. He had already changed his mind in the past minute. This was someone even his father wanted to curry favor with. Being recognized by such a big shot, when you brag about it in the future, you can say that you had dinner with a certain billionaire and he praised you highly. If I could add a private WeChat account later, the level of our business talks would immediately be raised. Everyone, let's eat first. Don't be restrained. Today I'm Wei Wei's boyfriend. I don't have any other identity. At this time, the service station had already served the dishes, and everyone was a little reserved. As Luo Feng greeted them, everyone smiled and started talking about some topics around Luo Feng. What about Tian Weiwei, a wealthy and beautiful woman who is a perfect match? Or how Luo Feng drives a domestically made car and is low-key and patriotic? Or how Luo Feng is approachable? To sum it up, Luo Feng would cough casually, and everyone would praise his pronunciation and mature and elegant tone. Sure enough, people tend to become arrogant once they have money. It's not that they want to be arrogant, but because others flatter them so much that they believe it. This is what the emperor's new clothes are all about. Luo Feng felt particularly comfortable listening to everyone's flattery and eating the delicious food that was both colorful and fragrant.
Brother Feng, this is very delicious, you should try it.
Tian Weiwei fed it directly into Luo Feng's mouth, and everyone nodded secretly.
It turns out that only by licking the chairman in this way can you become his girlfriend.
Xin Yali also stood up at this time.
She walked to Luo Feng with tea, then bent down, picked up Luo Feng's cup and filled it with water. After pouring the water, Luo Feng thought that was it, but when Xin Yali stood up, she turned her body to the side and made close contact with Luo Feng's face and mouth. Because of the blocked vision, no one else knew what was happening.
Damn, so seductive?
But everyone was in the box and he had no way to retaliate, which made him feel very frustrated. After Xin Yali sat down, she secretly gave him another coquettish glance, lifted her shoulder straps, and her chest trembled slightly. Luo Feng recalled the feeling of holding the trembling thing in his hand in the utility room not long ago. I'm going to the bathroom, you guys eat first. Luo Feng said something to everyone, then stood up and walked out of the box.
Xin Yali then stood up and said, I'll go downstairs and ask the chef to make 2 more dishes. Mr. Luo seems to like them. Everyone praised Xin Yali's observation ability. No wonder the private restaurant business here is so good. Xin Yali walked out of the private room and told the chef to add 2 dishes.
She rinsed her mouth in the bathroom on the 2nd floor and then walked into the utility room.
Xin Yali's mouth was blocked. Time is tight, can you help me? Luo Feng patted Xin Yali and then stood against the wall. Xin Yali nodded charmingly, holding up her hands. Oh. Chapter 69 Lin Xinling puts on his battle robe. Luo Feng returned to the box first.
I just felt relaxed all over, and the positive energy was finally spread.
Xin Yali probably needs to wait a few more minutes before coming back.
She was going to the lounge on the 1st floor to rinse her mouth and clean her chest.
This experience shocked Xin Yali deeply and left her wanting more.
It can be said that after not opening for a few years, she ate a lot when the restaurant reopened. The 2 parties added each other's contact information and agreed to have dinner together another day, promising to have a great time. In Lin Xinling's dressing room, several sets of changed clothes were scattered on the floor. She was standing in front of the mirror wearing black underwear. In the mirror, she had the beautiful one-shoulder dress that every woman wanted, with sexy collarbones between her snow-white, straight shoulders. Going down, it has a C-cup size, and the bra gathers it together, outlining a white, moon-like ravine. Her waist curve is tightened inward, while her abdomen is firm and flat, and her sexy waistline is full of power. Further down, the buttocks are full and firm, round and firm. Under the light, the buttocks are like delicate silk, emitting a white luster. Viewed from the side, her chest, waist and hips formed a perfect S-shaped curve. Finally, there is a pair of long, straight legs with beautiful muscle lines and a wild charm. I don't know which one Chairman Luo likes. She whispered to herself, recalling the look in his eyes that day. She made up her mind, walked to the deepest part of the closet, and took out the clothes that she usually didn't dare to wear. Finally, she put on a coat, wrapping her upper body tightly, leaving only her strong and round calves exposed in the lower body. She walked out of the room with high heels on her legs. Along the way, the housekeeper and servants greeted her respectfully, but she ignored them and walked straight out the door.
A Porsche 911 Turbo S Cabriolet was parked on the side of the road.
Seeing her come out, a handsome man in his 20s opened the car door and walked out. He was about 1.85 meters tall, with a slender figure, a smile on his face, and eyes full of admiration. Xinling, I'm going with you today to see how powerful Luo Feng is.
Yi Tianzi walked to Lin Xinling and took the LV bag from her hand attentively.
A gentle smile graced his handsome face, as warm as the spring sunshine.
Brother Tianzi, I'm going there to apologize today, not to protest.
Lin Xinling has a delicate and beautiful appearance. At this moment, she showed a perfect smile and spoke softly. She is 1.7 meters tall and looks particularly well matched when standing next to Yi Tianzi. This year, Yi Tianzi is 25 years old and Lin Xinling is 22 years old. The Yi family and the Lin family have similar strengths and complementary industries, and the 2 families are also willing to bring the 2 together. Yi Tianzi had been pursuing Lin Xinling since her college days, but Lin Xinling had always refused on the pretext of studying. A month ago, Lin Xinling University graduated, and Yi Tianzi's offensive became even more fierce.
It's okay.
I'll just stay by your side and keep quiet.
If he dares to say anything harsh to you, we'll leave immediately.
Then our Yi and Lin families will join forces to kill him. Even if there are calls from above, we are not afraid.
How much tax revenue, how many jobs, and how many upstream and downstream industries do our two companies provide? Luofeng's 2 billion donation cannot compare to that. At first glance, it makes sense, the sizes are indeed different. But now, before any action has been taken, others can donate 2 billion yuan just by thinking about it. Who knows how much money they can spend if a real war breaks out? This is also the reason why the Lin family unanimously agreed that Lin Xinling should apologize. Before knowing the details, it is better to be cautious. Brother Tianzi, I know you're good to me, but today, I'm here to apologize with all my heart. I'll have to ask you to wait outside for a while. If you're really angry, I can just leave. Lin Xinling is not just apologizing today. She wanted to get closer to Mr. Luo and get to know him better. If possible, she wanted to get him. Because in her heart, only such a courageous man is worthy of her. Instead of relying solely on the family's embroidered pillow, which is superficial and cannot conquer yourself at all. Mr. Luo might be able to help him gain a certain status in the Lin family. I dare not say that he can control the Lin family, but he will not become a tool for marriage. Okay, then if you're wronged, don't be afraid, I've got your back. Yi Tianzi made a solemn promise, open the car door and let Lin Xinling get in. A Porsche 911 is driving on the road, with handsome men and beautiful women sitting in it, and it attracts a lot of attention. Yi Tianzi really enjoys the gazes of these people. He must be full of envy and jealousy, right? Ha, you will never be able to drive this car in your lifetime, and you will never be able to touch the woman in this car in your lifetime. Xinling, you are so beautiful today. When I saw your profile just now, I felt that there is no one in this world more beautiful than you. Yi Tianzi used the power of 10 licking levels. Lin Xinling was very happy. It seemed that today's elaborate attire was quite good. She just wondered if Mr. Luo would think so too. Can I conquer him with the way I look today? Thank you, Brother Tianzi. I blushed a little because of your praise. Blushing is because I imagine what Mr. Luo would do to me. Yi Tianzi was very excited. My compliment made her blush. What does this mean? It means she has me in her heart and cares about me a lot. The traffic light was green, and he looked towards the passenger seat. Lin Xinling placed his left hand on his thigh, which was white and round. He really wanted that hand to become his own, and then. Soul, in my heart, you have always been the most beautiful. You know what I mean. He placed his hand on the center console, close to Lin Xinling's thigh. As long as Lin Xinling didn't explicitly refuse, he would hold her left hand and then put his hand on her thigh. The more I think about it, the faster my heart beats. He only saw Lin Xinling turn her head to look at him, her beautiful big eyes full of innocence and a slight smile. The rosy lips opened slightly, revealing white and neat teeth, and the rosy tongue moved slightly up and down. Brother Tianzi, the light is green, it's time to drive. Ha? Oh. Yi Tianzi stepped on the accelerator in disappointment. Lin Xinling calmly picked up the phone with her left hand, her thighs tilted slightly to the right. Then she smiled sweetly and said, Brother Tianzi, I have always known your feelings. I will always remember your kindness in my heart. My second brother and I are learning how to manage the company, and we're running out of energy right now. Although Yi Tianzi was a little disappointed, he still had some say in front of Lin Xinling when it came to managing the company. In fact, I think managing a company is very simple. It's all about practicing wolf-like management. As long as you can't squeeze them to death, squeeze them to death. The employees' abilities are all forced out. Many companies now talk about 996, but I think it's pretty normal. Although many people seem to be working 996, they actually slack off during the day and start working after get off work. I am currently trying to increase monitoring efforts to ensure that all employees complete their work with high quality, whether they are on duty or off duty. We used to only do one thing, but now we can do two. We used to need 2 people, but now we can lay off 1. In this way, the company's efficiency will be greatly improved. Yi Tianzi began to talk incessantly, and what he said would probably make the workers slap him in the face. He is the type that capitalists would give a thumbs up to. Xinjiang Culture and Dasong Investment are now promoting the 4 major benefits. I think Luo Feng is completely stupid. What's the point of giving money to employees? He's also buying them cars and houses. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? If everyone does things like he does, and the employees are happy and content, then who will guarantee our lives? Who will pay for these sports cars, villas, and luxury goods? Honestly, if he runs a business like this, he's bound to fail sooner or later.
I think it's really unfair for you to apologize to him today.